Stand by for crime. Hi, I'm Chuck Morgan, newscaster on radio station KOP here in Los Angeles. You know, being a newscaster with 2 shows daily, you sometimes have to scratch around to dig up a yarn that's different from the run-of-the-mill stuff. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you care to look at it, I came up with a couple of jackpot stories a while ago, and now my listeners expect me to do it at least once a week. That's why when one day last month I had nothing very exciting on the fire, I was beginning to feel a bit desperate. And that's why also when the phone rang and a mysterious voice said that if I'd come to a certain address, he'd give me a story that would jack up my Hooper rating at least 5 points, I decided to go, even though the address was 35 miles away in the Elizabeth Lake region. So, Carol Curtis, my blonde secretary, and I climbed into the old jalopy and headed north along Highway 99. Well, Glamourpuss, how do you like this country?
I like it. Gee, I had no idea there was such lushness so close to L.A.
Yeah, there's a lot more now that you're here.
Oh, you're just saying that because you...
I know, just because I meant it.
Oh, you're a cute, Chucky boy. Oh, gosh, look down there in that canyon.
What?
There's a creek with real honest-to-goodness water in it.
Sure, that's Elizabeth Lake Canyon Creek. Runs the year round, which is unusual for Southern California.
Oh, how do you know it runs the year round?
Oh, I've been up here before.
Doing what?
Just riding around.
Oh, I see. Who was with you?
Who was with... Glamourpuss, you're jealous.
I am not. Who was with you?
Nobody. I came up to get some material on that Elizabeth Lake monster story.
Oh, sure, I remember. It was that yarn about the monster that used to rise up out of the lake and frighten the Indians in the old days.
Mm-hmm.
Is that where we're going now?
Yeah, we're almost at where we're going now, if the directions Amos Bugsby gave me are correct.
Just who is this Amos Bugsby, anyhow?
That's what we're up here to find out.
Well, don't you know anything about him?
Mm-mm.
What he does, or what he looks like, or why he phoned instead of coming in, or anything?
Yeah. All I know is he said he had a hot story, and if I wanted it, come on up and give it to me.
Oh, he sounds like one of those crackpots to me.
Let's hope so. Makes the trip more interesting. Well, there's the cliff.
What cliff?
That cliff with the niche in it. Bugsby said the road at his place turned off to the left just before we got to it. Yeah, there it is.
Good gosh, it doesn't look as though a car had been here for years.
I hoped we'd find something like this.
Why?
More chance of a good story. There's the cabin.
Oh, it's just a shack hidden away in the bushes.
Looks deserted, too. Well, let's get out.
Wait a minute, Chuck.
What's the matter?
It isn't deserted. There's a rifle barrel sticking out of that window.
Yeah, and a man behind it. Duck, Glamourpuss, he's going to shoot. That rifle bullet came too close for comfort. I began to think that this Bugsby was not only a crackpot, but one of those crackpots about whom I'd broadcast something at one time. And now he'd baited me into a trap to get his revenge. Anyway, we were ducks in a barrel sitting out in the open with no chance of a getaway. I was estimating the chances of reaching the comparative safety of the heavy undergrowth when the door to the house opened. And a man carrying a rifle stepped out. He was the ugliest man I'd ever seen. Besides normally twisted features, he had a ragged scar running from the corner of his mouth to his right ear.
Don't move. Either one of you. I got you covered.
We're not arguing that, my friend. What's the idea of using us for target practice?
You're Chuck Morgan?
That's right.
Let's see your driver's license.
I showed him my driver's license. His whole attitude changed at once. He apologized for shooting over our heads and explained that his own life was in danger and he couldn't take any chances with strangers. Well, we got out of the car and followed him to his shack.
Sit over there, Miss Curtis. I think you'll find it comfortable.
Thank you.
Look, this is all very fine.
Yes, I know, Mr. Morgan. I don't blame you for being annoyed, but every minute of every day, my life is in danger. Well, I haven't slept for more than 2 hours at a time for weeks. I don't dare step outside this cabin in the daylight.
Well, what's it all about, Mr. Bugsby?
Yeah, you said you had a story for me. What is it?
I have, Mr. Morgan. And when I've finished, I think you'll agree that your trip up here was worthwhile.
Oh, shoot.
So I better begin at the beginning. As you can see, I'm a very ugly man. And that means I'm a lonely man. Loneliness is just about the hardest burden a man could have to bear. And that's why I answered the ad in the newspapers.
Now, don't tell me you joined one of those Lonely Hearts clubs.
Oh, I understand your contempt, Mr. Morgan. And I hope when I've told you the rest of my story, you'll change your attitude. I did more than join a Lonely Hearts Club. I replied to an ad which stated that a young widow desired correspondence with a middle-aged gentleman who lived in the country. My home was in Lancaster. I have a wheat ranch there. Well, we corresponded, and eventually Helen Cutler, her name is, asked me to visit her at her home in Santa Monica. I accepted, but with a certain amount of misgiving.
Yes?
Are you Mrs. Cutler?
Yes, I am.
I'm Amos Bugsby.
Amos Bugsby, after all these weeks. Oh, this is exciting. Please, come in.
Then you're not disappointed?
Disappointed? Why, what a strange thing to say. Why should I be?
Well, that is my looks.
Nonsense. I'd be a fine one if I were just interested in a man because of his looks, now wouldn't I? You just sit down here and make yourself comfortable. We've a great deal to talk about.
Well, yes, we have, Helen. You know, I was really worried about letting you see me. It was foolish of me, wasn't it?
It certainly was. Now, come in, Bob. I want you to meet Amos Bugsby. Amos, this is my brother, Bob.
Oh, well, how do you do, Bob? How do you do?
What'd you say the name was?
Bugsby. Amos Bugsby.
Bugsby, eh? Helen, is this the man you've been telling me about?
Yes. I've been urging him to come and see me for weeks, but up to now he's been afraid I wouldn't like his looks.
Well, now, his looks are unimportant. But there are other things that are. Remember that, Helen.
But, Bob...
See you later.
Oh, dear.
Well, what's wrong? Did I do something to offend your brother? What'd I do?
Oh, it isn't that, and Bob didn't intend to be rude. It's just that... Well, since my late husband died, Bob has been taking care of me. We aren't very well off, and he's so afraid I'll marry some man who hasn't the means.
Oh, well, he needn't worry about that as far as I'm concerned. Oh, my, no.
Really, Amos?
Yes, indeed. I have a wheat ranch, you know. It's a big one, too, and I've saved my money. I'm a rich man. I guess I'm worth nearly $500,000.
Oh, Amos, that's wonderful.
I can well afford to support a wife. Yes, I can.
You're embarrassing me, Amos.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't intend to appear forward. You're not angry?
Of course not.
And you will let me call again?
Well, of course. I want you to call just as often as you can. Can't be too often to suit me.
Well, that's the way it started, Mr. Morgan. Exactly as I have told you.
But didn't you become suspicious? It seems to me that both those people were pretty obvious about their intentions.
Suspicious? Yes, I suppose I was. In fact, I'm sure of it.
Well, then why in the world didn't you do
Miss Curtis, do you know what it really means to be lonesome?
Why, yes, I suppose I do. There have been times...
You know what it means to wake up every morning of your life and know that you have to face each day completely alone? That among all the people you'll meet, there's not a single soul who cares. And there's no one to do little things for you, or for whom you can do little things. That when night comes, you'll go to bed in an empty house and you'll lie awake there, longing for the sound of a friendly voice or the touch of a loving hand. Well, that's the way it's been all my life, Miss Curtis. I've never been without an ache in my heart and a longing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. That's all right. I just want you to know why I closed my eyes to those suspicions and why I only saw and heard the things I wanted to see and hear. Oh, yes, I knew, but the happiness I experienced during the 2 weeks before Helen and I were married was worth every moment of the misery and the fear that followed.
Then you were married?
Oh, yes. We were married. Yes, indeed. We were married by a justice of the peace. And after the ceremony, we stopped by Helen's home so she could pick up some things before starting on our honeymoon. Well, here we are, my dear. You run in and get your suitcase, and then we'll drive directly to the airport. I got the plane tickets right here in my pocket.
Come on in with me.
Oh, yes, of course. course. Oh, Helen,
Yeah?
how about a little kiss?
Nuts. Come on inside.
Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. Oh, well, there's time enough for that later, huh?
Yeah, time enough for that later.
Well, here we are. Now, you hurry along. Don't be too long. I'm an impatient husband, you know.
Oh, you are, huh? Bob! Hey, Bob!
Well, the newlywed, huh? So you got him, eh, Helen?
Yeah, I got him. Everything ready?
Everything just dandy. Okay, stupid, get in here.
What's that? You talking to me? Well, what do you mean in here?
Look, monkey face, don't ask questions. Just do like you're told.
Well, Helen, what's the meaning of this?
Just do like my brother says, darling, and you'll find out.
Yeah, but I don't understand. Why are you pointing that gun at me, Bob?
So you'll know I mean business. Are you going to do like I say, or do you want it right here?
Well, doesn't he understand that I'm your husband? That you're in love with me?
In love with you? Are you kidding? Who could fall in love with a mug like that?
But, darling...
Don't darling me. Look, knothead. Let's face it. You fell for a sucker game, and now you're going to pay off.
Sucker game? Do you mean that you don't love me? That you think I'm ugly?
Ugly? Why, you don't even look like a human being. You think I'd fall in love with a clumsy oaf like yourself? You're crazy.
Yeah, but you did fall in love with me. You married me. You're my wife.
I won't be for long.
What do you mean by that?
Just what you're thinking, old man. Right now, I'm your wife. 10 minutes from now, I'll be your widow and heiress to $500,000.
Oh, no, Helen, you can't mean that. Well, you wouldn't...
All right, lover boy, cut out the sob stuff and get in here.
No, you can't. Why, not in cold blood. Well, give me a chance. I'll pay you. If that's what you want, I'll...
Hey, who's that?
How should I know?
We can't ignore it. His car's out
I'll
front.
take care of him. I'll answer it.
Okay, lover boy. This will fix you.
What happened after that?
I woke up on the floor of an adjoining room. I heard voices in the next room. There was some talk of overdue rent, and I didn't wait to hear any more. I got out of there as fast as I could.
And then what did you do?
Well, I didn't dare go home. I knew they'd be after me. I was so confused and disillusioned. I spent the night alone in the motel.
Why did you go to the police?
I thought of that the next morning, and then I read in the papers that Helen beat me to it.
Beat you to it?
Yes, Helen was very clever. She told the police that I had married her and then deserted her. So now the police are looking for me, too.
Helen and her alleged brother are clever, all right. Even if you did go to the police, what kind of a case did you have? The records show you were married. You have no proof other than your own word that she and her brother had threatened to murder you. On the other hand, you'd run away.
That's it, Mr. Morgan. That's it exactly. But until I'm dead, Helen cannot inherit my estate. And that's why I'm hiding out here. That's why every minute of every day I live in fear for my life.
Yeah, vicious circle. On the other hand, Helen and her brother won't leave town until they do locate you. And in order to exist, they've got to continue with their lousy business.
What do you mean by that, Chuck?
I mean, I know something about this racket. Helen and her brother move from city to city, working on people like Amos. This is probably the most important job they've ever run afoul of. So they'll stay here until they find Amos, working the same gag, only under different names.
And what are you going to do about it?
I'm going to watch for the next newspaper ad to appear. Then I'm going to answer it. And marry Helen myself. There are more than 300 marriage bureaus and lonely hearts clubs that dot this broad land of ours. Some are on the level and some aren't. Of those that aren't, the vast majority stop at merely fleecing the poor unsuspecting victims of their life savings. And then there are those, like the one that sold Amos Bugsby down the river, that go in for cold-blooded murder. Well, Carol and I left Amos in his mountain hideout and drove back to town. I'd made him a promise and intended keeping it, but it was going to take a lot of doing. I had a talk with Pappy Mansfield, owner of KLP. And 2 days later, an ad appeared in the papers that could have been inserted by the same gal who trapped Bugsby. This time, her name was Mary Hayden. She was living in Pasadena. She was still a young widow who wanted to enter into correspondence with someone living in the country. I answered the ad, got a fast reply, and for 2 weeks we kept up the hottest correspondence you ever read. Then came the inevitable invitation to visit her. So on a Thursday morning, I drove out to the address she'd given me in Pasadena. It was a small frame house set in among some pepper trees. The girl who answered my ring fitted the description of the woman Bugsby had married perfectly. Are you Mrs. Hayden?
Yes, I am.
Well, I'm Jim Sawyer.
Jim Sawyer? Well, this is a surprise. A pleasant surprise. Won't you come in?
Well, thank you. It's a pleasant surprise for me, too, Mary. You don't mind my calling you Mary?
Oh, not at all, Jim. Why is it a pleasant surprise for you?
Well, I hardly expected to find so attractive of a girl being lonely.
Well, it's because of my brother Ray. Since my late husband died, he's been taking care of me. We haven't much money, and Ray is very particular with whom I associate, especially men.
I see.
But tell me about yourself, Jim. You hardly look to me like a fit character for a lonely existence.
Well, as I told you in my letters, I work for an oil company and spend most of my time in the field. Never any women around, and when you're boss of a crew, you don't get to know your men very well.
I understand perfectly. Oh, here's Ray. Ray, this is Jim Sawyer. Jim, this is my brother Ray.
Hello, Ray.
What did you say the name was?
Sawyer, Jim Sawyer.
Sawyer, Ray. Mary, is this the man you've been telling me about?
Yes. Isn't he attractive? I knew he would be. He wrote such nice letters.
His looks are unimportant. But there are other things that are. Remember that, Mary.
But Ray...
See you later.
Oh, dear.
What's the matter with him? Did I say something wrong?
Oh, it isn't that, and Ray didn't intend to be rude. It's just that... Well, he's so afraid I'll marry some man who hasn't the means.
Oh, well, he needn't worry about that as far as I'm concerned.
Really?
When I said I was in oil, I meant I had shares in several wells. My income runs around $50,000 a year. You think that'd satisfy your brother?
Oh, Jim, that's wonderful. I didn't mean to be prying.
I didn't mean to be proposing marriage at this early stage. You will let me call again, won't you?
Well, I shall be disappointed if you don't.
Thank you.
Come as often as you like. You'll always be welcome.
Well, the whole thing was following the Amos Bugsby pattern perfectly. That pair read their lines without a fluff. Ray had entered on cue. The entire act was running as smoothly as the oil in my alleged wells. During the next 10 days, I saw a lot of Mary. We did the town. And in spite of myself, I had a pretty good time. Especially since every tab I picked up was on Pappy Mansfield. I was glad that Carol Curtis wasn't around to witness some of our cozy rendezvous. She'd have blown her top. As a matter of fact, she came pretty close to doing just that when I told her the date was set for Mary's and my wedding.
From where I sit, Mr. Morgan, marrying this female is entirely unnecessary to the success of your nutty idea.
And from where I sit, Miss Curtis, marrying this female is entirely necessary to the success of my plan.
Why?
Because she's already married to Amos Bugsby, remember? If we can't get her on anything else, we can charge her with being a bigamist.
Well, I still don't
Then
see
stop
why...
trying to see. I'm going through with it. I've worked for a month on this story, and I'm not going to junk it just because some dumb blonde is... I'm sorry, Glamour Puss.
Oh, Chuck, please don't do it. I'm worried.
About what?
Well, what if they decide not to murder you until after the honeymoon?
Decide not to murder... Oh, Glamour Puss. You're wonderful. Well, I went through with it, all right. Only it didn't turn out as I'd planned. Something happened I hadn't counted on. Something that very nearly threw me for a loss. The Amos Bugsby pattern held through the ceremony, which was performed by a justice of the peace. But when we started back to Mary's place to pick up her things, it changed. Mary didn't say 2 words until we stopped in front of the house. And she just sat there. Well, what's the matter, sweetheart? You don't look very happy.
I'm not.
You get over it. Lots of brides are unhappy the first couple of hours. Come on now. Get your things and we'll get...
No, Jim, no. I don't want you to go in there.
Well, why not? I want to say goodbye to Ray.
Ray isn't home. He had to leave town this morning on business.
Well, look, I'm not going to let you carry those heavy
They
suitcases.
aren't heavy. I can manage them all right. You stay here and wait for me. I'll be right back.
I sat there a minute or two trying to figure this one out. Then I saw a car pull up to the opposite curb. Bill Meggs and Pappy Mansfield were inside. They sat there watching me. Well, this was it. I signaled them to go around back of the house, got out of the car, and started up the walk.
You two-timing little chiseler, you think that's going to make any difference? I mean, you're...
Don't, Jim, you can't. I won't let you.
What's going on here?
Well, if it ain't the brand new groom, all in a sweat to get started on his honeymoon. Now stand over there, jerk.
Put down that gun, Ray. It might go off and hurt someone.
Well, now, that's just what it's going to do, and you're going to be on the receiving end, punk. And my name ain't Ray, it's Bob. Before that was Joe, before that was Charlie.
Stop it, Ray, stop it. Ooh, wow.
Shut up, you little tramp. I don't care whether you fall in love with a square or not. To me, he's just another sucker walked into our little trap. I'm going to knock him off. And you're going to inherit his dough and split it with me just like we always done.
Please, Ray, please. He's my husband. I'm in love with him. I didn't think it would ever happen to me, but it has. It's the first decent feeling I've ever had. I don't want him to die. I want him to live.
Why, you dope.
Just
Listen,
a minute,
if you...
Ray. Mary, in a way, I'm glad this happened. Now you know how the others felt. They had good, clean, decent feelings, too. Men like Amos Bugsby.
Hey, Miss Bug. Who the devil are you?
Not the man you think, Ray. I'm Chuck Morgan, newscaster on radio station KLT.
Newscaster? Mary, did you hear that?
I don't care who he is. He's my husband, and I'm in love with him.
I'm sorry, Mary. I'm not your husband. Not while Amos Bugsby and a few others are alive.
And you don't love me?
I despise you, Mary, for a cheat and a murderess.
Oh, no, you can't mean that. You do love me. All those things you said.
None of them were anywhere near as bad as the things you said or did to men like Bugsby. You're no good, Mary. Instead of winding up on a honeymoon, you're going to wind up in a gas chamber.
Well, listen to that, will you? Wind up in a gas chamber. And just how do you think you're going to pull that one out of the head? You know, if you've got an idea you're going to walk out of here without a hole in your head, you're nuts.
I'm not altogether a fool, Bob. Listen. You hear that? That's the police coming in the rear door. The minute I give the signal, they'll be coming in the front door, too.
Why, you... not before I take care of you, they won't. Mary, stand back. Get out of the way.
No, you're not going to shoot him. I don't care what happens to me. I love him.
Get out of the way, I said.
No, I don't care what happens to me. You're not going to shoot him.
Mary,
You little fool.
let him have it, Bill! Well, Pappy and Bill Meggs didn't arrive any too soon. As far as Mary, or Helen, or whatever her name was, is concerned, they arrived too late. Bob's bullet caught her squarely between the eyes, killing her instantly. It's probably just as well. Her fate would have been the gas chamber, as it will be the fate of Bob, her alleged brother. Bill Meggs was on Bob like a leech the second after he pulled the trigger. It was an easy matter to subdue him. Well, that's the way things go. People who think they can get away with any kind of racket usually wind up behind the 8-ball. As for Amos Bugsby, he's back on his wheat ranch, a wiser and happier man. He's no longer interested in romance, which is a decision I almost reached myself when I asked Carol Curtis and Pappy to have dinner with me that evening.
Nope. I never go out with married men. It's against my principles.
Listen to her, against her principles. Listen, bird brain, I'm not a married man. My wife died this afternoon. She was shot to death.
Oh, that's so, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I don't go out with widowers either. That's against my principles, too.
How do you like that? Pappy, what would you do with a babe who had so many principles?
I'm not a babe.
Well, I'll tell you what I'd do, Chuck. You remember that red-headed niece of mine I told you was coming down from San Francisco for a visit?
What red-headed niece?
She's 22 years old and a real knockout.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I was thinking, Chuck, if I bought the tickets, you could...
No.
What? Oh, but Carol, if you no longer want to...
Pappy Mansfield, you deserted me. Oh, I hate you. I didn't know you had a red-headed niece who was good-looking. And if you think for 1 minute that Chuck is...
Stand by for crime.
Hi, Chuck Morgan speaking. You know, being a newscaster on a station the size of Los Angeles KOP, you're bound sooner or later to step on somebody's toes. Well, reactions are varied. The one I want to tell you about came from a man named John Hendricks, a gold mining speculator. He bought an abandoned mine up near Las Vegas on the California side of the Nevada boundary. And besides diamond drilling for a cross vein, was working some of the old drifts. This type of work has plenty of hazards. But it didn't seem to me it was hazardous enough to have 3 men meet their deaths on the job in as many months. Especially when I learned that each of the trio had been insured for a sizable amount, with Mr. Hendricks himself named as beneficiary. Well, I made a vague reference to this in one of my broadcasts. The next day I received a phone call from Mr. Hendricks. He insisted I visit him at the mine and then decide for myself whether my remarks were justified. Well, the next day was Saturday. So I told my blonde secretary, Carol Curtis, to pack a toothbrush, and we'd spend a couple of days in the country. We started in the cool of the early morning.
You know, Chuck, it was only about 3 months ago that we were driving along this very road.
Glamourpuss, unless I'm wrong, which I seldom am, you're right.
And unless I'm wrong, which I never am, you promised me we were going to Las Vegas on that trip, and we never got there.
You're right again.
Well?
Well, what?
Did I bring my strapless evening gown for nothing this time?
That depends upon what we find at the Straight Banana.
I beg your pardon.
Okay, Glamourpuss, I should have mentioned it before. Straight Banana is the name of a mine that John Hendricks bought. There's a range of hills nearby that looks like a banana that someone straightened out.
Oh, I see. Like that range over there?
Like that range... Oh, I'm glad you noticed that. I'd have driven right by. What sharp eyes you have, Grandma.
There are a lot of things about me that are sharp, but you never
now,
noticed.
Look, don't start bragging. There's a road that turns off to the mine.
I'm not bragging, but a girl likes to be complimented once in a while, and you never... What was that?
Sounded like a shot.
And history is repeating itself. The last time we were up here, someone took a pot shot at us.
Only it's different this time. We aren't the ones being shot at. Look.
What's a man running as though he were being shot at?
He is being shot at. As a matter of fact, he's being hit. Glamourpuss, we've stepped into another one. Let's go. The man Carol and I had seen running for his life was wearing Levi's, a blue cotton shirt, and a dirty white cowboy hat. We didn't get a look at his face. As a matter of fact, we didn't get another look at him at all. By the time we'd parked the car, scrambled up the steep embankment, the area behind the boulder where he'd fallen was deserted. Well, we walked over the ridge where the ambusher had been hiding and found the same thing there. Nothing. It was uncanny. Well, Glamourpuss, what do you make of it?
I'm beginning to think the whole thing was a trick of our imaginations. Say, what did they call it out here in the desert? Mirage or something?
Mirages don't consist of people and gunshots.
Oh.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Okay.
We went back to the car and drove on to the Straight Banana. The mine buildings, 4 in all, were stacked up against the side of a cliff. We stopped in front of what was obviously the owner's living quarters. And as we did so, the door to the building opened and a tall, gray-haired, distinguished-looking man came out.
Hello there. I'm John Hendricks. I imagine you're Chuck Morgan.
Yeah, that's right. This is my secretary, Carol Curtis.
Hello.
Mr. Curtis, it's a pleasure. I suppose you get out and come inside. It isn't much cooler, but it's better than being in this blasted sun. Have a nice trip?
Yes, we had a fine trip. I'm afraid you misinterpreted the mention I made over the air about your mine, Mr. Hendricks. I certainly didn't intend to accuse you of being a murderer.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. On the other hand, I'm not sure that I could blame you if you did. 3 accidental deaths in as many months looks bad.
Just how do you account for them, Mr. Hendricks?
I don't. Now, this mine, as you may know, has been inactive since 1925. I spent several months studying the history of the place, maps, charts, graphs, all sorts of reports, and I'm convinced that the 2 veins the former owners were working meet. If I can locate the spot where they meet, I'll find a rich deposit.
Yeah, so you're diamond drilling, huh?
Yes. That's not only an expensive proposition, but it requires skilled labor.
Where have the accidental killings been taking place?
2 in the drifts, 1 among the drilling crew. You see, all of the drifts and superstructures have partially decayed. I'm having them replaced as rapidly as possible.
Is it the custom of mine owners to insure their men?
Well, I don't know about the ideas of other mine owners, but I take out 2 policies on all of my men. One for $5,000, naming the mine as beneficiary, and one for $10,000, naming the insured's family as beneficiary.
Well, that seems more than fair to me. You didn't know about the policies for the insured's families, did you, Chuck?
No. As a matter of fact, I didn't. However, I'd like to ask you, Mr. Hendricks, how the insurance company feels about all this.
The company carrying my policies canceled them after the 3rd accidental death. After a considerable amount of effort and wire pulling, I finally succeeded in getting the Intermountain Insurance Corporation to write up the business.
I see.
However, now I'm having trouble hiring labor. Trouble is, I have to have a good many technical men, and the best I can do at the moment is to hire bindle stiffs at an exorbitant wage.
Bindle stiffs? What are bindle stiffs?
Bindle stiffs are peculiar to the West, Glamourpuss. Back east, they're called hobos.
Oh, where I come from, they call them bums.
Well, you're not in Brooklyn now, so let's stick to bindle stiffs, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not at all, my dear. Come in. Miss Curtis, Mr. Morgan, this is my daughter, Laura.
Hello.
Well, now, my dear, was there something in particular that you wanted to see me about?
Yes, Dad. There's a man waiting in the office. He wants to see you about a job. He says he's a mining engineer.
Well, this is good news. Does he know about
Yes, I asked him. He says he doesn't care. He still wants a job. He's English, I think.
I'll go talk to him at once. You two will excuse me?
Certainly.
Of course.
Oh, thank you. Laura, why don't you make the folks a cool drink?
Of course, Dad.
John Hendricks went into another room and left the door ajar. His daughter disappeared into the kitchen. Glamourpuss and I could plainly overhear the conversation that Hendricks had with the man who was applying for the job.
Well, sir, my daughter tells me you're looking for work.
That's right, Governor. I'm a mining engineer. I got references from mine. I worked in South Africa and Alaska, too.
Well, that's fine. You understand the risks you'll be taking if you come to work here?
Why, sure, sir. That's why I came out. Think you'd be paying a real decent wage scale.
Well, that's rather sharp reasoning. I doubt that we'll have any trouble over wages if your references prove you're as good a man as you'd like me to believe.
Read them, sir. See for yourself.
Yeah, well, let me see here. Yes, indeed. I couldn't ask for anything better than this.
Oh, I'm a good man, sir. I know all about gold mining. You needn't worry about that.
You know all about it, huh? Well, that's fine. Now, I tell you what you do. See that small building over there?
Righto.
That's the foreman's office. His name is Hal Browning. Tell him I've signed you on. And then come back here. I want you to talk to my insurance company this afternoon.
I happened to be sitting near a window that looked out on the side of the house. The man Hendricks had been talking to came into my line of vision. He was wearing Levi's, a blue cotton shirt, and a dirty white cowboy hat. As I watched, he turned and called a reply to Hendricks' last remark.
Righto, Governor. And thanks very much.
This time I had a full view of his face. He wore drooping mustaches and seemed about 50 years old. I was positive he was the man Carol and I had seen shot an hour before.
I'm sorry I was so long, but I'm sure you'll find these were worth waiting for.
Well, they certainly look good.
There you are, Miss Curtis. Mr. Morgan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Dad still talking to that engineer?
No, I saw the engineer leave for the foreman's office a couple of minutes ago.
Oh, excuse me. I'll go in and see what's keeping him.
All right.
Oh, Dad, there you are. Aren't you...
Confounded, Laura. Where did I put the telephone number of that insurance company?
If it were any closer to you, it would bite you. There it is, right on the spindle.
Oh, yes. Well, I'll have to call them. Tell our guests I'll be a minute longer, will you, my dear?
Of course. I'm sorry. Dad's calling the insurance company. He'll only be a minute longer.
Oh, that's all right.
How many men do you have working here at the mine, Miss Hendricks?
About 25 right now.
And none of them wanted to quit after the accident?
Yes, 3 or 4 did quit.
Oh.
But Dad's paying such high wages that the rest decide to stay.
I see.
Well, I'm in luck. Just hired a man who seems to know his business. His name's Paul Anderson. Laura, I've made arrangements with Cranston of Intermountain Insurance Corporation to see him this afternoon and arrange for the man's physical examination. Can you drive him into Vegas?
Of course, Dad.
Oh, we could save you the trip if you want. We're going into Vegas. And,
Oh, no, thank you. I wouldn't miss a chance to drive into Vegas.
I see what you mean. I was thinking the same thing.
Don't worry, Glamourpuss. You'll get your trip to Vegas. But first, I'd like to look around here a bit, if you don't mind, Mr. Hendricks.
Oh, no, not at all. Was there anything in particular that you wanted to look for?
Yes, as a matter of fact, there is.
Oh, what's that?
A dead body. Well, I had a purpose in making that crack about looking for a dead body. I wanted to see Hendricks' reaction. What did I get? Nothing. He made a joke of it, kidded me about thinking of him as a mass murderer. Glamourpuss and I spent an hour looking the mine over. We took an elevator to the top of the cliff and watched the diamond drill crew at work. While we were up there, we saw Laura drive out with the new employee. And I couldn't help wondering if the poor devil was going to be victim number 4 in the accidental death routine. Well, we looked around for about 15 minutes more, went back down in the elevator, thanked John Hendricks for his hospitality, and headed for Las Vegas.
Oh, I just can't believe it.
I can't either, Glamourpuss.
You can't? You can't believe what?
That those deaths are accidental.
Oh, fiddly-dee, of course they were. John Hendricks and his daughter were the nicest people ever. Besides, that wasn't what I meant when I said I couldn't believe it. Well, don't you want to know what I can't believe?
No.
I can't believe we're actually on our way to Las Vegas, Turkey Boy. Boy, are we going to have fun.
Well, anyway, I'm glad I didn't mention to Hendricks about the shooting we witnessed.
Hey, how about that? What were you being so coy about?
2 reasons. If Hendricks is playing games, I didn't want to warn him. Secondly, was anybody actually shooting at the man in the white hat?
Of course someone was. We saw it happen.
No, we didn't. We heard a shot, saw a man running.
We saw him being hit and falling.
We saw him stumble, perhaps. We didn't find his body, and I saw the guy when we were at the mine. He wasn't dead.
You saw him? When? Was it the same man?
He was the engineer who applied for work. I'm sure no 2 men in these parts would be wearing Levi's, blue cotton shirts, and dirty white hats. Oh, well, maybe we'll find out something from the insurance agent. Hold on to your bonnet, Glamourpuss. I'm going to step the old crate up to 30 miles an hour. We reached Las Vegas around 4 o'clock, and I turned Carol loose at the Desert Inn Casino with a word of caution that if she lost her shirt, she'd have to walk home. Then I got Pappy Mansfield, owner of KLP, on long distance. Told him if he was so inclined, he could hop a plane and come up here just to keep his eyes on the star newscaster. Well, Pappy didn't ask any questions, which was like him. Just said he'd see us around midnight. So then I found the address of the Intermountain Insurance Corporation. The office was a dinky little room over a drugstore. And Sidney Cranston, the local agent, was a dinky little man with gimlet-like eyes. Hello? You, Sidney Cranston?
That's right. Want to buy some insurance?
No, thanks.
You selling anything?
No, I'm not.
Then what do you want?
If you'll stop butting in, I'll tell you.
Don't get fresh, young man. I'll throw you out in your ear.
You'll throw me... All right, Cranston. I'm Chuck Morgan, newscaster in KLP in Los Angeles. I'm up here to make inquiries about those accidental deaths at the Straight Banana Mine.
Oh, them. What about them?
Well, since you're carrying the insurance, I wondered if you thought they were accidental.
If I didn't, I wouldn't be carrying the insurance.
But 3 deaths in 3 months.
You're reaching, son. I went over that mine with a fine-tooth comb. The shoring and the drifts and the drill derrick are as solid as a rock.
Well, it implied to me that there shouldn't have been any accidents.
You're reaching again.
So?
Those 3 deaths were coincidence. The law of averages says there won't be a 4th.
And the law of the state says somebody better try to prevent a 4th. Oh, by the way, what did you think of Anderson?
Anderson?
Yeah, the new engineer that Hendricks hired.
Oh, him. He hasn't gotten here yet.
Hasn't got here? They left a half hour before we did.
No, I can't help that. I've been right here all afternoon waiting for them. And I say they haven't been here.
Huh. Well, there's something...
Sorry we're late, Mr. Cranston. Oh, hello, Mr. Morgan.
Well, Miss Hendricks. And this must be Anderson, the new engineer.
That's right, Governor. Paul Anderson, just down from Alaska.
I'm surprised that you didn't get here ahead of Miss Curtis and me, Miss Hendricks. We left the mine a half hour later than you.
Oh, we did get here ahead of you, or I suppose we did.
Oh?
We've been in town a half hour or more. Mr. Anderson wanted to buy a few things, and so did I.
You might have come up to my office first, young lady. Been waiting here since your dad phoned. I don't like working Saturday afternoons.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Mr. Cranston.
Well, never mind. Let's get to work. You through asking dumb questions, Morgan?
Yes, I'm through. Only just for the record, those questions were a whole lot less dumb than you seem to think. Well, so far, I'd succeeded only in increasing my own suspicions. There were a lot of questions I wanted answers to. But right at the moment, the possibility of getting answers to any question seemed remote. I walked over to the casino where I left Carol and found her shooting craps. She had a stack of chips in front of her that reached almost up to her chin.
Come on. on, little Joe. Be good to Mama. Yippee, there he is. Bring him over here, Charlie. No, I'll let the bundle ride. Give me the dice, Charlie.
Having fun, Glamour Puss?
Oh, hello, Chucky boy. Hey, look what I've been doing.
Yeah, I see. You know, the smart gambler quits when he's ahead. Come on, let's go.
Oh, just once more, Chuck.
Okay, search yourself, roll them, and see what happens.
Okay, here we go. Come on, 7. What do those 2 aces mean, Chucky boy?
They mean snake eyes, Glamour Puss. You lose. Let's go.
Oh, gee whiz. Chuck Morgan, you did that on purpose. It's all your fault. You brought me bad luck.
At 3 o'clock in the morning, Las Vegas is as brightly lighted as Broadway and 42nd Street is at 8 p.m. The casinos operate 24 hours a day, as do most of the restaurants and stores. You take one look at those bright lights and wish you owned some stock in the power company that provided them. Well, at midnight, Carol and I drove out to the airport, picked up Pappy, and the 3 of us stopped at Sal Saggy's for a cup of coffee.
Well, Chuck, I'm not going to tell you you've got a crazy idea, because ever since I first heard you talking about those accidental deaths, I was inclined to go along with your theory. But what can you do about it? You haven't got a shred of evidence.
I don't know, Pappy. I don't know.
Seems to me it's a matter for the police.
But we haven't got time for that, Glamour Puss. We're in Nevada. That means we've got to get back across the line, scare up a California deputy sheriff, sell him on the idea we aren't nuts. It might take days. And unless I miss my guess, Paul Anderson isn't long for this world. I met him at the insurance office this afternoon, and he's as ignorant as what's in store for him as I am of the fourth dimension.
Well, that's pretty ignorant.
Thanks.
So what do you propose to do?
Pappy, I guess the 3 of us will have to handle this one alone.
The 3 of us? Against those 25 cutthroats of the straight banana?
Oh, they aren't all cutthroats, Glamour Puss. Now, look. Here's a plan that might work. In about 3 hours, it'll be getting light. Streaks of light were showing along the eastern horizon when I turned the old jalopy off the main highway and headed up toward the straight banana. About a mile this side of the mine, I parked and set out on foot. I kept well away from the darkened buildings of the mine, climbing to the ridge in the south where the ambush had crouched. Here I found a secluded spot and waited, smoking endless cigarettes, until the sun tipped the eastern horizon and dawn crept across the desert like a benediction. Then I began my search, inching over the ground, covering every likely spot where I might find the thing for which I searched. I found it. A freshly dug hole in the ground. Beside it were 3 not too old mounds of earth. 3 graves and a new one ready for its occupant. So far, so good. But my good luck ended right here.
Well, Mr. Morgan, I thought newscasters slept until noon.
Hello, Miss Hendricks. Out for some early morning rabbit shooting?
Yes, and I hope you'll be smart enough not to make like a rabbit. This rifle shoots true.
These 3 graves testify to that fact.
The occupants of the graves weren't shot, Mr. Morgan.
Of course. Bullet holes would be telltale evidence. Well, you're in command. What shall I do? Dig another grave for myself?
We have more capable hands for that chore. In the meantime, let's go down and have a talk with Dad.
The muzzle of Laura's rifle was an uncomfortable pressure in the small of my back as we walked down to the mine. We went directly to the owner's residence and stepped inside. Hendricks was there, and another man, Anderson. He was lying on the floor, bound and gagged, and wearing only his underclothes. The Levi's, cotton shirt, and dirty white hat were piled beside him. It was sight of these that gave me the answer to the big mystery with a jolt that rocked me back on my heels.
Greetings, Morgan. Glad to see you gave Laura no trouble. Shooting you would have been messy.
Now, don't tell me it would have bothered your conscience, Hendricks. Or do you prefer to be called Anderson?
I see you've guessed the answer to our little game.
Sure. At one time, you must have been an actor of sorts.
An actor, dear fellow, of excellent reputation. Specializing in dialects, I might add.
Particularly Cockney English, huh?
That was only one in which I was proficient.
Okay, Dad. Let's forget that and get this over with.
In a moment, my dear. First, I must know what aroused Mr. Morgan's suspicions.
That's a ham in him, Laura. Well, I'll be glad to satisfy your curiosity. The police aren't due for 5 minutes.
How corny can you get? The police aren't due at all, and you know it. Very well, you are going to explain.
To begin with, we never saw you and Anderson together at the same time. While you were hiring Anderson in the next room yesterday, you were changing into the clothes you'd taken from the poor devil an hour before. Then you passed in front of the window where I was sitting, so I'd be sure and see what you looked like.
Excellent. I congratulate you, Mr. Morgan.
Later, we saw Laura drive you away from the mine. But by the time we got down from the cliff, you had time to return and appear once again as Hendricks. That's why we were able to get to Las Vegas a half hour ahead of you. But you didn't expect to find me in the insurance office, did you? It was almost your undoing.
A pity such brilliance can't be put to more profitable work than newscasting.
Well, I prefer to live, Hendricks, as I imagine those Bindle Stiffs would have liked to live.
So you figured out about them, too.
Bindle Stiffs usually have obscure backgrounds, don't they? No one would be likely to know if one died or had been murdered. That's why you always selected one of approximately your own size, dressed yourself in his clothes, and played the role of Cockney, French-Canadian, or any other character of which you were proficient. Then you merely redressed the Bindle Stiff in his own clothes and let the accident occur.
Which is exactly what I'm going to do now. Laura, keep him covered.
Don't worry. Hurry it up.
I waited until Hendricks had his prisoner almost completely untied, then walked deliberately over to the window and waved.
Keep away from that window.
Don't forget that bullets leave telltale holes, Laura.
He gave some sort of signal.
Someone's up on the ridge.
Give me that rifle.
All right, Anderson, let's get him. Come on, man. Well, Paul Anderson had presence enough of mind to give me the help I hoped would be forthcoming. It was Carol who fired the shot. Pappy was waiting outside, and he was in on the fight like a Marine. We found a sheriff after considerable search, turned our prisoners over, told him our story, and then Carol and I persuaded Pappy to ride back to L.A. with us in the jalopy.
But how about the man we saw being shot at, Chuck? Was that Anderson?
It was Anderson. The ambusher was on the ridge. He couldn't see our car, but he could see Anderson. He shot over Anderson's head. Anderson took cover, and behind the boulder, there was a second man waiting for him.
That was so there'd be no bullet holes when the dead bodies were examined, eh?
Right.
Now, about the second insurance policy, the one made out to the deceased family.
You know, I have a hunch, Pappy, that Hendricks' organization was pretty far-reaching. The families were probably plants who took the money and split it with the Hendricks.
Well, that makes sense. Say, Chuck.
Yeah?
How long have you owned this car?
Well, Pappy, I'm glad you asked that question. It's so old that the record of its birth was lost before the war.
I thought so. Pappy, getting you to ride back with us was a trick. He thinks you'll take pity on him and buy him a new car. As a matter of fact... Oh! It might not be a bad idea.
Oh, hold it. My, were those bumps or did a wheel fall off?
You see, Pappy, I knew if you were made aware of the crate your star newscaster was forced to ride around in, you'd want to buy me a new one.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make you a deal.
Good. What's that?
If you let me off at the next town so I can catch a train for the rest of this trip, I'll buy you one.
Stand by for crime.
Hi. You know, being a newscaster in a station like KOP here in Los Angeles, you're bound to run afoul of a good many motion picture celebrities. They're always good copy, even though the stories you sometimes have to write about them wouldn't be important at all if they happened to ordinary people. Well, my blonde secretary, Carol Curtis, had been away for a few days. She got back on her Tuesday night and was waiting for me at the office when I got in Wednesday morning. Pappy Mansfield, owner of KOP, was also there. Well, hello, Glamour Puss. Glad to see you back. Have a good time?
Oh, all right.
Morning, Chuck.
Hello, Pappy. Well, you two are a couple of cheerful-looking customers. What's it all about?
Where have you been for the past 4 days?
And what are you going to use for a feature in your first newscast tonight?
I see. Pappy, I'll answer you first. I've been right here in town, and I've made 2 broadcasts a day over this station as per our contract.
Well, you might just as well have stayed in bed. Do you know how many phone calls we received complaining about the lack of anything worth listening to in those broadcasts? Well, I'll tell you.
I don't care how many phone calls you received. Now, Carol, I'll answer your question. Tonight, my feature story is going to be on Roger Van Ryn.
Van Ryn?
Well, he's the biggest movie producer in Hollywood.
What's he done?
Last night, he was arrested for arson.
Arson?
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding. I've got the most unusual story that ever came out of Hollywood. Do you want to hear it? Or do you want to continue riding me because a couple of dull broadcasts I made while digging it up?
Much as I enjoyed continuing, my curiosity would never stand the strain. Come on, let's hear the gory details.
I'll buy that. What did Van Ryn burn down? That $1 million mansion he has out in Beverly?
No, something much more spectacular than that, Pappy. I'll give you the facts just as Van gave them to me. It seems he got to his office at Constitution Studios yesterday morning around 11 o'clock. He went in through his private entrance and found a visitor waiting for him.
Hello, Van.
Kim, what are you doing here?
Aren't you glad to see me, Van?
No. Now, look here, Kim. This has got to stop. I told you weren't to come here again.
Is that why you gave me a key to your private entrance, darling?
That was months ago. Things have changed. I'm having the lock switched on that door tomorrow.
Things might have changed for you, Van. They haven't for me. I'm still in love with you.
Oh, nonsense. That'll pass. Now, will you please run along? I've got some important appointments.
The most important appointment you'll ever have in your whole life is right now.
Oh?
You're not going to cast me off like an old shoe, Van. We've been too important to each other. You've made too many promises. You've taken too much out of my life, things I can never replace.
I'm sorry about that. I apologize, but things change, Kim. We made a mistake. Our romance was fun and stimulating, but now it's over. And we've hurt no one. So why don't you go back to that nice husband of yours and forget...
Oh, you fool. Do you think it's as easy as that? Do you think that falling completely and madly in love with you was some kind of a lark with me? It wasn't. I couldn't stop loving you if I wanted to. And I'm not going through the rest of my life being miserable and tortured, living out every day just in the hopes that you'll call
Stop it, Kim. Stop it. You're becoming hysterical.
I don't care if I am. I'm in love with you, and I'm going to have you. I'm going to
Stop it, I say. Stop it.
All right.
Now get hold of yourself. I tell you again that I'm sorry. The situation isn't pleasant for me either. I feel like a heel. The fact remains I've stopped loving you. I'm not going to see you anymore. There's nothing you can do about it. Nothing.
Yes, there is, Ben.
So?
I have the letters.
Letters?
The ones you wrote me. The ones in which you told me that you were madly, passionately in love with me, that you couldn't live without me, that you wanted to divorce your wife and leave your family and be with me always.
I see. Then it's blackmail.
If you choose to call it that.
How much?
I don't want money, Van. I want you.
I've already told you
Unless you're willing to continue with our romance. Unless you allow me to come here whenever I want, I'm going to turn those letters over to Chuck Morgan.
You've really sunk pretty low, haven't you, Kim?
Yes.
And you'd be willing to have me like that?
It would be better than not having you at all.
I suppose you know what it'll mean if Chuck uses those letters.
Oh, yes, I know very well. It will mean that the heretofore impeccable character of the great Roger Van Ryn will be dragged through the mud. It will mean that your films will suffer. You'll probably be fired.
It'll mean much more than that, Kim. It'll mean that my wife and 2 children will be hurt. That's the important thing. And they don't deserve it. They're good and fine and entirely innocent of all this. If you destroy the illusions that they have about me, you'll be destroying one of the finest things in the world.
And I'll also be striking at you where it hurts most, won't I, Van?
Yes, you will. You will indeed.
So what's your answer?
My answer, dear Kim, is this. If you turn those letters over to Chuck Morgan or to anyone else who might make them public property, I'll kill you.
Well, Well, so far, you've got me all in a sweat, Chucky boy. Now, where does the arson gimmick come in?
Don't tell us that Van Ryn found the letters and burned them.
Could a man be arrested on a charge of arson for burning a few private letters?
All right. Let's hear the rest of the story.
Did Kim turn the letters over to you?
No, as a matter of fact, she didn't. It wasn't her fault.
What do you mean it wasn't her fault? Did she try to?
I don't know. Van Ryn called me the next morning and asked me to drop by at his office at Constitution. He told me enough to make the trip sound interesting, so we set up a meeting for 10:30. I was there on the dot, and I was told that Van Ryn would be 10 minutes late. Van Ryn's private office was one of those luxury deals you're always reading about in the fan mags. Besides being about 3 times as big as the living room in my own apartment, it had a bar and a private bath. The walls were hung with photographs of Hollywood's great and near great, all affectionately autographed. I was examining these, especially those involving a bit of cheesecake, when I heard a key in the door of the private entrance.
So, you're the great Roger Van Ryn.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not Van Ryn.
Oh, sure. Of course you're not. You just happened to be waiting at Van Ryn's office while he went out for a cup of coffee.
Now, look, I'm telling you...
Don't be scared, Van Ryn. I'm not going to shoot you with this gun. I just brought it along in case you got any ideas.
I see. And who are you, anyway?
Who am I? How many people have keys to your private entrance, Van Ryn?
You're not...
Yeah, that's right. I'm Steve Dancer, Kim Dancer's husband.
So, what am I supposed to do?
You're a cool one, Van Ryn. I found the letters you wrote, Kim. Also the key you gave her to this office.
Uh-huh.
I came here to tell you what I'm going to do about it.
And what's that?
First, let me explain something to you. This thing came to me as quite a shock. I had no idea that Kim was two-timing. You see, I love Kim very much, Van Ryn. She's my whole life. That's why I'm going to kill her.
That's crazy talk. What are you trying to prove?
You wouldn't understand. So I won't try to explain. I want you to know one thing. I don't blame you for what happened.
Uh-huh. And whom do you blame?
Myself. If Kim's and my marriage failed, it was my fault. I guess I was wrong in restricting her, but I can't let her live for someone else. That's why I'm going to kill her and myself.
Then you assume that I'm still in love with Kim.
Forget that approach, Van Ryn. Letters are all the evidence I need to know how you feel. That's why I'm going to let you live. Shooting you would be letting you off easy. You're going to live and suffer.
I don't get it.
You're a pretty big man around Hollywood, Van Ryn. You've a wife and a couple of kids. You value your reputation. If I killed you, no one would suffer but your family. If your romance with my wife is as much of a shock to them as it was to me, it's not fair to let them suffer alone.
So you're going to mail those letters you have to my family, and then you're going to shoot your wife and yourself, eh?
If you love Kim as much as you say you do in those letters, you're going to be a miserable man the rest of your life. Also, you're going to be a ruined man.
Dancer, you let this thing upset your mental balance. You're not rational. Now, if I were you...
Keep away or I'll...
All right. Now, let's see if we can't talk about this thing sensibly. Sit down there in that chair.
No. Kill me if you want to. Turn me over to the police. But it isn't going to make any difference. I can't let Kim go on living knowing she loves someone else.
All right, take it easy, boy. You're going to work yourself right into a sanitarium. Now, go on over. Sit down in that chair like I said.
No! Give me back my gun or I'll...
I'm sorry, old man, but you asked for it.
Sorry I kept you waiting, Chuck. Who's this?
Someone I think you ought to know, Van. His name's Dancer, Steve Dancer.
Oh.
He found the letters you wrote his wife, also the key.
Has he got the letters with him?
Keep away from him, Van.
What do you mean, keep away from him?
The guy's had enough. Besides, he wouldn't be fool enough to carry the letters with him.
Yeah. I'm sorry, the poor devil. Well, now you know practically the whole story. If he sends the letters to you, are you going to use them?
I'd be a heel if I did.
Good. I thought you'd feel that way about it. See, now look, Chuck. Tell him you will use them. Get them into your hands, I'll pay you anything. Any price you want to name if you'll sell them to me.
Sorry, Van. I'm in a different line of business and selling love letters that don't belong to me.
Look here.
Besides that, my sympathies are with the man on the floor, not you.
Well, I don't suppose I can blame you for that. It wasn't because I hoped you'd feel sorry for me that I asked you to come here. Think of my wife and kids, Chuck.
Yeah.
Why should 3 people suffer for something they're entirely innocent of?
You should have thought of that a year ago, Van Ryn. You didn't care then how much they suffered. You said so in the letters you wrote to my wife.
Sorry I had to hit you, Dancer, but you were going off the deep end.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry I mistook you for this rat, Van Ryn.
All right.
I've been lying there listening to your conversation. So, it'll really hurt you to have your wife and kids see those letters, will it, Van Ryn? Well, that I was glad to hear. Because they're going to know how you've been two-timing them during the past year. They're going to read it in black and white. And the mess it will make of your life will be a pleasure I'll enjoy the rest of my days.
Now, you're talking crazy again, Dancer. Don't be...
Wait a minute, Chuck. This isn't your fight. Dancer, I have a couple of things that I want to say to you. First, I can't blame you for your attitude. I'm sorry for what's happened. I wish it could be undone, but it can't. But however, it's over. I don't love your wife. I know now that I never really did. It's just one of those things.
Yeah. One of those things. Now that you're tired of her, you're willing to hand her back to me with regrets.
Why, you did hold it, Dancer. Take it easy. Okay, Dancer. I won't say any more. I can see that the more I talk, the less you'll think of me. But this much I'm going to tell you. My wife and kids aren't going to pay for my mistake. You'll never send them those letters. That I promise you. You'll never send them those letters.
So far, Chuck, you've told us a real juicy story, but I hope you're not going to use it on your broadcast tonight. You know, it's against the policy of KOP to...
Yeah, I know. I've already told you the only part of the story I'm going to use is that Roger Van Ryn had been arrested for arson. He's now sweating it out in a pokey downtown.
Well, for golly sakes, when are you going to get to this arson part? What did he do, burn down Dancer's house in hopes that the letter would be hidden there?
No, he didn't burn down Dancer's house. If you had a lick of sense, you'd realize that if Dancer's house had been burned down, you'd have heard about it long before now.
We might as well humor the boy, Carol. He isn't going to tell us the payoff until he builds it up to a point where we're ready to choke him.
Yes, all right.
So let's let him have his fun.
Well, if he calls this having fun, then his sense of humor is warped.
If you don't care to hear the rest of the story, Miss Curtis, you may be excused.
Oh, if I don't care to hear the... Okay, Romeo. Go ahead and enjoy yourself. I'm listening.
Thank you, Miss Curtis.
Thank you, Miss Curtis.
We've now reached the evening of Tuesday, the 6th, in our narrative.
And so far, nobody's committed arson.
That's right. So far, no one has committed arson. And if you two don't stop interrupting, you'll have to wait until my 7 o'clock broadcast to find out who did and why and when and where.
You sound serious, Pappy.
My humblest apologies, old great one. Pray continue.
That's better. Well, when Steve Dancer left Van Ryn's office, he spent the afternoon batting around town. When he told me about it later, he wasn't quite sure of where he'd been and what he'd been doing. He visited a couple of bars and spent some time in a movie house. The poor guy was beside himself. He felt that the world, the only world he cared about, had collapsed about his head. There wasn't anything left in life worth having as far as he was concerned. He fully intended shooting his wife and himself. But there was one urge that was even stronger than that. Revenge. Before he died, he was going to wreck the life of the man who had wrecked his, Roger Van Ryn. He was going to send Roger Van Ryn's wife those letters. He had no thought for innocent parties being hurt. All he knew was that by hurting someone else, he was going to hurt the man who had made him miserable. Well, about 5 in the afternoon, Dancer went home. His wife wasn't there. He stayed in the house about 15 minutes and then went out again. It was 7:15 when he returned for the second time. Kim was waiting for him in the living room.
Oh, Steve, I've been waiting for you. There's something I want to talk to you about.
Oh?
I don't know how to begin or how to put it into words, but whatever your reaction is, will you let me say all I want to say?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Steve, I've been unfaithful to you.
Unfaithful?
I'm sorry, Steve. I have no excuses or apologies to make. I won't blame you for anything you want to do. I just want you to know that now I realize what a silly fool I've been and that I love you very much.
So, you found out about it?
Oh, no, Steve, let me finish. It happened today, my awakening. The realization that I couldn't leave you. That nothing in the world would be worth having without you.
And just why did this great awakening come about today?
Because yesterday I saw the other man. He told me he no longer loved me. He was through with me. After I left him, I walked around for hours. I tried to picture how life would be without you, Steve, and the picture was bleak and empty.
I bet.
It was then that I knew that I'd been a foolish girl for the past months, that the only feeling I'd had toward the other man were childish.
So, where do we go from here?
It's your decision, Steve. I'm completely at your mercy.
I see. If it were merely a matter of forgiving you and taking you back, the decision would be easy. I can't change the feelings I have for you, Kim. I love you and always shall.
Oh, Steve.
No, wait. I happen to know you're telling me this for another reason entirely. That I can't tolerate. Even loving you as I do, I'd be better off alone.
What do you mean I'm telling you this for some other reason? What are you talking about? Do you mean that you don't believe what I've told you?
Not a word of it.
But, Steve, it's the truth. I have some letters that will prove it.
Letters? Do you mean that you didn't know that I...
He wrote them to me. I foolishly kept them all. I had intended destroying them tonight. I kept them hidden behind this volume of encyclopedias. That's odd. One of the volumes is... Steve.
I found them, Kim, this morning.
Oh, Steve, no. You thought I knew you'd found them, and I was telling you so you'd give the letters back. Oh, Steve,
I've been out of my mind ever since finding those letters, Kim. I haven't had a rational moment. I'm afraid I did something pretty terrible.
Oh, it can't be as terrible as what I've done, no matter what it is. And now you do believe me, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I believe you.
Oh, darling, thank you. Now everything will be all right. We'll destroy the letters and things will be as...
We can't destroy the letters, Kim.
Can't? But why not?
Well, I was obsessed with the idea of making Van Rin's wife suffer as I'd been suffering. I mailed the letters to her an hour ago.
Dancer must have been out of his mind to pull a scurvy trick like that.
Poor Mrs. Van Ryn. What a horrible shock it must have been to her when she opened the letters and read them. How did she take it, Chuck? Do you know?
She didn't have to take it. She never got the letters.
Lost in the mail, huh? Well, there's still a chance that they'll turn up.
No, they'll never turn up, Pappy. That I can assure you.
Say, wait a minute. Didn't Van Ryn say that he'd never let Dancer mail the letters? And how did he plan to stop him?
Glamour Puss, that's what bothered me at first. I figured that Van Ryn intended visiting the Dancer home and demanding the letters at gunpoint, or worse. I'd reached this point in my thinking when my telephone rang. Hello.
Hello. Chuck Morgan?
Yeah, this is Morgan.
This is Steve Dancer, Mr. Morgan. I called you because, well, my wife and I have become reconciled.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear it. Now, the smart thing for you to do is destroy
Wait
all...
a minute. I know you're going to tell me the smart thing to do is to destroy the letters. But the fact is, I can't.
Why can't you?
I mailed them to Mrs. Van Ryn tonight.
You dope.
Yes, I don't blame you. But if you know the state of mind I was in, you might understand. I stood in front of the mailbox on the corner of our street for a half hour before I could get up the courage to drop it into the slot. I was half crazy, I tell you.
Well, what do you expect me to do about it?
Well, you're a pretty influential man, Mr. Morgan. And I thought if you called the post office...
Not a chance. Even if they felt sorry for you, they couldn't do anything. Once a letter is dropped into a mailbox, it becomes a property of Uncle Sam until it's delivered to the proper address.
Then there's nothing that can be done?
I'll tell you one thing you better do. Take your wife and get out of town for a couple of days. Van Ryn intends to prevent you from mailing those letters, and I don't think he'll stop at anything to do it. Well, I hung up and then tried to get Roger Van Ryn on the phone. I was now positively convinced that Van intended taking those letters by force. So with a growing sense that haste was the essence, I drove out to Beverly Hills and parked near the Dancer place. The house was dark. 2 doors away was an intersection, and on the corner was a mailbox. I made a quick survey. Found no other mailboxes within the block, so decided this must be the one. The next pickup was at 9:15. It was now 9 straight up. I was vaguely thinking of a way of bribing the pickup driver when I saw a man approaching. Hello, Van.
Chuck, what are you doing here?
Several things. Waiting for you, for one.
Waiting for me?
You're too late, Van. The dancers have become reconciled and have left town.
Who told you that?
Dancer did.
Letters. What's he going to do about the letters?
He's already done it, my friend. They're right here, in this mailbox. Presently, the property of Uncle Sam.
He couldn't have mailed them. He didn't have the guts. Why was I fool enough to wait this long? I'll tear this thing apart.
You fool. You want to get thrown into the pokey for tampering with government property?
It'll be better than what I'll have to go through with if those letters reach my wife.
Listen to me, you idiot. You couldn't get those letters out of there even if you got the box loose, which you can't. Now, if you meant what you just said, I've got an out for you.
But What?
Here, have a cigarette.
Never mind the cigarette. What's the...
Take the cigarette and light it.
Okay.
There you are. Get it going good. Right. In about 5 minutes, a pickup truck is due to arrive. You got anything to mail, Van? Van stood there a full minute, just staring at me with his forehead wrinkled. Then suddenly he had a brilliant idea. He reached up, pulled open the letter slot, and dropped his lighted cigarette inside. It worked fine. Save for one thing, a police car happened along just as Van mailed the cigarette. It swung into the curb, but the damage was done. There wasn't any way they could extinguish the blaze inside the mailbox without calling the fire department, which they did. Then they arrested Roger Van Ryn and booked him on an arson charge.
So, that's how Roger Van Ryn got arrested on an arson charge.
That's it, Pappy.
But won't he be charged with tampering with the United States mail also?
Well, that depends on whether the local police can make the arson charge stick.
Now, before we go into that, there's one or two things I'd like to get cleared up.
Sure.
You said that the pickup truck was due in 5 minutes. Mm-hmm. Did it get there before the fire department?
It did. The driver opened the box and stamped out the smoldering letters.
Was there anything left of them?
Dancer placed the half-dozen letters Van Ryn had written to his wife in one large envelope and addressed it to Mrs. Van Ryn. All but the Ryn in Mrs. Van Ryn's name had been burned. Parts of the love letters had also been burned. Now, all a Van has to do is prove his own identity, and what's left of the letters will be given to him.
When he gets out of jail.
If he goes to jail.
Isn't he going to jail?
In court tomorrow morning, Van is going to plead that it was an accident. You know, lots of people hold cigarettes in their hands when mailing letters.
But you were a witness to the whole thing. Mm-hmm. You'll be asked to testify. Are you going to commit perjury? And what are you going to say?
No, I'm not going to commit perjury, Glamour Puss. And I'm going to tell them exactly what happened. I'm going to tell them I was looking in another direction when I heard the mailbox open and close, which is true.
Stand by for crime.
Hi, Chuck Morgan speaking. I'm a newscaster on radio station KOP here in Los Angeles. Like most newsmen the world over, I found it smart to have contacts in as many government agencies and among as many stratas of society as possible. You get tips on stories that way that might otherwise be on the wires a day before you become aware that it happened. Well, my contact with the local police is Lieutenant Bill Meigs. Bill is more than a contact. He's a personal friend, which is an added help. He's never given me a bum stare. So when I reached my office a couple days ago, my blonde secretary, Carol Curtis, told me Bill had called and wanted me to meet him at a certain address in Sereno, a small town north of Los Angeles. I smelled a good yarn. What's it about, Glamour Puss? Did Bill say?
No. He just said if we came out, it would be worth our while.
Did he say we?
No, but I did. Bill expects me.
Oh. And what makes you think that?
Well, because he always expects me to be along when you go after a story.
I see. What's at this street address where he wants me to meet him in Sereno?
I don't know.
Has there been a murder?
I don't know.
How long will Bill be there?
I don't know.
Are you a parrot?
I don't... Oh, funny man. Well, how can you expect me to answer your questions if I don't know the answers?
I don't know. Now you've got me saying it. Get on your hat and shoes and we'll go see if Bill knows the answers. Sereno is a small town about 20 miles north of Los Angeles. It's a residential community for workers in L.A. industries. There are a few large estates, but mostly the town is inhabited by small homeowners who take pride in their lawns and gardens and tree-shaded streets. It was in one of those quiet streets that we found Bill Meggs. He was parked beneath a huge pepper tree, slouched down behind the wheel smoking a cigarette. We swung in behind him and walked up to the open window of his car. Hello, Bill. How's things?
Oh, hello, Chuck. Hi, Carol. Suppose you two getting back. Let's have a little talk.
Okay, sure.
This sounds like something important.
Okay, Bill, let's have it.
Well, last night a man named Gladstone Smith was murdered. Took us quite a while to identify the body. His face was badly smashed. Either of you ever hear of Mr. Smith?
I haven't.
Someone important, Bill?
Nope. Works in the city hall here in Sereno. He's an auditor in the tax department.
Wait a minute. If he lives in Sereno and works in Sereno, what are you doing on the case? You're in the L.A. force.
The murder was committed in L.A.
Oh.
However, that's one of the reasons I asked you to come here.
Yeah? How's that?
Well, you can do a lot of things I can't do because you're not restricted. Now, take a look around you and tell me what you see.
Nothing very exciting. Pleasant street, small, neat homes, trees, lawns, shrubs. Nothing unusual.
Well, there's a filling station on the corner.
That's unusual?
Well, Bill asked you.
You both missed it. You know what I see when I look around?
What's that?
Well, I see security. I see comfort and relaxation after a hard day's work. I see pride in the things that a man lives for. I see freedom from fear and want. I see a piece of America that everyone should look at and be glad exists.
Well.
Is this our Bill Meggs talking?
Sure, it's corny. Go ahead and laugh. I'm supposed to be a hard-boiled cop. I wouldn't say this to anyone but you two. Because I thought up to now you might have enough imagination to go along with the gag.
Ouch. Well, that's putting it on the line. Okay, Bill, what else do you see?
Well, I see the confidence and trust that the people who live in these houses put in cops like me.
Yeah?
I see a community where people should be able to walk along a dark street at night without fear of violence.
I'm beginning to get it, Bill. Don't stop now.
No, for heaven's sakes. I'm beginning to see things myself.
Good. All right, here's the deal. A resident of one of these small homes is murdered. His face is smashed beyond recognition. Just an ordinary guy. Nothing to set him apart from his neighbors. He's been an accountant for 25 years, has a family, owns an automobile, pays his bills, belongs to a lodge, attends PTA, and goes to church. So, last night he becomes a corpse. Why? Well, there's an answer, and it's got to be a good one.
Now, wait a minute. You're talking like a cop again. Let's get back to the sentiment. You want to do more than find this murderer. You want me to play it up big, make a terrific story out of it, so that the other people in this community and all other communities where decent, law-abiding people live could be reassured.
That's about it. Chuck, you've always fancied yourself as a half-baked detective. Why don't you snoop around the neighborhood and see what you can pick up?
Listen, I resent that crack about me being a half-baked detective. Because I am. All right, I'll go along with you on it, Bill. But it seems to me there's one thing you've overlooked.
Yeah? What's that?
Suppose I snoop around and find that Mr. Gladstone Smith has been having a romance with his neighbor's wife, or he's been stealing funds from the city, or something worse. Then where will your great big sentimental theory be?
I've already told you that this murder was committed in my district, Los Angeles. Would it help matters any if I told you that I know who murdered Mr. Smith?
Well, when Bill Meggs announced that he knew who murdered Gladstone Smith, I didn't know whether he was throwing us a curve or not. It wasn't like him. But one thing I was sure of. There was a whole lot more behind this murder caper than he was admitting. He had a long-range plan that somehow involved me and the publicity I could give the results. Well, that was okay. But before committing myself, I wanted the answer to a few questions.
Oh, wait a minute, Chuck. Before you say anything, I have a question I want to ask.
Okay, Glamourpuss, go ahead.
Bill, if you know who murdered Gladstone Smith, why haven't you arrested him?
That's a good question.
Because the man who murdered Gladstone Smith is a sneaking little cur named Spider Morelli.
Well, that's a good answer to a good question.
Why? What difference does it make what his name is? If he murdered Gladstone Smith...
Because, Glamourpuss, Spider isn't the man that Bill wants. Spider's a paid murderer. He kills for money, not motive. Bill wants the man with the motive, the man who hired Spider.
That's it.
And he thinks that I, under the guise of a newsman looking for a story, can find that man.
That's it.
So we'll just drift around the neighborhood, talk to Gladstone Smith's friends, and see what we can pick up.
That's it.
Bill, do me a favor, will you?
Sure, Carol.
Stop saying that's it. And there's one other thing. If the man who hired the sneaking little cur to murder Gladstone Smith gets suspicious of what Chuck is up to, which he probably will, then he's going to hire the sneaking little cur to murder Chuck. Did you think of that?
Sure I did.
Well?
Well, what?
Well, what if Chuck is murdered?
Well, then Chuck will be dead.
Now, don't worry, Glamourpuss. Bill isn't going to let that happen. Oh, by the way, Bill, Smith's family has been notified, I suppose.
No, they haven't.
Huh?
We haven't told anyone about this thing yet, so you'll have to work fast.
But the family should be notified, Bill.
Yes, they should. I thought I'd let you two handle it.
Let us? Uh-huh. Bill, you're supposed to be a friend of mine, aren't you?
Well, yeah, sure. I've known you for years, Chuck. Why?
Get lost. It wasn't an easy task that Bill had handed us. Ordinarily, I would have balked. But I was still convinced he had an underlying motive that he couldn't let us in on at the moment. Well, Carol and I found the Smith home a block from where we'd met Bill. It wasn't unlike any other house on the street, except that the small, well-cared-for lawn was enclosed by a white picket fence. We went up the flagstone walk and rang the front doorbell.
Yeah?
Hello, are you... No, I'm sorry. You wouldn't be Mrs. Smith. Is she in?
There isn't any Mrs. Smith. If you want to talk to the lady of the house, I'm your pigeon. What are you selling?
We're not selling anything. Are you related to Gladstone Smith?
Yeah, I'm his daughter. Flo's the name. Why?
May we come in? We'd like to talk to you a minute.
What about? Oh, okay, I guess it's all right. Come on in. Well, what's the old man been up to now?
I'm afraid we have some unpleasant news for you, Flo.
Yeah, what is it?
Your father's dead.
My father's dead. No kidding. And you call that unpleasant news? Why, that's the best news I've had in years. What'd the old man die of? Squeezing nickels?
He was murdered.
Murdered, huh? Well, now that's something I'll buy. That's a wonder someone didn't do the job long ago.
You mean there's a lot of people who had a reason for murdering your father?
Sure. Everyone who knew him.
Including yourself?
Yeah, including myself.
Seems to me you're talking rather strangely for a girl who's just lost her father.
Does it? Then you should have lived with my old man. He was mean and he was stupid. Stupid? I'll tell you how stupid he was. Last week he paid the real estate tax bill. Paid it to his own office, and it bounced. How do you like that? It bounced. Oh, brother, did Barney get a laugh out of that one.
Who's Barney?
Oh, he's my boyfriend. The guy I'm going to marry.
I should think you'd have married him long ago just to get away from your father.
The old man wouldn't let me. He said Barney was too old. He used to get a big bang out of reminding me he was still boss.
How old are you, Flo?
17. But don't get me wrong, Buster. I've been around.
Yeah, I can see you have. Around the wrong places and the wrong people, I'm afraid. Well, I suggest you don't do anything as rash as to marry this Barney until the juvenile authorities have a talk with you. Also, I suggest you don't leave town until the police have learned just which one of your father's friends or relatives hated him enough to commit murder. Well, it seemed to both Carol and me that Bill Megg's dream of a quiet, peaceful, law-abiding community had come to an abrupt ending. The Smith family was an example of the type of people who lived along these tree-shaded streets. It was a toss-up whether Glamourpuss and I felt more sorry for Bill or more disgusted at Gladstone Smith's charming daughter when we left that house. Well, anyway, a green coupe was parked at the curb, and Pappy Mansfield, owner of KLP, was sitting in it.
Hey, you two, come over here.
Hi, Pappy.
Pappy, what are you doing out here?
Oh, I just happened to be in the neighborhood, saw your car, and thought I'd find out what you were up to.
Yeah, You didn't happen to see Bill Meggs first, did you?
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, I did.
Did Bill tell you why we were here?
Well, partly. How'd you like Flo?
Do you know Flo?
Known her for years. She's a stinker, isn't she?
That's putting it mildly.
You know, Pappy, I smell something and I don't like the odor. First, Bill Meggs tells us a sentimental story about a beautiful community with flowers growing around doorsteps and birds twittering in treetops.
Now, just calm down, Chucky boy. Bill knows what he's doing. You know that.
Do I? Now, look, I don't mind being a fall guy if it pays off with a good story, but this is going too far.
Now, this'll pay off, too. Bill's got a good idea. His hands are tied, so let's give him some help. He called me because he knew I was a friend of Gladstone Smith. And he wanted you to know something about the man's character before you made the next move.
Gladstone Smith was a friend of yours, Pappy?
I've known him ever since he adopted Flo, 17 years ago. I gave him a character reference.
What? Flo's adopted?
That's right. She's a living example of heredity over environment. She began giving the Smiths a bad time from the minute she could walk. When she was 5, Mrs. Smith died, and Gladstone's friends urged him to turn the kid over to one of the societies who handle such cases. But Glad felt she was his responsibility, so he kept her.
Well, I'll be darned.
He did everything he could to give the kid a break. Good schools, the companionship of his friends' kids, summer camps, everything. But it didn't do any good. Just about broke Glad's heart.
Well, then Mr. Smith isn't the louse his daughter claims.
Glad? Why, Glad Smith was one of the finest men who ever lived. I'm proud to have known him. You'll find out that all his friends feel that way when you get to talk to them.
When we get to talk to them? Are we going to talk to them?
You are. Carol isn't. She's coming back to the office and work up a human interest angle on this yarn.
Oh, I am?
Yes, you am. Chuck, the next man you're to talk to is B.L. Darcy.
Who's he?
He's the tax collector of Sereno, man Glad Smith worked for.
So, what am I going to talk to him about?
Tell him Glad's been murdered. Ask him questions about Glad, about his work, about Flo. You'll find out why we want you to talk to him, and you'll get a more surprising reaction than you did when you talked to Flo.
Now, the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
Well, this was a switch in my usual procedure, and I wasn't sure I liked it. So what if I didn't? Pappy Mansfield was my boss. Bill Meggs was my friend. And Carol was all in favor of letting me continue to stick my chin out. So I drove over to White Oaks Avenue and found the address of B.L. Darcy given to me by Pappy. It was one of Sereno's small estates, a comfortable ranch-style house set on 2 acres of well-landscaped ground with shrubs and shade trees. No one answered when I rang the front doorbell, so I walked around back and found a man in shirt sleeves burning some trash in an incinerator. He was in his middle 50s, well-dressed, pleasant-appearing.
Hello there. Looking for me?
If you're B.L. Darcy, I am.
That's right. I'm Darcy.
My name's Morgan. Chuck Morgan, newscaster on KLP.
Oh, sure. Listen to you a lot.
Thank you.
What can I do for you, Mr. Morgan?
I guess you haven't heard about Gladstone Smith's death.
Glad Smith dead?
That's right.
Finally caught up with him, eh? A pity.
What caught up with him?
He had a heart condition. Been favoring himself for years.
Oh, no, it wasn't his heart, or at least the police don't think so. They believe Smith was murdered.
Murdered? Glad Smith?
Huh?
Well, that's a hard one to believe, Mr. Morgan. Who would want to murder harmless old Glad?
Well, that's what the police are trying to find out, and I'm trying to work up a story on the case. Do you mind if I ask a few questions about Smith and his family?
No, not at all. Just wait till I stuff the rest of these papers into the incinerator.
Sure.
There we are. Let's walk back to the house, and I'll buy you a drink.
What kind of a man was Smith, Mr. Darcy?
None better. Quiet, unassuming, credit to his job.
Huh?
Sit down here in the patio, Mr. Morgan. I'll go mix us a drink.
No, I'm afraid I'll have to skip the drink. Thanks, just the same. What member of your department will replace Smith as auditor?
Well, you could work up a good case there without half trying. Harry Thomas has been after Glad Smith's job for years. Now he'll get it.
What kind of a man is he?
Different type than Glad, but equally as reliable. No, Mr. Morgan, I'm afraid you'd be wasting your time if you tried to make a murderer out of Harry. He isn't the type.
Well, I think I'll have a talk with him anyway. Thanks for your time, Mr. Darcy.
I'm glad to be of help. Anytime you want a favor, just call on Barney Darcy.
Well, I'll do that. And wait a minute.
Yeah?
Barney Darcy. You're not the Barney who's going to marry Gladstone Smith's daughter, Flo.
Why, yes, I am. We'll be married as soon as Flo comes of age. Anything wrong with that?
I went away from B.L. Darcy's in somewhat of a daze. Mr. Darcy had put it right on the line. What's wrong with me marrying Flo Smith, he'd asked. What was wrong with a 55-year-old man marrying a 17-year-old girl? It happens all the time among some of our best families. Only somehow, this deal didn't ring true. I drove down to the Sereno City Hall and found Harry Thomas. He was a little, wizened-up man, maybe 40, maybe 50. He was willing, almost eager to answer my question.
Glad Smith dead? Say, that means I'll get an automatic promotion into his job. Been waiting for this day for years.
Well, don't you think it's more important to think about finding the murderer of Smith at the moment than it is your promotion?
Sure, I'll do anything I can to help. But we've all got to go sometime, you know, Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, that's right. But the method of going is sometime more important than the going. Now, how about your boss, B.L. Darcy? You like working for him?
Oh, sure. Barney's okay. Works hard, never misses a day. Fair to everybody who works in his department. Yep, Barney's all right.
Did you know he was planning to marry Flo Smith when she comes of age?
No, just talk. The kid's infatuated. Barney's a handsome sort of guy. His wife died last year. He's lonesome. Probably gets a bang out of the kid's interest.
Well, he told me an hour ago he intended marrying her.
That's so?
That's right.
Well, that's his business, if that's the way he wants it.
Yeah. By the way, are the tax books open to the public?
Tax books open to the public? Well, that's a funny question. Nobody ever asked it before. Why, sure, I suppose they are. You want to look at them?
Yeah, I'd like to see what kind of an auditor Gladstone Smith was. I'd asked that question on impulse. I didn't know what I was trying to prove. Anyway, Harry Thomas showed me the books, and I began going through them haphazardly, not knowing what I was looking for, but all of a sudden finding something. It was there in the third book I looked at, and the only reason I found it was because the book fell open to a certain page when I picked it up, as though someone had been looking into the same book not too long ago. Well, 10 minutes later, I was back at the Gladstone Smith house, talking to the charming Flo.
Where's the blonde babe? She give you the brush?
Never mind that. I want to see the tax check your father wrote that bounced.
Oh, you do, huh? Why?
Just go get it. I'll explain later.
Oh, you will. Look, jerk, who do you think you're ordering around?
Play it for all it's worth, Flo. I happen to know you can't show me that check because there is no such check.
What are you talking about? Didn't I tell you I saw it with my own eyes?
Prove it. You gave that check away to protect the murderer of your father.
Are you nuts? Okay, just to show you what a knucklehead you are, I will prove it. It's right over here in this desk. The old man kept all them things in his drawer.
Well, Flo?
It isn't here. Hey, what kind of a game are you trying to pull anyway? Look, I don't like you. I don't like your looks or the sound of your voice or nothing, so get out. Get out before I call the cops.
Sure, Flo. Sure. I found out what I wanted to know. So long. Well, I was beginning to see the light at last. So I called my office, told Glamourpuss to tell Pappy and Bill that everything was going fine, and put a sub in on my 7 o'clock broadcast. At 9 o'clock that night, I parked on a street running parallel to White Oaks Avenue and tore my pants climbing a fence into Barney Darcy's backyard. The house was dark. But I waited 10 minutes before making a move. Nothing happened. So I sneaked up to the incinerator and carefully opened the door. Then something did happen. There was a quick step behind me. And suddenly, I was lying on my back, looking up at the stars, trying to recapture full consciousness and failing. Way, way off, I heard voices.
Nice going, Spider. He didn't see a thing.
You want I should finish him off here, boss?
No, get him out of here. Downtown. Same place, same method.
Okay, boss. Look, boss.
You'll get your money as soon as the job's done. You got it before, didn't you?
Okay, boss, okay. Help me lug this guy out of the car. He's heavy.
It was just about then that the reeling stars came into focus. They were blotted out as a figure leaned over me and put his hands under my shoulders. I reared up and took hold of his neck. You dirty...
Spider, hit him!
Get away from me!
I can't. He's choking me!
This'll fix him.
This time, I didn't have the reeling stars to look at. I was out like a candle dipped into a bucket of water. The next I knew, I was lying on the floor of the back seat of an automobile with my hands tied. I could tell by the sounds of traffic we were in downtown L.A. I began working at the ropes, but there wasn't a chance of getting loose. The car made a sudden left turn. I got up to my knees, and I saw we'd entered an alley. The headlights of another car suddenly appeared at the other end of the alley, and a moment later, headlights appeared behind us. Spider cursed and rammed on the brakes. The back door to a building stood open on our left. Spider saw a chance to escape, and I saw a chance to stop him. I looped my bound wrist over his head and yelled, "All right, Spider, this is the end of the road for you, you lousy. Let me
Go!
Not a chance, Spider. You couldn't get out of this back at Darcy's, and you can't now.
Chuck!
Yeah, fine friend you are, Meggs. I might have been killed.
You wouldn't have been killed. You haven't been out of our sight for the past 10 hours.
You all right, Chuck?
Yeah, sure, he's all right. He's just mad because he thought he was going to be murdered and because he's got a hole in the seat of his pants.
Well, the thing wound up about as Bill Meggs had planned. He'd had a tail on Barney, Spider, Flo, Harry Thomas, and myself ever since the caper started. They'd overheard the conversation near the incinerator, so all 3 members of Serena's police force had closed in on B.L. Darcy the minute Spider had driven me off. Bill wanted Spider for himself, which is why he let the rat back into Los Angeles. I went home, changed my clothes, then met Carol, Bill, and Pappy at Nick Adele's for dinner before doing my 11 o'clock broadcast. So you had the whole thing worked out beforehand, eh, Bill?
No, I wouldn't say that. I talked to the Sereno police. We suspected Darcy, but we also suspected Harry Thomas, and we figured Flo was mixed up in it somehow. We didn't have any proof, which is why it was necessary to bring someone in from the outside. That's why I suggested you. You're not a cop, and we wanted to keep this as quiet as possible. Sereno's a nice town.
Was Flo mixed up in it, Chuck?
No, she wasn't putting on an act when she discovered that the canceled check was missing. You see, it wasn't a check that had bounced. It was a check that would prove that B.L. Darcy was guilty of juggling the Sereno tax books.
Well, just how do you figure that?
Because Gladstone Smith had occasion to check the books one day, Pappy, probably for some other purpose entirely, and found that his own taxes were in arrears. This bothered him because he knew he'd paid them. He went home, dug out his canceled checks, and found the one that paid the bill. He must have said something to Flo about it. And she thought he was talking about a check that had bounced.
Sure. Flo thought it was a good joke, and she mentioned it to Bonnie Dawson.
Mm-hmm.
So Darcy knew that Gladstone had to be liquidated or his little racket would be exposed.
So he hired Spider.
There's a lot of other things made me suspicious about this Darcy. A man as well off as Darcy wouldn't be burning his own rubbish in the middle of the day, especially a man who had the reputation of never missing a day at his office.
So you went back to the incinerator to find out what he'd been burning, hoping to find a fragment of Smith's canceled check.
That's it.
So Darcy and Spider will probably go to the gas chamber. The charming Flo is taken over by a welfare society, and Harry Thomas gets to be tax collector.
That's it.
Wait a minute, Chuck. That's my line.
What's your line?
That's it.
Oh. Okay, Bill, it's your line. Here comes Vince with the check. Bill will take it, Vince. That's it, Bill.
Stand by for crime.
Hi, Chuck Morgan again. You know, in a city the size of Los Angeles, where I work as a newscaster on radio station KOP, crimes occur so frequently, and law enforcement agencies operate with such a maximum amount of efficiency, that unless a crime has an unusual angle or twist to it, it doesn't make particularly good copy from a news point of view. Well, we had one of those unusual angle crimes in L.A. about a month ago. It wasn't just one crime, it was a whole series of them. And what gave the twist was, oddly enough, lack of clues. No telltale cigarette stubs. No strand of hair or thread from a torn garment. Nothing. It was uncanny. I reasoned that if I could uncork the answer to this one, I'd really have a story that would make good copy. Well, it was on a Wednesday afternoon that I picked up Carol Curtis, my blonde secretary, at a downtown street corner. Carol had been going in for welfare work lately and had been attending a meeting. Hi, Glamour Puss. Hop in.
Hi, Chucky boy. Oh, Chuck, I've just had the most wonderful experience.
That's all?
I've been watching a demonstration by some disabled veterans. You know, boys who were wounded in Korea.
Yeah? Glamour Puss, if I could crack this mystery crime deal, I'd have myself a real story.
Sure. Oh, Chuck, you really should have been there. Gosh, it's amazing what they can do. One boy's name is Johnny Owens. He has 2 metal fingers for hands. He can pick up a pencil and write, shave himself, tie his own tie, light a cigarette.
Sounds interesting.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the thing that bothers me and the police department is that each one of these crimes is worse than the one preceding it. If the mystery man keeps getting away with them, he's going to get cocky and murder someone just to make the cops look like monkeys. And we will be in the soup.
Oh, gosh, I hope that doesn't happen. Chuck, do you know what I think would be wonderful?
What?
If you interview Johnny Owens on the air, let him do his demonstration and you could describe it. Oh, it would give hope to so many other amputees.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea. Look, I'm going to drop you off at the studio, then go down to headquarters and have a talk with Bill Meggs.
Oh, I knew you'd feel that way about it. So I've already asked Johnny to come to your broadcast tonight.
You what?
Uh-huh.
You cute little rascal, you.
Cute little rascal.
5 minutes later, we reached the studio. I put into a loading zone to let Carol out and saw Pappy Mansfield, owner of KOP, coming out of the building. He looked concerned about something.
Hey, Chuck. Hey, wait a minute.
Hi, Pappy. What's wrong?
Get out to North Hollywood as fast as you can. There's been a murder. Bill Meggs is positive it's your mystery criminal.
Well, it had happened. Murder. The address Pappy gave me was a 2-story house on Kling Street. When Carol and I... Of course, Glamour Puss insisted on coming along. When we got there, it was late in the afternoon. A couple of squad cars were parked out front. There was the usual crowd of curious people. The cop on guard at the front door waved us inside. We went up a flight of stairs and found Bill Meggs in a room at the end of the hall. Hello, Bill.
Hi, Chuck. Hello, Carol. Thought you two'd be along.
Hi, Bill.
That finally happened, eh?
Yep. This one's as bad as the others.
Well, what makes you so sure it's the work of your mystery criminal?
Same deal. No clues, nothing to go on. Driving me batty.
Fingerprints?
None. Look, Chuck, take it easy on your broadcast tonight, will you?
Yeah, don't worry about that. Fill me in, huh? Who's the girl? When did it happen?
Name's Alice Carter. She's a stenographer for a law firm over on Lancashire.
Uh-huh.
Last night she was out on a date with her boyfriend. Got home late. Must have surprised the guy who murdered her.
Well, what makes you think that?
All her jewelry's missing. She'd recently inherited quite a lot of the stuff. The way I figured it is this. Alice came in quietly so as not to wake the other people in the house. Sneaked upstairs in her stocking feet and noiselessly opened the door. That's the reason she surprised the thief snitching her jewels. And that's the reason he killed her.
That makes sense. How about her boyfriend?
We've checked him. He's clean.
Well, how about the other people at the house here?
Place is owned by an old couple named Fairmont. They take in roomers to help the budget. There are 3 other girls besides Alice. None of them heard anything. None of them could think of a reason why anyone would want to murder Alice.
Except that she had $10,000 worth of jewelry lying around. Carter. You know, Bill, I had an item on one of my broadcasts last week about an Alice Carter inheriting some family jewels. Quite a well-known family in San Francisco.
That's right. Kid didn't have sense enough to stash them away in a safe deposit box. Want to see the body?
Yeah, let's have a look.
If you don't mind, I'll stay here.
Okay, Glamour Puss.
Well, there she is.
Good-looking kid. When was the body discovered?
Not till around noon. Mrs. Fairmont didn't come in to clean until then.
I see. What are those marks on her throat?
Could have been made by a pair of hands. Could have been a belt or a cord. Anyway, she was strangled, which explains why she didn't get a chance to scream.
You haven't uncovered anything that would give you a lead yet, Bill, huh?
Well, nothing except the fact that whoever did this job must have been a fair to middling second-story man. Trouble is, second-story men aren't usually murderers.
That's true.
Come on over here. Stick your head out that window and look around.
Yeah.
See what I mean?
Yeah. Walnut tree and the vine against the house. Still, the guy would have had to have been pretty good to make it. How about footprints in the ground down below?
There aren't any.
Well, it sounds like the work of our mystery man, all right. I suppose you've picked up all your suspects.
The last 2 of them are down at headquarters now. I haven't much hope. Just a bunch of good, decent people like the murdered girl. I feel like a heel even questioning them.
Well, a cop has to do a lot of things he doesn't like. So does a news reporter. Right now, I've got to go back and write a story about this for my 7 o'clock broadcast. Well, thanks for giving me the scoop on this, Bill, and don't worry about the way I'll handle it. I wanted to get away from there fast. Some time ago, I'd used an item about a second-story man named Benny Murdoch, a 2-time loser. 2 months ago, which is about the time the mystery crime man had begun his operations, Benny had been released. I knew where he lived, and I wanted to talk to him, just on the bare hope there might be some connection. Well, I did my 7 o'clock broadcast, gave Carol some work to do, and drove down to the address in Oxford Street where Benny Murdoch lived. It was a single-family frame house, rather the worse for wear. A light showed in the rear window, so I walked around back and knocked on the door.
What do you want?
I want to talk to Benny. Is he in?
Who'll I say wants to see him?
Chuck Morgan.
Chuck. Well, so you're him.
I don't know what you mean by that, but I'm Chuck Morgan. Is Benny home?
Not to you, he ain't. On your way, you lousy squealer. Benny don't want no part of you.
Hey, get out of here. I'll call the cops.
Why don't you, Bess? It'll save me the trouble.
What do you mean by that, Crack? How do you know my name?
Benny mentioned your name several times when I interviewed him a couple of months ago. And you can take that crack any way you want to. Where's Benny?
He ain't here.
Where is he?
None of your business.
Okay, Bess, if that's the way you want to play. Hello, Benny. Come on out and be sociable.
Sure, Morgan. I was just going to do that anyhow. Sit down. Make yourself comfortable. Anything I can do for you?
Benny, are you going to let this meathead get
Take it easy, Bess. That ain't no way to treat a guest. Now, what's on your mind, Mr. Morgan?
Just a couple of questions, Benny. Where were you last night when that girl out in North Hollywood was murdered?
How do you like that? Who does this guy think
Shut up,
he is?
Bess. I'll do the talking. You want to know where I was, Morgan? Yeah. Sure, I'll tell you. I was playing snooker over at Abe Berman's.
You can prove that. Come on, wait a minute. Abe Berman's joint was closed up 2 weeks ago.
No kidding.
Benny, are you nuts? You got an alibi. Tell the jerk.
You let me handle this, Bess. All right, anything else you want to know, Morgan?
Okay, Benny, so you hate my guts. We'll let it ride that way. However, get this through your head. I'm down here to do you a favor, nothing else.
You're down here to do me a favor, huh?
Yeah.
Well, there's one for the book. Well, just tell me about it, Morgan. I'm dying to hear the punchline.
Sure, I'll tell you. The guy who murdered that girl was a second-story man. He was pretty good at his trade.
Well, that's me, all right. There ain't no better second-story man in the profession than Benny Murdoch.
Benny, are you going screwy or something? Morgan here thinks you murdered the babe.
Oh, let him. Let him think anything he wants. Got my reputation to think of. Somebody says they're a better second-story man than me, they're crazy. I can prove it.
Did you prove it last night, Benny?
Don't answer him, Benny.
Bess, I don't want to have to tell you again to shut your trap. Now, you get over there behind Mr. Morgan and don't speak till you're spoke at. Now, Mr. Morgan, what was this favor you were saying you done for me?
It isn't much. Sooner or later, Bill Meggs is going to remember that you're the best second-story man in the business, and he might come around asking questions. So, unless you've got the answers, you better leave town.
You see, Bess? That's Mr. Morgan's favor. He's giving me a tip. He's telling me to get out of town unless I got some answers.
You're a fool if you listen to him.
Well, maybe I am, maybe I ain't. Looks like Mr. Morgan's the right guy after all. He's given me plenty of time to take a powder if I ain't got the answers, huh?
That's right, Benny.
So I take it on the lam. So then the cops figure I strangled that babe in North Hollywood whether I did or not. So they put out a dragnet and picked me up. Morgan, you got my everlasting gratitude for this favor you're doing me.
Okay, Benny. How did you know the girl was strangled?
You see, Bess, the guy's clever, too. How did I know the girl was strangled, he asks. He don't figure I listen to radio or read the newspapers, I guess.
I didn't mention on my broadcast how that girl died.
I wouldn't know about that, chum. I didn't listen to your broadcast. I listened to somebody else's. You know, Morgan, I'm kind of glad you dropped in on us tonight. You know why?
No, tell me.
Well, I never forgot how you helped send me up that last time. I used to while away the time and stir thinking what I'd do if I ever got things set up just right to pay you back.
So you think you got things set up just right now?
You put your finger on it, pal. Things are set up just right now. Nobody asked you in here. You forced your way. You ain't no cop, and a man's got a right to protect his own home. You all set, Bess?
All set, Benny.
So now I knew that Benny had been play acting all the time. He was a mystery man of crime, and he wanted me to know it, because the knowledge wasn't going to do me any good. Bess was behind me. And Benny had suddenly produced an ugly-looking automatic.
Don't move, Morgan. Stay right where you are. Bess, let him have it.
Bess let me have it, all right. Something hit me on the side of the head, and comets began zooming around the room. Far, far off, I heard Benny yell,
"Hit him again! This I'm enjoying!"
So, Bess hit me again, and I tumbled to the floor, still clinging to a shred of consciousness. Benny's leering face was above me. I saw his foot swing back and drive forward, and then a curtain of darkness closed down, obscuring everything. Eons of time later, I saw stars dancing around in an endless circle and heard distant sounds that were vaguely familiar. I closed my eyes and opened them again. The stars were still there. I realized they were real. I was lying on my back on the cold, cold ground looking up at the firmament. The sounds I'd been hearing were the normal sounds of traffic. I sat up and fell back again, conscious of pains and aches all over my body. After a while, I tried it again. This time, the world stopped spinning, and I managed to get out my lighter and look at my watch. 10:15. I'd been out cold for more than 2 hours. Benny had had his revenge with interest, and now I was going to have mine. I got to my feet and staggered toward a street light. A block away was a drugstore. Somehow I made it. The clerk stared at me pop-eyed as I swayed across the floor toward a phone booth. I found a dime and dropped it in the slot.
Police headquarters.
This is Chuck Morgan. I want to speak to Bill Meggs.
Just a minute. Meg speaking.
Bill, this is Chuck. I've got your boy. He's Benny Murdoch, the second-story man. He's practically confessed.
Murdoch?
Yeah.
Chuck, you've missed the boat, but good. Murdoch was picked up last evening on a drunk charge and spent the night in a tank at Lincoln Heights.
The way Benny Murdoch had played me for a sucker was something I didn't like to think about. Worse, there was nothing I could do about it, which didn't help my mood any. It didn't help it any further when I got back to the office and found Carol waiting there with a visitor.
Oh, Chuck, I thought you'd never get here. Oh, what happened to your face?
Nothing. Look, Glamourpuss, I want you to dig up all the information you can on a
Wait a
certain...
minute, Chuck. First, I want you to meet Johnny Owens.
Hi, son. Where's Pappy, Glamourpuss?
Hi, Mr. Morgan. Say, I'm glad to meet you. I never miss one of your broadcasts. They're swell.
Thanks. Where's Pappy, Glamourpuss?
Oh, I don't know. Now, if you'll stop rummaging through that drawer, I think it might be a good idea if you and Johnny ran through your interview.
What? What interview?
Will you please pay attention? This is Johnny Owens, the boy I was telling you about.
Johnny Owens? Who's Johnny Owens? It's the first time I ever heard his name. What does he do?
Golly, I guess I'd better be going.
You stay right where you are, Johnny. Oh, Chuck, you take this script and read it, or I'll quit.
Then quit.
Oh, Chuck, please listen. Johnny's the amputee whose demonstration I saw this afternoon.
Oh, gee. I'm sorry, son.
Well, that's better. Now, are you ready for a run-through?
I can't do it tonight, Glamourpuss. It's impossible. There's a girl been murdered out in North Hollywood. If I talked about anything but that, I'd lose every listener I had. You know that.
No, I don't know it. What Johnny has to say is more important to the American people than, well, just another murder.
Look, folks, let me bow out of this one, will you? I didn't mean to cause so much trouble. Mr. Morgan knows what's best for his listeners.
I'm sorry, Johnny. Please forgive me.
Well, there's nothing to forgive you for. Well, I'll get along. Nice meeting you, Mr. Morgan.
I'm sorry, son, but some other time, huh?
Yeah, sure.
Chuck Morgan, I should think you'd be ashamed of
now,
yourself.
Look, Glamourpuss,
Don't speak to me. I despise you. And I'm quitting as of right now. Good night.
Well, this was great. This was wonderful. Besides feeling like a sucker, I now felt like a first-class heel. Well, I did my 11 o'clock broadcast, and I told my audience absolutely nothing more about the North Hollywood murder than they already knew. Well, after the broadcast, I drove out to Kling Street. With the help of the cop on guard, I examined the walnut tree and the vine outside the murder room window. It netted me nothing except a few marks made by the murderer in his efforts to scale the wall. I got back to my apartment about 1 a.m. and tried to get some sleep, but that didn't work either. Around daylight, I woke up in a cold sweat and phoned Carol. She didn't answer. I got dressed, drove over to her apartment, and spent 10 minutes beating on her door. Then I drove out to her mother's place in Encino. She wasn't there either. At exactly noon, I got back to the office. Glamourpuss.
Hello, Chuck.
I've been looking everywhere for you. Where the devil you been?
Here.
Here? What do you mean here?
I couldn't quit. You haven't hired anyone else, have you?
Glamour-Puss, you're wonderful. Of course, I haven't hired anyone else. You know I couldn't get along without you.
Oh, but I still think you're a heel and impolite, and I'm ashamed of you.
Yes, and I don't blame you. I couldn't sleep last night for thinking about it.
Oh, then you will interview Johnny?
Sure, I will. Get him down here for a run-through this afternoon if you want it.
Oh, Chuck, do you mean it?
Certainly.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And next time, remind me to listen to what my very beautiful secretary has to say. She's smarter than she looks.
What?
Come here. Well, at least I felt a little better. I took Glamour-Puss to lunch, and afterwards she went out to get Johnny Owens, and I got Bill Meggs on the phone. I gave him my ideas on the subject and then went in to talk to Pappy. At 2:30 p.m., Carol called to say she'd located Johnny, and the two of them would meet me at my office at 3. At 3 straight up, they arrived.
Hello, Chuck. Here's Johnny.
Hi, Carol. Hello, Johnny.
Hi, Mr. Morgan.
Pappy, what are you doing here?
Chuck asked me to sit in, Carol.
Gosh, it's mighty decent of you to do this, Mr. Morgan.
Bill, for heaven's sakes, what is this? Did all you people come in for a free demonstration before we went on the air?
It amounts to that, Glamour-Puss. Johnny, this is Pappy Mansfield, owner of KOP.
Hello, son.
Nice meeting you, Mr. Mansfield.
And Johnny, this is Bill Meggs.
Hi, Mr. Meggs.
Hi, Johnny.
Johnny, Bill is from police headquarters.
Oh, I see. Then you know.
Yeah, I'm afraid we do.
Chuck, what is it? What's wrong?
You can't prove it. You can't prove a thing.
I think we can, son.
No, there weren't any clues. There were no fingerprints, nothing.
No, there weren't any fingerprints. There wasn't even a smudge of a glove. That's why we began thinking of people without fingers.
Oh, Chuck. Chuck, it can't be true.
I didn't mean to kill her. I didn't. She just stood there staring at my hooks. And there was that awful look of horror on her face. She couldn't move or speak. She just kept staring at my hooks, and something snapped inside me. I just had to do it. I just had to show her that I could use those hooks like a normal person uses his hands.
That's why you committed the robberies, isn't it, son? You wanted to show people you could do everything that anyone else could do.
People always stared at me. Oh, sure, they'd watch my demonstrations and they'd say it was great, but they wouldn't give me a job. They pitied me. They didn't have time, or they weren't willing to listen if there was anything else they had to do. Like you, Mr. Morgan. You didn't think it was important yesterday to have me on your broadcast. Well, I showed you. I showed you all.
Johnny, you're right. I feel almost as much guilt in this as you do. It isn't you who murdered that girl out in North Hollywood, Johnny, any more than it's I. And a lot of other people who couldn't take the time to listen and understand.
Now, wait a minute, Chuck. Let's take it easy. Murder's murder.
Yeah, Bill, I know. No. I wish I didn't know. Johnny will have to pay his debt to society. But society's got a debt to pay to guys like Johnny Owens, and I'm going to... Johnny, don't do it.
Stand back, all of you. I don't want to have to demonstrate on you how a guy with hooks can handle a gun. This is the end of the trail for me. I'm glad it's over. I've been trying to lick this thing ever since they shipped me out of Korea. I guess I chose the wrong way. I know it now, but maybe I'll have helped some other men who might be thinking along the same lines.
Now, wait a minute, Johnny.
Let me finish. It's people like you, Mr. Morgan, who are in a position to do us a lot of good. Remember that.
I'll remember it, son.
And Miss Curtis, well, I've never met a nicer person. I wish they were more like her. She didn't offer sympathy or pity. She recognized that men like me are capable of doing the things any normal person can do, that we're self-reliant. Too bad I met her too late. You're lucky to have her, Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, Johnny.
It's okay, Miss Curtis. Don't you feel bad about me. I'm doing what I know is right. So I'll let you all take it from here. So long, everyone.
Pappy, stop him! Well, Johnny Owens is dead. He blew his brains out with us standing there watching him and not being able to do anything. Maybe it's best, I don't know. Maybe it would have been better if he died in Korea. No, that wouldn't have been any good. Some of those boys had to come back to show us poor, smug dopes how unthinking and self-satisfied we are. It's too bad Alice Carter had to be a guinea pig. But that's life, I guess. Or death. Well, whichever way you figure it, the whole deal was a sorry mess. Pappy Mansfield stuck around my office while I dictated the substance of my 7 o'clock broadcast to Carol. There were some questions that Pappy wanted answered.
There must have been something besides the fact that there were no fingerprints to cause you to suspect the boy, Chuck.
Yeah, Pappy, there was. The marks on Alice Carter's throat to begin with. They might have passed for thumb marks or marks made by a belt or a cord, but there were 2 sets of them. A fact that meant nothing to me until I saw Johnny's metal fingers.
Anything else?
Yeah. I went out to the Kling Street house. I looked at the walnut tree and the vine on the side of the building. There were similar marks on both. Who else but a soldier, trained to lick the most hazardous obstacle course, could scale that wall so easily?
I see. Well, that's the way things go. Oh, by the way, Chuck.
Yeah.
In your 7 o'clock broadcast, you don't have
No,
to
don't worry, Pappy, don't worry. I know how to handle it.
Good. Well, I'll be getting back to my office. Don't take it too hard, kid.
We won't, Pappy.
So long, Pappy.
He's nice, Chuck.
Yeah, he's swell.
We haven't got much time. It's after 6.
Yeah. I think I'll ad-lib this one, Glamourpuss. Just make a few notes.
Okay, Chuck.
You know, honey, self-respect is more important to a man than anything else. He can lose most anything else, even his arms, and lick the handicap, if he can hold his head up and look at his fellow man on an equal footing.
In the case of Johnny Owens, that was almost wholly the responsibility of his fellow man, wasn't it?
Yeah, it sure was, Glamourpuss. How blind can people be? We thought we were doing our duty by watching Johnny do his demonstration and complimenting him, and then pitying him. We forced him to prove he was our equal. Honey, we owe so much to those boys. So big a debt. Do you think we'll ever open our eyes and realize that we've got to help?
You're in a position to help, Chuck, more than anyone. That's the last thing Johnny said.
Yeah. He said something else, too, Glamourpuss.
Yes, Chuck?
Tonight after the broadcast, when I drive you home, and every night, remind me to tell you what a very swell person you are. That I love you very much.
Oh, Chuck.
Stand by for crime.
Hi, Chuck Morgan again. You know, sometimes a newsman has a dry spell. A series of days in which you can't seem to latch onto anything of feature proportions. Well, I had one of those dry spells. Which is why when I arrived at my office the other morning and found my blonde secretary, Carol Curtis, waiting for me with an urgent message from a man in a hospital, I was ready to listen. What's it all about, Glamourpuss? Why does he want to see me?
He didn't say. He told me his name was Tom Edwards. He's in the home of Mercy Hospital. He said if you'd come to see him, he'd give you a story that would make your audience's scalps creep.
Ooh, sounds gruesome.
Let's go over there, Chuck. We can't lose anything. One more broadcast like your 11 o'clock show last night, you may not have an audience, period.
No cracks, Glamourpuss. All right, get on your bonnet and we'll see what's on gruesome Tom's mind. The home of Mercy Hospital is a huge pile of gray stones stacked up on a hill overlooking the great sprawling city of Los Angeles. Following directions, Glamourpuss and I moved through a maze of corridors, anterooms, waiting rooms, and stairways, and finally wound up at room 1616. A nurse admitted us, and then she departed. Tom Edwards lay on a bed, swathed in bandages, with only his eyes and mouth visible.
You're Chuck Morgan, KOP newscaster?
Yes, that's right. This is my secretary, Miss Curtis.
Hello.
You seem to be in pretty bad shape, Mr. Edwards. Have an accident?
No, it wasn't an accident. Mr. Morgan, if I tell you what happened to me, will you promise to use it on one of your broadcasts?
Well, I don't know. I can't tell at this point how much news value your story might have.
It has news value, plenty. If you use it, Mr. Morgan, you'll be doing a great many people a favor. Fools like myself.
You mentioned over the phone that the story would make people who listen to it have creepy scalps. That sounds kind of gruesome.
It's more than gruesome, Miss Curtis. It's horrible. Horrible.
Well, I guess you'd better let us in on it, Mr. Edwards, so we can begin adding up the score.
Then I have your promise?
No, I'm sorry, but I can't do that until I know the facts.
Just why are you so anxious to have Chuck's promise that he'll use the story, Mr. Edwards?
Because if he doesn't, then everything will be for nothing.
Just what do you mean by that?
Because within 24 hours after you broadcast the story, I'm going to be murdered.
Well, this smelled like a story of feature proportions, all right. But on the other hand, it put me on a spot. If what Tom Edwards said were true, if he actually were murdered upon the broadcast of his story, that would make me a party to the crime, wouldn't it? On the other hand, if I didn't hear the story, how could I know what chance there was of his being murdered? And if I didn't promise to use the story, I wouldn't hear it. Quite a merry-go-round. Then I had an idea. That's a pretty broad statement, Mr. Edwards. What makes you think you'll be murdered?
Believe me, Mr. Morgan, it's true. I can't tell you how I know unless you promise.
But if he promises and you're murdered, that'll be Chuck's fault.
Well, he needn't worry about that. I want to die.
No, wait. That's not the statement of a rational man, Mr. Edwards.
Oh, yes, I'm rational, all right. Don't you worry about that.
Then you must have a very good reason for wanting to die.
I have. Two, in fact. First, I'll have accomplished my purpose of exposing this terrible thing that's happening. And second, my wife can have her operation.
Your wife is ill, Mr. Edwards?
It's horrible. Day and night she suffers excruciating pain. There's no relief. She must have the operation. She simply must.
And the insurance money your wife will collect if you're murdered will pay for the operation.
Yes, that's right.
Seems to me that there are agencies and clinics that would be glad to...
Not in this case, Miss Curtis. Naomi will have to be sent back east. There are only one or two specialists in the country who can perform the operation. Oh, I've investigated everything.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Edwards. I can't give you my word I'll use your story, but I can promise you I won't use it unless I'm reasonably sure you won't be murdered.
You can't be sure. I know those men. There's nothing, no form of fiendishness that they're not capable of.
Well, then I'm afraid it's no dice.
Oh, Chuck, there must be something
I'm afraid
you can
not, Grandma Puss.
Mr. Edwards, don't lose this chance. You know Chuck and what he's done about rackets before. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent for him. Tell him your story. He'll find an answer to your problem. He always does.
Now, wait a minute, Grandma.
Put your faith in him, Mr. Edwards. If this racket is as bad as you say it is, you're not being fair if you can stop it and don't.
I don't know. Naomi...
Oh, we'll take care of your wife. I can promise you that. She'll have her operation.
Oh, yes, but the
Don't
money...
go overboard, Grandma Puss.
I'm not. If it's only money that's standing in the way, I'll get it myself.
Where?
Well, what difference does it make where? I'll get it. If Pappy Mansfield knew the circumstances, he'd put it up. Well, Mr. Edwards?
If you can promise me that my wife...
I can, and I already have. Now, tell us the story.
Very well. I will. My wife's illness came on about a year ago. We had a few dollars saved, but her condition became increasingly worse, and it wasn't long before the reserve was gone. So I began to borrow from every source I knew. And then one day came the blow. We were told that she must have the operation. It was the next night when I came home to find Naomi worse than ever. Naomi?
Is that you, Tom?
Oh, Naomi, darling, I couldn't see you in the darkness. I'll turn on the light here. There we are. Oh, Naomi. It's worse, isn't it?
Yes, Tom, it's worse. Please don't worry. I'm sure I'll be better soon.
Yes, Naomi, you will be better. You're going to have your operation.
Oh, but Tom, the money...
Darling, listen to me. I had lunch today with a Mr. Bassett, Mr. Ray Bassett. He sat at my table in the cafeteria, and we fell into conversation. He must have guessed that I was in trouble by my attitude. And before I knew it, I told him the whole story. And what do you think?
What, Tom?
He said he knew a way I could get the money. And if I'd come to his office tomorrow, he'd tell me about it.
Your way of getting money? Oh, but Tom, darling, there's no way of getting money without working for
Well, that's just it, dear. He has something I can do to earn the money. Well, naturally, I expect to have to work.
It's strange you didn't mention what it was while you were having lunch. How does he know that it's the type of work you can do? It's such a large sum that we need,
Oh,
Tom.
no, darling. Don't you worry about a thing. This Mr. Bassett's a nice chap. He was very sympathetic and understanding, and we should be grateful for his interest.
Of course. We are grateful. Tom, you don't think he wants you to do something dishonest?
Dishonest? Oh, well, of course not. Now, you just stop fretting. Let me handle this, will you?
Well,
I have an appointment with Mr. Bassett tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Oh.
And after that, you're going to have your operation and be well and happy again.
Oh, Tom.
I promise you.
Hello, Mr. Edwards. Come in.
Morning, Mr. Bassett. Guess I'm a little bit early.
No, not at all. I can understand your eagerness perfectly. I want you to meet Dr. Nard Alexander. Dr. Alexander, this is Tom Edwards, the man I was telling you about.
Oh, how do you do? Oh, doctor. Well, then
Now,
perhaps...
Dr. Alexander is not a specialist, Mr. Edwards. I'm sorry. He's a general practitioner. However, because of his knowledge of certain types of, diseases, I think he might prove valuable to you as if he were a specialist in the trouble which has afflicted your wife.
Oh, well, that sounds encouraging.
Yes. Now, then, as I mentioned yesterday, there are ways of obtaining large sums of money with very little effort. But we must close our eyes to certain principles.
Oh? Well, I don't believe I understand.
Mr. Edwards, there are many large insurance companies in this city that have unlimited funds ready to be paid out to people making claims against them.
Yes, but I have no claim.
Now, you will have, Mr. Edwards, if you're as smart and as desperate as I think you are. Now, listen closely. Tomorrow evening at 5:45, an automobile driven by a wealthy mining engineer will turn the corner of Western Avenue onto Hollywood Boulevard. The car will be going slowly because of the traffic. You'll step down from the curb and allow the car to hit you, knocking you down.
What? Why, this is incredible.
Now, don't worry, Mr. Edwards. We'll take care of everything. You'll not be seriously hurt, but you'll pretend to be. Dr. Alexander, being a physician, has the authority to have you removed in our car so no one will know the extent of your injuries. I'm an attorney, and I'll collect from the insurance company on the policy which you'll take out today. You'll be given half that amount.
Well, I just can't believe it. Well, it's dishonest.
Perhaps, a little bit. But the insurance company has unlimited funds. They expect to pay such claims. Why not to you?
Oh, but I couldn't...
Now, we're not compelling you to do this, Mr. Edwards. You said you were desperate. You said your wife would die unless she had her operation. You want her to die, Mr. Edwards?
Oh, no, of course not, but I...
And take my advice and cooperate. There's absolutely no risk. Why, you can even close your eyes if you want to, make the accident real.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, very well, Mr. Edwards. I'm sorry. I understood that you wanted your wife to be well and happy again.
No. Wait a minute.
Well?
Very well. I'll do it.
Well, that was a mistake. Making yourself a party to the crime.
Yes, I know. Perhaps it'll give you an idea how desperate I was, Mr. Morgan. I've never done a criminal thing in my life.
And, of course, that's the reason you couldn't go to the police.
Yes, that's the reason I couldn't go to the police.
But surely a slight bump by an automobile didn't bang you up the way you are now.
Oh, no. The accident was practically nothing. The fender of the car hit me. I fell down. A crowd gathered. Then this Nard Alexander arrived and announced that he was a doctor. Would take me to his office, which was nearby. Some men carried me to a car. One of the men was Ray Bassett. The next thing I knew, I was being driven away from the city up into the hills. Well, we came to an abandoned shack. I was ordered out of the car and inside.
All right, Edwards, sit over there.
Now, look here, Mr. Bassett. I want to know what this is all about. My understanding was that I was to pretend to be seriously hurt and that I'd be driven to Dr. Alexander's office.
No kidding. Edwards, you're a bigger fool than I thought. Did you actually think we could collect a pile of dough for just a little bump on the seat of your pants?
Yes, but you said...
I said a lot of things. Doc, hand me that rubber hose.
Right. What are you going to do?
Can't you guess, Mr. Edwards? You're going to fix you up so it'll look like you had a real accident. That policy you bought is really going to pay off.
What? No. Oh, no, you can't. Well, you mustn't.
Shut up. Now, Doc, you got your bag of instruments?
Right here.
Good. I'll do my job first, then you can go to work. Okay, punk. You asked for it. When I get through with you, you'll be worth a fortune.
horrible.
Yes, it was horrible, Miss Curtis. I lost consciousness. When I came to, I was bandaged, as you see me now, and in an ambulance being driven to this hospital. I heard Dr. Alexander tell the clerk that he had treated me at his office, but that my case was much more serious than he had at first believed.
So now you feel that if Bassett and Dr. Alexander learn that you've told your story to anyone, they'll murder you.
They will, Mr. Morgan. They promised me they would.
Oh, Chuck, this is awful. Isn't there something that you can do?
Well, I guess there's only one thing for me to do, Glamourpuss.
What's that?
I just have to get myself knocked down by an automobile so I can get to know Mr. Bassett and Dr. Alexander better.
Now, the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
Well, it wasn't going to be as easy as all that. Tom Edwards gave us a good description of Bassett and Alexander and the address of the office where he'd been interviewed. Glamourpuss and I went down there. But, of course, the office had been just up front and was now deserted. So, as usual, we went back to KOP and kicked the thing around with my boss, Pappy Mansfield.
It's a good yarn, all right, Chuck. But if you use it, you'll be endangering the life of this Tom Edwards.
Yeah, I know, Pappy. That's why I'm not going to use it. Not until I get those two sadists behind bars.
And just how do you expect to do that?
Well, Chuck's got an idea of setting himself up as a guinea pig, Pappy. Letting himself be knocked down by an automobile.
Oh, and just what do you expect to prove by that, Chucky boy?
I don't know. But before I start proving anything, I've got to locate the two guys who sucked Edwards in on this game. After that, I'll take it from there.
Well, you've got a fat chance of finding them.
I don't know. I've located missing persons before.
How about the insurance company that sold Tom Edwards the accident policy?
That's no good, Glamourpuss. He took out the policy himself, and he's his own beneficiary. When he collects, Bassett and Alexander will force him to turn the money over to them. Or they'll tell the police he got it under false pretenses.
Oh, how low can you get?
No, I think we've got to make a different approach. I think that approach should begin with Mrs. Tom Edwards. Put on your shoes, Glamourpuss. Let's go calling. So Glamourpuss put on her shoes and we went calling. We found the Edwards home out in the valley, a modest little stucco house with well-kept lawn and a lived-in look about the place. Mrs. Edwards, a pale, thin woman, was sick, all right. She apparently hadn't been told of the seriousness of her husband's injuries. Her chief worry was because she hadn't heard from him.
Oh, I'm so glad you've come. The hospital merely told me about Tom. I'm too weak to go in to see him. Tell me, how badly hurt is he?
Oh, he'll be all right, Mrs. Edwards. Now, don't you worry. We talked to him this morning. He's getting along fine.
You wouldn't lie to me because I'm not well.
Of course not, Mrs. Edwards.
Oh.
Tom's doing splendidly. He sent his love and asked us to tell you not to worry.
Well, I'm sorry I neglected to ask your names. It was rude of me, but I was so anxious to hear about Tom. Are you friends of his from the store?
Yes. We're friends of his. My name's Morgan. This is Miss Curtis.
How do you do?
Tom told us about his troubles, Mrs. Edwards. We're going to try and help him. Tell me, did he ever mention a Mr. Bassett to you?
Only once. He said he had an appointment with Mr. Bassett, but he never told me the result of it. I guess it didn't turn out as well as he'd hoped.
And before meeting with Mr. Bassett, he'd borrowed money from as many sources as he could. I suppose you had savings, and maybe a few government bonds, and, of course, some life insurance?
Yes, that's right. We borrowed on them all. Then Tom made some personal loans, though I urged him not to.
Did he try to borrow money anywhere else, a loan company or maybe a pawn shop?
No, not that I can think of. Oh, wait a minute. He did mention one place. I think it was called the Quick Service Loan Company. Yes, that was it. The Quick Service Loan. But he didn't borrow from them.
No, why not?
Well, their rate of interest was so high, higher than the law allowed, Tom said. He decided to use their service only as a very last resort.
I see. Well, I think that's the information we want, Mrs. Edwards. Thank you so much.
But, Chuck, how could the fact that Mr. Edwards talked to the Quick Service Loan Company mean anything?
Who knows, Glamourpuss? Just a hunch. Probably won't mean a thing. But we'll never know until we check, will we? Come on, let's go. On second thought, I told Glamourpuss to get back to the station and tell Pappy the story. I hiked down to the Quick Service Loan Company, a crummy office in a crummy district. I went inside and told the seedy-looking character behind the desk that my name was Al Berquist, and I was in desperate need of funds. He offered me a loan at a rate of interest that made me wonder why the legal loan companies hadn't been put out of business long ago. I told him his interest was too high. He said, okay, forget it. But if I'd be at a certain beer joint on Flag Street at 7 o'clock that night, a man might come in and tell me a story that would make interesting listening. So after I left the quick loan service, I called Glamourpuss. Told her to tell Pappy to have a sub do my 7 o'clock broadcast. Then I drove down to the beer joint on Flag Street, slid into a corner booth. At 7 o'clock sharp, the man who answered Tom Edwards' description of Ray Bassett slid in opposite me. He spread out a napkin and put his hand under it and said,
"There's a gun under this napkin, Morgan. Try anything funny and you get it."
"Hey, wait a minute. You've got me wrong. I haven't any money. I want to borrow some."
Yeah, sure. Your name's Chuck Morgan, ain't it?
No, it's Al Berquist. I've been mistaken for Chuck Morgan before.
No kidding. Morgan, you're even dumber than I thought. Now, let's cut the double talk. Who told you about me?
A seedy-looking character at the Quick Service Loan.
Huh? And who told you about him?
Why, everyone knows a Quick Service Loan. It's a poor man's friend. Plenty of money to lend out at a mere 25% interest.
You're asking for it, chum. One more chance. Where did you get the dope?
What dope? Dope.
Okay, smart guy. You know what's going to happen to you?
How many guesses do I have?
I don't like the looks of your face. I'm going to have a doctor friend of mine change it.
Well, that'll please a lot of people.
Not what I got in mind won't. I'm going to fix you up so every time you look into the mirror, you wish you'd never messed around with Ray Bassett.
So you are Bassett. Well, we're getting someplace.
It won't make no difference now if you do know who I am.
No?
No. You made a deal with the Quick Service Loan to play games. You ain't going to stick your chin out by blabbing.
You've got me, Bassett. Let's go call on your doctor friend.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do it right now. Up on your feet and out the back door, sucker.
I felt a whole lot less confident than I sounded. Maybe my hunch was cockeyed. If it was, Glamourpuss wasn't going to be able to recognize me anymore, and I wondered how she'd like that. Well, we went out the back door of the joint, down an alley, and out onto the street where I'd parked my jalopy. And we started for the Hollywood Hills. This was the route described by Tom Edwards, so I guessed we were going to follow the same pattern. We left the pavement, hit a dirt road, and climbed a steep incline. At the top, we swung around a curve, and I saw the abandoned shack off in the bushes.
All right, get out. Keep your hands in sight.
Sure. Anything to oblige.
Hey, better take a look at yourself in that mirror over there, Morgan. It'll be your last look at anything familiar about your mug.
Thanks. Mind if I straighten my tie? It was a birthday present for my girl.
Hey, Doc! Doc!
The door opened, and a man came in carrying a physician's black bag. He had cold, inhuman eyes and a perfectly immobile face.
Get out your tools, Doc. I got a job for you. Get out your tools, I said.
But Doc didn't speak. He just stood there, staring at Bassett with his fish-like eyes. Bassett wasn't in any mood to be stared at without dialogue. Obviously, he was top guy in this outfit, and he wasn't taking silence for an answer when he gave an order.
Look, Doc, I said get out your tools. I'm going to do a job on Wise Guy here. And just because we ain't collecting no insurance money for it don't make no difference. Now get out your tools and go to work.
Which was what I'd been waiting to hear, and so had a few other people. The door behind Doc Anderson opened, and Bill Meggs of police headquarters stood there. Bill had a gun in his hand. The door that led to the other side opened, and Pappy Mansfield stepped inside. Pappy also had a gun. Mr. Bassett was surprised, or maybe I should say shocked. He looked around in a dazed sort of way, not getting it, until Pappy said,
"All right, Bassett, we've heard all we wanted to hear. Get your hands up."
Of course, Bassett didn't obey the order. He realized he'd be a cooked gander if he did. But I rather expected this attitude, so I was ready.
Were you dirty?
Well, my hunch paid off. But every time I think about what would have happened if it hadn't paid off, I break out in a cold sweat. Bill Meggs took Doc and Ray Bassett off in one of the squad cars that was parked up the road a ways. And Pappy, Carol, who of course was standing by to see that everything went off right, and I drove down to Hollywood and dropped in at the Vine Street Derby for a late dinner.
Chuck, some of these days you're going to get hung up on one of your bright ideas, then where'll you be? Now, don't answer that. But what do you think would happen if Mr. Bassett had taken you somewhere else besides that shack?
Oh, don't answer that one either, Chucky boy. I hate to think about it. It's a funny thing, but I'm satisfied with your looks as they are.
Well, you never were very particular, Carol. Now, Chuck, all I want to know is, how did you locate Bassett so easily?
Yeah. Tell us about that.
I can speak then.
Oh, sure. The floor's yours, boy.
Start talking anytime. Oh, George, could we have the menu, please?
I think I'll have another beer before ordering.
Well, then I will, too. How about you, Chuck?
No.
He's mad, Pappy. I guess we better let him talk.
Yeah, I guess so. All right, Chuck, start bragging.
I'm not bragging. You asked a question, I have the answer. Do you want to hear it or don't you?
Oh, Chuck, we were only kidding. We're dying to hear the answer. Oh, go ahead and tell us.
Well, all right. Now, the only people who knew about Tom Edwards' troubles were those he borrowed money from, check? Well, government bonds were out. His personal friends were out. So were the insurance companies.
That's it. Sure. The only other people who knew about Mr. Edwards' troubles were the quick service loan people.
Why, sure. It wasn't any accident that Ray Bassett sat down at Edwards' table in the cafeteria that day. He and the quick service loan people were in cahoots.
Why, sure. It's as plain as the nose on your face.
Whose face? Look, am I telling this story or are you?
You are, Chucky boy. Did we tell you what we were going to do for Mrs. Edwards so she could have her operation?
No.
Tell him, Pappy.
Yeah, tell me, Pappy. This isn't my night for talking.
Now, don't get sore, Chuck. Where's your sense of humor?
Where's my...
Now, listen. When you use this story tomorrow, you're merely going to mention that Mrs. Edwards still needs the money for her operation and see what happens.
It'll work, Chuck. You broke up this racket, and now you're asking for contributions to help the Edwards. Oh, I bet you'll get thousands.
Yeah, what if I don't?
Well, then Pappy's going to put up the money.
Oh, he is he?
What do you mean, huh? $5,000 is a lot of dough.
Yeah, sure. Try to get it
Chuck,
out.
for heaven's sake.
You don't seem to realize.
Oh, yes, I do. But you don't seem to realize
Chuck,
how
for heaven's sake.
All right, Glamour Puss, you win.
Stand by for crime.
Hi, Chuck Morgan, KOP newscaster talking. Well, it was June here in Los Angeles, which meant that the countryside looked just about as it does the other 11 months of the year. You know, the seasons pass you by out here with seldom enough change to let you know what's going on. So in June, I always get a nostalgic feeling for the sight and smell of a countryside, which would justify the immortal lines of James Russell Lowell when he wrote, "And what is so rare as a day in June, then, if ever, come perfect days." Which is why when I arrived at my office on this particular June day and found Pappy Mansfield, owner of KLP, and my blonde secretary, Carol Curtis, waiting with a surprise announcement, I was ready to listen. Morning, kids.
Hello, Chucky boy.
Good morning, Chuck.
Say, Pappy, about that wetback story, Well, what goes? You two been swallowing canaries again?
Chuck, how would you like to take a trip back to New England?
It's June back there, Chuck.
Yeah, well, that figures. It's June here, so it must be June back there. What's it all about, Pappy?
Do you remember that spy who was arrested in San Diego 3 weeks ago? The one who had been handing over information on airplane construction to the Russians?
Dr. Alexander Gadd here. Naturally, that story was almost as hot as the Klaus Fuchs yarn. I ought to remember Gadd here. I interviewed him 3 times.
Think you'd recognize him if you saw him again?
Couldn't miss.
Gadd he has escaped, Chuck.
He escaped? No kidding. When?
About a week ago. 3 days later, he was captured. He's being held now in the Poke at Burlington, Vermont.
So?
So you're going back to Burlington to identify Gadd here?
Why me?
Well, that's all part of an elaborate plan cooked up by the FBI and our own secret agents.
You see, the man they're holding in Burlington isn't Gadd here at all.
Isn't Gadd here? Now, wait a minute. Glamour Puss, what are you talking?
Wait a minute. You'd better let me fill him in on this, Carol.
Yeah, will you stop butting in, Glamour Puss?
I won't. Go ahead, Pappy.
Thanks. The FBI has information that the spy ring is a rendezvous all the way from Washington up through New England, with the last one at Burlington.
Yeah?
Burlington's population contains enough people of foreign extraction so that most any kind of an accent would go unnoticed. Also, it's a big enough place, catering a good deal to tourists, so that any infiltration of strangers wouldn't be noticed either.
I see. Burlington's pretty close to the Canadian border, too, isn't it?
About 60 miles, but those are details we can go into later. Gadd here escaped while being taken to Washington. Our agents believe he's being smuggled into Canada. They also believe they were so hot on the trail once that the spy ring picked one of their members who looked like Gadd here and let him be captured.
Yeah.
Now, this would take the heat off for a day or two, until the mistake was brought to light, which would give Gad here time to reach the border.
Pretty cute. So I'm to fly to Vermont, tell the cops that Gad here isn't Gad here, and then come home again, right?
Well, there's a little more to it than that.
Oh, quite a lot, in fact. One thing, I'm going with you.
You are?
Well, aren't you glad?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I'm not convinced that you meant that.
Quiet, Glamour Puss. What's the rest of the story, Pappy?
Well, when you tell them Gad here isn't Gad here, they'll apologize and let him go.
Then they'll follow the man who is posing as Gad here to where Gad here is hiding, and that'll be the end of Gad here. Check?
I think you'll find it won't be quite as easy as that.
Huh?
Well, do you want to go? It'll be a hot story if you're in on the capture of the real Gad here. I've arranged with the network for a TC broadcast.
Of course I want to go. When do I leave?
In an hour. Your tickets, hotel reservations, and instructions are in this envelope.
In an hour? Why, that'll hardly give me time to pack. I said that'll hardly give me time to pack. Oh, Pappy, you wouldn't... Chuck, don't you want me to go with you?
Don't start crying, Glamour Puss. I wouldn't go anywhere without you, and you know it.
Your tickets and hotel reservations are in the same envelope, Carol, so stop worrying.
A TWA Constellation set Glamour Puss and me down at LaGuardia Field in New York the next day at 3 o'clock. 15 minutes later, we were aboard an Eastern Airlines plane bound for Boston. Glamour Puss was like a kid just let out of school.
Chuck, isn't it exciting? We're 3,000 miles away from home, bound for adventure, and it's June.
Yeah, but it's still June back in L.A.
Oh, but here it's different.
How?
There's new life everywhere. Things are growing and... well, things are growing.
Sometimes I think you're growing nuts.
And sometimes, Chuck Morgan, I think you haven't got a romantic bone in your whole body.
Yeah, you do you? Come here, you.
Chuck, the stewardess.
Never mind her. She's probably envious. We landed at Logan Field in East Boston at 4:45. A taxi took us through the Sumner Tunnel, down Beacon Street to Arlington, and the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Pappy'd reserved rooms for us. Mine overlooked the beautiful public gardens. I stood looking down at them for a long time. I took a deep breath and turned away just as someone knocked at the door. Thinking it was Glamour Puss, eager to be out for some more adventure, I opened it and found the most beautiful girl standing there I'd ever seen. With the exception of Glamour Puss, of course. Hello.
Hello. May I come in?
Of course, by all means. To be sure, Miss...
I'm Beth Hammond. Your Mr. Mansfield probably told you about me.
No, as a matter of fact, he didn't, but don't let that bother you. Can I fix you a drink?
Oh, no, thanks. I don't drink. I'm a pilot.
Well, that's... you're a what?
A pilot. If Mr. Mansfield didn't mention me by name, he probably spoke of Hammond Airlines.
Hammond? Oh, yeah, that's right. He chartered a plane from them to fly us to Now, don't tell me that...
That's right. You don't mind flying with a female pilot, I hope?
No. No, on the contrary, it's just that...
That it's unusual. Is that the word you're groping for, Mr. Morgan?
Yes. And will you call me Chuck?
Okay, Chuck.
Thanks.
Most people have the same reaction when they learn they've hired a female pilot. So I always present myself first and offer them a chance to back out if they want to.
No. Don't you even think about such a thing.
Splendid. My brother and I own the airline, and I have umpteenth flying hours to my credit, and...
Uh-oh. Think fast, Chucky boy. Oh, hello, Miss Curtis. Come in, won't you?
Miss Curtis? What in the name of... Oh.
Miss Curtis, I'd like to have you meet Miss Hammond. Miss Hammond, this is my secretary, Miss Curtis.
Hello, Miss Curtis. Hello. I don't want to seem too personal, but...
Miss Hammond is the pilot of the plane Pappy chartered to fly us to Burlington tomorrow.
Oh, she is?
Good old Pappy. Pappy thinks of everything, doesn't he?
I know what you mean. Well, are you ready to dictate those letters?
Letters? What letters?
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have known you'd be busy.
Busy? No, wait.
I'm sorry, too, but the letters really can't wait. They're terribly important.
Of course, I understand. I'll see you both tomorrow, then. 8 o'clock sharp at Pier 13.
Pier 13?
Oh, I'm sorry I didn't mention it before. We'll fly up in a seaplane. Oh. That way I can put you down on Lake Champlain, right at Burlington's front door.
Well, that's wonderful. Well, we'll see you tomorrow, then, at 8.
Right. Goodbye, Miss Curtis. See you tomorrow, Chuck.
Right, Chuck. Goodbye.
Yeah. Chuck?
What?
Oh, don't give me that what stuff. Why was she calling you Chuck? Chuck?
Now, look, Glamour Puss.
I don't like that dame. She's too good looking.
Glamour Puss, can I help it if a woman
She had a
happens
wicked gleam in her eye. She called you Chuck, which was forward, and she was rude to me.
Oh, I give up.
I don't. Spy ring or no spy ring, I'm canceling that charter right now and hiring another.
Glamour Puss didn't cancel the charter. I didn't let her. So the next morning at 8 o'clock, a cab dropped us at Pier 13 on Atlantic Avenue. And we found Beth Hammond waiting for us there with a speedboat. She was dressed in a pilot's uniform and looked lovelier than ever.
Hello there.
Hi.
You're ahead of time. Jim will take your luggage. That's the plane out there.
Are you sure you know how to fly it, Miss, what was the name?
Hammond. Beth Hammond. And you needn't worry, Miss Curtis. I have umpteenth flying hours to my credit.
Yeah? How many is umpteenth?
A lot. Now look, Glamour Puss, either you're going to get some sense into your head and begin acting like a lady, or I'm sending you back to L.A., which will be.
But, Chuck, I'm only trying...
I mean it. Make up your mind.
Oh, all right. I'm sorry, Miss Hammond.
That's better. Okay, Jim, you grab hold of our luggage, huh? Thank you. Glamour Puss felt better, and so did I when we got into the air. We skimmed the Custom House Tower and headed northwest. In no time at all, we'd flown over northeastern Massachusetts, cut across the southwestern corner of New Hampshire, and picked up the silvery trace of Lake George in New York State. Directly ahead, serving as a boundary between northern Vermont and New York, was Lake Champlain. I was beginning to regret having blasted Glamour Puss and was thinking up some kind of an apology when something happened.
Chuck, something's wrong.
Yeah, it sounds that way. Any trouble, Miss Hammond?
I don't know. Sounds like a clogged gas line.
Oh.
Clogged gas line? Oh, I knew that woman was to be trusted. Chuck, are we going to crash?
No. Don't get excited, Glamour Puss. This is a seaplane, remember? Right down there is Lake Champlain. We can set down as light as a feather.
Yeah? Well, I don't like it.
Don't worry, folks. We'll be all right.
Sure, we were all right. I knew that, as far as crashing was concerned. But I had to agree with Glamour Puss. I didn't like it either. We hit the water with hardly a splash and taxied close into the shore. Almost at once, a motorboat put out from a tiny inlet. The only unusual thing about this was that the shoreline was a veritable wilderness. What would a motorboat be doing here? There were 4 men in the boat. 3 of them carried objects cradled in their arms. Cradled is right. They were submachine guns. Now, what the...
All right, big shot. Sit right where you are.
Chuck, she's got a gun.
Yeah, and it's pointed right down your gullet, mushmouth. One move and you get it.
Mushmouth? Chuck, did you hear what she called me?
Yeah, I heard her, Glamour Puss.
Well, aren't you going to do something about it?
Yeah, he's going to do something. Get over and open the door, big shot.
Yeah, of course. I'm glad to accommodate you.
Chuck, for heaven's sakes, are you going to...
You talk too much, mushmouth. Keep it up and the next one takes a hunk off your ear.
Everything okay, Beth?
Everything's swell, Fred. Take them off.
Okay, you two. Get down into the boat.
Here, let me help you, Carol.
Oh, Chuck, this is awful. We're being kidnapped.
I think we'd better do as the man suggests.
You're a smart cookie, big shot. Too bad we didn't have time to get better acquainted.
Well, maybe it isn't too late.
Sorry, good looking. Where you're going, you're not going to have time for anything. Sucker.
Now, the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
Well, the men in the motorboat hadn't been sent out as a welcoming committee by the mayor of Burlington, that's for sure. The 3 submachine guns kept at the same focal point as we climbed down from the plane. The focal point was us. The man Beth Hammond had called Fred nodded to his seat, then looked up at the female pilot with the umpteenth flying hours.
Okay, Beth, take it away. I don't be waiting for you at the island.
Take good care of our guests, Fred. I'll see you round.
The motorboat swung away and headed for shore, with the 3 submachine guns a constant reminder this was no practical joke. We went up a path and came to a shack that was completely concealed in some heavy timber and went inside. The man called Fred pulled out a chair and sat down across the rough table from where I'd been ordered to sit.
Well, everything came off fine, quite according to plan. You must confess you were neatly led into our trap, huh, Morgan?
Yeah, okay, I confess it. Now, what's this all about?
A fair question. I'll get right to the point. How about $5,000?
Well, now, that's a good round figure. Who do I have to murder to get it?
Nobody. Nobody at all. All you have to do is turn around and go back to California.
Now, please bear with me if I seem a bit dense, but just why do you want me to do that?
Isn't the reason obvious?
No.
We don't want you to reach Burlington with the information you have.
Now, look, one of us is way off the beam. Just who do you think I am?
You're Chuck Morgan, newscaster on KOP in Los Angeles. Young lady with you is Carol Curtis, your secretary.
Well, you got me pegged, all right. Now, what's this information I'm supposed to have?
Come on, Morgan. You're not as naive as all that. Well, how about it?
I tell you, I haven't got any information.
I see. Harry, I think Mr. Morgan needs to be convinced that we mean business.
Now, look.
That's enough for now, Harry. Do we understand each other now, Morgan?
Yeah, I think I'm beginning to get an inkling of your plan. But there's still just one trouble.
And what's that?
I haven't got any information.
Our investigators reported we'd likely have trouble with you, Morgan. So I won't waste time offering you more money. Harry.
Hold it.
Well, Morgan?
Just how do you figure you're going to get away with this? When that plane doesn't land at Burlington, you're
Don't be a fool. The plane will land at Burlington, and there'll be 2 people in it. 2 people named Chuck Morgan and Carol Curtis.
How fantastic can you get? How long do you think you can get away with that masquerade?
Long enough to accomplish our purpose, I think. Like most people, you underestimate the efficiency of our organization. Well, now that you have the facts of the case, you want to change your mind?
Look, I couldn't if I wanted to.
Okay, Morgan. I had hoped you'd be reasonable. This sort of thing is distasteful to me. Work 'em over, Harry.
Harry worked me over all right. He had a special technique. I didn't lose consciousness for at least 5 minutes. I had no way of telling how long I was out. But sunlight was streaming through one of the cabin windows, making a pattern of moving leaves on the plank floor. I lay there, tied hand and foot, studying the moving pattern for a long time, trying to recapture all my senses, trying to figure this thing out. After a while, I looked around and saw I was alone. But a moment later, a door squeaked. Someone came cautiously into the room. I lay without moving, pretending to be still unconscious.
Chuck. Oh, what has they done to you?
Glamourpuss, how did you get away from that big gorilla?
Well, even big gorillas are susceptible to a come-on smile.
Do you mean that you...
I mean that he's lying in the other room with a lump on his head as big as a grapefruit, made with a poker he didn't know I was holding.
Glamourpuss, if I ever kid you again about being scared, you can hit me over the head with a poker. Untie me, will you?
That's what I'm doing. Turn around here.
Oh, take it easy. Where are the other men?
In a shack behind this one.
So?
There's a radio transmitter there, I think. And there's something else, too.
What?
An automobile.
No kidding. Any chance of us getting it?
Well, there might be. As soon as I get you loose, you can take command. After all, it's the man's place to take command.
It was at times like these that I realized Glamourpuss was more than a beautiful blonde who played straight man for me. She had what it takes. We went out the front door and sneaked around the cabin. The car was there, parked beside the radio shack. It was our only hope, and a slim one. I stood there, wondering how we could lure the men inside the shack, outside and away from the car, and thinking there wasn't much chance. And suddenly it was done for us.
Fred! Hey, Fred! Come here!
It's the gorilla. I guess I didn't hit him hard enough.
You did fine, Glamourpuss. Here come 2 of them.
The 4th must still be inside.
Yeah, but it's our only chance. Come on. We took off of that automobile like a couple of jackrabbits, praying the keys would be in the ignition. We reached the car just as the 4th gorilla appeared in the Radio Shack's doorway. He didn't have his machine gun with him, which was fine with me. Into the car, Glamourpuss. My knuckles were sore for days after that one. I heard the car motor start, and I knew we got a real break because the keys were there. Then things happened fast. There was a yell from the direction of the cabin, but Carol had the car underway, and I was in it. We were a good 50 feet along the wooded road when the first burst of machine gun fire came. Apparently, the marksman was too excited for effective shooting because the bullets sailed merrily overhead. Then Carol jerked the car out of sight around the curve, and we were safe, at least for the minute. Keep it up, Glamour Puss. You're doing swell, honey.
Chuck, I'm scared. You drive.
Not until we get a lot further away than this. Come on, give her the gun, baby.
What if they have another car?
What if they have? With you at the wheel, they haven't got a chance.
Please, Chuck, just because I hit a man with a poker...
Now, don't start bragging. Drive.
I'm not bragging. I'm just too scared to hold the wheel steady.
All right, Glamour Puss, all right. I guess we've got enough of a lead. If we had time, I'd kiss you. Maybe I'd better anyhow. So we changed places. And a half hour later came to a gravel road. We turned north on this. Apparently the gang back at the cabin only had one car and we were in it. At least there were no signs of us being followed. But they had the boat, and they had the radio transmitter. Which gave me an idea. At the first farmhouse we came to, I stopped.
What are we stopping here for?
You see those telephone wires running into that farmhouse?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm going to make a call.
Well, who are you calling and why?
Unless I'm greatly mistaken, there's going to be a reception committee waiting for us at Burlington, and I want to be sure we're prepared for it.
But, Chuck, I don't understand. How could you...
I've got time to explain now. I'll give you the details when I get back. Keep the motor running. Well, I made my phone call and got through to the party I wanted. Then Carol and I headed north again. I told her what my idea was, and she told me I was smart to figure it out. And I told her she was a brave, good girl, and we both agreed we were wonderful. By that time, we'd reached the outskirts of Burlington. Burlington, Vermont's largest city and probably one of the most beautiful cities in New England. As we drove along the quiet, tree-shaded streets, it was hard to believe that foreign intrigue of the worst sort was running amok beneath the peaceful scene. We reached the city hall and police station and pulled up near the park in front. As we did so, a young couple, a tall, distinguished-looking man, and a police lieutenant emerged from the police station. It was perfect timing. Carol and I got out of our car and we all met on the sidewalk. Hello, Miss Hammond. We meet again.
I beg your pardon.
Don't recognize me, eh? Well, I can't blame you for that. Carol tells me your boyfriends were quite successful in changing my appearance. But how about Carol? Do you recognize her?
How could she forget me, mushmouth?
I haven't the faintest idea what either of you people are talking about. Officer, will you please ask
Just a minute, Miss Hammond, if that's your name. Is this the man that you just got through telling the police is not Dr. Gadd here?
How did you... I mean, I still don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. You and your friend here just told the police and the FBI that you were Carol Curtis and that your friend was me. You were shown the prisoner and stated positively that he wasn't Dr. Alexander Gadd here. Oh, it was an ingenious plan, Miss Hammond, cooked up by you and your ring of spies to gain Dr. Gadd here's freedom. Because the tall man standing next to you is no phony, as the police thought. He's the real Dr. Gadd here.
My plan is still going to work. Run, Dr. Gadd here.
Dr. Gadd here isn't going to run, Miss Hammond. There's a policeman standing on the steps with a rifle aimed at Dr. Gadd here's head.
And there are other policemen all over the place waiting to pick up your pals who are going to try and help you effect this escape.
I don't believe you. You're lying. The plan couldn't fail. It was too foolproof. You're lying, both of you. Look out, Chuck.
This time I know exactly how to treat this babe.
Let me alone.
Sure.
Keep your hands off of me, you swine.
I'll take that gun, sucker. Well, the Burlington police did their job well. Besides Beth Hammond and her friend, they picked up 5 other agents who were planted around the station, ready to lend a hand in helping Gadd here escape if it were necessary. But they did better than that. One of their planes scoured the east coast of Lake Champlain until they spotted a motorboat that looked like the one I described. It contained Fred and his gang, which added 4 more to the total take of enemy agents that day. Well, Glamourpuss and I spent the night and the next day in Burlington, and I did my broadcast. 2 days later, we were back in L.A. reporting to Pappy Mansfield.
Well, that was nice going, kids. But what I can't figure out is why those two who were posing as you just didn't go up to Burlington and tell the police that Gad here wasn't Gad here without bothering to try buying you off.
Well, there are a lot of reasons, Pappy. In the first place, they didn't know how much time they had. In the second place, if they could have bought me, it would have been far less risky.
You see, the fact that Chuck would recognize Gad here as Gad here and not a phony was the information that character Fred was trying to buy from Chuck. Chuck figured it all out when he was unconscious.
When he was unconscious?
Oh, she means, of course, after I returned to consciousness, don't you, Glamour Puss?
Yes, of course.
Oh, I see. Well, tell me, what are you two so sweet to each other about all of a sudden?
Pappy, I want to tell you that Carol is one of the bravest girls I've ever known.
One of the bravest?
I mean the bravest.
And I want to tell you, Pappy, that Chucky Boy is one of the, the smartest man I've ever known.
Well, my. Say, Chuck, how do you figure that spy ring knew all about our plans?
Oh, because they're spies, Pappy. That's their business. Now, don't ask me how many agents there are here in L.A. and who they are, because I don't know. You talk to the cops or the FBI or somebody. But all I know is they have some beauties among them. Ah, that Beth Hammond, for one. What a dish.
Chuck Morgan.
But Glamour Puss, she was beautiful. She had to be.
What do you mean she had to be?
Well, Glamour Puss, she was supposed to be the secretary of Chuck Morgan, wasn't she? And isn't Chuck Morgan's secretary the most beautiful girl in the world?
Oh, Chucky boy, you cute. Oh, what a line you've got. And I love it.
Stand by for crime.
Hi, it's Chuck Morgan again. You know, being a newscaster on a radio station the size of KOP puts me in line to meet a lot of people. Statistics show that there are more than 5 million active criminals in the USA. These include the sneaking small-time petty thieves and the big-time operators who head up Murder Incorporated. They also include the racketeers, that group of sadistic, unscrupulous parasites who prey upon the weak, the innocent, the honest citizen. To my way of thinking, they're the worst. The ones we can best get along without. Especially those who deal in human emotions. Which is why when I reached my office last Thursday and found Carol Curtis, my blonde secretary, entertaining a stranger, I listened to her story and really got burned up. Have you been to the police about this, Mrs. Ellis?
Yes, but what can they do? This woman, this Mae Dawson, she claims to be our baby's natural mother. She has a birth certificate to prove it.
You see, Chuck, Mr. and Mrs. Ellis adopted Betsy when she was only 7 months old. She's now 6 years. Naturally, they think of her as their own.
Oh, she is our own, Miss Curtis. Why, we love her more than if I were her natural mother.
What about the adoption agency?
Well, they went out of business a year after we took Betsy.
Yeah, it's the usual pattern. If you people who adopt youngsters would only investigate these so-called...
Chuck, Mrs. Ellis didn't come here to be lectured.
I'm sorry.
She knows she's wrong, but that doesn't alter things. She's in danger of losing her child, and she wants to know if there isn't something you can do to prevent it.
Well, I don't know what. The police's hands are tied. What about this Mae Dawson, the child's natural mother?
Well, she claims that after the child was born, she was unable to support it, so she left it with the adoption agency. And she told them that as soon as she was able, she'd come and get the baby and pay them for having kept it.
Yeah, that follows through. Oh, hello, Pappy. Come in. This is Mrs. Clara Ellis. Mrs. Ellis, Pappy Mansfield, owner of KOP.
How do you do?
Mrs. Ellis believes she's been victimized by one of those adoption agencies, Pappy.
Oh, one of those, huh?
Yeah.
She's going to lose her baby, Pappy, unless someone does something about it. And I think Chuck should do it.
Chuck? What can Chuck do?
Well, he can at least talk to that woman.
Now, wait a minute, Glamour Puss. Mrs. Ellis, have you said anything to this woman about money? I mean, did you offer her a sum if she allowed you to keep the youngster?
No, I was afraid to. My husband's a tool and die worker, Mr. Morgan. He makes a comfortable living, and we've saved $2,000 against Betsy's education. Yeah. If Mae Dawson took that $2,000, then she'd want more. We'd be bled for the rest of our lives.
And if she didn't take the $2,000, then you'd have to assume that she was the child's natural mother. And you don't want to think that. Right, Mrs. Ellis?
Yes, that's right.
But whether she is or not, she hasn't any rightful claim to Betsy. Why, the woman hasn't seen the child since she was 7 months old. Now, how could she possibly...
Your mother instinct is getting the best of you, Glamour Puss. You know, that money angle might give us the answer we're looking for.
Now, just what do you think you're going to do?
Yes. Just what do you think you're going to do? I hope.
Well, if the woman were offered some money, a sizable amount, and took it...
It would prove the whole thing's a racket, and Mr. and Mrs. Ellis could keep their baby.
And if she didn't, Chuck would be a sucker. How much money were you thinking of offering, Chuck?
Say $20,000?
Well, that's a good, neat figure. Now, just where are you going to get this tidy sum to offer the lady?
Where? Why, Pappy, I'm surprised. You're going to provide it, of course. Well, it wasn't an easy job selling Pappy on the idea he should risk $20,000 trying to expose what might or might not be one of the most vicious rackets in the books. He was only half convinced that Mae Dawson didn't have a legitimate claim, especially since Clara Ellis had no proof whatever that Mae Dawson wasn't little Betsy's natural mother. But, Pappy, that's what we want to find out. If it's a racket, then we want to know about it.
Why? We're not in the racket-busting business, Chuck. We're running a radio station. Why should we...
Because when you run a radio station or a newspaper or any other public service enterprise, it's supposed to be devoted to the best interests of the people who support it. And that's the public.
My, just listen to Miss Curtis.
Now, look, this is what I have in mind. Suppose I call her Mrs. Dawson. I'll represent myself as Mrs. Ellis's attorney. I'll tell her the Ellises are too upset to talk to her again. I'll hint around and finally offer them $20,000.
Of my money.
Yeah.
Oh, Chuck, I knew you'd do something. Mrs. Ellis, you haven't a thing to worry about from now on. Chuck will take care of everything.
Now, wait a minute, Glamour Puss. Let's not get Mrs. Ellis's hopes up. I can't promise a thing. There's still a 50-50 chance that Mae Dawson is legitimate. If she is, there's nothing anybody can do.
She won't take my baby, Mr. Morgan. I don't care who she is. She won't take my baby. I'll kill her first.
The more I thought about this thing, the more I wondered if I weren't being a sucker. Even if, after talking to Mae Dawson, I became convinced she was pulling a racket, what could I do about it? The whole thing didn't make sense. Except that I kept thinking what a terrible tragedy it would be if Clark and Clara Ellis had their baby taken away from them. Or if Mrs. Ellis carried out her threat to commit murder. So it was with considerable misgivings that I rang the doorbell of an apartment in West Los Angeles, which was where Mae Dawson had told Clara Ellis she was living.
Yes?
Hello, you Mrs. Dawson?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Dawson, but if you're selling...
No, I'm not selling anything, Mrs. Dawson. My name is Simpson. I'm an attorney employed by Mr. and Mrs. Clark Ellis.
Oh, yes, Mr. Simpson. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Would you sit over here, please?
Thank you very much.
I hardly know what to say about this, Mr. Simpson. I know exactly how the Ellises feel, and I certainly don't blame them.
Did I hear the bell? Oh, company, Mae?
Oh, Arnold, I'm glad you stayed home today. This is Mr. Simpson. He's an attorney hired by the Ellises.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do? I can guess why you're here, Mr. Simpson. We both feel terrible about this, probably as bad as the Ellises.
But you are going through with it.
Well, you see...
Mr. Simpson, if you or the Ellises could only see our side of the picture. You see, Arnold and I were married a year after I learned that the adoption agency had closed.
Yeah.
Our first baby died at 3 months. The doctor told me I couldn't have any more. It was the worst thing that ever happened to me. For a long while, I thought I'd never be normal again.
Well, didn't it occur to you and Mr. Dawson to adopt a child?
We talked about it, but... Do you know how it feels to have a child of your own, Mr. Simpson, and lose it?
No, I'm afraid I don't. I'm not married.
Mae took it hard, Mr. Simpson. I kept her under a doctor's care for about 15 months. Then one day I was going through some of her things, and I came across Betsy's birth certificate.
Oh, you didn't know about her first child then?
Well, I knew she'd been married before, but she never told me about the baby.
I was afraid of what he'd think of me for abandoning Betsy.
And what did you think, Mr. Dawson?
Oh, it's quite a blow, but, well, I love my wife very much, Mr. Simpson. She was ill at the time, and I certainly wasn't going to condemn her for something that wasn't her fault.
Yeah. How long was it after that you decided to claim Betsy?
Not until last week. I had no idea where Betsy was living or who her foster parents were. And then, quite by chance, I met Mr. Harrison.
Mr. Harrison, who's he?
Mr. Harrison owned the adoption agency where I'd left Betsy.
Oh.
I reminded him that he'd promised to keep Betsy for 6 months before letting her go. And he reminded me that he had kept her for 6 months and 1 week. And then that he only let her go because he decided to close the agency.
I see. And he told you where the Ellises could be found?
Yes, he did. Arnold and I talked it over, and then I decided to go see Betsy. I don't know what happened to me that day, only suddenly I simply had to have my baby.
Well, I think I can understand how you felt, Mrs. Dawson, but I can also understand Mrs. Ellis's feelings, too. By the way, I wonder if I can see that birth certificate.
Yes, of course. I'll get it for you.
Thank you. Well, Dawson got the birth certificate without hesitation. I took it over to the window where I could get a good look at it. Now, I'm no expert on birth certificate, but this one looked okay to me. It had been recorded in a small town in Rhode Island, properly signed and sealed. Still, there was something I couldn't put my finger on. Maybe it was because the Dawsons had been too willing to let me see the paper. While stalling for time, I turned the certificate over and back again, pretending to be studying it. But whatever it was that had hit me wouldn't gel. Well, it certainly looks okay. This is going to be rough on the Ellises. Mrs. Dawson, about adopting another baby...
I couldn't, Mr. Simpson. I just couldn't, knowing that Betsy's my very own.
Yes, it's true, but she's Mrs. Ellis's own, too.
Well, there's something else to consider, too, Mr. Simpson. It's expensive adopting babies these days.
Expensive? Well, I don't know much about this business, but I understand this is very
there's always a certain amount of expense involved in such a procedure. There's legal work, physician's fees, adoption fees, a dozen different items that all add up.
Well, on that event, I'd like to make a suggestion. If it's finances that bothers you, I'm sure the Ellises will be glad...
Oh, it's no use, Mr. Simpson. I want my baby, and I mean to have her.
But, darling, we can at least listen to Mr. Simpson's suggestion. What were you going to say, Mr. Simpson?
Well, simply this. The Ellises are willing to pay a sizable amount in order to be able to keep Betsy. Enough, in fact, to defray all the cost of adopting another baby and to secure the child's future and your own for a considerable period.
And what would that amount be?
$20,000.
$20,000?
Oh, Arnold, no. I don't care how large the amount is. Can't you understand that it isn't money I want? It's my baby.
I understand perfectly, my dear. But what could we do for Betsy? We're in rather poor circumstances, you know. And if we had our own baby with enough money to rear her properly, wouldn't it be best all around?
Well, it is worth considering, Mrs. Dawson, and think of what you'd be doing for the Ellises.
I know. But Betsy's mine, my very own, and it's she who I want.
Oh, you're upset, darling. Believe me, I don't want you to think that I'm weighing money against your child. But there are so many other factors to consider. I'll tell you what. Let's think it over and talk it over a little before we give Mr. Simpson our answer. There'll be no harm in that.
Oh, all right.
Fine. Now, is that satisfactory with you, Mr. Simpson? Say, a day or maybe 2 or 3 days.
Oh, of course. I'm sure the Dawsons will be agreeable. Here. I'll give you my phone number where I can be reached. So I scribbled my home number on a slip of paper and gave it to Arnold Dawson. Wondered if he'd check up the location, and wondering also if he'd look up Attorney Simpson in the city directory. Then I remembered I hadn't given him my first name. There must be 100 or more attorneys named Simpson in the L.A. area. But the way I had it figured, Arnold wouldn't bother to check anything. He wanted to get his hands on that $20,000. Also, he wouldn't wait 2 or 3 days either. I was right. He called me that evening and said that he and his wife had decided to take the money and adopt another baby. Well, I got down to the office early the next morning and found Pappy and Carol waiting. I'd called Pappy the night before and told him what the score was, and was therefore not surprised at the reception I got, which wasn't promising.
Are you crazy, Chuck? Everything you've told us about your visit yesterday proves that the Dawsons aren't phony.
Give me a for instance.
Sure, I'll give you a for instance.
Good.
If they were working a racket, they'd ask for cash. And you told me last night they were willing to accept a check.
Now, don't let him talk you out of it, Chucky boy.
You keep out of this, Carol.
I'm sorry.
I'm not going to let him talk me out of it, Glamour Buzz. These two are phonies working the smelliest racket I've ever known.
Be reasonable, Chuck. Agreeing to take a check
They'd be dopes to ask for cash, Pappy. It'd be a dead giveaway. They're phonies. I can prove it.
How?
Number one, they were too willing, almost eager to have me examine that birth certificate.
Is that your proof?
Number two, they asked for 2 days and took 2 hours before accepting the offer.
Attaboy, Chuck.
Carol, I've already told you.
I'm sorry, Pappy, but Mrs. Ellis called me again last night and...
I don't care if the Queen of Sheba called you last night. I'm not going to pour $20,000 down a rat hole just to hear the noise it'll make.
Number three, I saw something on that birth certificate that definitely proves it was fake.
Yeah? What was it?
I don't know.
Now, that's a good answer. You know who it sounds like? Sounds like Chuck Morgan trying to be cute.
I'm not kidding, Pappy. The clue is on that birth certificate. I'm sure of it. But I've got to get my hands on the certificate and study it again.
And the only way he can do that is to buy it with $20,000.
Which means we expose the racket and have a whale of a story.
And Mr. and Mrs. Ellis will be happy again.
And my $20,000 will be gone.
Pappy, I promise you it won't. If it is, you can take it out of my salary.
Take it out of your salary? Why, that'll take
I know how many years it'll take. I should live so long. Will you stop being so hard to get along with and open up that checkbook, please?
Okay. But just remind me to shoot myself directly after lunch, will you? Hand me that pen.
So Pappy wrote out the check for $20,000 with a trembling hand and an unhappy expression on his face, and I took it, and I got out of there before he changed his mind. I started for West L.A., and then suddenly I changed my mind. A thought had occurred to me, a very bright thought indeed, and instantly I felt better. I pulled up at a drugstore, phoned Carol, gave her some precise instructions. Then I phoned Bill Meggs at police headquarters and asked him if he could meet me for a round of golf at the Burnside Country Club. He could and did. I told him the whole story. It was at the 9th hole where there's a water hazard. Then I remembered what was on that birth certificate that made it a phony. I told Bill about it, too. He agreed I had a case. So Bill and I had lunch and we parted. It was 2:55 when I finally pushed the doorbell of the Dawson apartment.
Oh, hello, Simpson. Come in.
Thank you.
Mrs. Dawson's rather upset.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're not going to change your mind, Mrs. Dawson.
I don't know. Every time I think of my own baby,
No, stop. This makes me feel like a kidnapper. Perhaps if I talk to Mr. and Mrs. Ellis.
Mrs. Dawson and I have made our decision, Mr. Simpson. Now, let's get this over as quickly as possible. You brought the check, of course.
Yes, I have it right here.
Excellent. Now, I've prepared a paper relinquishing any claims we have on Betsy. We've both signed it.
Well, I'm not so much interested in such a paper as I am in that birth certificate.
Birth certificate, Mr. Simpson?
Of course. Without that, any claims you might make would be worthless. So I'm afraid I'll have to ask you for that certificate in exchange for this check.
Yes, of course. I understand. And I may...
Yes, I'll get it.
So May went into the other room after the birth certificate. And sucker me didn't figure it out. She came back a minute later.
Here you are, Mr. Simpson.
Which was when I made my mistake. I turned and... Arnold must have had a pair of brass knuckles hidden in his pocket. Nothing else could have hit me harder or knocked me colder faster. Time passed, or I suppose it did. I was in no condition to check. All I know is that when I could see again, there wasn't anything to look at except a crack of light, which apparently came from beneath a door. Also, I was well trussed up, and the same old voodoo drum was beating its familiar tattoo inside my head. Then I heard a door open in the room beyond, and there was another sound, which was sweet, sweet music.
Well, there's no one here, Pappy.
No, it looks like we're wasting our time. Let's get out of here.
Wait a minute, Pappy. Listen.
Hey, sounds like someone's in that closet.
It's Chuck.
Well, so it is. Well, fancy.
Oh, Pappy, stop being funny. He's hurt. Here, Chucky boy, let me untie that gag. Pappy, loosen the ropes.
Sure.
There. Chuck, what happened? Are you hurt?
Don't touch my head, that's all. Just don't touch my head.
Now, there you are, my boy. You're as free as the wind again.
Thanks, Pappy. Did they get away?
Who, the Dawsons?
Yeah.
Well, there's no one here but us, so they must have. You got the birth certificate, of course?
No, but I remember what was on it that was phony.
What was it?
Before you answer that, there's just one question. Did they get the $20,000?
Yes, but don't worry. I'm not that dumb.
What do you mean you're not that dumb? If they've got that check, what stopped them from cashing it?
Because I waited until almost 3 o'clock before getting here. They couldn't get to the bank in time. They'll have to wait until tomorrow morning to cash the check, and we'll be on hand to greet them.
Well, you idiot.
What do you mean, idiot?
Knuckle-headed idiot.
No, wait a minute.
Everything occurs to you but the right thing.
Huh?
This is Friday, and on Fridays, the Los Angeles banks are open all day.
A quick call to Pappy's bank confirmed the fact that the Dawsons had been there and cashed the check, and a quick exit by me prevented Pappy from firing me on the spot. 20,000 smackers. I began figuring how long it would take me to pay it back at the rate of $50 a month, but lost track when I became 70 years old. After all, I'm no Einstein. Brother, I'd really pulled a boner this time. Well, I went back to the office prepared to face the wrath of Mr. Mansfield. But luckily, Pappy wasn't in. But good old Glamorpus was waiting for me with a kind word and a cheerful smile.
Never mind, Chucky boy. Pappy will forget the whole thing as soon as he cools off.
Yeah, but it's going to take more than my winning smile to cool him off $20,000 worth.
Oh, fiddly-dee. You know Pappy.
Sure. Tomorrow I'm going to be saying it's been nice to have known Pappy.
Oh, don't be silly.
Silly, she
Look,
said.
I've got an idea that will make everyone feel better.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, in the disappointment of failure, all of us forgot the noble purpose of your venture.
Please, darling, don't
remind me. The Ellises will now be able to keep their little Betsy, and we haven't even told them.
You know, you're right. Listen, give them a ring.
Well, wouldn't it be better if we went out and told them in person?
Huh?
Well, after all, there'll be a good deal of satisfaction in seeing the expressions on their faces and hearing their thanks. $20,000 worth, maybe. And also, it might be a good idea if you stayed out of Pappy's sight for a while.
Oh, Glamorpus, you're a genius. Let's go. So Glamorpus and I headed for the address that Clara Ellis had given us. As we got near, I found myself looking forward to this experience. After all, I hadn't failed in my purpose. Not by a long shot. The Ellises were going to keep their child. And by golly, that was worth 20 grand of anybody's money, even Pappy Mansfield. The Ellises lived in a white stucco apartment house halfway up a hill on Melrose Avenue east of Vermont. They had a ground floor apartment with an outside entrance. Carol rang the bell. Hello, Mrs. Ellis. Remember us?
Why, it's Mr. Morgan and Miss Curtis.
Yes.
How's Betsy, Mrs. Ellis?
Betsy? Oh, she's fine, just fine.
Well, may we come in a minute? We've got some good news for you.
Well, that is, could you make it some other time?
Well, you don't understand, Mrs. Ellis. Our good news is about Betsy. You don't have to worry anymore.
There was something wrong about this, something very wrong. Mrs. Ellis had suddenly lost her role of stricken mother and was either scared or mad. Why? I didn't have to spend much time trying to figure the answer to this one. The answer appeared behind Mrs. Ellis. The door to another room opened and two people appeared. One, a man carrying a suitcase.
Clara, where's my...
The man was Arnold Dawson and the woman Mae Dawson. For about 2 seconds, all five of us stood frozen in a state of shock. And in that 2 seconds, the whole dirty picture was revealed to me as clear as a newly washed window. We'd been taken in by one of the smoothest rackets I'd ever come across. The Dawsons and Mrs. Ellis had conspired to extort $20,000 from Pappy Mansfield. There wasn't any little Betsy, or stricken parents, or long-seeking mother. It was all a gag. But it was the fact that they'd made a goat out of me that made me mad. I not only saw red, but all the other colors of the spectrum. It didn't make any difference that at that moment Dawson dropped his suitcase and reached for a gun. I went into that house like a charging bull. Out of my way, woman!
Chuck, look out!
All right, you two-bit chiseler, you just missed your only chance! Make a sucker out of me, will you? It was over as quickly as that. Dawson was down and out, and I had his gun. The two females had been too scared to move, so now they didn't have a chance. Get Bill Miggs on the phone, Glamorpus. If one of these stricken mothers makes a move, I'll blast her from here to Sunday. So that's how it was that a half hour later, Carol and I were driving back to KOP to bring the glad tidings to Pappy Mansfield. Pappy was alone in his office when Carol and I walked in. Hello, Pappy.
Hi, Pappy.
Hello. Chuck, you and I have got to have a talk.
But, Pappy, wait a
Now,
minute.
wait a minute, Glamorpus. Let Pappy have his say. Go on, shoot, Pappy.
Well, I've been thinking about that $20,000.
Yeah?
I don't know, Chuck. I guess I was a little hasty.
What?
Well, after all, you did keep the Ellises from losing their kid. Well, that was your intention, and I guess, well, I guess that's worth $20,000.
Pappy.
Now, wait a minute, just a minute. Don't get the idea that I'm an easy mark. I'm not. One more dumb-headed deal like that.
Pappy, I love you.
I not only love him, I'm going to kiss him to prove it.
Now, look here, Carol. I'm an old man.
Yeah, Pappy, and an old man shouldn't be pouring $20,000 down rat holes just to hear the noise they make. So, here's the bundle back again.
What? Hey, is that real? Holy smoke, Chuck, what is this?
It's your $20,000, Pappy, every dime.
The whole thing was a frame, Pappy. There wasn't any little Betsy.
Or stricken mothers.
All three of them were in it together. Chuck and I went out to tell Mrs. Ellis she wasn't going to lose her daughter, and the Dawsons were there.
So we called Bill Meggs, and I retrieved the doll.
Oh, Chuck was wonderful. He licked them all.
And, of course, two of them were women.
Well, I'll be... No kidding. Well, I'll be... No kidding?
Well, now, come on, Pappy. You can think of something better to say than that.
Sure I can. Well, I'll be... No kid... Say, Chuck.
Yeah?
I hate to admit this, but one of the reasons I didn't fire you was because I want to know how it was that you knew that birth certificate was phony.
Yeah, how about that?
Miss Curtis, Mr. Mansfield. Under the circumstances, I'll be glad to tell you without undue delay.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah.
Stop saying yeah, Glamourpuss. It isn't ladylike.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I read the birth certificate, I took it to the window to get a good look. I couldn't help noticing the watermark on the paper. It was dated 1950, which meant that the paper was manufactured that year. And since Betsy was supposed to be 6 years old, her birth certificate couldn't have been written on paper that wasn't made until 3 years after she was born. Get it?
Well, I'll be. No kidding.
And so will I. No kidding.
Yeah, no kidding. Come here, Glamourpuss.
Stand by for crime.
Hi, Chuck Morgan, KOP newscaster, Los Angeles. The story I'd like to tell you about today really began back in 1919. It's quite a while ago as far as I'm concerned. In fact, I wasn't even around at the time. Therefore, I was completely in the dark when the telephone call came from my blonde secretary, Carol Curtis. Carol had been away on a short vacation, was due in at International Airport last Monday morning when I was to meet her. The phone was ringing when I reached my office. All right. I don't know why Pappy couldn't have given me another secretary while Glamourpuss was away. Hello, Morgan speaking.
Hello, Chucky boy.
Glamourpuss, where are you?
I'm at the airport. I caught an earlier plane. But listen, I've got...
Save it till I get there, Glamourpuss. Go in and buy yourself a cup of coffee, and I'll be right along.
No, Chuck, don't bother. I'm taking the next plane for Seattle.
You what?
In Seattle, I'm catching a plane for Vancouver. Now, look...
Wait a minute. What's this all about?
Well, if you'll stop interrupting, I'll tell you. I only have a minute before the plane leaves.
You're not taking any plane, but go ahead and talk.
Well, somehow my suitcase got mixed up with another passenger's.
Yeah?
After we landed, I went into the ladies' room, and when I opened the case, it was full of money.
It was what?
Thousands and thousands of dollars.
Oh.
And there was also a map, or half a map. Something about the Quentin McLean fortune. So I'm going up to Vancouver to collect the other half of the map.
Are you nuts, or you're just trying to be funny? Now, you get
sorry,
back
Chucky
here...
boy, I've got to catch that plane. Call me at the Vancouver hotel. Bye.
Glamourpuss, I'm going to... Hello. Oh, the dumb-headed blondes. Oh, hello, Pappy. Come in.
Well, what's the matter with you?
Plenty. That was Carol on the phone. She's lost her mind.
No kidding. What hospital are you committing her to?
Now, look, this isn't funny. She called from the airport and said she was taking a plane to Vancouver because she found a bag full of money and half a map. Does that make sense to you?
Nothing much that either of you two do makes sense to me when you start one of your wild adventures.
Oh, can it?
What kind of a map did she find?
I don't know. She said something about the Quentin McLean fortune.
Quentin McLean?
Yeah. You ever hear the name?
Sure I have. So has everybody else.
Well, I haven't.
Then you don't read your history book. Quentin McLean made a couple of $1 zillion out of some railroads he owned. Back in 1919, he spent one of those zillion on booze.
On what?
Booze, liquor, whiskey, rum, anything alcoholic. Don't look so stupid. Prohibition was on the way. Quint read the handwriting on the wall and quietly went around buying all the liquor he could lay his hands on.
Well, he's a smart operator.
Oh, yeah, except for one thing. His wife, Bertha McLean, was one of the country's leading temperance workers.
Oh, no.
As a matter of fact, she practically put the prohibition deal over single-handed. So Quint, the sly dog, didn't tell her what he was doing. He bought himself a large yacht, about half as big as the Titanic, I'd say, named her the Bertha M, and loaded his liquids on board.
Sailed away for a big drunk, huh?
Big drunk, my foot. He had about $3 million worth of liquor on that tub.
Yeah?
He planned to anchor the thing 12 miles out and sell it retail. The only trouble was he died of a heart attack the day after Prohibition became effective.
And what happened to the liquor?
What do you think? When his wife found out what was aboard the Bertha M., she sailed her off one dark night and sank her.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm a son of a gun. Pappy, that map. You don't think that Carol really...
Well, if she has, Chucky boy, you better marry her quick because she's worth around $3 million.
Oh, what a story, Pappy. It'll be sensational. The hottest thing that hit the wires in years.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
If you need me for anything, Pappy, call me at the Vancouver Hotel in British Columbia. Well, I caught the next plane for Seattle and settled down to do some heavy thinking. And the more I began to analyze this nutty caper, the more it seemed like an adventure yarn from the pen of Robert Louis Stevenson. Still, there was the money and the map, and Pappy's story about the Quentin McLean booze ship. Then the usual questions began to present themselves. Carol had picked up a wrong bag, found it full of money, and instead of turning it over to the police, she caught another plane out of the country like an escaping criminal. On the other hand, I checked at the airport and found that no report had been made of a stolen suitcase full of banknotes. Now, why? Well, I wasn't any nearer the answer when we landed at Seattle, and I picked up a plane for Vancouver. I was even farther away from the answer when we sighted the peaks of the Lions, and then began to ease down toward the airport of the lovely city of Vancouver, British Columbia. You know, I half expected to find Glamourpuss waiting for me at the loading gate, but of course she wasn't. Someone else was, though. A very beautiful girl in a light blue linen suit and a rakish beret. She picked me out of the crowd as though she'd known me for years and stuck out her hand.
Hello. You're Chuck Morgan, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right. I'm sure I've never met you before. I couldn't forget that beautiful smile.
Carol said you'd probably make a remark like that. I'm Candace Campbell.
Carol? Carol Curtis?
Yes, that's right. We got acquainted coming up on the plane. She's staying with me in my apartment.
Oh, I see. Well, how did she know I was coming, and why isn't she here to meet me?
She said she knew you were coming because she said she knew you. And the reason she isn't here to meet you is because she'd some urgent business to attend to. And the reason she asked me to meet you is because she knew you'd look for her at the Vancouver Hotel. They're filled up there. So I guess you'd better come home with me. I've plenty of room.
That seems to clear things up. Did Carol say where she was going on her urgent business?
No, but she did ask me where Point Sutton was located. But I'm sure that wasn't where she went.
Oh, why not?
Oh, because there's nothing there. Just a point of land in the wilderness jutting out into the ocean.
Oh, FIFA does strange things to people.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, nothing. By the way, there must be another hotel in town where a bachelor could...
No, I'm sorry, there isn't. Every hotel is filled to capacity. There's a lumberman's convention this week.
Oh, I didn't know.
I'm afraid you'll just have to accept my invitation.
In that case, I'll be delighted to. Thank you very much. Shall we go? Well, for my money, there wasn't much about this that added up. When I mentally figured up the score, the answer came out on the wrong side of the ledger. Number one, Glamourpuss, even though the lust for gold had driven her stark raving mad, never would have sent a girl as beautiful as this Candace Campbell to meet me alone. Never. And number two, Miss Campbell was unusually anxious to have me accompany her to her apartment. Why? And I kept thinking about the situation as I was checked through customs and we headed for the taxi stand. And at last, my thinking paid off with an idea.
Something wrong?
No, I think I'd better check with my boss in L.A. and let him know I'm not at the bottom of Puget Sound or something. Would you be kind enough to keep your eye on that carpet bag?
Of course. Just hurry back.
So I found a phone booth and called the Vancouver Hotel. Asked them if they had any vacancies. They said, sure, all I wanted. So I said, how about the lumbermen's convention? They said that wasn't until next week. So that was that. The beautiful Candace was a cockeyed liar. But what was her game? And what had happened to Glamourpuss, and how was I going to find out unless I went with Candace to her apartment? Well, that answer was obvious. I'd have to go to the apartment and take whatever came along. So I did. The beautiful Candace drove us there in her own car. She lived on Canby Street.
I hope Carol's back. She's really going to be surprised.
I hope you mean she'll be surprised at the same thing I do.
Well, here we are. Carol? Carol, Chuck's here. Oh, That's too bad. I guess she hasn't got back. Well, sit down, Chuck. Make yourself at home.
Sure can do, thanks.
Can I fix you a drink?
Well, that sounds like a good idea.
Fine. I'll only be a minute.
Well, so far, everything seemed normal. Too normal. I looked around and decided that the beautiful Candace must be in the chips. This bailiwick she was maintaining must cost at least a couple $100 a month, which for a 20-year-old working girl was a tidy sum. But who said she was a working girl? Did working girls drive around in $5,000 automobiles? So I began pondering on what kind of work a working girl would work at who lived in such luxury. Just then, the door to the bedroom opened and a man stepped out. The man was holding a gun. His face was familiar. I'd know that ugly puss anywhere. It was Pickles Beckner, the New York underworld's most recent contribution to the gutter.
Hello, Morgan. Fancy meeting you here.
Yeah, fancy. How many jumps ahead of the FBI were you when you made it across the border, Pickles?
I'm clean, Morgan. Clean as a whistle, so skip the cracks and hand over the map.
What map are you talking about?
Look, Morgan, let's not kid around.
Okay.
I happen to know you got the map, and I'm going to take it away from you.
Well, that's a good trick if you can do it. Just what makes you so sure I have the map?
I don't know why I'm so patient with you, chum. One of my boys was outside the phone booth when your gal Friday called you back at the airport in L.A. He seen her address and envelope and drop it in the mailbox. The map was inside.
Well, then it's still inside. I never got it.
You know better than to lie to me like that, Morgan. I got ways of making guys like you sound off. You want I should demonstrate a couple?
Now, look, use your head, Beckner. If Carol mailed me the map from International Airport, would I get it in Hollywood before 3 o'clock the same day?
If she sent it special delivery, you would.
Oh, nuts.
And if you didn't get it, you wouldn't be up here now, so hand it over.
You know, it's too bad you're not allergic to wishful thinking, Pickles. Because right now you're wishing for something that isn't in the books.
Yeah? What's allergic mean?
It means that unless you do some fast thinking, the man who just came out of the bedroom behind you is going to sock you behind the ear with the blackjack he's holding.
Yeah? Morgan, you took the words right out of my mouth. On account of it's behind you, a guy is standing with a blackjack, and the minute I give him the nod, you're gonna get it.
Well, one of us was lying like a rug. There wasn't any doubt in my mind which one. Me. No one was standing behind Pickles. But someone was standing behind me. A minute later, he proved it. Pickles gave him the nod, and... I got it, the way Pickles promised. I went out like a snuffed candle. The familiar pinwheels, shooting stars, and zooming comets put on an excellent display, and then vanished, and soft darkness closed in. The darkness gave way gradually to grayness, and then to bright light. I went into the bedroom and found nothing but destruction. Apparently, Pickles had been positive that the map was hidden around the premises. Then I saw something he overlooked, or rather neglected. A suitcase, lying on its side with the gold initials CC stamped on the letter. CC for Carol Curtis. I walked over and picked it up. It was locked. But there was something inside, something that rustled when I shook it. Money, banknotes, the thousands and thousands of dollars that Carol had told me about over the phone. So then I knew that Glamourpuss had actually been here, and had probably been kidnapped, or worse.
Now, the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
Well, having figured this all out didn't help matters any. The beautiful Candace's $5,000 car was parked at the curb, and the keys were in it. So I got in and headed for the nearest filling station and asked directions to Point Sutton. I drove north along Marine Drive, and after a while, all signs of habitation disappeared, and I was on a deserted road with trees thick on both sides and forming a tunnel over my lights up ahead. Then suddenly, I eased up on the accelerator and swung to the side of the road. A figure was lying there, a girl, who lifted up her head when I stopped and began sobbing hysterically.
Chuck, please help me.
Candace, sure, I'll help you. What happened?
They beat me. They kept slapping me. They told me they'd kill me unless I told. It was awful. I thought they were going to
No, wait a minute. Take it easy. You're all right. Who was it who beat you? Why?
Men who were in the apartment.
Pickles? Then you're... I mean, you didn't...
At first, there was only one. The one called Pickles.
Yeah?
He kept calling me Carol Curtis. He wanted to know where the map was and the money. I told him I didn't know, and he hit me.
Wait a minute. When did all this happen? Where?
Right here. After that other man in the apartment hit you, Pickles made me come with him in his car.
Huh?
He parked right here and told me that unless I told him where the map was, he'd kill me. He began slapping my face and getting madder and madder when I told him I didn't know about the map.
Well, I'll be darned. And he thought you were my secretary, Carol Curtis.
Yes.
Huh.
Then another car came along. The other man was in it. He said he'd searched the apartment but couldn't find the map.
So they left you here and started for Point Sutton.
Yes. Chuck and Carol's at Point
Yeah,
Sutton.
there's no time to lose. Look, Candace, I can't take you back to Vancouver now, but I'll drop you at the first house we come to, and you...
There aren't any houses between here and Point Sutton. And I don't want to be dropped anyway. I want to go with you.
Okay, if that's the way you want it, let's go. Candace's $5,000 car really lived up to its reputation during the next few minutes. It wasn't long before I saw the turnoff and swung the wheel hard. The road was filled with twists and turns. How far is it to the end of the point? And what do we find when we get there?
It's only a little way. There are a couple of fishing shacks and nothing else.
And we better park this handsome crate and make it on foot. There's no sense in warning Pickles if we can help it. So we parked the car, turned out the lights, and started ahead on foot. There was a bright moon, and far off to the right we could hear breakers exploding on the rocky shore. After a while, we came to the first of the fishing shacks, but it was dark and deserted, so we kept on without stopping. 5 minutes later, a light winked at us through the trees. It was the second shack, and it was occupied. As we got close, the sound of surf grew louder, loud enough to cover sound of our approach. We reached the shack and peered cautiously inside. The first thing I saw was Glamourpuss. She was tied tightly to a chair, staring toward the back end of the shack. And by the expression in her eyes, I gathered she wasn't too happy about her predicament.
Chuck, it's Carol.
Yeah, so I see. Careful, here comes Pickles. Pickles and another man came into range of vision. They stood in front of Glamourpuss with their backs to us, which was a lucky break. Pickles had a short length of rope in his hand with a knot on one end.
All right, baby. One more chance. Where's the map?
I've already told you. I haven't got it.
Where's the map?
I told you. I mailed to Chuck Morgan. It wouldn't do you any good anyhow. Those men...
Look, chicken, if you expect me to believe that story about two men pulling a fast one by selling Pickles Beckner a phony map that they drew themselves, you're crazy. Pickles Beckner ain't that dumb?
But it's true. They were here in this shack when I arrived this afternoon. I heard them talking about how they tricked you into believing an old sea captain had told them where the Bertha M was sunk. And they made a map.
You're a liar. Where are these men now?
A third man arrived and told them that something had gone wrong. The money and map had been stolen. All three of them left in a boat.
I still say you're lying. No one pulls a job like that on Pickles Beckner. No one.
If you ask me, you're a natural for a job like that. You're so used to pulling jobs like that on other people that you're...
Shut up!
Oh, Chuck, this is awful.
Yeah, come away from the window where we can talk. This'll do it.
Chuck, isn't there something we can do? Have you got a gun?
No. Our only chance is to get Pickles and his boyfriend outside. Now look, get back to the car as fast as you can. Drive it up here with the lights on and the engine roaring.
But if we warn them that
Never
way...
mind about that. I'll take care of everything.
All right.
So Candace went back for the car. And I hunted around until I found a nice, fat club. Hard enough to make an impression on the skull, even as thick as the one worn by Pickles Beckner. I waited until I heard the sound of Candace's car way down the road. Then I moved up to the shack's door, and I got there just as Pickles yelled,
Listen, there's a car coming.
Thank heaven.
Baby, one peep out of you and I'll blow your brains out. Mike, does the light. Okay, now get outside and bring whoever that is inside. And don't let them give you no arguments.
So after a minute, the door of the shack opened and closed. A dim figure slunk out. I followed him until we were far enough away so we couldn't be heard. Then I stepped up quickly and tried the club out for size. It worked fine. Mike dropped like Isaac Newton's apple and lay still. I took off his belt, strapped his hands and legs together, stuffed a handkerchief into his mouth, and then found his gun. Well, now Pickles and I were even. No, I had the advantage. Candace and her $5,000 car were on my side. She was roaring down the road in it at a pace that threatened destruction. I sneaked back to the shack and waited. The $5,000 job swung around a curve, and the headlights brought the shack into sharp relief. Candace, smart girl, brought the car to a stop within 3 feet of the shack's door and left the lights on. For a minute, nothing happened. Then the cabin door opened and Pickles stood there, a perfect target.
Hey, Mike, who is it?
All right, Pickles, you haven't got a chance. Get your hands up.
Morgan, you dirty...
much as I dislike shooting a man without first warning him, I wished right then and there that I'd forgotten my principles for once and let him have it.
All right, Morgan, I still got your girl. Throw down your gun and come in with your hands up.
Don't do it, Chuck. He'll shoot you if you do.
Shut up.
Oh.
Hear that, Morgan? There's more coming every second you take to make up your mind. Make your decision, Morgan. I ain't kidding.
No, he wasn't kidding. I knew Pickles. I listened to Carol taking 2 more blows and then started to throw my gun away and head for the door.
Don't do it, Chuck. Wait.
Candace was backing the car away from the shack. I didn't get it until she stopped and rammed the gears into low and started forward. Then I saw what she was up to. I ran around to the shack's window just as the $5,000 job crashed through the front of the shack as over a paper. One headlight went out, but the other held showing me Pickles, crouched in the corner, his eyes wide and scared. Pickles, this time you get no warning.
Oh, don't shoot again, Morgan. I'm hit. Don't shoot again.
Take that gun out of the way and stand up, facing the wall with your hands behind your head. Nobody outsmarts Pickles Beckner. Nobody. You cheap, dumb parasite. You've been outsmarted by one 20-year-old girl. Pickles Beckner and his pal made a couple of fine prisoners. The Vancouver police were glad to get them. Well, we drove back to Candace's apartment and went up for a drink. This time, when the beautiful Candace disappeared into the kitchen, I was reasonably sure she'd reappear carrying a tray of glasses.
Hey, this is quite a joint your girlfriend sports.
My girlfriend? What are you doing, fishing for compliments again? What do you mean, acting as though you'd never seen this place before? You've been living here, haven't you?
Living here? Are you kidding? I'm living at the Vancouver Hotel.
Do you mean you've never been in this room before?
Of course I mean it.
Well, I'll be a lot...
I hope I wasn't too long. Here you are, Carol. Chuck?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Listen, Candace, there's still an awful lot about this that needs clearing up. For example, you told me...
Oh, yes, I know. I told a bunch of whoppers, and I want you to know why.
So do we.
Go ahead, Candace.
Well, in the first place, I'm Quentin McLean's granddaughter.
What?
You mean the man who bought the booze and stashed it on his yacht?
That's right. Grandfather and grandmother used to spend their summers right up near here. And that's how my mother happened to meet my father and why I was born here.
Well, what do you know?
How did you know about the map and the money and all the rest?
Well, I was visiting some friends in New York, and one night at a nightclub, I heard Grandfather McLean's name mentioned.
Yeah?
So I eavesdropped and heard enough to make me think that the sunken ship had actually been discovered. And I naturally felt that its cargo belonged to my mother, since there were no other heirs. So I started home, and on the plane from Los Angeles to Vancouver, I was Carol's seatmate. And we naturally got to talking. She told me all about you, Chuck. As a matter
Stop
of fact...
right there, little girl. This big gorilla hears too much of that.
All right. Well, anyway, when Carol learned I lived in Vancouver, she began asking me all sorts of questions, especially about Point Sunken.
So that made you think that Carol had something to do with the sunken yacht.
That's right. So then, when she told me you'd be up on the next plane...
Now, wait a minute. Glamour Puss, how did you know I'd be up on the next plane?
Simply because I know you, Chucky boy.
Oh.
You big hunk of stuff, you.
I see. Go ahead, Candace.
Well, then I thought it'd be a good idea to find out what you knew, Chuck. And I knew I could do that by winning your confidence. And I knew I could win your confidence if I told you Carol was my guest.
Well, now, wait. You didn't have to go that far, Candy.
Candy? Look, let's finish up the explanations and get out of here, Chucky boy.
Yeah. Now, let's see. Pickles must have come up to Vancouver ahead of his pals. There were 2 of them on the plane that Carol took out of New York, a man and a woman.
Why a woman?
Because the money was in a female suitcase, remember? A female whose initials were C.C. That would be Pickles' old girlfriend, Catherine Kramer. And when Carol got the wrong suitcase by mistake, neither Kathy nor her companion could report it to the police, because they probably figured that any money the Pickles could raise would be stolen. So they called Pickles in Vancouver and told him that Carol was arriving on the afternoon flight. Now, Carol arrived on an earlier flight, but I was on the second flight and left the airport with Candace, so Pickles naturally thought that Candace was Carol. But what I can't figure out is why Catherine Kramer and her boyfriend didn't try to get the suitcase away from Carol in L.A.
The answer to that one is easy.
What do you mean easy?
Well, as soon as I found the money and the map in the suitcase, I made a copy of the map, mailed it to you, and turned the money over to the airport authorities.
You what? No, wait a minute. Glamour Puss. That suitcase with the money in it is locked up right now in the trunk compartment of Candace's car. I found it in that bedroom. The initials CC were on it. It was yours. I heard the money rustle.
Russell? Well, there's a switch.
I think I can clear up that little mystery. The rustling wasn't caused by money, Chuck.
Huh?
There are things that a woman wears that rustle, too.
Ah.
And you seem to forget that my initials are also CC.
Oh, no. Do you mean that all this time Oh, no.
Chucky boy, this is where we came in. There's a plane back to L.A. in an hour. Shall we take it?
Glamourpuss, for once I'm sure I've got the right answer. Yes, let's take the plane.
Stand by for crime.
Chuck Morgan speaking, KOP newscaster in Los Angeles. You know, in spite of all the kidding that goes on between my blonde secretary, Carol Curtis, and me, she's really quite a gal. I depend upon her more than I sometimes care to admit. She's an eager beaver when it comes to lining up feature stories for my broadcasts, which, when you have to dig up 2 features a day, is a big help. But every once in a while, Carol goes overboard in her attempts to ferret out these features. Like last week, she claimed she had a hot tip from a mysterious person whose name she didn't know and who told her that a big shipment of marijuana was scheduled to be smuggled across the border at Calexico. And if we wanted an 8-columned headline yarn, we'd better be on hand. Well, I wrote that one off to one of those crackpots that were forever phoning in and told Carol we'd cover the Iowa State picnic instead. 2 mornings later, I arrived at my office, prepared to be greeted by Carol's cheerful grin, as usual, and instead found Pappy Mansfield, owner of KOP, sitting at her desk. Hello, Pappy. Where's Carol?
Hi, Chuck. What do you mean, where's Carol? Didn't she tell you?
Tell me? What?
Why, day before yesterday, she asked for a couple of days off, and I told her she could have them.
Oh, she did? And you did?
Yeah.
How do you like that? She's got a nerve. Who does she think she's working for anyway? If she wants to be my secretary, then
Now, just take it easy, Chucky boy. It happens that you weren't around when Carol made that request. And since I only happen to own this coffee pot you're both working for, she probably figured that I was next in authority, so she asked me for the leave of absence.
Leave of absence? That sounds as though she's going to be gone for a year. Where'd she say she was going?
Your phone's ringing, Chucky boy.
I asked you where she said she was going.
She didn't say, and your phone's still ringing.
How about that? I hire a secretary, and she walks out on me just when I need her the most. I ask you, how about that?
Chuck, answer that phone.
You know what I think I'll do? I think I'll fire that wench. Hello? She's got to understand that I'm the boss as far as she's concerned.
Someone's talking to you, Chucky boy.
Huh? Oh. Hello, who is it? What do you want?
It's Carol, darling. Now, listen.
Now, look, Glamourpuss, you're fired. Do you hear that? You're fired. Where are you anyway?
I'm in jail at Calexico.
A likely story. Now, what did you say?
I said I was in jail in Calexico. I was caught trying to smuggle marijuana across the border.
Oh, you dope. You empty-headed dope. Pappy, kick that chair over here, will you? I think I better sit down.
Sure. So she got caught, did she?
You're not being funny, Pappy.
I think I am.
Chuck, are you still there? Who are you talking to?
A man with no sense of humor. Now, look, Glamourpuss,
I was framed, Chuck, and I'm mad and uncomfortable and disgusted. And you've got to come down and identify me because they won't believe I'm who I am.
What do you mean you were framed?
Well, I went across the border, and when I came back, the customs officials opened my suitcase, and there was about a ton of marijuana inside. Oh, Chuck, the meals are horrible in this jail. Will you please hurry up?
Framed? Meals? Hurry up. Okay, Glamourpuss, I'll be there.
Anything wrong, Chuck?
No, not a thing, Pappy, not a thing. By the way, I'd like to have a 2-day leave of absence. How about it?
Why, sure, Chuck. Of course, you realize when you take a leave of absence, your pay stops.
Yeah, I know. Okay, Pappy, stop my pay. I'm leaving for Calexico. Calexico is a border town lying some 200 miles southeast of Los Angeles. On the other side of the line in Old Mexico, the town is called Mexicali, the names of both being a play on words. A bunch of years ago, there was a song written about Mexicali and some kind of rose. I can hear it now. As I recall it, one popular favor. When I pulled into town around 4 in the afternoon and went immediately to the customs office, Glamorpuss had said she was in jail, but I figured it might be a good idea to establish her identity before I went over to bail her out. I was pleasantly surprised to discover that the customs official in charge was a man named Dave Walker, whom I knew when he was stationed at Tijuana. Dave was sitting in his office with his feet cocked up on his desk, and there was a good-looking blonde babe with him. The blonde babe I recognized, too. Her name was Carol Curtis.
Hi, Chucky boy. Come on in and sit down.
Well, Chuck Morgan. How are you, boy? Long time no see.
Good to see you, Dave. Who's the babe?
Who's it? Okay, I'll go along with the gag. The babe claims she's Carol Curtis. She was picked up this morning trying to run some marijuana across the line.
I see. What's the rap for that, Dave?
Oh, 4 or 5 years.
Good. She deserves it.
Yeah. Say, look, Chuck, if you really want in on a big story...
Sorry, Dave. I'll see you around.
Chuck.
Who said that?
Okay, funny man. You've had your joke. Now, if you'll
I'm
just
sorry,
listen...
ma'am. You seem to have the advantage. Am I supposed to know you're prisoner, Dave?
Well, look, Chuck, you don't have to...
There's only one thing I have to do, Dave, and that's get back to L.A. and report to Pappy Mansfield so I can get back on the payroll. I was asked to come down here and identify someone who was mistaken for a smuggler. Well, I haven't seen anyone to identify.
Oh, Chuck, for heaven's sake.
That expression sounds familiar, but I still don't know the face. Oh, there's just one thing, Dave. Was this babe actually picked up, and did you find marijuana in her suitcase?
Well, yeah, only it was a gag. You see, she wanted
That's
you
enough
to come...
for me. I've been sucked in on deals like this before. This time I'm bowing out. You have your prisoner and the evidence. Carry on, old boy. So long.
Chuck!
I went out of there and I was mad. I should have known the whole thing was a trick of Carol's to get me down here, just because of a crackpot telephone call. Well, it was high time that she understood that Then I stopped thinking along those lines and stood stock still, staring at a yellow custom-built convertible parked across the street. Most anyone in L.A. would have recognized the convertible. It belonged to Max Craig, the gangster, racketeer, gambler. As I watched, Max himself came along the street, got into the convertible, and drove away. So what was Max doing in Calexico? For my money, there was only one answer to that. Max was mixed up in the smuggling. Well, that would make a good story. I was on the verge of turning back to the customs office when a girl came running across the street.
Senor Morgan! Senor Morgan!
What? Rosita! Well, I'll be. Rosita Gonzalez. How are things? What are you doing in Calexico?
Oh, then you remember me, see?
Remember you? How could I forget? How long ago was it we worked on that wetback story? A couple months, wasn't it?
Almost, I think. I am very happy that you could come this time. I think you will have a big story.
You sound as though you expected me.
Oh, see. Didn't Miss Curtis tell you?
Miss Curtis... Look, Rosita, let's duck into one of these saloons where we can order a beer and talk. So it was you who called Carol.
See, for many reasons I disguised my voice. You must promise to keep what I tell you very secret.
Sure, I won't say a word.
Gracias. First, you must know that I am a member of the Border Patrol.
No kidding.
Ah, see. As you know, my husband Jose was killed by smugglers some time ago.
Yeah, I had a hand in running down his murderer.
And for that, I am very grateful, senor. That is why I called you about the dope smugglers. It will make a big story, I think.
Well, that's fine, Rosita, but dope smuggling doesn't make very good copy anymore. It's become too common. Now, if you could set it up so the boys could dig up the big shots...
That is what we are going to do tonight, senor. As you say, there are many little men who smuggle dope. All of them work for this big shot. When one of the little men is captured, the big shot merely hires another small man to do his dirty work for him.
Yeah, and Mr. Big is too doggone smart to ever show himself.
Ah, but we have contact.
Oh?
You see, senor, in the dope division of the Border Patrol, there are only 50 men to guard 2,000 miles of boundary.
Yeah, I knew they were pretty badly undermanned.
Oh, 50 are enough, senor. It is easy enough to smuggle the dope across the border. It is after it is in the United States that the arrests are made, when the contraband is transferred to the American distributors.
I should think that'd be the toughest part of all.
Oh, no. It is the contacts, the informers who make it easy. Some of these people we pay. Some inform because of dislike for dope smugglers. Oh, there are many reasons.
I see.
There is one man in town who is my contact, senor. He is a very important man. Many times he has given me information that has led to the capture of the smugglers and dealers.
Oh, who is this gent?
I will tell you his name, senor, because you must meet him. But again, I must ask you not to repeat. If his identity becomes known,
The patrol will suffer greatly.
I understand perfectly.
His name is Pancho Florit, a naturalized American. He is an important man in town, a banker and politician. He has many friends among the peons. Many sources of information are open to him.
And does Senor Florit know the identity of the big shot?
Several days ago, a big shipment of marijuana came across the border. It will be worth many thousands of dollars when it is sold retail. Pancho has information that the big shot himself will be on hand to pay the money and receive the contraband.
Does Florit know where the transfer will take place?
Tonight, senor, Pancho will meet you and me at a secret place. He will give us the information we need.
You and me? Well, isn't the patrol going to be in on this?
Senor, as you know, I am a very excellent shot.
Yeah.
It would be a great honor to me to make this arrest alone. And to you, senor, would go the honor of what you call the scoop.
Rosita, if you hadn't held me prisoner for a whole day in Dead Horse Canyon a couple of months ago, I'd turn this deal down flat, but...
Oh, then you will do it, senor, see?
See, but for many more reasons than you think. There's just one thing. If you're seen so frequently in the company of Senor Florit, wouldn't it...
Oh, Senor Morgan, no one knows I am a member of the patrol. And this Senor Florit is young and very handsome.
I drove out of town about 10 miles and stopped at a motor court. At 10 o'clock that night, Rosita picked me up. We drove along the highway for a half a dozen miles, then turned off into the desert. We came to a wide spot in a dirt road and parked, switching off the lights. There was a crescent moon hanging on the horizon and a soft breeze blowing. You sure your boyfriend will show up?
He is not my boyfriend, senor. Pancho is married and very happy with his family. I envy him.
But you said that...
That he is young and handsome? See, it is very convenient for the roles we both play in this game.
Ah, I see. Does the patrol pay Florit for the information he supplies?
Pancho will accept no money.
Oh?
He has 3 children. People who handle dope he detests more than the lowest form of life. He has seen too many lives wrecked.
Yeah, I can go along with him there. Listen. A car was approaching over the bumpy road, its lights out. In a moment, it drew alongside. A man got out, and Rosita introduced me to him. In the dim light, I could see that he was, as Rosita said, young and handsome. He motioned Rosita to get out, and they crouched over a smooth place on the ground. Florit drew a rough map with a stick, speaking rapidly in Spanish. And he scuffed out the map, said goodbye to me briefly, and drove away. Rosita and I started ahead along the gravel road. This is all very mysterious.
It is the only way the smugglers will operate when they make the transfer.
Oh, why is that?
It is very quiet on the desert at night. An approaching automobile can be heard a long way off.
I get it. Where are we going now?
There is a deserted range camp not far from here.
Yeah.
It is there that the rendezvous will be made.
We reached the range camp in about half hour, and Rosita parked behind a clump of mesquite. Then she opened up the trunk compartment, took out a flashlight and 2 guns. She gave me one of the guns, and we went inside.
It will be a long wait, senor. You do not mind?
Not at all. I have charming company.
Gracias. But we must not talk or smoke.
Right.
The smugglers will arrive first with the dope. We must hold them prisoner until the man who is to buy it arrives.
So we waited. An hour passed. 2. The hankering for a cigarette was becoming unbearable. I was considering making a tent of my coat and lighting up when Rosita said...
Shh, listen, I think they are coming. This is strange. Pancho said they would arrive by horseback.
Something's gone wrong, do you think?
I do not know, but whoever these are, they will not be friends.
I had an uneasy feeling there'd been a hit somewhere along the line, but there wasn't anything we could do about it now. The car stopped outside, and we heard footsteps approaching the shack. It sounded as though there were a dozen or more. Then the door opened and people came in. All right, get your hands up. Why, you get up.
Don't shoot again, senor. It is Miss Curtis. You have hit her.
Now, the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
Well, this was a fine kettle of fish. Lying on the floor, blood staining the right sleeve of her blouse, was Carol. Standing above her, a gun smoking in his hand, was Dave Walker. Behind Dave were 2 other Border Patrol officers. But all this was only subconsciously registered on my mind. All I could see was Carol lying on the floor. I crossed quickly and kneeled down. Carol, darling, blam up, speak to me.
Hi, Chucky boy.
You're all right?
As all right as anyone can be with a bullet lodged in her arm.
Oh, Miss Curtis, I am so sorry.
Rosita Gonzalez, what are you doing here?
Yeah, and what are you doing here, Chuck?
Never mind that. Right now, we've got to get Carol to a doctor. Rosita, let me have your scarf.
Here.
I'll bind this up, and then we've got to get out of here. Well, there wouldn't be any dope peddlers captured this night. If anyone had been within 10 miles of that range camp, they'd have heard the shots and yells. We drove back to town, rooted out a doctor, got Carol's arm fixed up. Then gathered in Dave Walker's office and were told where to head in.
Rosita, you were under strict orders not to pull a stunt like that.
I am sorry, senor. I only
Being
wanted to...
sorry doesn't help matters any. You're under suspension for a month.
Aren't you being a little rough on her, Dave?
If you want to know the truth, I'm being easy on her. What you people can't realize is that border patrolling isn't a game for a bunch of adventurers. It's darn serious business. As a result of tonight's escapade, we probably missed our one chance to pick up Mr. Big.
All right. Simmer down a bit, Dave. I don't blame you for being sore and throwing your weight around, but if this is such serious business, why did you have any part in helping Carol trick me into coming down here?
Oh, Chuck, that isn't fair.
Sure, it's fair. Well, Dave?
Yeah, you're right. It's my fault as much as anybody's. I apologize. Let's skip the whole thing. I'll probably be the one to be suspended when the boss hears about this.
Well, the boss won't mind if we hand him Mr. Big.
We've got a fat chance of doing that now.
I don't know. You know Max Craig was in town?
Sure. We've had a man on him ever since he got here.
Uh-huh. You think he's your boy?
If we did and could prove it, we'd have nailed him a long time ago.
Sure you would. By the way, who tipped you off about the rendezvous at the range camp?
Rosita isn't the only one who has good contacts in this outfit.
I should have known it. It is all my fault. I was thinking selfishly only of what a great honor it would be.
Skip it, Rosita. This'll be a good lesson for you. The Border Patrol functions as a team. That's the only way it can be successful.
Yes, I know. I shall not forget again.
Have you got any ideas, Chuck?
Sure, I've got ideas. I've always got ideas. You want to hear them, Dave?
What can I lose?
Yeah, thanks. That's encouraging. Look, have you got anyone else spotted besides Max Craig who might be Mr. Big?
Sure. About 5. Why?
They all here in town?
Some are, some aren't.
Well, it doesn't matter, so long as none are farther away than Los Angeles.
I don't know what you're getting at. We've been trying for months to put our finger on the one man who handles the greater part of the stuff that comes over the line, and so far all we've picked up is small fry.
And it's high time you baited the big fish into your net. You know, whoever your boy is, he's probably already been told about the incident at the range shack.
How does that prove anything, Chuck?
The chances are that no one was close enough to identify any of us. As a matter of fact, knowing the type of people who handle dope, they probably hit for the border like a bunch of scared rabbits that sounded the first shot.
So?
So? Our friend Mr. Big is probably sitting at home right now wondering what the devil was happening at the rendezvous last night.
Well, what's your big idea?
Suppose we send a telegram to the 5 people on your list of suspects. Just say something like, meet me, rendezvous tonight, midnight, important.
And what do you think will happen?
All but one of the 5 who receive the wire will either disregard it or turn it over to the sheriff. The 5th will be the boy we want. Will be the only one who knows where the rendezvous is located.
And you think he'll show up at the range camp? No good, Chuck. He'd become suspicious in a minute.
I don't think so. He knows that something went wrong last night. He knows the smuggler won't contact him personally, but he'll understand that telegram.
Okay, now how are you going to get the smugglers there with their marijuana? Unless a transfer's made, we'll have nothing on the boy we want.
I'll be the smuggler, and you provide the dope, Dave. Just put a little in a box and fill it up with something to make it weigh as much as the shipment that came over the line a few days ago. Well, I finally talked Dave into it. Dave was in the position of a man who was willing to try most anything after the fiasco the night before. Frankly, I wasn't too hopeful that my plan would pay off. But I kept thinking that if this was a really big shipment, Mr. Big wasn't going to pass it up. There were too many other buyers who could take it over in small lots. So we sent the telegrams and then got some sleep. At 4 p.m., Dave checked the sheriff's office and was told that no one had reported receiving a mysterious telegram. Well, this wasn't surprising. The 5 men to whom the wires had been sent were all shady characters, and it wasn't likely that any of them would want any truck with the law. Just after dark, we all piled into my jalopy and drove out to the range camp. I parked in plain sight. Told Carol to stay in the car, and if anyone showed up, to get down and out of sight. I didn't want her to get mixed up in any more shooting. Rosita and I went into the shack. Dave and the other officer would come along, hid in the bushes. Waiting was a repetition of the night before. Only this time it was easier. I was pretty sure our man was going to show up. About 11:15, we heard a car coming across the desert.
Car is coming, senor.
Yeah, I hear it. Get over to that window, but keep down, out of sight.
Oh, you needn't worry. You have the package?
Yeah, right here. Well, here goes. So I opened the door of the shack and stepped out, keeping in the shadows, the package under my arm. A car was parked next to mine. Glamourpuss was nowhere in sight. I stood still and waited. At first, I thought the man behind the wheel wasn't going to get out. He just sat there, watching me. I didn't move either. After a while, the car door opened, and the guy got out and walked toward me slowly. He stopped about 10 feet away, his face in the shadows.
That the stuff?
Yeah. You got the dough?
Yeah. Put the package on the ground. Back up.
So I put the package on the ground and backed away. The man waited a minute, then he moved forward. His hat was pulled down and his coat collar turned up.
Turn around.
So I turned around and waited. A couple of seconds passed.
Okay.
I turned back. The package was gone. There was an envelope lying on the ground. The man was backing toward his car. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my gun. All right, Pancho Florit, get your hands up.
Who are you?
Florit didn't get his hands up. He'd been holding a gun all the time. He lifted one arm, slammed a shot at the shack. There was a crash of glass. Then he dropped to one knee and took a shot at me. I let go with an answering shot. But Florit was on his feet, zigzagging toward his car. Dave and his pal were coming from their hiding places. But Florit slammed the door of his car and meshed the gears. Then a figure rose up behind him and smashed something heavy down on his head. He sagged forward like an empty sack. I went running up and found Glamourpuss standing up in the back seat of the convertible with a heavy wrench in her hand. Glamourpuss!
I'm sorry, Chuck, but I wanted to be in on this, too. Did I do all right?
Did you do... Glamourpuss, remind me to tell you how wonderful I think you are the next time we're alone. I told you that blonde secretary of mine had what it takes. She'd been watching the shack and had seen Rosita's face at the window and had guessed what was going to happen. Rosita, after all, was a woman and was therefore curious and couldn't resist taking a look at Mr. Big. When she recognized her contact, Pancho Florit, she was probably so startled she just stood there and gaped. Fortunately, Florit's bullet missed her. Well, by 4 o'clock that afternoon, Glamourpuss and I were back in L.A. telling the story to Pappy.
Chuck figured it all out, Pappy. Don't you think he's wonderful?
Oh, he's terrific. What's your arm doing in the sling, Carol?
Oh, never mind that. You see, Chuck reasoned that Max Craig wouldn't be stupid enough to show himself in Calexico driving his familiar yellow convertible if he were Mr. Big.
I see. You won't be able to run a typewriter for quite a spell, will you?
Oh, who cares? So then Chuck figured that this Pancho Florit had to be Mr. Big. You want to know why?
Was it an accident, or did Chuck break your arm?
All right, I'll tell you. Pancho was in the business, so he knew everyone else in the business. So when anyone else began to get big, he just informed on them and had them eliminated. And at the same time, he kept himself in solid with the Border Patrol through Rosita. Get it?
Chuck was pretty mad when he left here the other day.
And also, Chuck reasoned that nobody but Pancho could have had enough information to know about the trap we were setting up that first night. I don't want to sound catty, but I can't help being glad that Rosita wasn't as smart as she thinks. Do you think I'm being catty, Pappy?
Well, I'll tell you what I think, Carol, if you want to know the truth.
I do.
Well, then I think...
Pappy.
Oh, hello, Chuck. Are you still here?
Yeah, back on the payroll again. Look, Pappy, do me a favor, will you?
Now, Chuck, I told you that a leave of
The
absence...
only thing I want you to do is get out of here.
What?
Yeah, scram. Beat it. Get lost.
Well, if I'm in the way...
You are.
Well, okay. I'm the last man in the world to stick around someplace that I'm not.
So long, Pappy.
Bye, Pappy.
Glamourpuss.
Yes, Chuck?
Want to know something?
What?
You're wonderful.
Oh, Chuck.
Stand by for crime.
Hi, Chuck Morgan again, newscaster on radio station KOP here in Los Angeles. You know, murder has become such a commonplace crime that it takes one of unusual violence or fiendishness to really make an impact on the public. Well, we had one of those especially fiendish murders in L.A. not long ago. A young couple had parked up on Mulholland Drive. Their murdered bodies had been found, horribly mutilated. Mutilated, in fact, beyond recognition. A police car had happened along 5 minutes after the tragedy and found a man standing over the slashed bodies with one hand on the door of the car. His name was Eddie Flores, a parolee. He seemed dazed when the cops approached him, but he snapped out of it when they accused him of the crime. He slugged one of the cops, managed to evade the other, and got away by jumping over a steep embankment and disappearing into the brush. By Wednesday, Eddie Flores still hadn't been taken into custody. On Thursday morning, I arrived at my office around 11 o'clock. Found Carol Curtis, my blonde secretary, waiting for me with a look of concern on her gorgeous face. What's the matter, Glamour Fuzz? Have a hard night?
Yeah. I had a hard night wondering why you didn't take me to dinner after your 11 o'clock broadcast like you promised.
All that. Well, you see, Glamour Fuzz, I had something...
We'll talk about it later.
All right.
Right now, there's a female waiting to see you in the outer office.
A female? Is she good-looking?
Well, what do you care if she's good-looking or not?
Good-looking girls are always easier to talk to. That's why I hired you, Glamour Fuzz.
Oh, is that... Oh. What was that you said?
I'm about to get you. Who is she? What does she want?
Oh, Chuck, do you really think that
Yes, now who is she?
Oh, you're so romantic. Well, hold on to your hat. She's Eddie Flores' girlfriend.
Eddie Flores? Come on, what are we waiting for?
Chuck, wait. She's a nice little thing and...
Good, the nicer the better. Rather, with a direct quote from Eddie Flores' girlfriend, help my 7 o'clock broadcast.
But, Chuck, if you'll only listen...
Hello, I'm Chuck Morgan. I understand you know where Eddie Flores is hiding out.
Chuck, I didn't say that.
Anything you care to say, Miss,
Constance. Emily Constance is the name, Mr. Morgan. And to answer your first question, yes. I do know where Eddie's hiding out.
You do? Holy smoke, what a break. Look, I'll tell you what I'll do, Emily. If you tell me where he is, I won't say a word to the police until after my 7 o'clock broadcast.
Isn't he wonderful? Miss Constance, if I were you, I'd tell him to drop dead.
Shut up, Glamour Puss. Besides that, Emily, I'll pay you $1,000 in cash, and you'll have 6 hours to shift Eddie to a different location.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Morgan, but the $1,000 doesn't interest me. However, I'll be glad to tell you where Eddie is hiding.
You will?
Emily, before you say any more, let me tell you about this man.
You won't have to, Miss Curtis. Thank you just the same. I know a lot about Mr. Morgan. I never miss one of his broadcasts. I know he's fair and honest and tries to help people like Eddie who's falsely accused of something he didn't do.
No, not another one of those. Here I go again.
I'm sorry, Mr. Morgan. If that isn't true,
You're on the right track, Emily. Stick with it. The big lug is putting on his usual act. It inflates his ego. Now you tell him your story exactly as you told it to me.
Glamour Puss, I don't know why I didn't fire you months ago.
And I don't know why you didn't take me to dinner last night. Oh, but that's something we'll talk about later. Okay, Emily, tell him.
There isn't much to tell, except that Eddie didn't murder those two people. If you'll only see and talk to him, you'll know I'm telling the truth. Would you do that, Mr. Morgan?
No. In the first place, Emily, if I knew where Eddie Flores was hiding, I'd be duty-bound to tell the police. In the second place, the evidence is too strong against the boy. And in the third place, he jumped his parole, which is practically an admission of guilt.
Well, don't give up, Emily. He'll weaken. If he doesn't, we won't have any story tonight.
I can understand your feelings, Mr. Morgan. That's why I have a proposition to make.
A proposition?
I wish I had the words to convince you that Eddie is innocent, but only Eddie can do that. That's why I'm willing to take you to him. If after you've talked to him you're still convinced he's guilty, then Eddie will let you take him to the police.
It's a good deal for everybody, Chuck. It's Eddie's only chance. And win, lose, or draw, you have a good story.
Makes sense. Still...
I have one more offering to make, Mr. Morgan.
Yeah? What is it?
Eddie knows who owned the car in which the murdered couple were parked.
Well, as Carol said, win, lose, or draw, I'd have a story if I took Emily Constance up on a proposition. So, directly after my 7 o'clock broadcast, I headed for the address Emily had given me. It was no wonder the police hadn't been able to pick up Eddie Flores. He was hiding out in the last place I or anyone else would expect to find him. In an apartment in Longwood Towers, the swankiest and most expensive apartment house on Wilshire Boulevard. It didn't make sense because Eddie had been working part-time in a tree nursery, earning less than $50 a week. Well, anyway, I survived the lofty looks of the uniformed doorman and the uniform elevator boy and found apartment 1121.
Oh, hello, Mr. Morgan. We've been waiting for you.
Hello, Emily. Quite a place your boyfriend picked out for his hideout.
It cost $500 a month in advance.
Huh.
It took every cent Eddie and I could scrape together, but we knew no one would look for him here.
And you don't expect to be here for more than a month.
We hope that Eddie will be leaving tonight. Oh, here's Eddie now. Eddie, this is Mr. Morgan.
Hello, Mr. Morgan.
So you're Eddie Flores. Well, Eddie, you're about 15 years younger than I thought you'd be. How old are you, son?
21.
21. And already a parolee. You're off to a bad start, Eddie.
Do you know why I'm a parolee, Mr. Morgan?
Why should I know or care?
That's why I asked Emily if she'd try and get you to come here. I agree there's no reason why you should know or care why any parolee did time. But when one of them affects you personally, I think that should change the complexion of things.
I don't get it.
Well, let's look at it this way. I'm a parolee. I try to get a job. I have to explain about my past. What happens? Everyone turns me down simply because I've been in jail. They don't even want to know why I was there. They aren't interested. Is that fair?
Maybe you got something there, Eddie. A guy's got a couple of strikes on him after he's done time and tries to go straight. Just why were you in jail?
I was in college at the time, studying forestry. One night, a bunch of us went to a roadhouse and had a few.
Yeah?
A guy named Bob Talmadge owned the car we were in. He'd been drinking straight shots. The rest of us didn't know that. Bob hit a man on the way back to school and almost killed him. All of us got a year for it.
I see.
It was when I got out on parole and tried to get a job that I realized how much the world is against a man who's done time.
You think that I'm in a position to give these parolees a break? Huh?
Well, yes. You've got a reputation for things like that.
Now, wait a minute, Eddie. Take it easy. Seems to me you're getting off the subject. You said nothing yet to convince me you aren't guilty of those murders. What were you doing up in Mulholland Drive, anyway?
I was taking a walk.
You were what?
Oh, please believe him, Mr. Morgan. Eddie's interested in forestry, in nature. That's all he cares about. He spends all the time he can out in the woods.
Even at night?
There's a lot to interest a man in the woods at night, Mr. Morgan. Even if the woods consist of the brush you find up on Mulholland.
Okay, so you were taking a walk. What happened?
I came to this parked car. I thought I recognized it. I stepped off the road for a closer look and found the bodies.
Yeah.
I was standing with my hand on the car door when the police arrived. I got scared. I knew I didn't have a chance. That's why I ran.
Why did you know you didn't have a chance?
Because the car belonged to Max Royster, and last summer during vacation I got a job driving for him. When I found out what he did for a living, I tried to quit. And he had some of his boys beat me up.
Are you talking about Max Royster, the numbers racket king?
Yes, that's right. I even had a motive for wanting to see him dead.
But he isn't dead. It wasn't Max who was murdered.
I didn't know that. The bodies were so badly mutilated.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Eddie, your story is cockeyed enough for me to almost believe it.
Oh, thanks. But look, Mr. Morgan, whether you believe it or not, I'm giving myself up to the police tonight.
What?
I've only waited this long because I wanted to talk to you. Everyone's against me. I hoped I'd have you on my side.
When I went out of there with mixed feelings of doubt and certainty, I was more than halfway convinced that Eddie was telling the truth. If he turned himself into the police within the next half hour as he promised to do, I'd be practically sold. But what could I do? Devote some time to trying to sell the public on the idea that jailbirds should be given a break? What would that prove? Eddie Flores didn't need me. He needed a smart detective who could prove him innocent of murder. Well, I got back to the station about 10 o'clock. Happy Mansfield, owner of KOP, and Carol were entertaining a guest in my office.
It's about time you got back. Where you been?
Where have I been? Carol, didn't you tell Pappy that
I was going to, and then something happened to change my mind.
Something happened to change your mind?
Wait a minute. Chuck, this is Peggy Melbourne. She's a friend of Max Royster.
Hello, Mr. Morgan.
Peggy's got a story to tell you, Chuck. Better listen.
I'm listening.
I'll bet I can guess where Mr. Morgan's been during the past hour or so. He's been talking to Eddie Flores.
That where you been, Chuck?
What makes a young lady think that's where I've been?
Between
Because I know Eddie, and I know it's exactly the sort of thing he'd do. He worked for us, for Max for a while. He used to listen to every one of your broadcasts and talked about them all the time. He used to say that if a guy ever got into a jam, Chuck Morgan would be the man to see to get him cleared.
I see. Go on.
Oh, the kid was an actor. He had us fooled for a long while. Said he was studying forestry or something. Then one day we found out he was stealing our receipts. He and Max had a fight. Max beat him up.
A sort of dog-eat-dog routine, huh?
It was then. It isn't now. Max quit the racket 3 months ago. He's going straight. We're going to be married.
Well, Maxie's quit the racket. Chuck, there's a scoop for you.
Quit isn't the word to describe it. Retired would be better. Why, I'll bet Max Royster has
That's not fair of either of you. A man tries to go straight, and he gets a reaction like this every time. What's wrong with the numbers game? Is it any worse than betting at the racetracks or playing poker or investing in the stock market? No one's forced to buy a number.
Well, the only thing I can think of that's wrong with the numbers game is that it's illegal.
Yeah.
So you think that Eddie Flores has sold me a bill of goods,
Oh,
huh?
sure. He knew he couldn't stay in hiding forever, so he picked the one man he hated and tried to frame him, making you the goat.
That's not an unusual experience for Chuck.
Quiet, Glamourpuss. Now, look, Peggy.
Yeah?
There's something about all this that smells to high heaven. Either you or Eddie Flores is an awful liar. Right now, I don't know which one of you is putting on the act. Would you believe it if I told you Eddie Flores gave himself up to the police a half hour ago?
Nah, he's not that much of a sucker.
What if he has?
He hasn't. If he told you that, you were a fool to believe him. I know that little weasel better than anyone.
Well, let's find out. Police headquarters? This is Chuck Morgan. Get me Bill Meggs, will you? Hello, Bill. I suppose you know about Eddie Flores turning himself in. What? Well, how about one of your substations? Oh, no in a minute, huh? I see. Well, okay. Are you positive? No, that's right. Fingerprints don't lie. Okay, Bill. See ya.
Well, what was that all about?
Did Eddie give himself up?
No, Eddie didn't give himself up. And they've identified the body of the man who was murdered.
Well, who was it?
Max Royster. Well, Sucker Morgan had gotten himself behind the 8-ball again. And as Glamourpuss had remarked, it wasn't unusual. The trouble was that most times before I'd seen an out and had taken it. This time I couldn't see anything but a lot of ribbing from Pappy and Carol for the next few weeks, which would be tougher to take than my regular weekly beatings. Which is why the next morning, after confirming that Eddie Flores hadn't checked in at police headquarters, I told Carol to get into a pair of slacks and take a ride with me up to Mulholland Drive.
What I can't figure out is how Bill identified the corpse of Max Royster. From what you told me, his face was mashed to a pulp and all identification marks removed from his clothing.
You're too used to thinking I'm the only smart man in town, Glamourpuss.
Oh, yeah?
Bill's smart, too.
Oh, don't be so modest.
First, he identified the automobile. That took a little doing because Max had used an alias when registering the car. Once he had that problem unraveled, all he had to do was check Max's fingerprints with those on file at headquarters.
Not bad. Chuck, do you really believe that Max had given up the numbers racket?
Sure, I believe everybody. That's why I'm always getting myself in one of these jams. And here we are.
Here we are where?
This is a turnoff where the murder took place.
Oh.
Come on, let's get out.
Oh, what a wonderful view from up here, Chuck.
Yeah.
That's Hollywood over there. All the glitter and glamour of... Chuck, do you ever wish I were a movie star?
You are. You're Adele Jurgens. Now quit fishing for compliments. Let's get going. We've got work to do.
Work? I didn't know we were coming up here to work. Hey, what kind of work are you talking about, I hope?
Look, Glamourpuss, why don't you take the car and go home? I'll walk back.
Oh, Chucky boy, I'm sorry. Well, what do you want me to do?
We're going down into that canyon and look around. Now, don't ask me what we're looking for. I don't know, but I'll recognize it when I see it.
That makes sense. No, wait, I didn't mean it. Let's go. Well, I'm certainly glad you told me to wear my slacks. This is no place for nylons.
Did you think that was the reason I told you to wear your slacks?
Well, if it wasn't... Oh, you cute kid. Well, let me tell you something, Chuck Morgan. I look just as good in slacks as...
Yeah. Okay, Glamourpuss. I was only kidding.
Yeah, funny man.
What?
What's the whoop for?
We found it.
You mean we found what we came looking for, but didn't know what it was, but we'd recognize it when we saw it?
Yeah.
Well, I don't see anything. Well, what is it?
A rock.
A rock? Now, look, you told me not to make gags
Hold it, Glamour Puss. This is a special kind of rock. It's a pretty jagged hunk of granite, isn't it? See those dark stains?
Oh, Chuck, that could be...
Yeah, it could be blood. And this could very well be the weapon that the murderer used to bash in the faces of Maxie Royster and his girlfriend. Duck, Glamour Puss!
Chuck, someone's shooting at us.
Yeah, get behind this boulder.
Hey, that was too close for comfort.
We crouched there for at least 5 minutes while the marksman had fun, chipping off hunks of boulder close to our heads. After a while, the shooting stopped. I cautiously stood up, took a look around. A police car was coming around a curve in the mountain road. About a mile ahead, but closer to us, someone with a rifle was getting into a parked car. Glamour Puss and I started up the side of the canyon. By the time we reached the road, both the rifleman and the police car disappeared. We walked over to where the rifleman had been parked. Look around for empty shells, Glamour Puss. They're always good evidence.
Well, what are we going to do if we find some?
Turn them over to the police. Then we'll go find the rifleman. We'll seize his rifle. Turn that over to the police.
Okay,
then we'll go...
okay, I'm laughing. Well, there aren't any empty shells that I can see.
No, but here's something.
What?
A perfectly formed footprint in this damp spot on the ground.
Well, what does that prove?
Nothing yet. I'll just dig it up with my knife. And if it holds together until we get back to town, we'll have something that'll make Bill Meggs happy.
Now, how in the world is a dug-up footprint going to make Bill Meggs happy?
Because Bill will compare it with impressions of the footprints he found on the scene of the murder. If they check, then we'll know that the man who was shooting at us is the same man who committed the murders.
So?
So, we'll know.
Uh-huh.
Well, look, we'll know that... Oh, skip it. Come on, let's get out of here.
Okay.
Well, we drove back to town. I dropped Carol at the studio and drove over to headquarters. I turned my footprint over to Bill Meggs and ran into another blank wall. The murderer of Max Royster had been thorough in more ways than one. The police hadn't found a single footprint at the scene of the crime. Well, anyway, Bill promised to make an impression of the footprint I brought him, and I also turned over the blood-stained rock, asked him to dust it for fingerprints. On the way back to the studio, I got started off on a line of thinking that I couldn't shake off. It was still with me when I went on the air at 7 o'clock. After the broadcast, I checked through the telephone directory, found the address I wanted, and by 7:25, Glamour Puss and I were headed for North Beechwood Drive up in the Hollywood Hills.
So where are we going now?
You'll see.
Now, don't tell me it's another one of those, I don't know what we're looking for, but we'll recognize it when we see it.
No, this is one of those, I know what we're looking for, but I don't know what we'll find when we get there. Let's get out.
I feel like I'm playing blind man's bluff.
Very good, Simile, very good. There's the house. No lights. That's bad. Well, come on, let's get on with it. It was a rather large stucco house, almost completely hidden by shade trees. We went up the walk and onto a vine-covered porch. I struck a match, found a doorbell button, and pushed it. Nothing happened. We waited a few minutes, then went around to the rear. There was another porch here. This one was screened in. Overhanging tree branches made the place as black as ink. I lit another match, tried the screen door. It was unlocked. We stepped cautiously inside. The match in my hand went out. Wait a minute, Glamour. Let's try to find another match.
I feel like a thief. Chuck, look out! Chuck, help!
Well, we walked into another one. I was out like a light. Eons of time later, I heard Glamour Puss calling me from a great distance.
Chuck, are you all right? Chuck, are you all right? Chuck, speak to me.
What? Oh, my head. Glamour Puss, where are you?
I'm right here. How do you feel?
Great. What happened?
You were slugged and I was practically choked to death. They tied us both up and left us here.
Where's here and who are they?
We're somewhere in that house, and I don't know who they are. All I know is that there were two of them.
Two of them?
Look, for the past 5 minutes, I've been trying to get my nail file out of my purse. It's in my hands behind my back right now.
Glamour Puss, you're a genius. Let me back up to you. We scuttled around on the floor until I could get the ropes about my wrists across the edge of the nail file. It was slow work. But finally a strand of rope parted. A minute later, I was free, and I was loosening Glamourpuss.
Let's get out of here. There's no place for us.
No. We've come this far. Let's finish the thing.
What are you going to do?
Light a match first and see where we are.
Oh, it's just a room.
There's a door over there. Come on.
Okay.
We crossed to the door. Listened a minute. Heard nothing. Then tried the lock. The door opened inward. Across this second room was another door. A shaft of light showing beneath it. We started toward it when suddenly...
Chuck, listen.
Yes, I hear it. Look, someone on the floor.
A man and a woman, both bound and gagged.
It's Eddie Flores and Emily. Quick, Glamourpuss, help me untie them. We made short work of untying Eddie and Emily. Eddie's shoes were off, but they were on the floor beside him, and the first thing he did was to put them on.
Oh, thank heaven someone found us. Are the police with you, Mr. Morgan? They were going to kill us, I'm sure of it.
Oh, you poor kid.
No, we're alone. Who took your shoes off, Eddie?
They did. That was last night. They brought them back this afternoon.
Well, there's an easy answer to that. Listen.
It's the doorbell in the other room.
Hello, Peggy. May I come in?
It's Pappy.
Yes.
Mr. Mansfield, what are you doing here?
Well, I got to thinking about things, and I wanted to ask you a few questions, that's all.
What kind of questions?
When you were at the station yesterday, you acted as though you didn't know Max Royster was dead.
So?
Good old Pappy, he's figured it out.
Well, it seemed to me that if Max was missing for even a day, you'd know about it. As a matter of fact, that's the reason that
I see. Don't shoot now, Joe. I want to hear what else Grant has to say.
Okay, Peg. I wouldn't shoot at all if I were you, Joe. You two didn't think that I came here alone, did you? The police are all over the place.
It was at this point I thought I'd better get into the act. If Pappy was kidding about the police, he'd be shot down like a clay pigeon. I wasn't willing to take that chance. I opened the door a crack and almost hit the back of Joe, who was standing near the door holding a gun which was aimed at Pappy. Pappy was near the front door. Peggy was over on one side of the room, partly turned away from me. This was going to be easy. All I had to do was bang the door open and it would knock Joe silly.
We don't scare that easy, Gramps. If the cops are with you, why didn't you bring them inside,
Because first we wanted to hear you admit that you shot Max Royster and his girlfriend, and then bashed in their faces with a sharp rock. You did it because Max had thrown you over for the girl he was with that night. You thought you had a perfect opportunity to frame Eddie Flores for the job.
Too bad, Gramps. You're a nice old coot, but you know too much. Let him have it, Joe.
No, you don't.
Pappy hadn't been kidding when he said the police were all over the place. They were. They swarmed in like ants when the payoff came. Pappy had put on a real show. He knew Carol and I were inside because he'd seen my car up the street. He'd persuaded Bill Meggs to wait out on the porch until he, Pappy, had talked a confession out of Peggy, the old goat. Still, by the time we got back to the office, I was a bit sore. Yeah, sure. You did all right, Pappy, but you were certainly taking a chance with Joe's gun pointing down your gullet.
Now, don't get sore just because Pappy stole some of your thunder, Chucky boy.
I'm not getting sore.
I wasn't taking any chance, Chuck. I saw you standing behind Joe.
Oh, don't try to pacify him, Pappy. You did the whole thing yourself.
He did not. I found the rock with Peggy's fingerprints on it, and I found the footprint.
Footprint? Ha!
Yeah, the footprint. The footprint was planted up there by Peggy. She poured water on the ground and made a mud pack. This is Southern California, you know. It hasn't rained here for months. Peggy was wearing Eddie's shoes.
That's right, Carol. We've got to give the devil his dues.
Give the devil his... Okay, I give up. It was Pappy's show all the way through.
Do you mean you're going to give all the credit to Pappy?
Why not? Sure, why not?
Why not? But, Chuck, it was you who talked to Eddie, and you found the rock, and you who got your brains beat out.
Glamourpuss. You're wonderful.
So are you, Chucky boy.
Stand by for crime.
Hi, Chuck Morgan talking, KOP newscaster. You know, people who live in Los Angeles sooner or later find their way down into old Mexico. Well, Carol Curtis, my blonde secretary, and I took a day off last week and drove down into Tijuana to have a look around. It was dark when we got started back. At Customs, it turned out that one of the officers was a friend of mine, so we were waved ahead with no more than a cursory glance inside the jalopy. Well, we're back in the good old USA, Glamorous. You feel good?
Oh, frankly, I don't feel any different than I did 10 minutes ago. Oh, gosh, Chuck, there were an awful lot of cars lined up at customs. That's unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, probably some of the boys got a tip that an attempt was going to be made to get some marijuana or something else through.
Oh, golly, it's lucky you knew one of the customs officers.
Yeah.
We might have been there for an hour or more.
That's how it is when you have influence.
Oh, now don't start bragging. It wasn't that important.
Go to sleep, Glamorous. I can see you're spoiling for a fight.
Oh, maybe that isn't such a bad idea. Well, aren't you going to move your shoulder?
Oh, sure. How's that, better?
That's fine. Oh, good night, Chucky boy.
Glamorous, wake up.
What's the matter?
There's a roadblock up ahead. They might think you're drunk if they see you sprawled out like that.
I'm not sprawled out. What's the roadblock for?
Well, we'll know in a minute. Now, you don't have to fix your face. There are only a couple of cops.
They're men, aren't they?
They're men, aren't they? Women, I'll never understand them. Hello, officer. You must expect something pretty hot coming over tonight.
We do. You been below the border?
Yeah, that's right.
Let me have a look at your driver's license.
Oh, yeah, sure. Here you are.
Thanks.
What's he doing in our trunk compartment?
Just a routine check, lady.
Hey, Mike, come back here.
Yeah, what is it, Ed?
For heaven's sakes, Chuck, what could possibly be in the trunk compartment that would excite so much interest?
I haven't the faintest idea. The last time I looked there wasn't anything but a deflated inner tube.
Okay, you two. We found what we're looking for. In your trunk compartment.
You did? What is it?
A dead body.
Quite a time proving we weren't murderers carrying our victims around in the trunk compartment of the car. Mike Tanner, the Border Patrol officer who had stopped us, called my friend at Customs. Then he called Pappy Mansfield, owner of KOP. Then he called Bill Meigs of police headquarters in L.A.
Well, I guess you're clear, Morgan. Sorry to have inconvenienced you.
Well, I should think you would be.
Shut up, Glamorous. Well, it's all right, Mike. Now that the excitement's over, who was the stowaway we packed across the border?
Name's Jose Gonzalez, a wetback.
Wetback? Thought Mexicans didn't become wetbacks until they got over the line.
This one had been over and went back again.
Oh. Well, that sounds like something I could use in one of my broadcasts. Do you mind filling me in?
Well, I don't know. We've been keeping this pretty quiet.
Oh, Chuck will give you plenty of publicity, Mike. He'll make a hero out of you. Won't you, Chuck?
Glamorous, unless you shut up, I'll bop you one.
Well, I was only trying to help.
Well, as a matter of fact, a little publicity wouldn't hurt the Border Patrol a bit. Maybe if more people knew the job we had to do down here and how badly undermanned we were, it might plant a seed that would bear fruit.
That's a good deal, Mike. You can count me in. Now, what's all the hubbub about?
Well, we've suspected for a long time that someone on this side of the border is operating a wholesale smuggling ring. He's guaranteeing to get any Mexican into the country and get him a job at a price.
What makes you think that?
Because this operator, whoever he is, knows exactly when and where the Border Patrol is at any given time. And as I mentioned before, we're undermanned. We have to concentrate on one spot at a time.
I see. I suppose you've suspected a leakage in your own ranks and checked.
Oh, yeah. And we're positive it isn't an inside job.
Well, what makes you so positive?
Well, a week ago we found 4 corpses in a place called Dead Horse Canyon.
4?
All of them were wetbacks, and all of them had been shot with a 30-30 special.
Well, how does that make you so positive?
Because originally there were 5 in that group. One of them was a member of our patrol. He'd gone below the border and set himself up as a laborer who wanted to get into the United States. He came across with 4 others. Apparently, the American contact got suspicious and decided to kill all 5 rather than take chances.
And the 5th one, your man got away, huh?
That's right. He escaped back into Mexico. Yesterday, he was murdered. His body was the one you've been carrying in your trunk compartment. Jose Gonzalez.
Well, it wasn't a pretty picture. The American smuggler had apparently wanted to show the Border Patrol it was wasting its time. They probably picked my car by design, knowing I give the story some publicity, which would serve as a warning to any other patrol members who got ideas of becoming a spy. Well, Mike Tanner told me the location of Dead Horse Canyon, and then Carol and I started north again.
Oh, golly, I'm glad we're getting out of there. Now I do feel better that we're back in the United States. Chuck.
What?
Chuck Morgan, now what are you up to?
What do you mean, what am I up to? I'm just driving along, minding my own business.
Well, that's just it. You're not minding your own business. You're minding somebody else's business. I know you. What do you think you're going to do?
I know what I'm going to do, Glamour Puss. First, I'm going to put you on a train at the next town and send you back to L.A.
You are not.
You're to tell Pappy that if I'm not back by 7 o'clock tomorrow night, to get a substitute to do my broadcast.
I won't do it.
Then I'm going to take a run over to Dead Horse Canyon.
Then I'm going
and
with
if you don't shut up, I won't even put you on a train. I'll let you hitchhike your way back. Well, I finally persuaded Carol to take the train by promising I'd do some serious thinking about making a down payment on the diamond ring she'd been needling me about ever since she'd decided we were engaged. Then I turned the jalopy around and headed back south. My watch told me it was 3:30 in the morning when I came to the turnoff that Mike Tanner had said would take me to Dead Horse Canyon. By 5 o'clock, it was full daylight. I rounded a curve in the mountains and stopped short. A road gang was just starting their day's labors. One man was sitting on a boulder cleaning his tools. 4 others were emerging from a tent that was pitched in the only available flat area within miles. I got out of the car and approached the man on the boulder. Hello there. Didn't expect to find a road gang way down here.
Buenos dias, senor. The road must be maintained even way down here, see?
I suppose you're right. Where's the road lead to, anyhow?
Oh, this road? To Dead Horse Canyon.
Well, that's where I'm going. What do I find when I get there?
Oh, there's nothing there, senor.
Well, then why the road?
Oh, the road, senor, is a shortcut into Old Mexico.
Oh, who uses it?
The ranchers, senor, who trade with Mexico. Also the Border Patrol.
You're kidding. Well, I haven't seen a ranch or a human being for the past 2 hours. Where are these ranches located?
Oh, back in the hills, senor. There are 8.
I'll be darned. How far did you say it was to Dead Horse Canyon?
10 miles, senor, but there's nothing there. You looking for somebody?
Yeah, it could be. Why?
The one who killed the 4 wetbacks, maybe?
Yeah, you know about that, huh?
Oh, see, it's a very bad thing, senor, to shoot people.
Yes, I'll buy that. Were the 4 who were shot friends of yours?
Oh, no, senor. They were from below the border. I am an American.
So, any idea who did the shooting?
It's a strange thing, senor. We're here working on the road all the time, and there's no one who passes by except the Border Patrol men.
Yeah, that is strange. Isn't any other road, huh?
Oh, no, senor. This is the only one.
And the man who did the shooting must have come in by horseback or walk.
See, or perhaps he came up from Mexico.
Yeah, that's a possibility. How far is it to the border?
About 20 miles.
20, huh? You expecting the Border Patrol through here today?
Well, one never knows. Sometimes it's every day, and sometimes it's only once a week.
I see. All right, thanks for the information. If you see any suspicious characters around, let me know, will you? I'll be along this road someplace.
Si, senor. Adios.
Adios. I climbed back into the jalopy and started south again. Maybe some member of the road gang was getting the information about the location of the Border Patrol through to the smuggling agent. It was out. How could he do it? There weren't any telephone or telegraph lines. Wasn't likely that a messenger could try to get through if the patrol were infiltrating the district. So I kept on driving, and the day kept getting hotter, and the country more desolate and rugged-looking. After a while, I came to what must have been Dead Horse Canyon. It was a narrow gorge running between 2 high-flung ridges. The floor of the canyon was as dry as a bone. The ridges were without vegetation. I slowed down. I was thinking about getting out and taking a look around when... There wasn't any doubt that that shot was meant for me. The bullet plowed up a small geyser of dust in front of the jalopy. I instinctively stepped on the gas, thinking it would be a good idea to get out of there fast, but forgetting there was no place to go. The second shot proved that the marksman meant business. The bullet socked into my left front tire. The jalopy slewed around and almost turned over. I clamped on the brakes and got out. There was a boulder 10 paces away that offered good cover. I shot a glance up at the left-hand ridge. Saw a man with a rifle standing out in full view, the muzzle of his gun trained on me. Then I started for the protection of the boulder fast. I covered half the distance when...
Now, the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
I was dreaming that I was lying on the ground with my head in the lap of a beautiful girl. She was stroking my hair and talking softly. Every once in a while, I'd ask for water, and she'd hold a canteen to my mouth, and the cool, beautiful liquid would flow between my lips and down my throat. I let the dream continue for as long as I dared, and then I opened my eyes and said, "Hello."
Senor Morgan, you are better?
Yeah, I think I'll live. Just keep stroking my head.
Oh, but senor, you have been shot.
Yeah, I know. Oh, who bundled me up in this bandage? You?
Si, senor, it was I.
Thanks. What's your name? Where'd you come from, Angel of Mercy? How did you know my name, and who shot me?
Those are many questions at once, senor. I shall answer them in order. My name is Rosita.
Rosita, I like that.
I came from up there on the ridge. And I know your name because I looked at your driver's license.
Well, that figures. Now, can you tell me who it was that shot at me?
Oh, yes, senor. It was I who shot at you. 1,000 pardons for the mistake I made.
You shot at me? Now, wait a minute. That calls for an explanation.
Oh, and you shall have it, senor. You see, at first I thought you were someone else, but even thinking so, I did not intend to hit you. I aimed in front of you. You ran too fast, senor.
Yeah, I was traveling, all right, but I didn't think I was going fast enough to outrun a bullet. Who was this other guy you thought I might be?
The man who murdered my husband, senor.
Murdered you? Oh, this is getting more interesting by the minute. Hold it a second. Is your last name Gonzalez?
Si, senor.
Then you're the widow of the Border Patrol agent, Jose Gonzalez.
Si. I came up from Mexico last night by horseback. I shall not rest until I have avenged my husband's death.
What makes you think you'll find the murderer up here? Jose was shot in Tijuana, wasn't he?
Before Jose was shot down, he told me about a terrible thing that happened here in Dead Horse Canyon.
Yeah?
I am convinced that the murderer is an American smuggler of, well, the smuggler of poor Mexicans, and that sooner or later he will appear once more in this place.
Did the authorities know what you're up to?
I have told the authorities nothing. So far, they have been unsuccessful in apprehending this man. And the wetbacks pass through the canyon at will.
And you think that one lone woman can clean up this gang of smugglers, eh?
It is because I am a woman that my chances are good. So far, no one but you knows of my presence here. You will tell no one, senor.
Rosita, is that a statement or a question?
You must promise, senor, or I shall have to hold you as my prisoner.
Oh, that's not a bad idea. Where's your camp, Rosita?
It is up there in a little glade. There is a spring and I have food. Do you feel strong enough to walk?
Yeah, I think so. Stop spinning around like that, will you?
Oh, there. You see, you are not strong as you think. Put your arm around my shoulder. So. There.
Thanks. I like this. Let's go. The dizziness passed as we walked up to Rosita's camp, but I didn't take my arm from around her shoulder. I'm no fool. Anyhow, by the time we got to the glade, I was pretty weak. Rosita's bullet had clipped a hunk of flesh out of my left shoulder, and the loss of blood wasn't doing me any good. It took us more than 30 minutes to reach the camp, but it was worth it. It was cool beneath the shade trees, and a crystal clear stream flowed out from beneath two huge rocks.
There. Sit here in the shade, senor, and rest.
Thanks.
There.
Yeah, you picked yourself quite a spot.
Jose and I camp here often when he was a member of the patrol.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This must be pretty tough on you.
See, it is, as you say, tough. But look, here I command a view of the entire canyon. You see? No one can pass without my seeing him.
Yeah, it is a good vantage point, all right.
Jose and I spent many days here waiting for the smugglers, but they never came. Only when we were on the other side of the mountain did they use Dead Horse. It was most mysterious. But now I must prepare some breakfast, then you must rest and not talk, senor.
I hadn't eaten since the night before in Tijuana, and I hadn't thought much about it. But when I smelled the bacon hotcakes and coffee that Rosita threw together, I became ravenous. Later, I must have dozed, because the next thing I knew, it was past noon. Rosita was gone. A moment later, I spotted her. She was changing the flat tire on my jalopy. Then something else caught my eye. A flash of sunlight on steel, possibly a rifle barrel. It didn't come again, and I didn't see the man who was holding it. But I began getting ideas. I walked over to where Rosita had left her rifle and picked it up. 30-30 special. I ejected the shells, put them in my pocket, placed the rifle back where I found it. Rosita was coming up the slope, the sunlight bright in her dark hair. That's no job for a lady. You should have waited until I woke up.
It was nothing, senor, and after all, it was I who made the tire flat. Do you feel stronger now?
Yeah, I'm fine, fit as a fiddle. You all ready to leave?
Leave, senor?
Look, Rosita, it's foolish of you to think you can stay here and fight a whole gang of smugglers. I can't stay with you, so
Senor Morgan, you do not understand. I have been on many patrols with my husband. I am quite capable
Sorry,
of...
Rosita, you're coming with me.
And I say I am not.
I say. Are you going to shoot a hole in my other shoulder?
I will shoot, senor, if you try to force me to go with you.
I bet you wouldn't.
Stop, senor. I warn you.
You better shoot now, Rosita. If you don't, I'm going to take that rifle away from you.
Stop!
I'm sorry, Rosita.
Oh, senor. You are unkind. You knew I would not shoot. And this is where I want to stay. This is what Jose would expect me to do.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that Jose would want you to go to the patrol and give them any information you might have.
I have no information, none at all.
I think you have, Rosita, quite a lot, in fact. And that, added to a couple of theories I have, will clear up this whole mystery. Now, come along. Let's get started. So Rosita and I staked out our horse near the spring and started back north. It was after 4 o'clock when we passed the road gang. Their eyes bugged out at sight of my passenger. Rosita waved, called a couple of names, and they yelled something to her in Spanish. Just after dark, we pulled up in front of the Border Patrol station at Los Verdes. I wasn't too surprised to find Pappy Mansfield's green coupe parked outside. He was there in the waiting room, and Glamour Puss, of course, was with him. Well... where do you two come from?
Never mind that. Where the devil have you been?
Now, Pappy, don't get excited.
And who is this with you?
This Glamour Puss is Rosita Gonzalez. She's pretty, isn't she?
Oh, Mike. Come, Mike.
Rosita, what are you doing here?
I found her down in Dead Horse Canyon, Mike. She just rode in with me. I guess it's the first time she's talked of Jose to someone who knew him.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
There, baby, I know it's tough, but those things will happen. We'll get the guys who did it. Don't worry about that.
I wish someone would explain to me what this is all about. What's that bulge on your shoulder, Chuck?
Oh, I had a little accident. It's okay. Didn't Carol tell you about the swell story I latched onto?
She told me you sent her home and went gallivanting off to a place called Dead Horse Canyon.
So?
So I came down to see what it was all about and to keep you out of trouble.
Ah, and what did you come down for, Carol? You big squealer.
Oh, I just came along for the ride. But I can see now I made no mistake. Where did you say you spent last night?
I didn't say. And you two are a couple of liars. You thought there was going to be some excitement, and you wanted in, didn't you?
Well, isn't there?
Isn't there what?
Going to be some excitement?
Yeah, I think we can arrange something for you, Pappy. Mike, how about that rogue gang working north of Dead Horse?
Well, I've known them for years. I checked them just to make sure. But there wasn't much to check, since the only way they could get a message over into Mexico is by muleback. There wouldn't be time for that, even if a spy could get away from the camp without being missed, which he couldn't.
Well, that takes care of that. A month ago, we had a 3-day rain period, remember? Were any wetbacks smuggled across during that period?
Now, that's a good question.
Typical.
Well, that's kind of hard to remember. I'd have to check the record.
No, you won't, Mike. No, you won't. Because I can tell you right now there weren't. Now, here's my theory, and here's a plan. It might work. Tomorrow morning, send a couple of men down to Dead Horse Canyon. At 10 o'clock that night, Carol, Rosita, Pappy, and I, riding in my jalopy, followed the tail light of a Border Patrol car containing 4 officers up into the hills on the other side of the mountain from Dead Horse Canyon. Just before midnight, the patrol car pulled off the road and stopped. This the spot, Mike?
Up ahead around the bend. We'll have to walk. I didn't want to warn them with our headlights.
Right. Now, you go ahead. We'll follow. So we walked up the road, around the bend, and found that 2 of the officers had rolled a boulder into the road between the high embankments. It served as a perfect roadblock.
Chuck, you take your gang up on the left bank and keep them down and out of sight.
Right.
We'll be over here. If there's any shooting, I don't want the responsibility of any of you getting hit.
Don't worry. I'll keep them quiet, Mike.
Good. We'll probably have a wait of about an hour or 2. Any questions?
No questions. We're fine. Come on, everyone.
An hour or 2? Holy smoke, we'll be frozen stiff.
You can go back if you want to, Glamour Puss. There's still time.
And leave you here with Pappy? Well, I guess not.
I didn't think you would. Come on now. Up you go. So we climbed the embankment, found as comfortable a spot as possible behind some live oak, and sat down to wait. To wait is right. It was an hour before we heard it. The sound of a truck. It was still miles off, but it was coming steadily toward us. There wasn't any question that was on the road where we waited. simply because there wasn't any other road. Then we caught glimpses of its headlights as they swung around the sharp mountain curves. This was it. There wasn't any telling what might happen. I began regretting allowing Carol and Rosita to come along in this party, but it was too late for regrets now. The truck had made the last curve and was roaring down the dirt road straight for the boulder. It seemed to me the driver was blind. He didn't see the boulder until he was practically on top of it. Then...
All right, you two in the cab, come out with your hands up.
Get him, Jed.
Come on.
It was the cargo of the truck, the wetbacks, who'd stampeded up the embankment on our side of the road. But when they saw Pappy and me charging out at them from behind the live oaks, they must have thought the place was alive with Border Patrol cops. They went back down the embankment into the waiting arms of Mike Tanner and his men. Well, the next day, Mike went down and arrested the foreman of the rogue gang on the Dead Horse Canyon Road. Why? Because it was a foreman who'd been signaling a lookout on a mountain ridge about the activities of the Border Patrol. He'd been using one of the oldest and simplest signaling systems known to man. Heliography. The art of flashing messages by reflected sunlight. Usually a mirror is used, but a mirror isn't necessary. This one used a shining surface of his shovel, which he kept scrupulously polished. Well, that same afternoon, Carol, Pappy, and I drove back to L.A. We got there in plenty of time for dinner at the Knickerbocker Hotel before my 7 o'clock broadcast.
Well, Pappy, I guess the time has come.
I guess it has, Carol. You know, sometime we're going to fool this lad by not asking.
Well, Pappy, that's all right with me.
Well?
Well, what?
How'd you know?
Oh, that.
Oh, get him. As if he didn't know what we were talking about. All right, Chucky boy. How did you guess about the signal business?
I didn't guess. I figured it out.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Well, I did. The foreman of the road crew was polishing his shovel before he started work.
Mm-hmm.
Now, a good laborer cleans his tools after work, not before.
Well, that figures.
Oh, what else?
Well, when I was sitting in our camp, I caught the glint of sunlight in what I thought was a rifle barrel. Only it couldn't have been a rifle barrel. A rifle barrel is too dark. This glint was too far away.
Oh,
so
that reminds me.
What reminds you of what?
About that promise you made.
What promise?
Well, you promised that if I'd take the train back to L.A., you'd buy me a ring.
I didn't. I said I'd do some serious thinking about it.
You said you'd buy me one. Oh, I hate you.
Glamour puss, I didn't say any such thing. I can't afford to buy you a ring.
Stand by for crime.
Hi, Chuck Morgan, KOP newscaster speaking. The other day, while shooting a round of golf with my friend Lieutenant Bill Meggs of police headquarters, I learned something that surprised me, and I'm sure will surprise you as well. That is that the Mafia, or Black Hand, is still actively operating in this and other countries. You know, the Mafia originated in Sicily several hundred years ago. It was originally designed to protect the common people against the tyranny of landowners and royalty. But today, members of the Mafia are a bunch of gangsters, thugs, murderers, and lesser criminals who use it to further their own ends. The most effective weapon they have is fear, instilling fear in the hearts of their victims. Well, the story I'd like to tell you about tonight is a good example of how the Mafia works. Carol Curtis, my blonde secretary, and I were having dinner at Nick Adele's following my 7 o'clock broadcast. And we're wondering what kind of a feature yarn I could use on the 11 o'clock show.
How about those two jokers who think they're going to race their hot rods up Mount Wilson? Maybe you could build that into something. They're both war veterans and... Chuck?
What were you saying, Glamour-Puss?
What was I saying, Glamour-Puss? For heaven's sakes, why can't you pay attention when I beat my brains out trying to... What in the world are you staring at?
That man talking to Nick. I think he wants to see me. Yeah. Nick just pointed this way and he's coming over.
He looks scared to death. Do you know him?
No, total stranger. There's something wrong with him, that's for sure.
You, Mr.
Chuck Morgan?
Yeah, that's right. I'm Morgan.
Can I talk to you a minute?
Sure. Sit down.
Alone.
Oh, pardon me.
Sit still, Glamourpuss. This is my secretary, Carol Curtis. She's harmless.
Thanks, pal.
I'm sorry, Miss Curtis. I didn't mean to be rude.
Sit down. Tell us what's on your mind.
Oh, yes, well, thank you. My name's Frank Dawson. You've never heard of me. I'm just an ordinary person, clothing store clerk.
What's on your mind, Frank?
Well, it's taken me a long time to work up enough courage to tell somebody this. You see, I'm a very frightened man.
Oh, that's easy to see.
Is it as obvious as that? I try to cover it up, but it's no use.
You sound like a man whose conscience has been bothering you, and you can't take it any longer.
Yes, that's it exactly. You see, 4 nights ago, I witnessed a murder. I saw Elmer Hatfield shot to death.
Elmer Hatfield? Well, he's the councilman who was murdered for cracking down on rackets around town.
Yeah, and the police have been in a sweat trying to find out who did it. Did you recognize the man who fired the shots, Frank?
No, but I recognized the man who was driving the getaway car.
Uh-huh. Who was that?
Jack Stone.
Now we've got a real fine situation. Jack Stone, head of the gambling syndicate, huh? Well, he's a logical suspect for the killer of the man who was trying to undermine his gravy train.
You must have a good reason for not going to the police with this information.
Yes, I have a good reason, Miss Curtis, a very good reason. And it's here on this card.
Dawson reached into his pocket, took out a small white card, and laid it face up on the table. There was nothing on the card, except for the imprint of a black hand. Bill Meigs hadn't told me that story about the mafia or Black Hand. I would have thought this was some corny routine being played by a practical joker. But Bill had told me the story, and had showed me facts and figures. And here was this Frank Dawson looking dead serious and scared to death. And there was that white square of card with the imprint of the Black Hand on it lying between us on the table.
Well, that's nothing but a picture of Black Hand. Does it mean something?
Means plenty, Glamourpuss. Haven't you ever heard of the mafia?
No. Have you?
Certainly.
When?
Last week.
Oh, last week.
Yeah.
Well, how about that? Acting as though you'd known about it all your life. Well, my goodness.
That's enough, Glamourpuss. So that's why you haven't gone to the police, eh, Mr. Dawson? You're afraid of what will happen to you if you do.
Telephone call for Scrappy Lambert.
Well, not what will happen to me. I think I could take it. But I have a wife and 2 kids. And I'd do anything to protect them.
Even if it's refusing to do your duty as a citizen?
My first duty is to my family, Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, same old story. Same old runaround. It always works.
Well, what do you expect Chuck to do, Mr. Dawson? And if he does it, won't you be endangering your family as much as though you told the police?
Well, I hope that... Well, it's...
That I wouldn't let it be known you'd told me, huh? That somehow I'd have Jack Stone arrested and charged with Hatfield's murder without bringing your name into it. Just how do you expect me to do that? You're the only witness to the crime. The police haven't got enough evidence to arrest Stone on suspicion, let alone to convict him. No, I'm afraid without you to testify, Frank, it's a dead issue.
I can't, and I won't. They'll take my little girl. They told me they would.
Who told you?
The man who gave me the card. I didn't know that they'd even seen me. When I heard the shots and saw what was happening, I ducked into a doorway. Then the man who had done the shooting came running out of an alley and jumped into the car that Jack Stone was driving. They roared away, and then the other people in the cars appeared, and all I could think of was to get out of there and go home. And so I started, running most of the way. I was almost there when a car came up behind me and...
Hey, you! Hold it!
Were you calling me?
Yeah, I was calling you. What's your name?
Well, I don't know why I have to answer that. Don't.
What's your name?
It's Frank Dawson.
Where do you live? Come on, talk.
2 houses down the street. But don't hit me again.
And talk pretty. Where'd you come from just now?
From work. I'm a clothing store clerk. The store stays open Friday nights.
Yeah? Where's this store located?
It's on the corner of Melrose and Catherine.
Melrose and Catherine, eh? Then you must have walked down Catherine to get here, that right?
Yes, that's right.
You're the guy, all right. What'd you see in that alley?
I didn't see anything.
What'd you see?
Nothing. I didn't see a thing.
What'd you see?
Nothing. I didn't see...
What'd you see?
Don't Don't hit me again.
And talk.
I saw the shooting.
That's better. You got any kids, Dawson?
Yes. 2.
No kidding. Kind of make you feel bad if anything happened to them, wouldn't it?
Oh, no. No, you can't. You mustn't. My kids didn't do anything. You can do what you want to me, but don't touch my kids.
I thought so. You and your old lady'd be kind of put out if one of those kids should disappear and you never saw them again, wouldn't you?
Why, you dirty...
Not so fast. Just take it easy. I'll break you in two. You want some more?
My kids!
Nothing will happen to your kids if you're smart. Now, let's have a little rehearsal. What'd you see tonight?
I saw the shooting.
You saw what?
Nothing. I didn't see anything.
That's better. Just remember, you didn't see nothing. Not a thing. You didn't even come home that way. You walked down another street. Get it?
All right. I walked down another street.
And don't forget it. You walked down another street and you didn't see nothing. Remember it and nothing will happen to your kids. Forget it and one of them will be dead. You get that straight?
Yes. I understand.
Good. And just so you won't have a lapse of memory, here's something to keep it...
What did this character look like, Fred?
He was a big man with sandy hair and kind of a flat nose. Well, he must have weighed well over 200.
Yeah, that'd be Doc Zerby, Jack Stone's first lieutenant. Was Stone in the car?
No. Zerby must have dropped Stone and then cruised around until he saw a lone man hurrying home. In another 2 minutes, I would have been safe.
Oh, how about the card with the black hand on it? When did he give you that?
I found it in my jacket pocket after I got home. I don't know how long I lay there on the sidewalk. And when I came to, the man and the car were gone. Somehow I reached the house and I got inside without Sue and the kids seeing me. I went up to the bathroom. I wanted to clean up as best I could. And I found the card when I took off my jacket.
Did you tell your wife what had happened?
No, I was afraid she might call the police.
But how did you explain the bruises on your face?
Oh, I told her I got into a fight at the store.
And she believed you?
No, but Sue's pretty understanding. She knows something is wrong. She's just waiting for me to tell her.
Telephone call for Mr. Frank Dawson, Hillside number.
That telephone call's for you, Mr. Dawson.
For me? Why, nobody knows I'm here.
Somebody does. You better answer.
Oh, yes, I'd better. Excuse me a moment, please.
So Dawson went off to answer the telephone. And I had an uneasy feeling that the message he was about to receive wasn't going to be good. He thought that no one knew he was here. So what did that mean? It meant that he'd been watched ever since the night of the murder, just in case he was foolish enough to think he could get away with telling his story to the police or someone else. So Carol and I waited, and both of us were thinking the same thing. We knew the minute Frank Dawson returned to the table, the worst had happened. Dawson was wild-eyed and his mouth was trembling.
They've taken little Sue. They've kidnapped her. They told me that unless you promised to forget everything I told you, that I'd never see her again.
Sit down, Dawson. You're attracting attention.
But they've taken Sue. Don't you understand what that means? I was a fool.
Sit down. Get hold of yourself. We'll get your youngster back.
You won't go to the police, though, will you, Mr. Morgan? They'll kill her if you do. No, promise me you won't.
Not while they have Sue, I won't.
Oh, Chuck, this is terrible. What if you don't tell the police? That isn't going to get Mr. Dawson's little girl back. And when Mrs. Dawson finds out that Sue is missing, she isn't going to keep quiet.
I know, you're right, Clamopus. Whatever we do, we'll have to work fast. Frank, do you think you can keep your wife from reporting Sue's disappearance for 24 hours?
Well, I don't know. I'll have to make up some story about taking Sue to see her grandmother or something. I don't know.
You'd better think up a story and sell it to your wife if you ever want to see your youngster again.
But, Chuck, 24 hours is so short a time. You can't possibly do anything.
Maybe no, maybe yes. Every man has a weakness, no matter how tough or cold-blooded he is. If my memory serves me right, Jack Stone's weakness is a nightclub singer named Bubbles Deering.
Do you mean that redhead at the Silver Slipper?
Yeah, that's the one. She's Jack's girl, and he's nuts about her. Wonder how he'd feel if she were kidnapped.
Oh, Chuck, for heaven's sakes. You're not thinking of kidnapping a full-grown woman.
No, not kidnapping. Have something else in mind. Clamopus, by the way, you wouldn't mind if I made a couple passes at Bubbles, would you?
Made a couple of... You wouldn't dare. Chuck Morgan, if you ever dream of making...
All right, Clamopus, okay, take it easy. This is strictly business.
Strictly business. You're just using it as an excuse. But dizzy redhead. If she ever got her clothes on you, she'd...
Shut up.
What?
I said shut up. A child's life is being threatened, and you're carrying on like a schoolgirl. Are you going to be sensible, or I'm going to have to knock you over the head with this water pitcher?
All right, I'm sorry. But, Chuck...
Yeah?
You wouldn't...
Only if it's absolutely necessary will I ask Bubbles for her autograph, Glamour Puss.
Now, the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
I haven't any illusions about my personal charm, but as a news reporter, it's my business to know all I can about what goes on in the underworld. The story about Jack Stone and his girl, Bubbles Deering, was common gossip. He'd imported her from New York about a year ago. And she hadn't been working at the Silver Slipper a month before he let it become known that Bubbles was his private property. A couple of guys had argued the point, but now they're in no position to argue or do anything else. So Jack Stone's chain of armor had developed a weak link, huh? Well, if it was weak as I hoped, I might be able to cash in on it. So I sent Carol back to KOP with instructions to have a sub do my 11 o'clock broadcast if I didn't show up. And then drove out to the Strip where the Silver Slipper was located. I caught the tail end of the first floor show, which featured Bubbles doing her song and dance routine. And sitting alone on the edge of the dance floor, I did my best to let her know her act was being appreciated. I had the feeling she was aware of my presence. Afterward, I went backstage and found a door with a star on it.
Yeah, who is it?
Hello, Bubbles.
What? Hey, what are you doing here?
I just thought I'd drop around, tell you how much I enjoyed your act.
Yeah? Well, now you told me, get out.
Wait a minute. I've got a proposition to make.
I ain't interested in no proposition. Hey, does Jack know you're here?
Jack? Who?
Jack Stone, the guy who owns this place. Ain't you never heard of him?
Well, now that you mention his name, I guess I have.
Huh. You better had. The last guy who came prancing in here is dead.
Oh, it's like that, huh?
Yeah, it's like that. Now, if you're smart, you'll beat it.
Well, I appreciate the warning, but first I've got to state my proposition. How about coming to work up in San Francisco for me at twice your present salary?
Huh? Say, who are you?
My name's Jones. Bill Jones. I own the High Tide Club in San Francisco.
Never heard of it.
Ever been to San Francisco?
No.
Yeah, that explains it.
Okay, so all right, I ain't been around. And I ain't interested in getting around.
What's the matter, Bubbles? Scared?
Scared me? Huh? What?
Jack Stone.
Jack Stone? Oh, it's a laugh. Hey, listen, Buster, I got news for you. I'm Jack Stone's girl. He's in love with me, see?
Are you in love with him, Bubbles? Or do you just hang around here because you're scared of what will happen if you leave?
I ain't scared of nothing. I tell you nothing.
How do you like being someone's personal property, Bubbles? Not being able to even talk to another man. Only going out when Jack Stone says so. And then only to the places he chooses. You can't call your soul your own, can you, Bubbles?
Ah, you're crazy. You're talking yourself right into a dose of lead poisoning.
Pretty dull routine for a girl as young and pretty as yourself. What you need is freedom to move around without the knowledge that you're being spied on, without being afraid all the time.
Yeah? You think I'll get that freedom in San Francisco? Jack's got connections up there, too.
Not as good as mine. Stone may be a big shot down here, but up there he's small fry.
You mean I wouldn't have to go around looking over my shoulder all the time? You mean I'd have protection?
Plenty. He'd be as free as the breezes.
Huh? I don't know. The guy's got me pegged. He'd follow me no matter where I went. He'd kill me, he said so. No, I ain't taking the risk.
Well, you better think it over, Bubbles. It's probably the only chance you'll have to get out of this trap.
Trap? Yeah, that's it. I'm trapped in this stinking club till Jack Stone gets tired of me and throws me aside. I can't go no place. I can't talk to nobody but Jack Stone and a couple of old biddies who wait on me. I hate it.
Of course you do, Bubbles. Any normal girl would. Now, up in San Francisco, you'd be...
Yeah, how am I going to get up there? How am I going to get out of here? Look, he's got guys watching me all the time.
Yeah? Well, then they're pretty lax. No one saw me coming in here. Now, look. There's a plane for the north leaving Burbank in an hour. That'll give you time to go home and pack and get over to Lockheed. I'll meet you in the St. Francis Hotel tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, well, suppose one of Jack's boys asked me where I'm going.
Jack's out of town in San Diego. I checked that before coming in here. If anyone asks you questions, tell him you had a phone call from him. He wants you to join him in San Diego.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, you know, it might work at that.
Sure.
Well, it just might. Hey, Jonesy, you made yourself a deal. Well, see you at the St. Francis tomorrow.
Well, maybe this would work, and maybe it wouldn't. Anyway, it was the best I could think of at the moment. I went outside, crossed Sunset, and got into my jalopy, which was parked on the other side. After a while, Bubbles came out of the alley that led to the stage door of the Silver Slipper and got into a cab. The cab started west. A sedan pulled away from the curb and followed. I made a U-turn and followed the sedan. Both cab and sedan turned left on Doheny, then made a right turn. The cab stopped in front of an apartment house, and Bubbles went inside. The sedan parked about a half a block up the street. I parked about 50 yards this side. A light came on in the upstairs apartment window. I caught a glimpse of Bubbles as she came over to draw the shade. 15 minutes later, the light went out. I got out and strolled up toward the sedan. Reaching it just as Bubbles came from the apartment house and headed for the cab. The guy in the sedan started to get out. Hello there. You got a match?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Oh, yeah?
These won't work. They're wet. They probably got that way from the clam who's been holding them.
Hey, what is this? Let go my arm.
Sure, Mac. There you are. And here's something else. Well, so far so good. Bubbles was on her way up north, and no one knew where she was going but me. I went back to KOP and found Frank Dawson in the waiting room of my office with Carol.
Any luck, Chuck?
Yeah? I'm doing all right, I think.
Did Bubbles fall for that winning smile of yours?
Oh, never mind that. Go find Pappy and tell him to put on a sub for my 11 o'clock show.
Well, where are you going to be at 11 o'clock?
At the Silver Slipper, picking up Sue. Now get going. And remember, both of you, not a word to anyone, not even Pappy. It would ruin everything. So I went into my private office and called Lockheed Airport in Burbank and asked if Flight 183 had gotten off all right. They said it was just leaving the ground. So that was that. The gorgeous Bubbles was out of reach for at least an hour and 3/4. So then I began dialing the Silver Slipper.
Silver Slipper.
I want to talk to Doc Zerby.
This is Zerby. Who's calling?
Chuck Morgan, KOP newscaster.
Oh, yeah? What's on your mind, Morgan? Going to give us a little publicity for a change?
Yeah, that's exactly what I have in mind, Doc. I don't suppose you have a guest over there named Sue Dawson.
Never heard of her. Why? She's somebody important?
Yeah, she is. You know, we've a guest over here named Bubbles Deering. Thought you might like to know.
What the devil are you talking about?
Just what you think, Doc. Shall we make a deal?
You're nuts. Bubbles is on the floor right now doing her turn.
That's so. Well, suppose you take a look and see.
Hang on.
Sure. So Doc took a look. I could hear a door bang and loud voices at the other end of the wire. Then Doc was back on the phone again.
Morgan, you dirty rat. If you snatch that babe, you'll get a bullet through your head. You know that, don't you?
And if Bubbles isn't at the Silver Slipper when Stone gets back from Dago, you'll get a bullet through your head. You know that, don't you, Doc?
What's the deal?
Bring the kid to that office where you are right now. I'll be over and pick her up in 15 minutes.
What about Bubbles?
As soon as Sue's safe at home, I'll give you a ring and tell you where Bubbles is.
How do I know it won't be a double-cross?
You don't. But the way I look at it, you haven't got much choice in the matter, have you, Doc?
Okay. Be here in 15 minutes. We'll have the kid.
I knew what Doc was thinking. He was thinking he could snatch one of Dawson's kids anytime, but he couldn't get Bubbles back anytime, and he wasn't hankering for a hole in the head. So I told Carol and Frank Dawson to sit tight, and I drove out to the Silver Slipper again. The second show of the evening was over, and the handkerchief-sized dance floor was mobbed. I wandered around until I found a door that looked as though it might lead to an office. It did. Inside, Doc Zerby and a couple of his strong-arm boys were sprawled out in chairs. There wasn't any youngster in evidence, and I didn't like the sneering expression on Doc Zerby's face. I started to say something, and just then, a door across the room opened, and Bubbles Deering walked in. Well, there wasn't much time to figure out a plan of action. One thing I was doggone sure of. Bubbles wasn't on that plane to San Francisco, and that meant I was a dead duck. Doc Zerby started to speak, and one of his boys reached toward his gun. I put my hand behind me, jerked open the door, and jumped backwards, banging it shut. But instead of trying to lose myself in the crowded room, I flattened against the wall behind the door. The door banged open, and Zerby, his two boys, and Bubbles came pouring out. I jumped inside the office again, slammed the door, and locked it. Then I sprinted for the door through which Bubbles had entered, found myself in another room, and also found myself staring down at the tear-stained face of Susie Dawson. There was a window that opened onto an alley. I threw a chair through it, picked up Susie, and dropped into the alley. Just as the rear door of the club opened and Zerby and his boys came out. They started for me, and I started for Sunset Boulevard, holding Susie. A couple of bullets passed too close for comfort, then someone was yelling.
Chuck, this way.
It was Glamopus. She was getting out of a squad car that had just pulled up to the curb. Bill Meggs and a bunch of cops and Frank Dawson were all on the sidewalk. I was within 10 feet of them when, of course, I had to stumble. I went down and cracked my head on the pavement, trying to keep Susie from getting hurt. That was the last I knew for quite a while. When I came to, I was in the back seat of the squad car, my head on Carol's lap. A cop was driving. Oh, what the...
Hi, Chucky boy.
Oh. I thought I told you to stay back at the office.
Aren't you glad I didn't?
No. I mean, yes. How'd you know where I was?
Well, you told me, remember? Besides that, I listened in on the extension phone to your conversation with Doc Zerby.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. And that's how I knew Susie would be at the Silver Slipper, and it would be all right to tell the police.
I wonder why I didn't think of that.
Because you're honest, Chucky boy. You made a deal with Doc, and you intended to keep it. You're honest and good and fine.
Shut up. Where's Susie?
She went home with her father.
Where's Doc and his boys?
In jail.
Where's Bill Meggs?
He went to the airport to meet Jack Stone.
Where's Bubbles?
Oh, she's gone somewhere to make reservations on a plane for San Francisco tomorrow. She said every seat was taken on Flight 183. And she says she has to be at the St. Francis Hotel tomorrow to meet a man named Jones.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm. That's what she said.
That reminds me.
What?
I have to be in San Francisco tomorrow myself. A very important date at the St. Francis Hotel.
Stand by for crime.
Hi. I'm Chuck Morgan, newscaster at station KOP here in Los Angeles. You know, there's nothing that strikes terror to the heart of a city more than the knowledge that there's a maniacal killer at large. Especially one who kills just for the sake of killing, with no apparent motive or reason. Now, we had one here in L.A. a while ago. The press dubbed him the Sniper. He used a rifle to pick off his victims from dark alleys or upstairs windows or even automobiles. 5 murders were credited to him without the police getting an inkling as to his identity. And it was at this point that the guy began warning his victims. He'd make a phone call and say, "You're next," and hang up. Sure, the police gave the warned victim protection, but you can't assign a couple of cops to standing guard over a man forever. This the Sniper knew. He'd merely wait until the cops were called off the job, even if it took 6 months, and then crack down. Well, this was the deal that I was thinking about last Tuesday. I was sitting here in my office, mulling over the situation, when my blonde secretary, Carol Curtis, came in with some stuff.
Hi, Chuck.
Hi.
Here's the stuff on the mayor's talk last night.
I leave it in the basket.
Okay. Hey, what's the matter with you?
Oh, this Sniper gag is getting me down.
Yeah, it's pretty serious. Let's see, that blonde girl who was shot last week made the 10th victim, didn't she?
Yeah. And her warning came in 4 months ago.
Well, one thing you can say about this sniper, he's got patience.
He's got more than patience. He's got the cunning of a warped brain, the heartlessness of a man who doesn't know the meaning of human emotions.
You think he's nuts, huh?
Sure, he's nuts. All his predecessors were nuts, like Jack the Ripper and all the others. You know, honey, the trouble is there's a type of insanity that only a psychiatrist would recognize. Criminals like the sniper are the most dangerous.
The police are taking an awful beating from the taxpayers.
I know.
I talked to Bill Meggs down at headquarters yesterday. He's about ready to throw in the sponge.
He won't. Bill talks about quitting, but he never will. Oh, doggone it, Glamour Puss. What are we going to do?
What are we going to do? Now listen, Chuck. If you begin sticking your chin out on this, I'll divorce you.
I absolutely refuse to give you a divorce until after we're married.
Very funny. Okay, so I'll break our engagement.
We aren't engaged.
We are, too. You proposed to me 2 weeks ago, and I accepted.
Oh, that.
It's official and final, and there's nothing you can do about it. I'm even making payments on a ring, which Pappy Mansfield has agreed to deduct from your salary.
He what?
Well, you certainly don't expect me to be engaged without a ring. Or do you want it to become known around town that Chuck Morgan is a cheat?
Answer the phone.
Chuck Morgan, you don't seem to realize
Answer the phone, I said.
Oh, all right.
Ring.
Chuck Morgan's office. Who? Chuck, it's the sniper.
Give me that phone. Morgan speaking. I see. Now listen up.
Chuck, what did he say?
He said just 2 words, Glamour Puss. You're next. Well, it looked like I was going to stick out my chin on this deal, whether I wanted to or not. Now I knew how those other victims had felt when they heard the warning come to them over the phone. It wasn't a pleasant feeling. You thought of yourself walking along a street some night and hearing the bark of a rifle, feeling the impact of a bullet between your shoulder blades. You wondered what night it would be, and you thought of all the nights in between before it happened, and you wished you were 1,000,000 miles away living in a desert island. The voice that came to me over the phone was neither young nor old. He could have been 16 or 60, but it didn't matter. What he said was what mattered. And the implication of it was still ringing in my ears when I hung up the phone.
Chuck, this is horrible. It's awful.
All right, don't get excited, Glamour Puss. I'm not dead yet.
Well, you will be. All of the others are. Every single one of them.
That's a cheerful picture.
Oh, I'm sorry. Only I couldn't bear it.
No, wait. Let's cut out being so morbid and do some constructive thinking for a change.
Okay.
Do you remember Danny Yates?
Oh, sure. He was a little bookmaker, a couple of racketeers framed for a job he didn't do.
That's the one.
And you saved him from a 5-year stretch by proving him innocent.
Right. Now, our first move will be to go down and have a talk with Danny.
Are you crazy?
Huh?
The only place we can find Danny Yates is on Skid Row. And Skid Row is where the sniper hangs out.
Oh, that's only theory, Glamour Puss. Nobody knows where the sniper hangs out. Besides, it's the last place he'd expect to find me. Come on. Get your bonnet. I had a theory about our friend the sniper. You know, usually guys like him followed a pattern. The pattern stemmed from frustration. Killing was a release to the same pent-up energy that warped their brains. And because of this frustration, they all had the same weakness, a desire for recognition, all of which didn't prove anything. But if Danny Yates reacted the way I hoped, I might get a lead. It was getting dark when Carol and I reached Skid Row. The place hadn't changed much since my last visit. Skid Rows never do, except to grow bigger.
I still don't see why you didn't tell Bill Meggs and get some police protection.
If I had, they wouldn't let me come down here.
But that's what I mean. Oh, I hate this place.
Then why did you come?
Well, if you're going to be shot in the back, I want to be on hand to catch the body when it falls.
Ouch. You're a cute kid, Glamour Puss. Well, here's the joint.
Joint is right. Ooh, what crummy-looking characters.
The time has come for you to stop talking, Glamour Puss, so shut up.
Oh, sometimes I wonder why I don't hate you.
Oh, let's take a look around. Yeah. There's Danny at the corner table over there playing his usual game of solitaire. Come on. The black 6 goes on the red 7, Danny.
Now, look, who's playing the... Hello, Morgan.
Hi.
What's on your mind?
Social visit, Danny. Mind if we sit down?
Go ahead.
How about buying us a drink?
Sure. What'll you have?
Smirnoff vodka and soda for me.
How about the chick?
The chick isn't drinking. She's particular.
Now listen, glamour puss.
Don't blast her out, Morgan. She's cute.
That's what Chuck just told me. And you can both keep your compliments.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, Danny.
2 Smirnoffs and soda.
All right.
What's it all about, Morgan? Want a tip on a horse?
Yeah. The 11th race is coming up, Danny. The horse's name is Sniper.
There ain't no such horse.
Yes. He's been running a lot of dead heats lately. What do you think his chances of losing the next one are, Danny?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Here's your drinks.
Yeah, put them on my tab, Mike.
Okay.
Danny, you have the reputation of being an honest bookie. You always pay your debts.
And you figure I owe you something?
5 years is a long time to be locked up for a man who likes his freedom as much as you.
Yeah. This tip on your horse kind of important to you personally, Morgan?
Practically a matter of life and death.
I get it. Wait here.
Right.
I didn't know you were so good at double talk, Chucky boy.
Danny prefers it that way.
Well, you're not silly enough to think that he or anyone else down here actually knows the identity of the sniper, do you?
Nobody down here wants to know the sniper's identity. Then they can't talk.
Well, suppose he began sniping at some of the local characters.
You'd be surprised how quickly he'd be found out.
You got a pencil and paper, Morgan?
Right here.
All right. Write down this number. 222 Front Street. There's a chick lives there named May. She's got a kid brother named Tony. Kind of a wild kid. Likes to play horses.
Got it. Danny, your pal.
Skip it, Morgan. By the way, you figure we're square now?
The slate's wiped clean, Danny. Thanks. Front Street was an alley that divided a city block. A street light burned in the end we entered. The buildings on either side were old and seemed to be mostly deserted. Our shadows marched ahead of us as we advanced into the gloom. A figure peered out at us from the darkness of a doorway. We heard the step and whirled around. But whoever it was must have gotten cold feet when he saw my hand reach toward a pocket. Footsteps pounded away down the alley. I began to wish I hadn't let Carol come with me. Then I remembered what an important role she was playing in this drama, much more than even she suspected. We stopped before a door. I lit a match, saw that it was 222. Well, this is it.
May and her brother must like to live away from things.
Low rent is probably the answer to that one. Now look, after we've talked to May a few minutes, I want you to remind me of something.
For instance?
We'll make it go something like this. Hey, Chuck, don't forget that you're meeting Danny Yates at the corner of Wilshire and Rossmore at 11:30. Got it?
Stop me if I'm wrong, but didn't we just leave Danny Yates?
Will you do as I say and don't ask questions?
Okay. Well, suppose May isn't home.
We'll just have to think of... The girl who answered the door was the homeliest female I'd ever seen. She had a horse face and buck teeth. Her skin was pockmarked and her eyes were crossed. Then we got another shock. She spoke, and her voice was the antithesis of her looks. It was low, resonant, and rich.
Yes?
Are you May?
Yes, I am. Won't you come in?
Thanks.
I suppose you're the police.
What makes you think that?
I knew it was bound to happen sooner or later. You're after Tony, aren't you? I suppose you have a warrant?
Tony, your brother?
Yes.
What do you think he's done?
I don't know. Will you wait here a minute, please? Tony?
Yeah?
You come here a minute, please?
Hey. Who's the broad?
That'll be enough, Tony.
No kidding, sis. She's got class. Introduce me, will you?
They're from the police, Tony.
Are you kidding? This babe ain't no cop. Hey, how about it, chick?
If you don't mind, I don't like being pawed.
Aw, don't be so hard to get along with. I go for blondes. Honest, I do.
Keep your hands off her, son.
Well, listen to him. She your special property or something?
Could be. Let go of her.
Sure I will. And just what do you think you're gonna... Punk!
I'm going to do this about it. sorry, May, but your brother doesn't seem to have any manners.
He's always been that way. I'm glad you hit him. He deserved it. Tony's all the family I have, and I try not to blame him too much.
Oh, you poor kid. Here, sit down.
Oh, my jaw. What happened?
You ran into something that didn't agree with you. Get up on your feet. Now sit down in that chair and behave yourself.
Keep your hands off me, jughead. So you're a cop, huh? Well, you ain't got nothing on me. Nothing.
I don't imagine it'd take very long to get something on you. But since I'm not a cop, we'll skip it for now.
You're not from the police?
No, I'm Chuck Morgan, newscaster in KOP. This is my secretary, Carol Curtis.
Oh, then Tony hasn't gotten into trouble again.
That's a matter of opinion.
Oh, thank goodness. Lately, every time there's been a knock at the door, it's been someone looking for Tony with a complaint.
Oh, will you quit your blubbering, sis? I ain't done nothing. If you're Chuck Morgan, what are you doing here?
Came down to see a friend of mine, Danny Yates. He gives me tips on horses. Someone at the saloon said I might find him here.
Well, he ain't here.
So I see.
Well, what difference does it make, Chuck?
What?
Say, didn't you leave word to have Danny meet you at the corner of Rossmore and Wilshire at 11:30?
Yeah, but meeting him here would have simplified his matters, that's all. All right, let's get going. May, I'm sorry if we troubled you.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Morgan. I'm just glad that Tony hasn't done anything wrong, that's all.
Well, I wouldn't count on that too much, May. Kids like Tony usually wind up behind bars. They get ideas. They get away with 1 or 2 jobs and think they're smarter than the cops. But it never works out that way. A fact that Tony, I believe, is going to find out sooner than he thinks. Well, I'd been shooting arrows into the air all evening without knowing for sure where any of them were going to fall. I'd learned a couple of things for sure and was guessing at a lot more. Everything now depended on who was listening to my 11 o'clock broadcast. Carol and I got back to the studio about 10:30 and found Pappy Mansfield, owner of KOP, waiting for us. Hi, Pappy.
Say, where in the devil you two been? Don't you realize you've got an 11 o'clock broadcast?
No, Pappy. It's only 10:30, plenty of time.
Plenty of time, my foot. There's all that wire stuff that's got to be gone over and the script written. Carol, you get into the newsroom.
No, wait a minute. Hold it, Glamour Puss. We can forget the wire stuff tonight, Pappy. Carol and I have dug up a better yarn.
It's really a honey, Pappy. Wait till you hear it.
It better be good. Well, what is it?
Your favorite newscaster had a call from the sniper tonight.
What's news about that? There's a lot of people that get... What? You mean the sniper called you?
Right.
I don't believe it. He wouldn't dare.
Don't be so sure, Pappy. I'm no different than anyone else. If the sniper wants to call me, he has every right in the world to call me.
Chuck, this is serious, my boy. You act as if you're delighted at the prospect of being shot in the back.
Well, that's what I've been telling him all evening. Only he won't listen.
Pappy, I'm delighted about 2 things. First, this is going to be a knockout of a story for my broadcast tonight. And second, it's going to be the end of the sniper.
I suppose you figure that when your dear public learns their favorite newscaster has been picked for elimination, they'll demand that the sniper give himself up. And he'll do it.
Amounts to the same thing, I hope.
You sound pretty sure of yourself.
I'm just whistling in the dark, Pappy. I'm really scared stiff.
You would be too, Pappy, if you knew somebody was going to shoot you in the back.
Well, you don't have to apologize for him, Carol. Have you notified the police?
Well, he wouldn't let me. Instead, we took a trip down to Skid Row. Chucky boy got a tip on a horse race. Then we called on May. Oh, it was loads of fun.
All right, Glamour Puss. Your sarcasm isn't helping the situation. Pappy, look, as usual, I've got to ask you to give me a hand in this. How about it?
Well, you know you can count on me, Chuck. But first, I'd like to have you cut out all this double talk and bring me up to date on the facts. I know you've been up to something. Now, what is it?
Good. Carol, get into the office and start knocking out tonight's script while Pappy and I go into a huddle,
Okay, but just remember, I'm in on this, too.
Pappy, the first thing I want you to do is call Bill Meggs at headquarters. Tell him that I did my broadcast as per schedule, making a big thing of the fact that I was next on the sniper's list. The telephone began ringing almost at once, and Carol had a time of it, assuring everyone I had ample police protection, and for the time being at least was safe. Well, Carol and I left the studio a few minutes after 11:15 and drove out Vine to Rossmar. Just beyond 6th, we parked the jalopy and walked up towards Wilshire on the west side of the street. We came to a driveway with a hedge and stopped in the shadows. Wait here a minute, Glamourpuss. I'll be right back.
Where are you going?
Keep your eye on the corner up there and don't move.
Okay.
I went up the drive and around the garage and checked on the street in the next block. Then I came back to where Carol waited. Anything happen?
Well, a car just drove up and parked beyond the bus stop on Wilshire.
The car Carol pointed out was an old convertible. The top was up, but there was no glass in the back window. It was headed west. Anyone sitting inside had a clear view over the benches that were placed at the bus stop. I wasn't sure, but I thought that the convertible's motor was idling.
Chuck, look at the crowd gathering at the bus stop. Gee, that's an awful lot of people to be waiting for a bus at this time of night.
I hope the sniper, if he's waiting in that convertible, doesn't think so. He might get suspicious.
Suspicious of what?
Most of those people are cops. It's all part of the plan.
What plan? Why aren't I in on it?
You're in on it more than you think, Glamourpuss, and I'll tell you all about it in the morning.
Why, do you mean I've been a guinea pig all evening?
Mm-hmm. More or less. Now listen, will you stop asking questions?
Okay.
And maybe I'll tell you what's going to happen.
Oh, you'd better.
Look, in a minute, Danny Yates is going to come walking up Wilshire towards the bus stop.
Uh-huh.
He'll mingle with the crowd. A minute after that, the bus will come along, and everyone will get on but Danny.
Well, what'll he be doing?
He'll be left sitting on the bench alone. A perfect target for the sniper.
Who's in the parked convertible?
Yes, well, at least that's what we're going to find out. If he is, he'll probably take a shot at Danny and then head up Wilshire. Now, unless I miss my guess, he'll turn right on Muirfield to get out of the traffic.
Well, wait a minute. There's something cockeyed here. Why is the sniper going to snipe at Danny Yates when you're his boy?
Muirfield Street makes a turn after it leaves Wilshire and swings back to Rossmore. Now, I'm counting on the sniper not knowing that because there's a police blockade over there right now.
Which doesn't answer my question. Why is the sniper...
Keep quiet. Here comes Danny. Danny came briskly up to the bus stop, timing his arrival with the arrival of the bus itself. He mingled with the crowd, and for a minute I lost him. Then the last of the people got on. The bus swung away, and Danny was left sitting alone on the bench. Then something happened I hadn't counted on. The bus, as it passed the parked convertible, began to backfire. I glanced at it and then back to Danny. Danny was gone. But I could see one of his legs sticking up over the back of the bench. Then Carol yelled.
The convertible, Chuck, it's moving away.
Wait here, Glamourpuss. I ran up the driveway, cut across a patch of lawn, and fought a 5-foot fence. I landed on my hands and knees, just as a pair of headlights swung around the corner of Muirfield. It was a convertible, and the driver saw the blockade of police cars at the moment I was getting to my feet. It slewed into the opposite curve with a squealing of brakes. The door opened, and a figure got out and sprinted across the lawn. I followed. The figure disappeared around a house. Lights sprang on in the house. Their reflection showed me a shadow climbing over a back fence. I took a running jump. The two of us landed on the other side at the same time. Something swished through the air, and I caught the gleam of a rifle barrel. The blow struck me glancingly, and I went down. I saw the rifle barrel coming again, and I made a lunge for the guy's legs. I hung on for dear life, dodging his blows with the rifle till my head had cleared. Then I reared up and dumped the guy. I grabbed him by the shirt front, pulled him into me, and then I gave him a hard right. And he crumpled up like a colt dropped from a hook. Well, mister, I guess this is the end of the trail.
Chuck Morgan, where are you?
They must have gone over the fence.
I'm over here, Pappy. I got out my lighter and knelt down and pulled out the guy's hat. A mass of hair spilled out from under that hat. The face that was revealed by the rays from my lighter was pockmarked and ugly. It was the face of May.
You all right, Chuck?
Sure, I'm fine.
So that's the sniper, eh? Well, holy smoke, it's a girl.
It's a girl, Pappy. What a lousy break life gave her.
Yeah, and what a lousy break she gave all her victims.
I don't mean it that way, Pappy. I was thinking of something else.
Oh, you were? What?
Don't think you'd understand, Pappy. But remind me to tell Carol to congratulate herself the next time she looks into a mirror. Carol and Pappy and I dropped into Nick Adele's for a beer and a sandwich before saying goodnight. It seemed good to see some bright lights and pleasant faces again. To know when I parked my car in the lot behind my apartment house later on, I wouldn't have to worry about a sniper peering through the sights of a rifle at my shoulder blades. I knew that Carol and Pappy had a lot of questions they wanted answered, and that neither of them was too happy about the way I'd handled this affair.
Now, let's see. We don't want to offend this mighty genius, Pappy. But wouldn't it be just dandy if he broke down and told us the secret of his great success?
It would indeed, my dear. It would indeed.
Now, look, I was only doing my duty as a good citizen and as a news reporter.
Well, why didn't you let me in on it?
Yeah, and me.
All right. Here's the way it was. In the first place, I figured out this frustration angle. It had to be someone like May. Only, of course, I thought it was a man.
Well, think of that. The great mind made a mistake.
You see, May was enjoying her publicity. Even though she remained anonymous, it was the only recognition she had in her life. So when I announced over the air tonight I'd received a warning from the sniper, it burned her up to think that someone else was stealing her stuff.
Someone else?
Yeah. Glamour puss.
Yeah?
You didn't actually think that the sniper had called me, did you?
Well, why shouldn't I?
Yeah, who was it then?
It was Danny Yates, Pappy.
No.
You see, Danny had been wanting to repay me for the favor I'd done him, so I gave him his chance. He pretended to be the sniper for Carol's benefit. Then he pretended that he was giving me a tip on the races for Carol's benefit. Then I let May know I knew Danny Yates. At 11, I broadcast the fact that I'd been warned. May heard the broadcast. She put two and two together. She figured it was Danny who was trying to muscle in on her act.
Chuck Morgan, do you mean that all the time?
Look, I had to do it, Glamour Puss. If you thought I'd been warned by the sniper, Pappy, Bill Miggs, and everyone else would be convinced. I had to make the whole thing look like for real. Neither one of you would have helped me with a crazy idea like this if you thought I was pretending.
And who was that sitting on the bench at the bus stop?
That was a dummy, dressed up to look like Danny. Pappy helped with that.
Oh.
Danny himself boarded the bus, got in with the crowd, crouched down, and rode away.
Oh, I don't know whether to feel mad or glad that the big lug's alive. Pappy, what would you do?
Why don't you just order another beer and forget the whole thing?
I'll tell you what I'd do, Carol. I'll tell you, I'd skip a couple of payments on your ring that he's paying for.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that ought to fix you, hadn't it?
Oh, Pappy, that's a wonderful idea. That's just what I'll do. Then he'll have to...
Now, wait a minute. No, I didn't order any ring. On my salary, I can't afford to have a ring.
Stand by for crime.
Hi. I'm Chuck Morgan, newscaster on radio station KLP here in Los Angeles. You know, corruption in government is something that will probably always be with us. Let's face it, we have our share, I guess, just like every other large American city. There are a few of us who are in a position to do something about it. So we keep trying, with varying degrees of success and failure. There are other forms of corruption, too. In sports, for example, like that basketball business a while ago. And boxing. That's a story I'd like to tell you. You've heard of Lefty Luke Larson and K.O. McCready, light heavyweights, both of them. Well, last week they were scheduled for a 10-rounder in the Starlight Stadium. It was supposed to be a grudge fight, but I had pretty good information that the scrap was fixed, with Lefty set up to kiss the canvas. I tried for a week to get my hands on something concrete that I could use without a libel suit being filed and got no place. Well, on the night of the fight, I got back to my office just before 7 o'clock broadcast and found my blonde secretary, Carol Curtis, knocking herself out over something she'd been reading. All right. What have you been doing? Reading the Los Angeles weather reports or something?
Oh, hi, Chuck. Honestly, this is the funniest thing I've ever read.
Yeah, some of your own dialogue, I'll bet.
No. Look, this letter was addressed to the question and answer department and got to our mail by mistake.
Yeah, who's it from?
Oh, that's unimportant. Listen, dear sir, I have a small ranch in the San Fernando Valley. For several months, I have been troubled by my neighbor's chickens wandering into my backyard and laying their eggs in my garden. This morning, there wasn't a single solitary egg there, and I want to know what I can do about it. Well, don't you think it's funny?
Yeah, I'm dying. Now, look.
Well, you don't get it, Juggy boy. This woman says she's being troubled. Get that troubled by these hens laying their eggs in her yard and now...
Yes, I get it. Now she's mad because they've stopped.
Oh, you do get it.
Some people's sense of humor. Did the ducats come in?
What ducats?
The ducats to tonight's fights, of course.
Oh, yes, they're here. And you don't have to bite my head off. Hey, who's going to use the other one?
Other what? Where's that lighter fluid?
The ticket. There are two.
Oh, a friend of mine. Oh, here it is.
I see.
You know, Glamour Puss, I'm as convinced that tonight's fight is fixed as I am that the sun will rise tomorrow. It burns me up because there's nothing I can do about it.
This friend...
The fight game's always been pretty clean. It's a lousy shame the way a gambling syndicate can move in and put the fix on.
Maybe your friend knows the answer.
I don't think so. Glamour Puss, it's almost time to go on the air. Oh, listen, answer the phone, will you?
Chuck Morgan's office. Oh, hello, Bill. Yes, he's here.
Who is it, Bill Meggs?
Yes. He sounds excited.
Hello, Bill. How are things? What? No kidding. Half hour ago, huh? Yeah, I can get it on the show, but talk fast. There's only about 3 minutes to airtime. Take this down, Glamour Puss.
Okay.
Lefty Luke Larson, contender for the light heavyweight championship of the world, was found murdered in his apartment at 720 Citizen Street this evening. I gave the local fight fans quite a shock with the story of Lefty Larson's murder in my 7 o'clock broadcast. But that was nothing to what was coming. At 7:15, I left the studio and drove out to 720 Citizen Street. It was a small apartment house located up against the hills in the Las Feliz district. 2 cops were keeping a crowd of curious people moving. Both of them I knew, so they let me inside. Larson's apartment was on the ground floor rear. Tom Brady, the medical examiner, was just leaving as I entered. Bill Meggs was inside, another cop, and a red-headed girl. She was sitting in a corner, staring dazedly at the floor. Her eyes were red, and it was obvious that she'd been crying.
How's it look, Bill? Not good, Chuck. The guy was murdered, all right. Tom says it was most likely cyanide poisoning, although he can't tell for sure until he performs an autopsy.
You got a cold, Bill?
Yeah, I'm just getting over it.
Oh, that's too bad. What makes you so sure it was murder?
It had to be. Come over here.
Huh?
See that damp ring on this bedside table?
Yeah. A glass containing some sort of liquid must have been there not long ago.
That's right. Well, the glass is missing. If Lefty had committed suicide, it'd still be there.
Unless someone else took it away.
It isn't very likely that someone would come in and take that glass away with Lefty's dead body lying there in the bed without doing something about it.
Unless it was the murderer himself.
Unless it was the murderer himself, which, of course, it was.
I figure's all right. What's your idea what happened, Bill?
Well, we've checked around and learned that Larson left Mosley's gym around 4:30. He said he's going home to pick up his good luck piece and maybe lie down for an hour or so before the fight, which I guess is what he did. I figure he poured himself a glass of milk, sat on the edge of the bed, drank it, and then lay down.
Yeah. Well, couldn't he have carried the glass back to the kitchen?
Well, he could have. But he wouldn't have had time to wash it and put it away. Not with that poison in him.
Yeah, right.
And he was found right here on the bed.
Who found him?
That girl over there. Her name's Lil Framingham. They were engaged. She says she called him here on the phone about 5:15. Told him she'd pick him up and drive him to the stadium at 6:30. When she got here, she found him dead.
I see. What was the good luck piece you mentioned a minute ago?
Set of rattles from a rattlesnake. We found him in his pocket. By the way, Chuck, I'd appreciate your giving me a hand in this. You know, I never was much of a fight fan. Don't know many of the people mixed up in it. You have to in your work.
Yeah, sure. I'll be glad to do anything I can. I don't suppose you came up with any fingerprints?
No. Everything wiped clean.
Another one of those, huh? You mind if I talk to the girl?
If she'll talk. She's pretty upset.
Thanks. Hello, Lil.
I loved him. We were going to be married. I loved him.
Yeah, I know. It's a tough break. But now we've got to see if we can't find the man who did this thing. Can you think of anyone who might have wanted Lefty out of the way, Lil?
I loved him. We were going to be married.
Did he have any enemies? Anyone who hated him?
Hate?
Yeah.
Anyone hate Lefty? Nobody hated Lefty. He was the swellest guy who ever lived. I loved him.
Okay, Lil. I'll ask Lieutenant Meggs to have someone take you home. We can talk again later.
Well, how'd you make out?
She's in a bad state of shock, Bill. You better get her home.
I intend to. Only kept her here this long so you could talk to her.
Thanks.
You, sometimes have a way with females.
Sometimes.
By the way, where's Carol?
Back at the studio, sweating over typewriter.
Didn't want to come, huh?
Yeah, she wanted to. But I have to throw my weight around once in a while and show her who's boss.
Ha!
What do you mean?
Ha! Nothing. Only kidding. Well, got any ideas?
Yeah, one or two. I'll tell you what. I'll take a run down to Mosley's now. I'll talk to some of the boys. Let you know if I pick up anything. I changed my mind about going down to Mosley's and went back to the studio instead. I remembered that out in San Fernando Valley, an old-time boxer named Babe Starkey, long since retired, had bought a small ranch and was operating it for the few bucks he needed in his old age. Most of the boxers, especially the young ones who came to town, found time to go out to Babe's and swap yarns with him. Babe knew more about fights and fighters than anyone. It occurred to me that he might have the answer to a few questions I wanted to ask. So the next morning, I picked up Carol around 9 o'clock, and we headed over Coenga Pass into the valley.
By the way, what kind of a ranch is it that this Babe Starkey runs?
Oh, didn't I tell you?
No.
It's a snake ranch.
A what?
A snake ranch. Didn't you ever hear of a snake ranch?
Oh, I've heard of every other kind out here in Southern California. Orange ranches and chicken ranches and cucumber ranches and avocado ranches. But never a snake ranch. What kind of snakes does he raise?
Rattlesnakes.
Morgan, you stop this car at once and let me out.
Oh, come now, take it easy, Glamour Puss. Chucky Boy won't let the nasty old snakes do anything. Did you say something, Glamour Puss?
No.
Well, why not? You're usually talking.
I was thinking.
With what? I mean, what about?
I was thinking what a shame it is that you and your friend couldn't go to the fights last night.
Yeah, it was. Oh, here we are. I remember those two gateposts well.
Chuck, this friend...
Turn into the drive. Hey, there's Babe. Hello, Babe. How are you?
Hey, Chuck, Morgan. How are you, boy? Step down from your saddle, son, and squat in the shade a bit. Hey, who's that with you?
You've heard me mention my secretary, Carol Curtis.
I never met the young lady, but I'm sure glad to do it now. Hey, she's pretty.
Well, thank you, Babe. You're pretty, too.
Well, now, that's plumb decent of you to say that, ma'am. Come on, get out. Get out of there.
Where did you latch on to that Western talk, Babe?
Well, now, it's like this, Chuck, my boy. I figured as long as I turned rancher, I'd better talk like one. Here, just you sit right down there in the shade of the sycamore tree, Miss Curtis. Make yourself comfortable. My, you are pretty.
Well, thank you again.
How's the rattlesnake business, Babe?
Well, it's like this. I raise them and kill them and skin them and pack the meat in cans and sell the hide. Make a few bucks here and a few there. Not much, but it's kind of fun. Dangerous, too. Dang critters like to kill you if they get a hold with their fangs. How about me showing you around the place? Got some powerful built sidewinders.
No, thanks.
Well, we've only got a few minutes, Babe. You heard about Lefty Larson, I suppose?
I sure did. What a shame.
Yeah.
Now, who do you suppose that would have murdered Lefty? He was a good boy. That's only a month ago he was out here. Spent the day with me. I gave him some rattles for a lucky piece.
Tell me, Babe, did Lefty seem to be bothered about anything?
Bothered?
Yeah, anything seemed to be troubling him? Was he happy? Did he feel confident about winning last night's fight?
Well, no, Chuck.
Or had the gambling syndicate put the finger on him?
Gambling? Hey, that's pretty dangerous talk, Chuck. You better be careful.
So they've got you scared, too, huh? Well, how's this for a guess, Babe? Lefty came out here and told you about the syndicate trying to get him to throw the fight. He asked your advice because he respected you. And you told him to go ahead and throw the fight. That's true, isn't it?
Oh, no, Chuck, that ain't it at all. That ain't the way it happened. Well, I'm an old man, Chuck. This little acre's all I got. I can't afford to lose it. They got here while Lefty and I was still talking. They said unless I kept my mouth shut, they'd...
Yeah, okay, babe. Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
You won't tell them, Chuck, huh? You won't tell them...
Not a word, babe. I'll keep your name out of it entirely. Now, quit worrying, will you?
All right, Chuck. Thanks.
Come on, Glamour, let's go.
Chuck, did you have to talk to him like that? He's so harmless and sweet.
Yeah, harmless and sweet. Get into the car, Glamour Puss. Unless I missed my guess, I'll be able to announce the identity of the murderer of Lefty Larson in my 7 o'clock broadcast tonight. By the time I got back to the studio, I began to wonder if I hadn't been a bit hasty in making the 7 o'clock broadcast a deadline. There was a lot to be done during the next few hours. But first, I wanted to have a talk with my boss, Pappy Mansfield, owner of KOP. Pappy listened patiently while I explained what I had in mind.
It's a good idea, Chuck, and it might work, but you can't do it.
Good for you, Pappy. That's exactly what I told him. If he thinks he can...
Glamourpuss.
What?
Drop dead. What do you mean I can't do it, Pappy? If my guess is right, we'll have one of the biggest stories of the year.
Yes, and if your guess isn't correct, I'll be minus one good newscaster. Nope, not a chance.
All right, Pappy, I'll make a deal with you. It's now 2 o'clock. I'll start from Mike Mosley's gym right now. If I'm not back by 4, you get hold of Bill Meggs and come looking for me.
Well, why don't we get hold of Bill Meggs right now and go down there with you?
For obvious reasons.
Name 3.
How about it, Pappy?
Well, I don't know.
Good, it's a deal. You stay here, Glamourpuss, and wait for the phone to ring. When it does, it'll be me with the solution to the mystery of the boxing champ murder. Mike Mosley's gym was located in a loft over a pool hall on Santa Monica Boulevard. I went up a flight of outside stairs and found the door at the top unlocked. I went in. But the big cavern-like room was deserted, which was unusual. Most any day you could find a half a dozen more pugs working out here, their trainers and handlers all over the place. Fresh air had been a stranger in the room for quite a while. The place stank of stale tobacco smoke and sweat and rosin. I walked around the ring that was set up in the middle of the room and found the door that led to Mike's private office. I knocked, but there wasn't any reply. Then I heard a sound behind me and turned to find Mike standing there. Behind Mike were a couple of beat-up-looking kids wearing trunks and boxing gloves.
Hello, Morgan. What's on your mind?
Hiya, Mike. Your place looks deserted. What's that for, out of respect for a dead pal?
That could be. But I got another reason for shutting up shop, too.
Huh?
Yeah. I've been expecting a visitor.
Yeah? Who's that?
You.
No kidding. Now, why would you be expecting me, Mike?
Well, you got a habit of getting ideas, Morgan, and there's some of us in the fight game that don't like them.
Such as the fact that you've let the gambling syndicate move into L.A., and you bought yourself a couple of new cars and a place at Malibu within the past 6 months? Ideas like that, Mike?
Yeah, ideas like that. Ideas that you can't prove and never will be able to. So why don't you get an idea to talk about the Iowa State picnic on your show tonight?
Be a cleaner story than the one I'm going to broadcast.
Yeah? Oh, while you're here, Morgan, I want to introduce you to a couple of new boys I'm bringing along. Buck, come over here. Buck, this here's Mr. Chuck Morgan. He's a newscaster on one of the big radio stations in town.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a lot of other things, too, but I'm too polite to mention them. Now, Buck, I want you to show Mr. Morgan that right hook you was practicing yesterday. Hey, Slim, you stand over there. When I give the word, you demonstrate that left jab of yours. These are things Mr. Morgan likes to know about. Okay, Buck, let him have it.
Now, just a minute.
All right, hit him, Slim. Give it to him, boy. Maybe Mr. Morgan won't be so snoopy from now on. Give it to him. Don't let him fall down. Keep him on his feet. Atta boy, Buck. Once more, Slim.
When I came out of that one, I was in a cab heading down Santa Monica Boulevard. My face felt like a boiled beet. I put my hand up where my nose should have been. Oh. Cabby. Cabby!
Don't ask me nothing, mister. I ain't seen nothing. I ain't heard nothing. Just doing what I got paid for.
Who paid you? All right. Where are you taking me?
Any place you say, mister. So long as it don't cost more than $2.
Okay. Take me to KOP. I could tell by the expression on the faces of the people I met when I walked into the KOP building that Mike's boys had really done a job on me. Glamourpuss let out a yelp when I walked into the office.
Oh, Chuck!
Hi, Glamourpuss. Get me a drink of water, will you?
Chuck. Oh, you poor boy. What happened? Were you in a fight?
No. I got this way sitting under a sun lamp. Get me a drink of water, will you?
All right.
Carol, well, who's this? Chuck.
Hello, Pappy.
What happened? Were you in a fight?
Oh, no, not you two.
Here's the water, Chuck.
Thanks.
And here's the first aid kit.
No, get away.
And don't you dare tell me you're all right and don't need attention. Now, hold still.
What happened, Chuck?
Oh, ouch! Now, will you take it easy, Glamourpuss?
Oh, don't be a sissy.
Some of Mike's boys worked me over.
Why?
I guess they don't like me. Ow!
I hope this'll teach you to take someone else's advice once in a while. If you had let Bill and Pappy go down there
Shut
with
up.
you... I won't shut up. You're a newscaster, not a detective. Now, here, turn your head this way.
Obviously, he's not a prize fighter either.
Yeah? Well, let me tell you two something. I'm not bad at either one. You haven't seen those other two guys yet. And don't forget, it was I who figured out that fingerprint deal 2 weeks... Hey.
Sit still.
Let me at that phone.
What's got into you?
It must be the effects of the sun lamp.
I'll show you whether or not I'm a good detective.
Police department.
This is Chuck Morgan. Get me Bill Meggs.
Just a minute. Hello, Chuck. What's on your mind?
Listen, Bill. Did you tell me that you didn't find any fingerprints when you dusted that room where Lefty was murdered?
Not a one. Why?
Think hard, Bill. Weren't there any at all?
No, only my own on it. Hey, Chuck, that's it.
You bet that's it, my friend. You got the address?
Sure I have.
Good. I'll meet you there in 10 minutes. I got out of there fast, ignoring the protests of Carol and Pappy, and 10 minutes later, I was pulling up in front of an apartment house on North Hobart. Bill Meggs was waiting for me in the doorway.
Oh, what the heck happened to you? You been in a fight?
Yeah. I've been in a fight. Come on, let's go. The mailboxes gave us the number of the apartment we were looking for. It was on the second floor. We went up a flight of carpeted stairs and knocked on the door of 2A.
Try it again.
Yeah.
Hello, Lil. Mind if we come in?
Why, it's Lieutenant Meggs and Mr. Morgan. Why, no, of course not. Come on in.
Hello, Morgan.
Mike. Huh. Imagine finding you here.
What's the matter? You been
Yeah. You know Lieutenant Meggs, Mike? He's from headquarters.
So?
Mike and I are old pals.
Oh, so you men know each other. Mr. Mosley's been so kind to me since Lefty passed on. Some of the boys at his gym took up a collection and gave me the money.
When did this happen?
Why, today, I guess.
How much money was there?
None of your business.
Mike, that is, Mr. Mosley asked me not to tell.
You can call him Mike, Lou. We understand.
What do you mean by that, crack?
Well, I'll tell you, Mike. You've got your coat off and your tie loosened. That's rather informal when the girl only knows you well enough to call you Mr. Mosley.
You're being rude.
And you're being stupid, Lil. Seems to me you got over your grief pretty fast. Yesterday you were too stunned to talk.
I don't like your manner at all, Lieutenant. I wish you'd leave.
Oh, we're going to leave, all right. And you're coming with us.
Why?
Because you murdered Lefty Larson.
I murdered Lefty. Why, Lieutenant, you can't be serious.
I'm serious, all right.
You weren't in love with Lefty, Lil. You only pretended you were. Actually, you're in love with this two-bit chiseler, Mike Mosley. When Lefty wouldn't throw the fight and threatened to expose you, you murdered him. Mike's as much to blame as you.
How do you like that? I'm as much to blame. I wasn't even near the joint.
No. All you did was provide Lil with the poison and tell her what to do.
Well, now, ain't that something? You can prove it, I suppose.
We won't have to prove it. Lil's going to tell her.
Lil's drop dead, Morgan. Lil ain't gonna tell nothing to nobody. Like you said, she's in love with me. She does what I say.
Okay, Lil, get your hat. Let's go.
Wait a minute. Mike, are you going to let me take the rap for this?
Don't worry, kid. I'll get you out of it.
You going to let them take me out of here without doing nothing to stop them?
Take it easy, kid. I told you I'd get you out of it.
Why, you cheap, two-timing jerk. You're in this as much as I am. It was you.
Shut up.
I won't. You gave me the poison.
Shut up, I said up.
All right, Mosley, that does it.
Keep your hands off of me, copper.
A pleasure. That was one I sure owed. Well, that settled that one. Lil gave a full confession, which of course implicated Mike Mosley. We guessed pretty accurately as to how the thing had been worked out. It was just another one of those cases in which a murderer thought he'd covered his trail enough to be very sure of himself. Will they ever learn? Of course, course, I had a lot of explaining to do to a certain blonde secretary and a gentleman named Pappy Mansfield.
Okay, genius. Gather round, Pappy. This is the moment that Chucky boy likes. The ham.
Glamour Puss, you're just sore because you didn't figure this one out yourself, aren't you?
All right. Now, if you two have exchanged the usual number of insults to assure each other that you're really in love, suppose you give it to us, Chuck.
Sure, Pappy. It was really quite simple.
Oh, you modest man, you. Go ahead and brag.
For the moment, Glamour Puss, I'm going to ignore you and talk to Pappy. It was like this, Pappy. Lil said she called Lefty at his apartment and talked to him on the phone an hour before he was murdered. Yet Bill Meggs couldn't find any fingerprints except his own, which were on the phone.
My guy. Lil had wiped everything clean of fingerprints, including the telephone. But Bill used the phone when he got there.
Uh-huh.
So both Bills and Lefties should have been on that receiver.
Oh, my. And to think our Chucky figured it all out by himself.
Oh, say, Pappy.
Yeah, Chuck?
Those tickets I had for the Larson McCready fight. They're sending me 2 others for the Aragon bout next week, so we won't miss out entirely.
Oh, good.
Chuck,
Hmm?
was Pappy the friend who was going to use the other ticket?
Sure, didn't I tell you?
No, you didn't.
No, I'm sorry.
Chuck Morgan, I think you're dreadful.
Why?
You knew I thought you were going to take some other woman, and you let me think so.
Glamour Puss.
What?
You're purty.
Oh, Chuck, I think you're pretty, too.
Stand by for crime. Hi, Chuck Morgan. You know, right now, just about every large American city has a threat of communism. It's an insidious thing, dangerous, and a little bit frightening. In some cities, it's worse than others. Here in Los Angeles, where I work as a newscaster on radio station KOP, we feel that the threat is more than frightening. It's a menace that must be stamped out if our way of life is to survive. Most any day, you can turn the dial of your radio or pick up a newspaper and read where the Committee on Un-American Activities is investigating some well-known Hollywood celebrity. It gives you a queer feeling when you see those familiar names. You wonder who's going to be next and why. And you find yourself groping for an answer to this disease that is doing its best to undermine Americanism. Those were the thoughts that were running through my mind when I came into my office a few weeks ago and found the script for my 7 o'clock broadcast lying on my desk. I read it through and got a jolt that set me back on my heels. Just as I finished, my blonde secretary, Carol Curtis, came in.
Hi, Chucky boy.
Hi. Who wrote this?
Who wrote what?
This script, my 7 o'clock broadcast.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. Pappy wrote it. He asked me to leave it on your desk.
Pappy?
Well, sure. What's wrong with that? After all, Chuck, Pappy owns KOP, and if he wants... Where are you going?
Never mind. Now, you get at that typewriter and knock out another script. This one's out. See you later.
Okay, Mayor, it'll be on the air tonight. Goodbye. Oh, hello, Chuck. What's on your mind?
You know what's on my mind, Pappy. What kind of tripe is this you want me to broadcast tonight?
Tripe? Hey, wait a minute. I wrote that script.
So Carol said. Are you out of your mind, Pappy? It's loaded with red propaganda.
I know it is.
You know? Now, hold it, Pappy. This I don't believe.
Sit down, Chuck, and I'll tell you about it.
You better make it good.
Chuck, if you use this script on your broadcast tonight, there'll be a storm of protest that'll start your ears ringing.
Don't worry. I'm not going to use it.
As a matter of fact, if listener reaction becomes too great, I may have to go so far as to give you the can.
I've already told you
I'd hate to have to do it, Chuck, but after all, I've got the station and its policies to think of. You'd probably have a tough time getting another job.
Yeah, I probably would. Now, suppose we cut out the double talk and you give me the pitch?
Suppose that did happen, Chuck. Suppose I did have to fire you. And I would if you used that script. What do you think would happen?
Let's not try to find out.
I'll tell you what I think would happen. You're a pretty important guy. Your opinion carries a lot of weight. The communists know that.
So?
So sooner or later, you'd be approached. Maybe offered a job on some other station. They'd have a well-worked-out plan wherein you could be of service to the cause.
I'm still hazy on this, Pappy, but if you think that
Wait till I finish, will you, please? Now, if that should happen, you'd be in a position to put your finger on Mr. Big.
Mr. Big.
The FBI knows there's a big man here in L.A., a very big man. Maybe a high government official who's head of the communists. They want to know who he is.
And they think I can locate him?
It's a chance.
That I'm not going to take. What do you take me for, Pappy? It might be weeks or even years before I could pull that chestnut out of the fire. I might never do it. And all that time, I wouldn't have a friend in the world. I'd be despised by everyone.
But if you succeeded in doing the job, you'd have performed a service for your country that may be measured in human lives and freedom and a way of life we want to keep in operation.
It's a thankless job.
It might be, except to those who are close to you, like myself and Carol Curtis. After it's over, she'd know.
After it's over? Do you mean that even Carol wouldn't
No
be...
one's going to know about this, Chuck, but myself and the FBI. It's got to look like the real McCoy.
You sound as if you expect me to do it.
I do.
Oh, you do? Well, get this through
It's
your
a
noggin.
pretty good country, Chuck. Let's do what little we can to keep it that way. You've exposed plenty of other rackets. Why not this one? Is it because you don't like the idea of being inconvenienced a little?
Now, wait a minute. I never said anything...
You've had everything your own way before, with the police department behind you and the station behind you and every honest citizen in town behind you. Now that you've got a toughie coming up, what are you going to do, chicken out?
Why, you old goat, don't let anyone tell you you're not a salesman, because you're not. I just happen to like you, that's all.
Which means you'll do it.
Which means I'll do it, Pappy. But only under the condition that if I'm stoned out of town, you'll give me my job back when I bring you Mr. Big's ears. Well, I made the broadcast, and the storm of protest began to come in almost at once. Studio phones were ringing before my 15 minutes were up. Carol Curtis was waiting for me when I got back to my office. This, I knew, was going to be the worst ordeal of all. I was glad it was first and would be over quickly.
Yes, that's right, Mary. Hold the calls until I let you know.
Hi, Glamorous. What are you holding calls for?
I want to talk to you.
Okay, go ahead and talk.
I heard the broadcast.
Naturally, it's one of the jobs you paid for.
What's behind it, Chuck?
Behind what?
You know what I'm talking about. You know what those telephone calls were about. You didn't mean any of those things you mentioned while you were on the air, did you?
Of course I meant them.
But, Chuck, it was red stuff. It was un-American.
Don't be silly. It depends how you look at it.
Well, at least half the city's looking at it the wrong way. Oh, golly, I'll be glad when it gets to be 11 o'clock. Then you can tell everybody you were kidding.
I wasn't kidding. Now, look, you get paid to be my secretary, not my critic. Get over to that typewriter and
Stop it, Chuck. I want to know the truth. Did you mean those things you said?
Yes, I meant them. A man's got a right to his own opinion, hasn't he?
Not when it smells to high heaven of treason, he hasn't. Freedom of speech doesn't mean you can yell fire in a crowded theater.
Fire in a crowded theater, what a comparison. Look, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Now get out of my hair and go back to work.
No.
What do you mean, no?
I mean that unless you give me some explanation of that broadcast, I'm through. I'm not going to work for a red lover.
Oh, you're not. We get... Oh. Hello, Pappy.
I've been outside listening to most of this conversation. I don't like it. Chuck, what's your answer?
Answer to what?
To Carol's request for an explanation of your broadcast.
She doesn't get it. Neither do you. I say what I please, and no one tells me any differently. Now, will you two scram so I can go to work on my 11 o'clock show?
Oh, so you think you're a pretty big man, do you? Say anything you please, and no one tells you differently. Well, let me tell you something. There isn't going to be any 11 o'clock broadcast by Chuck Morgan. Not on KOP. You're fired.
Well, it was a pretty good act. Carol was convinced, all right. I don't believe I'll ever forget the expression of disbelief and horror and hurt on her face when I walked out of that office. It gave me a queer feeling of hopelessness, as though I'd been convicted of a crime I hadn't committed and lost the respect and love of the one person who was most important in my life. Which, of course, was more or less true. But I didn't have much time to think about it right then. Even though only 10 minutes had elapsed since I'd finished that broadcast, there was a small and angry crowd gathered at the entrance of the fenced-in parking lot. They were waiting for me. A studio cop was holding them back.
There he is, red lover!
This was worse than I expected. It wasn't going to be easy to take. I walked over to my car and got in. The crowd at the gate was getting bigger. Another cop had arrived. I decided if I were going to get out of there with my whole hide, I'd better be now. I started up and headed for the gate, moving fast in second gear. The cops opened a hole, and I headed for it. Then I saw a woman break into the path of my headlights, and I had to slow down. Someone pulled her back into the crowd, but I'd almost stopped. Like something came sailing through the air. If my car weren't equipped with unbreakable glass, I would have been knocked silly. It made me mad. I rammed on the brake, stopped within 10 feet, and got out. All right, you bums, come and get it. All right, I'll give it. That was a mistake. It taught me a lesson. They didn't come and get it. They came and got me. I was taken home in an ambulance and left nursing my wounds by a couple of unsympathetic interns. At 11 o'clock, I snapped on the radio. Pappy Mansfield came on what ordinarily would have been my last broadcast of the day with a special announcement.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is John Mansfield, president of KOP Broadcasting Company. I have an announcement to make that will interest you all. Charles Chuck Morgan was dismissed from his duties as a newscaster on this station early this evening. Most of you know why. For those of you who don't, I'll tell you why. Charles Morgan is a communist. He admitted it early this evening. And this station will have no part of...
Pappy sounded convincing. Too convincing. I began wondering if when the time came he'd be able to convince people I was a loyal American citizen and loved being one. That hopeless, not belonging feeling swept over me again. And it grew worse during the next few days. I hoped that Carol might phone, but she didn't. I tried calling a few of my friends, just to feel them out, and got a brush off in every case. But I didn't realize how seriously I was ostracized until I began looking for a job. That was the plan, for me to look for a job and get one if I could. I naturally started in on the other radio stations.
It's no use, Mr. Morgan. Mr. Adams told me if you showed up around here to have you thrown out.
You got a nerve coming around here, Morgan? Get out!
Are you nuts, Morgan? Think I want to lose every advertiser I have by hiring a red?
Now, wait a minute. Won't he even talk to me? Well, that took care of the radio stations. Pappy should feel proud of the job he'd done on me. So next I went to work in the newspapers. Only this time I decided to save myself a lot of humiliation by using the phone. The secretaries of the first two publishers I called gave me a fast brush. I expected the same from the third, the Los Angeles Weekly News Ledger. But I didn't get it. This was a surprise. The Ledger, a conservative weekly news magazine, was owned by a man named Travers Bullard. Bullard, a powerfully built, lantern-jawed man, had the reputation for fine principles and square dealings. When the secretary told him I was on the wire, he sent back word he'd like to have me come over for a talk. This was the first sympathetic piece of dialogue I'd had in more than a week. It sounded so good I turned into an eager beaver. I got down to the Ledger office in less than an hour, cooled my heels in an outside waiting room for another hour, and then was ushered in to see Travers Bullard. Hello, Mr. Bullard.
Hello, Morgan. So you're looking for a job, are you?
I sure am. Not used to hanging around doing nothing. It's not good for men.
No, that's right. Still feel the same way you did about things when you made that broadcast last week?
Now, look, Mr. Bullard, if you're going to hold that
Answer the question.
All right. I'll answer it. Yes, I feel the same way.
I thought you might. That's why I asked you to come down here.
Oh?
Yeah. I wanted to tell you face to face what a low-down, sneaking rat you are. I wanted to remind you that America is better off without dirty, stupid traitors like yourself. And that I'm going to do everything in my power to see that you, and all like you, are thrown out on your ear. You're like so many others, Morgan. You take advantage of all the fine things that America has to offer. You come to accept these things as your rightful heritage, and it never occurs to you that it's your responsibility to help keep that heritage intact. Instead, you turn to some stinking, small-minded philosophy that isn't worth the powder to blow it. That's why I asked you down here, Morgan, to tell you what I thought and to do this.
Just for the record, I'd like to say that if you're an American citizen, enjoying the privileges that America has to offer. You're lucky. For the first time in my life, I was deprived of my heritage. And therefore, for the first time, I was knowing its real worth. Freedom of speech, freedom from fear, a sense of belonging, of knowing that I was a part of this great America, that what I said was important, that as an individual I was needed and wanted, and not a sheep that instinctively and blindly followed a leader. Now I was deprived of these blessings. I was on the outside looking in. I was the man without a country, hated, despised, rejected by the free society I loved. It was tough. I thought that if I ever got back my self-respect, I'd never again complain about anything that was American. One night, I was eating dinner in a joint down on Lower Vine Street.
May I sit down?
Oh, yeah, sure, but you better wait a minute. I want you to know who I am first. You might change your mind.
I know who you are. You're Chuck Morgan.
Yeah, that's right. Still want to sit down?
Of course. You look so lonesome and forlorn sitting here by yourself.
I guess that about describes it. I am lonesome and forlorn. Have a drink?
No, thank you. This is unbelievable. You have no friends?
No. I'm poison to everybody I used to know.
Then perhaps you'd like to meet some new friends?
Yeah, sure. Now, look, don't waste your time, miss. I tell you
Just call me Maria.
Okay, Maria. Don't waste your time. No one wants any part of me.
I think perhaps you are wrong.
Yeah? Well, then you don't read the papers.
Oh, yes. I read the papers every day and listen to the radio, too. Especially the news broadcasts on KOP.
Oh. I see.
Then, if you are sure that you do see, perhaps you would like to join me and some of my friends at a small gathering we are having.
When?
This evening. I'm sure you'll find many sympathetic people among those present.
Well, sounds like fun. Shall we go? We drove out to a small stucco house on a side street off Washington Boulevard in Culver City. There were a half-dozen people inside. Nice, ordinary-looking people. They all shook hands with me warmly. Nobody said anything about the broadcast that had gotten me fired. In fact, nothing much of anything happened. Around 11 o'clock, the meeting broke up, and I drove Maria home. The next day, I met her for lunch. And 2 nights later, we attended another meeting. This time, it was at a house in Glendale. None of the same people were there, but this new bunch were just as friendly. One of them was a guy named George Zerba, and he gave me my first inkling of what the score was.
Nice bunch of people, don't you think, Mr. Morgan?
Call me Chuck. Yeah, they're swell.
How are things going with you?
Lousy.
Kind of tough getting a job when you don't happen to think along the lines of certain people, huh?
It's murder.
Need any dough?
Yeah, I could use a few bucks.
Here's 100. And don't worry about paying it back.
Well, thanks.
Forget it. Ever think of leaving L.A.?
Well, I may have to if I don't get a break pretty soon.
How about the East Coast?
It's okay.
There's a couple of radio stations there that could use a good newscaster with the right ideas.
Would they hire me, though? Every station in the country knows about me being fired.
It could be arranged.
I see. How about dough?
You could practically name your own figure, if you obeyed orders.
Who'd be giving the orders?
The big man himself.
When do I get to meet him?
Maria will let you know.
Well, this was it. Apparently, my indoctrination period was about over. Now I knew I'd been closely watched. I guess that my telephone lines had been tapped, and I congratulated myself on not having attempted to get in touch with Pappy or anyone else. I guess it was a genuine sense of loneliness that I'd felt that made my act pay off. Well, 3 nights later, Maria and I went to the Vine Street Derby for dinner. Been a long time since I've eaten here.
In the East, you will be able to go many places and hold your head up.
Oh, you know about that.
I know about many things.
I'm waiting for the answer to one.
Yes. You will be home tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock?
Could be arranged. Someone going to call?
Perhaps.
The big man?
Let us speak of him as the leader. And by the way, you will be one of the few who know his identity.
Well, that must mean that the job he has for me must be pretty important.
Extremely so.
He must be plenty sure I'm the real thing.
The leader does not make mistakes. You have been carefully checked.
Good. I'll be glad to get started. Incidentally, do I know the leader? You know, I don't want to get too much of a shock.
You will be shocked.
Then I do know him, eh?
You know him very well.
Well, that's very interesting. Well, until tomorrow night, then, a toast to the leader and my new job. The next day was the longest I'd ever lived. It was hard to believe that the ordeal of the past few weeks was nearly over. That almost as soon as tomorrow I'd be able to sit in front of a microphone at KOP and tell the world that I was an American, and glad of it. By 6:30, I was so nervous my hands were trembling. I went into the kitchen and poured myself a straight shot. I was still there when the door buzzer sounded. Well, here it was. I got up, feeling a sense of anticipation that was almost eerie. Then I forgot that, forgot everything, in fact, but the job at hand, and crossed to the door. I knew the man who was standing there all right. Knew him very well indeed. It was Pappy Mansfield.
Pappy, what the devil? Never mind that now. Where can I hide?
Hide? Do you realize that...
I realize everything. Get me out of sight in a hurry.
Okay, come in. In there. Keep away from the windows.
Good deal. See you later.
Yeah, see you later. You bet he'd see me later, the old goat. Didn't he realize he almost loused up 2 weeks of work on my part? I didn't have much time to think about it. Less than 2 minutes later, the buzzer sounded again. This time I felt it was going to be the McCoy.
Hello, Chuck.
Travers Bullard.
Surprised, eh?
Yeah, I thought that you...
Sorry about that crack on the jaw, my boy, but I had to make sure you were convinced I wasn't the leader.
You convinced me, all right.
And you convinced me and the other members of our little group that you weren't working a gag. You'll make a good member of the party, son. We're glad to have you with us.
Thanks.
Now, let's get down to business, shall we? You'll find all your instructions in this envelope. In 2 days, you'll leave for New York. One of our agents will meet you at the airport.
Anything else in the envelope?
One of the first things you'll have to learn, my boy, is not to ask questions. Just obey orders. But since you're new to the organization, I'll let you in on a few things. That envelope is loaded with information about the future plans of a couple of our biggest airplane plants.
You mean that you... But how?
The Los Angeles Weekly News Ledger is a big and powerful magazine, my boy. And a man as well trusted as I, well, there are ways. Now then...
Travers Bullard. Well, this is a day I never expected to see.
Mansfield. Morgan, did you... for 2 weeks we tried to trip you up. No, I don't believe it. Our organization is too perfect. We never make mistakes.
You've made one, Bullard, a beaut. All the evidence we need to put you where you belong is contained right here in this envelope.
No, you'll never expose me. Never. I've worked too hard. There's too much at stake.
Watch him, Chuck. He's got a gun.
Yes, I see he has. That makes things even. The man behind him has one, too.
You can't fool me with that one. It's too old and corny. Now stand over there, both of you.
Suit yourself, Bullard. If you figure that dying's better than prison. Look out, Pappy! It was quite a fight. Pappy had tripped over a rug, and Bullard, suspecting a trick, had swung on him, which was my cue to repay with interest that crack on the jaw he'd given me down at the Ledger office. Bullard, however, was a powerful man, and it took a lot of doing to get him under control. His gun went off in the fracas, but it didn't hurt anybody. He's still alive. Those of you who listen to my broadcast know where he is now. He's got a private room in a big gray building with iron bars on the window. Pappy and I got back to the station around 10 o'clock. Here's your office, Pappy. Now tell me, what was the idea of almost lousing up my good work by showing up at the apartment 5 minutes before Bullard arrived?
Because it occurred to me at the last minute that 2 witnesses to his dialogue would be more effective at a trial, especially with you having seemingly gone over to the Reds.
Yeah, I see, you're right. Well, as it turned out, the information contained in the envelope would have been enough.
That's right. Trouble is, I didn't know there were going to be an envelope. Well, anyhow, it's okay now. Oh, she's waiting for you in your office. Good night.
So long, Pappy. It's good to be back. See you. Hi, Glamourpuss.
Hi, Chuck. Your script's ready for the 11 o'clock broadcast. Want to read it over?
Oh, I don't know. What's in it?
The facts about you exposing Travis Bullard.
No kidding. How'd you know about that?
Pappy phoned me.
Did he now?
Mm-hmm.
I see you're all in a sweat about having me back.
I knew you'd be back.
No kidding. How'd you know that?
Well, I figured it out. You went ramming out of here that night Pappy wrote your script and yelling at me to write another. And then you came back and said you were going to use the one Pappy wrote. Oh, I'm not so dumb.
No, as a matter of fact, you're nowhere near as dumb
Don't
as
you say it. Don't you dare. If you tell me once more I'm not as dumb as I look, I'll bring you with this typewriter.
You know something, Glamourpuss?
What?
You're a ham.
Why,
You're putting on an act. What you really want to do is bawl and fling your arms around my neck and tell me you're glad to have me back.
I don't at all. Oh, Chuck.
Glamourpuss.
Stand by for crime.
Hi. Chuck Morgan speaking. Newscaster on radio station KOP here in Los Angeles. You know, it's an interesting job, this newscasting. Sure, most days are like routine stories, routine happenings. But every once in a while, something comes up that's different. This was $500,000 different. I mean that jewel robbery out in Beverly Hills last week. They got away with a huge diamond clip and other trinkets which belonged or had belonged to Oscar Tennant, the movie mogul. You probably read that Oscar had passed into the great beyond a month before. Well, his widow, Dora Tennant, a wheelchair invalid, had decided to have a private showing for a small group. I was invited, as was my boss, Pappy Mansfield, owner of KLP. And, of course, Carol Curtis, my blonde secretary, had to tag along. So directly after my 7 o'clock broadcast, the three of us had dinner at the Plaza Hotel and then headed out for Beverly Hills.
What's the purpose of this show, Chuck? The old lady won't ever want to know how rich she is?
No, Pappy, I think it's a release of a long period of frustration.
Frustration? How can anybody who owns a $500,000 diamond be frustrated?
That's the point, Glamourpuss. The well-remembered Oscar Tennant was kind of a screwball about his money. He started with nothing, and made a lot fast.
That's right. He began buying things he could never afford before and stashing them away. He got a bang out of knowing he had the stuff even though he never used it.
Yeah.
Do you mean Mrs. Tennant was never allowed to wear the diamond clip?
That's it exactly. All her friends heard she had the clip and were asking to see it, but Oscar never let her take it out of the safe. People began to wonder if the oversized diamond really existed.
So now she's going to prove to everybody that it does exist, huh?
That's the way I figured it, Pappy.
Golly, I can hardly wait to see a rock that size. Chuck, do you suppose...
No.
But, Chuck, you don't even know what I was going to say.
Yes, I do. I can't afford even the little one.
But, Chuck, after all, we are engaged, and Pappy would be willing to...
No, I said. You tried having Pappy deduct payments from my salary once before, and I was broke for
Chuck,
6...
Look, I'd be willing...
No. The Tennant estate was one of those rambling, one-story deals with a lot of rolling lawn and shade trees. Must have been about 8:30 when we turned into the drive. Oddly enough, the house was almost dark. As a matter of fact, it looked to us as if only one light were burning, and that in the rear of the house.
That's funny. The place looks deserted.
Yeah. You sure you haven't got your dates mixed, Chuck?
Mrs. Tennant said the 6th. Today is the 6th, isn't it?
That's right. I happen to know because yesterday was the 5th and tomorrow is the 7th.
Right, girl. Okay, you two stay here. I'll go up and find out what the score is. Maybe it was crazy, but as I walked up to that darkened house, I had a feeling that something was very wrong about all this. No reason, except for the darkened house and the fact that there were no other cars parked on the drive. But it turned out that those reasons were enough. I pushed the doorbell button, heard chimes way inside the house. For a minute, nothing happened. Then I heard a step behind me and felt something all too familiar pressed into the small of my back.
All right, mister. Get your hands up.
What? Who the devil are you?
Never mind who I am. You're under arrest for stealing the 10 jewels.
It was dark on the veranda. The man with the gun was only a vague shape. The gun barrel was still an uncomfortable pressure in my back. So I decided not to make a hero out of myself, but do as I was told. All right, so I'm a jewel thief. I came back to give myself up. What do I do now?
Get inside.
Sure. Honey, don't get trigger happy with that gun. I bruise easily. This was crazy. In the pitch darkness of the room we entered, I could have at least grappled with the man with the gun. He must have known that. I took a chance, swung wildly, and connected with thin air. Then there was a snap of a switch. The room was suddenly flooded with light. Across the room, one hand still on a wall switch, the gun in the other, was a small, gray-haired guy of about 50. In the middle of the floor was a woman in a wheelchair. She, too, was gray-haired, about the same age. She was leaning slightly forward. There was a bright gleam in her eyes, a sort of eager, anticipatory look, as though she were enjoying the situation.
So, this is what a jewel thief looks like. Upon my soul, you look exactly like a human being.
All right, I'll go along with the gag. I am a human being.
Ordway, don't let this man's innocent appearance deceive you. Keep him covered.
One false move and he gets it.
Well, you tell me what a false move is so I won't make one, huh?
My, such impudence. You'll be singing a different tune, my fine young friend, when you're languishing in the local Bastille.
The local Bastille?
Oh, don't try begging for mercy. I intend to be absolutely heartless in this matter. Well, are you going to make a full confession, or shall we, what's the word, Ordway?
Sweat.
Yes, sweat. Or shall we sweat it out of you?
I'd like to be sweated.
You would? Ordway, did you hear? He wants to be sweated. Oh, I'm afraid you'll have to...
Mother, did you... What in the world is going on here?
Oh, come in, my dear. I want you to see what a real live jewel thief looks like.
A jewel thief? Well, who? Where? Surely you don't mean Mr. Morgan.
What was that, Isabel?
The man Ordway is pointing the gun at is Chuck Morgan, a radio newscaster. I'd know him anywhere.
Oh, no.
Oh, Mother, this is absolutely the last straw. I should think you'd be ashamed of yourself. How in the world are you going to apologize to Mr. Morgan? What if he uses the story on one of his broadcasts? We'll be the laughingstock of everyone in town.
That must be the rest of my gang now. Shall I let them in?
I'll go. Yes?
We're looking for Chuck Morgan. Is he here?
Come on in, Pappy Carroll. I was just about to be sweated.
Oh, what do you mean, sweated?
Yeah, and what's the idea of leaving us sitting out there in the car?
Please, Mr. Morgan, do you mind?
Okay. We'll keep it our secret.
Thanks.
Mrs. Tennant, this is my secretary, Carol Curtis, my boss, Pappy Mansfield. Mrs. Tennant, her daughter, Isabel, and, Ordway.
How do you do? Nice to meet you. Well, when does the show start? I've got to get back to the station.
But I don't understand. It was tomorrow night that I planned to put the jewels on display.
So you did get the dates mixed after all, Chuck.
Well, then my memory's taken a bad turn for the worse. I was positive you said the 6th, Mrs. Tennant.
She did.
But, Isabel, darling.
Oh, Mother, I was sitting right beside you when you called Mr. Morgan. You asked him out for the 6th.
Oh, dear. Oh, I'm so sorry. Will you ever forgive me, dear people?
Well, where's the harm? Now that we're here, why can't we have a look at the jewels?
Why, that's simple. They've been stolen.
Stolen?
What?
Do you mean you were actually serious when you thought that I had...
But of course, dear boy. Why shouldn't we think that you were the culprit?
Mother, I don't believe it. It's another of your wild attempts to be dramatic.
Well, then look for yourself, my dear.
I will.
I don't get this.
Seems as though something's wrong someplace.
Oh, I assure you, my dear, there's not a thing wrong. The jewels were stolen about 15 minutes before Mr. Morgan arrived.
15 minutes before... Have you notified the police?
No. Ordway and I planned to capture the thief ourselves. We almost did, too. I mean...
Mrs. Tennant, pardon us if we all seem a trifle confused, but just why did you think the thief would return?
Because he didn't get the diamond clip.
Huh?
Ordway and I knew that when he discovered that fact, he'd return. So we turned off the lights and waited. We doused the glim.
Well, I'll be darned.
Where is the clip now?
Right in the safe in a separate package where I placed it last night, ready for the showing.
It's true. The jewels are gone.
Of course, dear. All but the diamond clip. That's still in the safe.
I'm afraid you've overdone it this time, Mother. The diamond clip's gone, too.
There wasn't any doubt about the sincerity of Mrs. Tennant's concern when she heard that the $500,000 diamond had actually vanished. If she'd been playing at dramatics up to now, the show was over. The old lady practically threw a fit. Still, for my money, nothing much tied together about this screwy affair. However, I smelled a story, and a good one, so I decided to stick around. Pappy went to call the cops. Isabel did what she could for her mother, who by now was having genuine hysterics. While Ordway, Carol, and I went into the room where the wall safe was located. It wouldn't take a very smart safe cracker to bust that one open. How many know the combination, Ordway?
Oh, just Mrs. Tennant and her daughter.
I see. Where do you fit into the picture, by the way?
Why, I've been chauffeur, gardener, and general handyman for the Tennants for years.
There's only one window in this room, Chuck. Up there.
Yeah.
It's too small for anyone to get through.
A small man not be able to do it. What's outside, Ordway?
A flower garden, sir.
You suppose you could scare up a flashlight so we could have a look?
Oh, yes, sir. There's one right here in this drawer.
Good. Carol, take a look at Mrs. Tennant, will you? She may need a doctor. If the police arrive... Oh, hello, Pappy. Get through to the police?
No. Chuck, this may be a screwy deal, but there's a lot about it that isn't screwy.
Yeah?
The telephone wires have been cut.
No kidding.
No kidding. Tell you what, suppose you stick around here while I drive down and report this.
That's a good deal, Pappy. See you later. So Pappy went off after the cops. Carol went in to lend a hand with Mrs. Tennant. And Ordway and I went out the back door and around the house toward the flower bed. There were no trees on this side of the house. The stars were bright, so Ordway didn't switch on his flashlight, which turned out to be a lucky thing. And maybe it wasn't. We were within 5 paces of the flower bed when Ordway suddenly yelled,
"Look out, sir!"
It was too late. Something hit me behind the ear with the force of a pile driver. I went down and out and stayed down and out for a long time. At least it seemed that way to me. Then I saw the stars up above dancing around like pinwheels. From a long way off, a voice kept saying over and over again,
"Mr. Morgan, are you all right? Mr. Morgan, are you all right? Mr. Morgan? Mr. Morgan? Shall I get a doctor, Mr. Morgan?"
Oh, no, never mind the doctor. What hit me?
I don't know who it was, sir. He jumped from behind that shrub. He had something in his hand, a club of some sort. I yelled, but he was too quick for me, sir.
Yeah, what happened?
Well, he ran off, sir, like a flash.
Why did you go after him?
Why, 2 reasons, sir. I thought you needed attention, and, well, I knew he couldn't get away.
What do you mean he couldn't get away?
Well, because he ran in that direction, sir. There's an 8-foot wall that nobody could get over without a ladder. Now, the only other avenue of escape is through the house or right past here, which means the man who hit you must be hiding on the grounds right now.
Now, the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
Well, if the man who belted me was still on the grounds, I intended finding him. My head was pounding like a voodoo drum. I wasn't very steady on my feet as Ordway and I started out in the direction he'd indicated, which accounts for the fact that I stumbled into the general handyman when he suddenly stopped. Sorry, what's the matter?
Oh, careful, sir. I just saw a movement behind that shrub.
Yeah? Well, turn your flashlight over that way.
Yes, sir. Oh, confound it, the battery seems to be dead.
Oh, no.
Oh, there it is again, sir. Look, he just moved.
Yeah, there is something there. Come on, Ordway, let's move in. Ordway and I began moving cautiously toward the shrub. There was a vague shape beside it. A shape that stood motionless until we were almost up to it. Then, come on, Ordway, after him! The man, whoever he was, must have held a track record. He was away from us like a streak of light. We kept after him, spreading out a little so that when he came to that 8-foot wall, he'd have to turn back and run into one of us. Well, he came to the 8-foot wall, and he turned back right into my arms. I made a flying tackle, grabbed him around the knees, brought him to the ground. Ordway came running over, flung himself across the guy's chest, pinning him to the ground.
We've got him, sir! We've got him!
Yeah, we've got him. Get up on your feet.
Keep your hands off of me!
Yeah.
How do you think you're throwing around?
Who do you think you're belting behind the ear with a baseball bat, huh?
It
didn't belt anybody with anything. Ordway, tell this jerk, whoever he is, who I am.
So you know the young man, do you, Ordway?
Why, it's Mr. Avery, sir.
Yeah? Who's Mr. Avery?
Mr. Paul Avery. He's a friend of Miss Isabel.
I see. This is the way he does his courting, eh? Well, Mr. Paul Avery, let's get back to the house so we can take a look at you and ask a few questions. Paul Avery, a kid about 20 or 21 years old, was sullen and defiant. He didn't want to go back to the house, but he went with my help. When we got there, we found Carol and Isabel alone in the living room. The latter took one look at our prisoner and let out a cry.
Paul! Oh, Paul, what have they done to you?
It's okay, Isabel. I'm all right. They came charging at me and I ran. I guess they thought I was some kind of prowler or something.
The idea.
We thought it was more than that. In fact, we're practically sure he was the man who socked me behind the ear with a pile driver.
Socked you? Oh, you big bully. Chuck, are you all right?
Oh, of course I'm all right. Forget about it.
I've already told you I didn't sock anybody. I was just coming here to...
Paul Avery, what are you doing here? Haven't I forbidden you this house? Haven't I told you 100 times?
Mother, please.
No, Isabel. I made up my mind about this young man some time ago. He's not to be trusted. Ordway, what is Paul Avery doing in this house?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Tennant. We found him prowling about the grounds. Mr. Morgan had been attacked, and we thought that...
Naturally, you thought that it was Paul Avery who stole my jewels. I just examined the safe myself, and I'm sure of it. Ordway, will you please search Mr. Avery's pockets?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't rob any safe. I only came here to see Isabel. We were going to meet out there.
Steady, son, steady. It'll only take a minute, and it'll be painless.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
He certainly doesn't look like a safe cracker to me.
Now, let's see here. Oh, what's this?
Why, Paul. It's one of Mother's rings.
I knew it. I knew it the minute I laid eyes on that young man. He's a thief. Paul Avery, where's my diamond clip?
I don't know. I don't even know what a diamond clip looks like.
Let's start with the ring, then. How did that happen to be in your pocket, son?
I don't know. I never saw it before.
Oh, that's rich. That's very rich indeed. Never saw it before. Then how did it get into your pocket, I'd like to know?
Well, someone must have put it there. Yeah, that's it. Someone had to put it there, and who else had the chance but Ordway and this guy here?
The idea. The very idea accusing Ordway or Mr. Morgan. Mr. Morgan, I demand that you arrest Paul Avery at once.
Well, I'm not a policeman, Mrs. Tennant. If I were, I think I'd ask a few more questions and search a few more pockets before I arrested anybody. Well, there wasn't anything to do but hang around until Pappy got back with the police. At my suggestion, Paul Avery agreed to remain at the house. It looked pretty bad for him if he didn't. That was all right with Dora Tennant. She was positive the kid had the diamond clip, and she kept ranting on about how she was going to have him arrested the instant the cops arrived. I looked around for a flashlight that would work, couldn't find one, so I got a handful of matches from the kitchen. Carol and I went outside and started around to the flower bed.
Pappy's been gone long enough. Wonder what's keeping him.
I was wondering myself.
Chuck, do you think Paul Avery is the thief?
Could be.
Or how about Ordway?
Could be.
You didn't slip the ring into Avery's pocket, did you?
Oh, that's a bright question.
Okay. But I've known you to do such crazy things when unraveling one of these mysteries. Oh, what's this here?
It's a flower bed beneath the window of the room where the safe's located.
Well, what do you expect to find?
I don't know. Let's have a look. Oh, get down here. Yeah. Looks like a freshly planted bed.
There certainly aren't any flowers. As a matter of fact, there isn't anything.
Wait a minute. Here's something. This rounded mark in the dirt near the edge of the lawn here.
Well, it looks like... What's the imprint of the toe of a man's shoe?
That's exactly what it is, Glamourpuss. Someone came up to the edge of the bed, leaned over to pick up something.
But what? There's nothing there now.
Wait a minute. Ow. Wait till I light another match. There we are. Now look, I'll be the man. I stand on the edge of the lawn like this with the toe of one shoe on the flower bed. I lean forward and... Hey!
What is it? I still don't see anything.
That depression in the soft dirt over there.
Chuck, that's it. Someone threw something.
Yeah.
The box containing the jewels out of the window and then picked it up later.
No. That's wrong, Glamourpuss. The diamond clip was in a package by itself, remember? A diamond clip wouldn't weigh enough to make a mark in the dirt that deep. Wouldn't be shaped like that either. About 3 inches long and rounded.
Then what did make it?
I don't know. Let me think. How much a drop is that from the window, would you say? 8 feet, maybe? Yeah. Now, how much would an object dropping 8 feet have to weigh to make an impression that deep in soft dirt? The consistency of which...
I know a good one like that, too.
Huh?
If a boat is traveling due west at a rate of 25 miles an hour, how old's the captain?
Sorry, Glamourpuss. I was trying to figure something out.
Oh, you were just showing off, and I'm not impressed. So let's get back to the business at hand.
Okay, let's go.
Go where? Aren't you going to try and figure out what was dropped from the window?
I did. Didn't you hear me?
Do you mean you weren't kidding with all that double talk?
Of course not. Didn't I ever tell you at school I was a whiz at mathematics? I remember once my teacher said...
Morgan.
Oh, Isabel. You looking for someone?
Yes, I'm looking for you. May I talk to you a minute?
Sure, go ahead.
Shall I leave?
No, stick around, Glamourpuss. Isabel doesn't mind. Or do you, Isabel?
Of course not. Mr. Morgan, Paul didn't steal Mother's jewels.
Huh?
I'm sure of it.
What makes you so sure?
Well, because I love him.
That figures.
Oh, quiet, Glamourpuss. Isabel, is the reason your mother doesn't want you to marry Paul because she thinks he doesn't have enough money?
That and because she doesn't want me to leave her. Since Father died, she leans upon me heavily for companionship and comfort.
Yeah. As I recall, your father died of a series of heart attacks, which began about a year ago.
Yes, that's right.
And it was right after that your mother became confined to her wheelchair.
Yes. I think her invalidism was due partly to the fact that the doctor told her father a little chance of recovering.
Pardon me for asking a dumb question, but what's all this got to do with the stolen jewels?
Everything, Glamourpuss, everything. Come on, let's go inside and I'll tell you why.
I can't understand why you've asked us all to gather in this room, Mr. Morgan. And I can't understand either why that man hasn't returned with the police. What was his name? Mansfield? Oh, yes, that was it. Mansfield. Or was it he who stole the jewels? Ah, perhaps I have something there. Perhaps he isn't Mr. Mansfield, or you're not Mr. Morgan. Well, Mr. Morgan?
Are you through, Mrs. Tennant?
I'm not sure I like the tone of your voice.
I'm afraid you're going to like it less when I finish. How would you like to know where your diamond clip is?
What? You know where my diamond clip is?
Oh, yes, I know.
Well, then give it to me at once.
Just a minute. Don't you want to know where the other jewels are that were stolen?
All right. Yes, of course. But it's the diamond clip that's important. It's worth more than all the others put together.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the reason you forgot your dramatics and practically had hysterics when you learned that the clip was missing. Because the diamond clip, Mrs. Tennant, was the only jewel that was really stolen. I was playing a hunch with only a few facts to back it up, but it looked as though it were going to pay off. Ordway was standing near the outside doorway, the flashlight still bulging in his pocket. He looked at me blandly as I walked up to him. All right, Ordway, hand it over.
And what over?
The diamond clip, of course.
Are you kidding? Why, you can search every pocket in my clothes and you won't find it.
That's a good deal. I'll start in this pocket containing the flashlight. Just let me remove it, will you?
Give me that.
Give you what, Ordway? The flashlight? Why? It doesn't work. You said so yourself.
But...
kind of light for such a big flashlight, Ordway. I wonder why. I'll tell you why. One of the battery cells have been removed. You took it out and threw it out of the window so you'd have a safe hiding place for the diamond clip, which you stole. You later recovered the cell from the flower bed after you slugged me.
Ordway, not you. You couldn't have...
Don't act so shocked, Mrs. Tennant. It was you who stole your own jewels. You and Ordway. That's why you weren't worried and you could play at dramatics until you found out that the clip was gone, too. You didn't want that stolen because there was no way of recovering it without admitting your guilt, and an insurance company wouldn't pay off without a real tough investigation.
Why, the idea, the very idea. This is terrible.
It's nowhere near as terrible as the fact that you're no more an invalid than I am.
What's that? What's that you said?
It's what you said that gave away your little game. You said you examined the safe yourself for the missing clip. That safe is more than 5 feet above the floor. Now, you couldn't very well search it from a wheelchair, could you?
Mother.
Wait a minute, Isabel. You better hear the rest of your mother's selfish tale. When she knew your father couldn't live more than a year after his heart attack, she decided to make herself dependent upon you so she'd never be left alone. So she confined herself to the wheelchair and worked in your sympathy. Then Paul Avery came along and you fell in love with him. Your mother was threatened with being left alone again. So she conspired with Ordway to have some worthless jewels stolen and to plant one on Avery. Then she invited me out. so the business would receive a lot of publicity. Only Ordway couldn't resist such a golden opportunity to pull a double cross and steal the clip. Am I right, Mrs. Tennant, or am I guessing?
Oh, Isabel. I was so afraid of being alone.
Mother, you didn't. You couldn't have done such a dreadful thing.
All right, Morgan, and the rest of you, the show's over. I'll drill the first one who moves.
So I'd forgotten about Ordway's gun. Well, that's me, always forgetting something important. Only this time I wasn't too worried. I'd seen something that Ordway couldn't have because of his position near the door. Outside, a car had stopped at the foot of the veranda steps. Pappy Mansfield and 2 uniformed policemen had gotten out of it. So I only stood there and watched. I watched Ordway back up to the door, thinking this was perfect timing, and that Pappy was, as is usually the case, going to have the final word. Ordway put his hand behind him and opened the door. And there were Pappy and 2 cops waiting.
All right, Ordway, the show's over for you, too. Get your hands up.
Stand by for crime.
Hi, Morgan speaking, KOP newscaster. Well, another of those unusual murders has occurred here in Los Angeles. Last week, a man's body was found on a lonely dirt road off Mulholland Drive, up in the Santa Monica Mountains. He'd been shot through the head with a .38 caliber revolver. He'd also been badly beaten. His name was Mark Adams. That's what made the murder unusual. Mark Adams was a partner in one of our leading stock and bond houses. He'd had a respectable, straightforward life since he'd moved here from Portland 10 years ago. Dozens of friends testified to that fact. He had no enemies. Robbery had not been the motive, because a sizable sum of money had been found in the wallet he carried. Why then had he been murdered and his body left in the lonely Santa Monica Mountains? That was a good question. I asked Bill Meggs of police headquarters if he minded if Carol Curtis, my secretary, and I called on the widow, Mrs. Ada Adams. Bill said, heck no, if we picked up anything to let him know. So Carol and I climbed into my jalopy and headed for the Adams residence, which was on Beddington Street. I guess this is it, Glamourpuss.
I really hope she'll talk to us. I wouldn't blame her if she didn't.
Well, if she doesn't, we'll come back another day. Ring the bell, will you?
All right.
So Carol pushed the bell button. We heard chimes ring inside the house. After a minute, the door opened. A woman of about 40, wearing a long-sleeved black dress, appeared. It was obvious she'd been crying. You Mrs. Adams?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Adams.
Well, I'm Chuck Morgan. This is Carol Curtis. We're from radio station KOP.
Oh, reporters. Well, if you don't mind,
We want to help you if we can, Mrs. Adams. Mr. Morgan has a reputation for aiding the police in these cases.
Oh, you're that, Mr. Morgan. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to imply
I understand perfectly, Mrs. Adams. You're upset and confused and hardly know what you're saying.
Yes, that's it, exactly. Well, all right, you may come in if you like.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Won't you sit down?
Thank
Make
you.
yourself comfortable.
Tell me, Mrs. Adams.
Yes?
Can you think of anybody, any friend or business associate who would gain by having your husband out of the way?
Oh, no, there's nobody. Nobody at all.
Well, there had to be a reason for him being shot, Mrs. Adams. No one would be more apt to know that reason than yourself.
If there's anything you'd like to tell us in confidence, we'll respect your wishes.
Well, yes, there is something.
Good.
I know I should have told the police, but in the excitement, I somehow felt that I could keep it a secret. If Mark had died any other way, I could have.
Keep what a secret, Mrs. Adams?
Oh, it's horrible. Because of the way that Mark died, there'll be an investigation. They'll find out. It'll be in all the papers. The disgrace of it. Mr. Morgan, if I tell you, will you help me keep the secret?
By doing so, I'll not obstruct justice. I will, of course.
Do you promise?
I promise.
Very well. I know of your contacts with the police department. Lieutenant Meggs called to say you were coming out. Because of your friendship with Lieutenant Meggs, you can help maintain Mark's reputation, even though he is dead. Mr. Morgan, my husband was a hopeless dope addict.
Mrs. Adams had told us that her husband was an escaped convict. We couldn't have been more surprised. I knew Mark Adams by reputation, had met him on one or two occasions. He was a man of integrity, good habits. Neither I nor anyone else, I was sure, would suspect him of being a dope addict. Still, a clever addict can conceal the effects of the stuff without much trouble. Except perhaps when he needed a shot and couldn't get it. Yeah, this was a motive for murder, all right. But we had to have a lot more of a story than we knew now. It's rather a startling bit of news, Mrs. Adams.
I know. It's going to come as such a great shock to so many people who knew and trusted Mark. You will try to keep it from the press, won't you, Mr. Morgan?
Have you told anyone else about this?
Oh, no, not a soul knew it.
Good.
Mark was very clever about keeping his secret. As you may know, dope addicts can do that.
How long had he had the habit, Mrs. Adams?
Well, I don't know for sure. It was about a year ago that I first learned about it. I'd been away for a few days and returned earlier than I expected. It was the middle of the afternoon, and I was tired after my trip, so I lay down for a nap. When I awoke, it was almost dark, and Mark was just entering our bedroom.
Blasted light.
Hello, Mark.
What the... Ada, what the devil are you doing here?
Well, darling, aren't you glad to see me? I caught an earlier train.
Yes, of course. Of course. Look, Ada, why don't you run downstairs and see to dinner? I'll be with you in a minute.
But, Mark, Mark, what's that you have in your hand?
Never mind. It's nothing. Now, look, let me alone. Get out of here.
Why, it's a hypodermic needle.
Well?
Mark, you're not... Oh, no, you...
Yes. Now you know. At least I won't have to fight that part of it any longer. Wait here.
Mark went into the bathroom. He was gone about 10 minutes. When he returned, he was completely relaxed, seemingly normal. I couldn't believe the change that had come over him.
I'm sorry, my dear. No, I'm almost glad you found out. It's been pretty bad trying to keep my secret.
Oh, Mark, this is awful. It's terrible. How long have you...
It began in Portland, just before we came down here. If you'll recall, I didn't get that promotion at the office I was promised after old Hartley died. When Thompson gave the position to his son, I was pretty disappointed. A lot more so than even you suspected. I had to have some escape.
And so you resorted to dope.
I had a friend who used some occasionally. He assured me it offered complete freedom from care and that it was easy to break the habit.
Oh, Mark, you fool. Don't you know that it's more habit-forming than anything you could possibly have done?
I didn't then. I do now, much to my sorrow.
But, Mark, what are you going to do? What are we going to do? They'll find out sooner or later at the office. They're bound to. It'll be the end.
They won't find out, Ada. They mustn't. Not ever.
But how can
You can help me, Ada. Look, Ada, you must. I'm going to break myself of the habit. I've a vacation coming up. I'll go to a sanitarium. I'll take the cure. Look, I'll be off the stuff forever. Only you'll have to go with me, Ada. I'll need your strength desperately. Ada, will you help me fight this thing?
Of course I will, darling. I'll do everything possible. Oh, my dearest, we'll fight it together and win.
And did your husband go to the sanitarium, Mrs. Adams?
Yes, he went, and I went with him. We stayed a month. It was pretty horrible the way Mark suffered. But it was worth it. At least I believed so at the time.
Was your husband cured, Mrs. Adams?
Well, I thought so. I think Mark did, too. After the month was up, we came home, and for a time everything was fine.
Yeah.
Then I began noticing the inevitable signs. Signs I'd learned to recognize at the sanitarium. A brightness in his eyes, a controlled nervousness followed by complete relaxation. At first, I closed my eyes to those things, telling myself I was overly suspicious because of what had happened before.
But you knew in your own mind he was using the stuff again.
I had to face it at last. 2 nights ago, I started out to attend my bridge club. I drove around the block and parked across the street from our house. An hour passed, and then a man came along the street. His hat was pulled down, and both hands were deep in his pockets. I got down out of sight and waited until I heard him climbing the steps to our porch.
And then what happened?
Mark opened the door, but didn't turn on the porch light. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I knew they were arguing. After a while, they went into the house. I got out of my car and started across the street. I'd reached the sidewalk when I heard the shot.
Did you see the strange man again?
No. I'd forgotten my key. I guess I became panicky. I kept pounding on the door and screaming. After a long while, someone came, and then the police. I must have fainted. When I came to, I was lying on the living room couch. The house was full of policemen. There was blood on the floor. But both Mark and the strange man were gone.
And the next time you heard of your husband was when they found his body up on Mulholland. Oh, what a horrible experience.
How much of this have you told the police, Mrs. Adams?
Only that I'd forgotten my key and came back for it and heard the shot and began pounding on the door and screaming.
And you haven't any idea who the strange man was?
No, none at all.
A strange man could have been any one of several dozen dope peddlers in the city. Well, it's going to be quite a trick to keep this away from the press. The police will have to know.
Oh, but you promised.
Only if I didn't have to obstruct justice, Mrs. Adams. This dope angle not only gives a motive, but narrows the number of suspects down considerably.
But, Chuck, isn't this something you can do?
What?
Well, think of how terrible it will be for Mrs. Adams if it becomes known that her husband was an addict. It's she who has to face all those people, you know.
Yeah, I know. Well, let's talk it over with Bill Meigs. He's a good guy. Maybe we can dream up something. You can rest assured of one thing, Mrs. Adams. No one but the police will be told about your husband being an addict until we pick up his murderer. I didn't call Bill Meigs at once. I couldn't get the picture of the distress in Mrs. Adams' eyes out of my mind. Maybe somehow it would be possible to crack this case without letting it become known that Mark Adams had been an addict. I didn't know how. But for lack of something better to do and to give me time to think, I headed the jalopy up towards Mulholland Drive.
Was it somewhere along here that the body was found, Chuck?
According to Bill, it was about 100 yards down this road. Yeah, this is it. Well, let's get out and take a look around.
I can't imagine what you expect to find. The police aren't stupid, you know, and they've already been here.
I know the police aren't stupid. Yeah, only seem to be one set of tire prints.
One set? I can see a dozen, but what if I couldn't?
All the prints were made by the same set of tires. Those were probably on the police car. What I want to know is, where are the prints made by the tires of the murderer's car?
And how did his body get here? You say there are no prints of a second automobile.
Well, I'll tell you how I think it got here, Glamourpuss. Look up there.
Mm-hmm.
That's Mulholland Drive curling around the side of the mountain.
Oh, I get it. The body was thrown out of a car up there, and it rolled down here.
Smart girl. Bill said Adams' clothes were torn, his body cut and bruised.
Well, then we're wasting our time looking for tire prints.
Maybe. However, the car up there probably stopped so the murderer could get the body out. Now, if the road had soft shoulders, there'd be tire prints up there, wouldn't there?
And you don't think Bill Meigs thought of that?
Sure, I do. I think he's already made an impression of the prints and is checking them at the police lab.
Oh? What makes you think that?
Bill told me.
Why, you so-and-so. And you made me think that...
All right, don't get sore, Glamourpuss. I'm only stalling for time, so my conscience won't bother me for not reporting Mrs. Adams' story to Bill.
Oh, I hope when you do tell him he puts you in jail for a year for obstructing justice.
A year? Now, come, Glamourpuss. What would you and Pappy do without me for a year? Glamourpuss and I had been walking around while talking. I stepped behind a bush and saw something white lying on the ground. It was a page from a newspaper. Nothing unusual about that, except that this page was folded neatly and the date line was staring up at me. It was dated July 24th, the day Mark Adams had been murdered. I picked it up and unfolded it. It was a page from the classified section of the Los Angeles Observer.
Why so interested in a page from the Observer, Sherlock? Nobody ever reads that scandal sheet.
Certainly not a man of Mark Adams' high standing. Still, it could have fallen out of his pocket when he rolled down the hill.
Well, what are you reading?
Classified ad that's underlined in pencil.
Oh, this is a fine time to go looking for bargains.
Shut up, Glamourpuss. Let me read. For sale, 20-carat diamond ring. Bring cash to 222 Beddington Street after 9:30 p.m., July 24.
Oh, Chucky boy, you don't mean... Oh, not at last. Oh, well, darling, you'd have to give me one that big. Honest, I'd be satisfied with just
Glamourpuss, will you stop that gibbering? Don't you know what this means?
Well, then you're not going to...
222 Beddington Street is the address of the Adams family. Whoever answered this ad in the paper is the man who murdered Mark Adams.
Now, the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
All dope addicts need money. Yeah. Mark Adams, made desperate by his cravings, and probably decided to sell his rings. inserting the ad in a paper that he knew his friends never read, and naming a date for the transaction when he knew his wife would be at a bridge club. Well, I felt that the advice of an older and wiser head wouldn't hurt this situation any. So Carol and I drove back to the station and told our story to Pappy Mansfield, owner of KOP.
Well, looking at it purely from a news angle, Chuck, you may have something. However, the police have got to catch your murderer first.
Unless I beat them to it.
You?
Here we go again.
Look, Pappy, I've got an idea. You know Bugs Spencer, the gambler.
Sure. Everybody does.
Well, Bugs has a penchant for rocks, diamonds. Big ones, little ones, medium-sized one. He owns a dozen of them.
Everyone knows that, too.
Now, it may be a shot in the dark, but it seems to me that a rock the size of the Adams diamond would make his mouth water.
Oh, so you're going down and ask Bugs, man to man, if he shot Mark Adams so he could get that diamond without having to pay for it.
All right. Be sarcastic. I'm going to ask Mrs. Adams to describe the ring. Then I'm going to find out if Bugs has it. If he has, I'm going to ask Bill to arrest Bugs and charge him with Adams' murder. That way we won't have to even mention the fact that Adams was a dope addict.
You know something, Chuck?
What's that, Pappy?
It's a hot day outside.
Yeah?
The thermometer's up over 100. There's a rumor around that today's heat will break all known records. Now, if this happens and you wrote a story for your 7 o'clock broadcast...
All right. I'm dying laughing. Just for that, I'm going to show you something. I was a jackass to ask anyone's advice. Go jump in the lake, both of you. Goodbye. I was mad. I got out of there and headed for Beddington Street. Rang the doorbell of the Adams home. Mrs. Adams, still in her morning dress, invited me in.
A ring? A diamond? Oh, yes, Mark did have one. A rather large one. Wasn't it...
When you identified the body, Mrs. Adams, did you notice whether or not the ring was missing?
No. That is... Well, I was too shocked. It was the last thing that I...
A ring, such as the one owned by your husband, was advertised for sale in the Observer. This address was given. The buyer was asked to appear after 9:30 on the night of your bridge club.
Do you mean that Mark sold the ring so that he could have more money to buy dope?
Well, most dope addicts are forever in need of money, Mrs. Adams. It's possible that ring buyer murdered your husband. If you describe the ring as accurately as you can, we still might be able to pick up the murderer and keep the knowledge a secret that your husband was an addict. I was still mad. Otherwise, I might have had the common sense to call Bill Meggs before going down to see Bugs Spencer. But I didn't. I drove down to 9th Street and found the building where Bugs maintained his so-called office. I got by the dame at the desk and located Bugs' private sanctum. He was sitting behind a big horseshoe desk, as flashily dressed as ever. There was a diamond ring the size of a marble on his left hand. 2 of his strong-arm boys flanked the desk on either side.
Well, if it ain't Mr. Chuck Morgan, the gent who talks in the radio without saying anything. What's on your pea-sized mind, Morgan? You want to lay a bet?
Yeah, I want to lay a bet that I can tell you where you got that ring.
Quite a rock, huh? Brand new. Okay, what do you want to bet?
Oh, maybe 10 years up at Q. I may even go higher than that.
Yeah, how high?
How about the gas chamber?
Look, you saying I knocked somebody off to get this rock?
Where did you get it?
I bought it.
That's a switch on your usual practice. Who'd you buy it from?
A guy.
What's his name?
I don't know. I didn't ask him.
Did he live on Beddington Street?
Hey, what is this? Who do you think you are coming in here and asking me questions?
Take
Get
it
out.
easy, Bugs. Take it easy. You know from past experience it's smart to answer my questions. Bill Meggs is on his way down here right now. I'm just trying to give you a break.
What kind of a break?
The man you bought that ring from is dead.
Okay, so he's dead. Let him be dead. Who cares?
He was murdered.
Okay, so he was... What do you mean, murdered? Oh, look, Morgan, I didn't murder nobody, see? I got this ring strictly legit.
Then you'd better start dreaming up some new alibis, because I've spent the morning busting your old ones wide open.
Well, how do you like that? Boys, did you hear what this punk said? He says we ain't got an alibi. Max, you got that bill of sale?
Yeah, sure. It is, boss.
Hand it to Morgan. Take a look at that, news hound. It's a bill of sale for a diamond ring, ain't it? It's signed by the guy who sold me the ring. All you gotta do is compare that handwriting with his, and you'll find out what a jerk you are.
Now, wait a minute, Bugs. This isn't...
I ain't waiting for nothing, Morgan. You got your nerve coming in here shooting your mouth off. But I'm kind of glad you did. You know why? Because now I got an excuse to throw you out. A good excuse. And I ain't gonna be responsible for what you look like afterward. Boys, show Mr. Morgan the door.
It'll be a pleasure.
Bugs' boys had a peculiar way of showing me the door. I didn't see the door at all. I was unconscious when I went through it. I woke up in an alley behind the 9th Street building. The sun was beating down full force on my face. Flies were buzzing around a cut above my left eye, and I was soaked through with sweat. I got up on my knees and peeled off my coat. There was an outside water faucet and a patch of shade on the west side of the alley. I crawled over there and soaked my head into the cold water. 5 minutes later, I was in a phone booth talking to Bill Meggs. That's right, Bill. That's the address. What? Am I sure? Was I ever wrong? Yeah, I am laughing, too. Okay, Bill, thanks. I'll be waiting. Well, I got in a jalopy and headed for Bettington Street to report to Mrs. Adams about the ring. She acted as though she'd been waiting for me and seemed almost cheerful. She was slipping on the jacket of her long-sleeved dress when she opened the door.
Well, you certainly made a fast trip, Mr. Morgan. Sit over there, won't you?
Thank you.
Did you find the man who bought my husband's ring?
Yes, it was Bug Spencer, the gambler, just as I thought.
Did he confess to murdering Mark?
Well, no, Bugs isn't the confessing type. Tell me, Mrs. Adams, why do you suppose your husband advertised the ring in the Observer instead of in a paper that a more, well, conservative and possibly wealthier type of reader would buy?
Well, I suppose he didn't want any of his friends to read it.
But didn't you know that most banks subscribe to practically every newspaper published in the city? Legal and probate notices are of great interest to bankers.
Well, I don't believe I understand what you mean. Did someone stop out front?
Yeah, I think that's Lieutenant Bill Meggs of police headquarters.
Lieutenant Meggs? Well, I'll let him in.
He won't be coming in for a moment or two. He wants to pay a visit to the garage first.
Garage?
Yeah. He wants to check the tire prints he made in Mulholland Drive last night with the treads on your tires, Mrs. Adams.
Tires on my car?
That's right. You see, when you parked, you wanted to get close to the embankment so you wouldn't have too far to carry your husband's body.
What?
The right front wheel of your car was in the soft dirt off the pavement.
No, you mustn't believe that.
Dope
You mustn't
addicts are very clever and cunning, especially when they've had a shot. You must have had quite a jolt that night, Mrs. Adams.
No, I didn't. Well, you can't believe that. Everything I told you was true.
Oh, yes, the story you told was true, every word, only you had the characters mixed.
No.
It's you who are the dope addict, Mrs. Adams. You who went to the sanitarium. You who pretended to be cured.
No.
You who sold your husband's ring because he'd give you no more money to buy dope.
No.
The ring wasn't on his hand when you viewed the body, and you know it.
No.
He hadn't worn the ring for years. If he had, there'd be a mark on his finger, which there wasn't. How did it happen, Mrs. Adams? Did he catch you trying to steal the ring? Or did he find your supply of junk and wouldn't let you have any?
Yes. He took it away from me. I had to have some. I had to. Mark had seen the ad I put in the Observer. I got the gun out of the desk, and I told him I'd kill him if he didn't give me some stuff. He refused. He said he was going to put me away again. So I shot him.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Adams. Believe me, I am. Because now Mark isn't here to help you fight this thing. Hello, Bill. Come in. Well, sometimes the job of a newscaster isn't as pleasant as it might be. Bill took Ada Adams off in the squad car, and I headed back for KOP. Both Pappy and Carol were there, looking cool and relaxed.
Oh, hello there, Chuck. Back so soon?
What happened to your eye, Chucky boy?
I ran into a door.
Was it opened or closed?
That's the typical question. Well, Pappy, I've got all the facts on the weather story.
No kidding. How hot is it outside?
109. It hasn't been 109 since 1868. 5 people have died of the heat. 7 are prostrate, and a man fried an egg on Vine Street this morning.
Well, that's great, Chuck. Make a good story, don't you think, Carol?
Oh, I can hardly wait to hear it.
Oh, you just try hard enough, and I imagine you can stand it, Glamourpuss. Well, I've got to get busy and bat this out on my typewriter. I'll devote the entire broadcast to weather.
You will not?
What? What's that, Pappy?
All right. We apologize. We shouldn't have made you mad. Now, how'd you know?
No what?
Well, you'll have to rub it in, Chuck. Bill called and told us everything.
Oh.
We've been sitting here on pins and needles waiting for you to tell us how you knew it was Mrs. Adams who murdered her husband.
Oh, that. So you've been sitting here in this nice, cool office all this time while I've been out in the sweltering heat.
Oh, stop reminding us how you've suffered. What's the sweltering heat got to do with knowing about Mrs. Adams' guilt?
Everything. It's sweltering hot outside. Mrs. Adams was wearing a black wool dress with long sleeves. Why? No woman in her right mind would wear such a dress in this heat. There had to be another reason. She wanted to cover up something. Marks made by a hypodermic needle. Well, shall I write the story on the heat, Pappy?
Stand by for crime.
Hi, this is Chuck Morgan, KOP newscaster in Los Angeles. You know, one thing a newsman must have is a good memory. A memory for faces and events and dates. It's part of his stock and trade, and it pays off if he develops it. You take my own memory, for instance. The other day I saw a picture of a man in the Times, and my memory told me it was someone I knew. I had to cast back to a day when I'd sat in a New York courtroom and heard a judge sentence a prisoner to 5 years because he'd been convicted of subversive activities. His name at the time had been Ivan Rolinski, and he was a communist. Now his name was Jim Loring, and he was running for mayor of Carmichael, which is a city about 250,000 population located up the coast about 100 miles from L.A. Loring was not only running for mayor, it looked as though he were going to be elected. And I figured as a public-spirited citizen, I ought to do something about it. Or I did until I mentioned the matter to Pappy Mansfield, owner of KOP. Carol Curtis, my blonde secretary, was on hand at the moment, which wasn't unusual.
Well, it'd make a good story, all right, Chuck, but you're wasting your time. Jim Loring's past is as clean as a whistle.
Oh, and how do you know that, Pappy?
The Lorings are a well-known family in Carmichael. Jim went to war in 1942, and while he was overseas, his folks were killed in an auto accident.
Oh?
When Jim came home in 1945, he was taken in by an aunt and uncle, Mr. and Mrs. Asa Loring.
So you see, Chucky boy, Jim Loring, who's running for mayor, couldn't be Ivan Rolinski, the communist.
That figures. By the way, Pappy, isn't there a war plant in Carmichael?
Well, there's a factory up there producing military goods. Why?
If the mayor of Carmichael happened to be a communist, he'd be in a fine position to get his hands on the output of that plant, wouldn't he?
Down, boy, down. Your imagination's getting the better of you again. I've already explained to you that Jim...
I heard you. It makes sense. Isn't it somewhere near Carmichael that the government is doing further research on that submarine that's to run by atomic power?
Chuck, for heaven's sakes, why don't you give up on this one? There's not even a thin shred of evidence that what you're thinking is true.
You're right, Glamourpuss. You and Pappy have sold me. By the way, Pappy, haven't I got a vacation coming up pretty soon?
Well, I suppose you're entitled to a few days. Now, if you could get a bunch of Sundays together...
Yeah, very funny. I've got a couple of weeks coming up with pay. And I'm taking the first week beginning tomorrow.
Well, that's okay, Chuck. Tell you what, Myrtle and the kids are down at our place at Balboa. There's plenty of room, so why don't you...
No, thanks. I've heard that one before. I go down to your summer place, and after 2 days you call up and wonder if I could run into town for a couple of special broadcasts. A fine vacation that'd be. No, I'm going farther away than Balboa. A lot farther.
Where are you going, Chuck?
Where am I going? You know doggone well where I'm going. I'm going up to Carmichael. On my own time and money. And prove that Jim Loring is not Jim Loring, but Ivan Rolinski, the communist. What are you going to be doing for the next few days, Glamourpuss?
What am I going to be doing, he asks. Pappy, what am I going to be doing for the next few days?
Well, all right, okay. But remember this, it's on your own time and money, too. And don't expect me to bail you out of jail. And furthermore, KOP is not taking any...
This wasn't quite the wild goose chase that Pappy and Garrow thought it to be. Ivan Rolinski, the man I'd seen sentenced to 5 years in jail and whom I'd interviewed on several occasions, had a scar on the back of his left hand. The scar, because of its peculiar shape, would be certain identification. So all I had to do was call on Jim Loring and check his left hand. If he had a scar, then I'd know at least I was on the right track. So Carol and I started north on Highway 101 Monday morning and reached Carmichael around noon. Everyone in town knew Jim Loring, and they were only too glad to tell us where he lived. So, around 2 o'clock, we put up in front of an attractive seaside cottage. and found an elderly, pleasant-faced woman sitting on the porch. I beg your pardon? We're looking for Jim Loring. Is this where he lives?
Yes, it is. Jim isn't home at the moment, but he should be back in a few minutes if you care to wait. I'm Hester Loring, Jim's aunt.
Well, thank you. I'm Chuck Morgan, newscaster on radio station KOP in Los Angeles. This is my secretary, Carol Curtis.
Well, how do you do? So you're Chuck Morgan.
That's right.
Oh, well, my, I don't know how many times I've listened to your broadcasts, Mr. Morgan. It's really exciting meeting a real live radio actor.
Well, I'm hardly an actor, Mrs. Loring.
Oh, no? Can you get a KOP signal way up here, Mrs. Loring?
Oh, my, yes. In fact, it's one of the few stations in Los Angeles we get real well. Something to do with the mountains and water, they tell me. Did you come up to interview Jim, Mr. Morgan?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I did. He's pretty young to be running for mayor, and he has an excellent war record.
Oh, yes, he has. He was decorated 5 times and wounded twice. He was also a prisoner of war, but he escaped.
Well, where was Jim taken prisoner, Mrs. Loring?
In Germany, I think. Yes, I'm sure it was. Toward the end of the war. He doesn't talk much about it.
Did he know about his folks being killed?
Oh, yes. Asa and I were out here at the time visiting. We wrote to Jim and told him and said we'd stay until he got home. You see, the poor boy had no one else. After he got home, he asked us if we'd like to remain and sort of make a home for him. Of course, we agreed. Asa and I have no children of our own, and we love California.
See? When was the last time you saw Jim? I mean, before he went to war.
Oh, my, that was a long time ago. Jimmy was just a babe in arms. You see, Bert and Esther, they were Jim's parents, moved out here to California when he was only a year old.
But didn't you have trouble recognizing him when he came back from the war?
Oh, no, indeed. Jimmy's the spitting image of his father, and they'd sent us dozens and dozens of pictures of him at every age.
Oh, I see.
I suppose Jim's friends were glad to see him when he got home. He remembered them all?
Not here in Carmichael. You see, when Jim learned about his parents, he wrote and asked us to sell a place in San Lorenzo.
San Lorenzo? Well, that's 500 miles away.
493. Asa and I always keep a record of such things when we travel. It's an interesting pastime, and it helps keep the budget straight.
Then you sold the place in San Lorenzo and bought this one before Jim got out of the Army.
Yes, that's right.
And Jim didn't go back to San Lorenzo at all? He came here, a perfect stranger?
We understood perfectly how he felt. He didn't want to have to return to San Lorenzo and be reminded of the pleasant boyhood he had there. Coming here to Carmichael was like starting a new life.
Yes, it certainly was. Well, he's done pretty well for himself, hasn't he?
Oh, Jim's a smart boy. He's a civil engineer, you know. Why, he has complete charge of the Mount Marcia Dam project. And about 6 months ago, he was approached by some of the town's leading citizens and asked if he'd run for mayor.
Well, that's a success story in capsule form if I've ever heard one.
Here comes Jim now. You'll have a chance to meet him yourself. He's very modest.
Carol and I watched. As Jim Loring's car stopped in front of the house, he got out and started up the walk. He was a young man, early 30s, dark-haired, pleasant-faced, intelligent-looking. His left hand was concealed in his jacket pocket, and he didn't remove it when he stopped in front of us on the porch.
Hi there, Aunt Hester. Got company, I see.
Oh, Jim, dear, I'm so glad you're back. This is Chuck Morgan, newscaster on KOP, and his secretary, Carol Curtis. They drove all the way up here from Los Angeles just to interview you.
Well, I'm flattered. How are you, Morgan?
Hello, Jim.
Curtis?
Nice meeting you, Jim.
This is an honor I hadn't expected. Up here in Carmichael, you know, we have a feeling that you folks in Los Angeles don't admit that there's any other city on the coast but your own.
Well, a lot of people share that belief, I guess. You know, it isn't every day that a man as young as yourself gets to be elected chief executive of a city the size of Carmichael.
Wait a minute. I'm not elected yet.
The publicity we've read indicated you will be. The opposition hasn't a chance.
I wish I could be as sure.
I told you Jim was modest.
One of the reasons we drove up, Jim, was to check your identity.
Identity?
I knew a man once who looked like you. It was a long time ago. He had a peculiar-shaped scar on the back of his left hand. I wonder if you show me your hand.
Oh, no, Mr. Morgan, you don't understand.
It's all right, Aunt Hester, it's all right. This other man was probably an old friend of Mr. Morgan. I'm sorry I can't accommodate you, Morgan.
Jim took his hand out of his pocket and pulled back the sleeve of his jacket. His hand had been removed just above the wrist. Well, it was embarrassing. We made our apologies and were awkward about it. But Jim Loring couldn't have been more gracious. He explained he'd lost his hand in the war, and it always embarrassed him to see the shock on people's faces when they first noticed his infirmity. So we got out of there, went back to the hotel, and ordered a cool drink in the bar.
I still don't see why you asked Jim to show you the scar. That was like telling him your real reason for being up here.
Sure it was. How else was I going to get him to tip his mitt?
Chuck, you still don't believe that nice young man is a communist spy.
If he is, we'll know before the day's over.
How?
Because if he is, he'll make the next move. And if he makes the next move, he'll do so before we have time to do any more snooping.
And what are we going to be doing in the meantime? Sit here and
Nothing so pleasant, Glamourpuss. You're going to call Pappy and ask him to check Jim Loring's war record. What I want to know in particular is, did Jim Loring, the real Jim Loring, actually lose his hand in the war?
Oh, Chuck, for heaven's sakes, you're not thinking anything as fantastic as that man actually had his hand removed so he could come back here posing as Jim Loring.
A true communist Glamourpuss is a fanatic. Therefore, if you're going to cope with him, you've got to think fantastic things. Also, I want you to ask Pappy to find out what happened to Ivan Rolinski after he got out of jail.
What do you think happened to him?
I think he was deported.
Why?
Never mind why. I think he was, that's all. If I'm right, then the pattern will fit together. Go on. It won't be hard for Pappy to get you the information I want.
All right. But what are you going to be doing while I'm having this chummy conversation with Pappy?
I'm going to ascertain the geographical location of the Mount Marcia Dam project with relation to the Carmichael War plant. So Glamourpuss went off to make a long-distance phone call, and I climbed into the old jalopy and drove up to the Marcia Dam. The project was about 2 miles above the city, in Panther Canyon. I parked the jalopy and walked over to a man who was sitting on a rock doing some figuring on a clipboard. Hello there. My name's Morgan. My radio station, KOP, sent me up here to get some information for a broadcast in your dam. You mind if I ask you a few questions?
Heck, no. My name's Stan Akins. Be glad to answer your questions if I can.
Swell. The dam's almost completed, isn't it?
We'll be through in about a month, and then the river will be turned back to its natural course and form Lake Marcia. That'll take another month. The stored-up water will be used to generate power as well as for the irrigation.
I see. Will the war plant use any of that power? I see they're located right below us.
Sure. That was one of the reasons for the dam. But Paul Amesbury can give you more information about that than I can.
Oh? Who's Paul Amesbury?
A government man, a sort of a liaison between the plant and Jim Loring, who's a chief engineer here at the dam.
I see. Where can I find this Paul Amesbury?
Downtown. Here, I'll write down his address.
Oh, thanks.
The best time to catch him in is after 7. He does his book work at night. There you are.
Okay, thank you. Well, maybe this was it. And maybe it wasn't. Mustang Akins seemed to be cooperative enough, but why had he been sitting so conveniently on that rock when I drove up? There wasn't anyone else within 100 yards. And how about this Paul Amesbury who kept office hours at night? I found the answer to the whole sorry mess in his office. But it was too late.
Now, the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
Glamourpuss wasn't at the hotel when I got back. I waited an hour. Then I went into the snack bar and had a sandwich and a cup of coffee. Afterwards, I put in a phone call for Paul Amesbury. Told him who I was and was invited to come over and see him. He said he'd expect me about 7:30. At 7:15, Carol still hadn't shown up, so I wrote a note telling her to contact me at Paul Amesbury's office. Left it with the desk clerk. At 7:30, I parked the jalopy in front of the building where Amesbury's office was located. It was getting dark when I went inside, but the corridors were well lighted. I found Amesbury's office on the ground floor in the rear. Light shone through the frosted glass, so I opened the door without knocking. At first, the place seemed deserted. Then I saw something that gave me goose pimples. A man's leg was sticking out from behind the desk. I crossed over quickly and saw the rest of the man. He was lying on his back, sightless eyes staring at the ceiling, a bullet hole squarely between his eyes. There was a gun on the floor, and I picked it up, using my handkerchief. It was a .38, and had recently been fired. Well, this was a matter for the police, not for me. I started for the phone, but stopped. I heard footsteps and voices coming down the hall.
Well, Paul's here all right. His light's on.
He's always here at night.
I wonder if... Oh, hello there, Morgan. Found Paul all right, eh?
I found him. He's there behind the desk.
What in the... Paul. Paul.
It's no use, Akins. The man's dead.
Dead? Paul? I don't believe it. How did... I mean...
He's been murdered. Can't you see the bullet hole in his head?
Yeah. Yeah, I see it. And you're the one who...
He's holding the gun, Stan.
Yeah. Trying to wipe off his fingerprints.
Now, wait a minute, you two.
So you're the one Paul was afraid of. He said they were getting suspicious and he might have a visitor. And I was the one who told you...
Don't be a fool. I've already told you who I am. All you have to do is check my credentials,
Yeah,
man.
sure. I know what we have to do. Gil, call the police.
You're darn right.
Are you crazy? I didn't kill your pal. I just got here a minute before you
Yeah,
did.
sure. You can tell that to the judge. We're calling the police. Hurry it up, Gil.
There was an open window 2 feet from where I was standing, and all I could think of was I'd better get out of there. It wasn't very good thinking, but it was the best I could do at the minute. Acting on impulse, I heaved the gun, handkerchief, and all at Aikens. All right, if you won't listen to reason.
Stan, he's getting away.
Come back here, you.
I went through the window. Like a flying squirrel, landed in the alley outside. I went to my knees, got up and began to run. Behind me, I heard Aikens and his companion come through the window after me, yelling like a couple of banshees.
Help! Police! Stop! Stop or I'll shoot!
But I wasn't stopping for anybody. I got to the end of the alley and started to turn into the street when a red-hot iron went searing along my scalp, and then the ground rose up and belted me one on the head that knocked the twilight out of that back street and into complete oblivion. How long was I out? Well, there wasn't any way of telling. Consciousness returned slowly. Too slowly to suit me. I was lying on something hard, something that moved with a steady, even rhythm. I was conscious of a burning thirst and a flaming soreness along my scalp. Then I became aware of something else. Waves lapping against wood. It was a pleasant sound because there was nothing more that I wanted than a long, cool drink of water. So by sheer willpower, I sat up. I found it was broad daylight, and I was in a boat. And the lapping water was salt. And for as far as I could see in any direction, there was nothing but ocean. I put my head in my hands and tried to keep my sanity by trying to figure this thing out. What had happened? The pieces fell into place slowly but accurately. I'd been framed, that was for sure. Who had murdered Paul Amesbury? Stan Aikens or Jim Loring? But why? Because Amesbury had become suspicious of what they were up to. How'd they expect to get away with it? Because I'd come along and given them their perfect alibi. They'd killed 2 birds with 1 stone by framing me for murdering Amesbury. Then Stan Aikens had shot me while I was trying to escape, which would explain his fingerprints on the murder weapon. Why hadn't they completed the job by finishing me off, though? Yeah, the answer to that one was simple, too. I'd escaped, which was an admission of guilt. They didn't want my body found around town. They wanted it to be picked up later in this dory, in which I'd supposedly tried to get away, dead from exposure, thirst, and starvation. I got up to my knees, realizing what a slim chance I had to get out of this one. There weren't any oars, or oarlocks, or even seats in the boat. But one thing they'd forgotten, the floorboards. I set one on edge and began to pry at a slat. It took me an hour to get it free, but it was all I needed. I began to paddle. I don't know how long I paddled. There were times when I slipped into unconsciousness. Then I come out of it again. The sun reached its zenith and began its downward plunge. And I thought, this is the end. I'm through. You stupid jerk. Why didn't you stay back in L.A. where you belonged? So I gave up. I quit. I fell forward to the bottom of the boat and closed my eyes and hoped that the end would come soon.
Hey! Hey there! You in the boat!
Who's there? Go away and let me sleep.
Something wrong, young fella? Hey, you look petered out.
No, it can't. Who are you?
Me? I'm Ezra Symes. Fishing's my business, but never mind that. Hey, looks like you're in trouble. How about a good drink of water?
Water, yeah. That's what I want more than anything. Water.
Sure you do. Yeah, looks like you got a crack on the head, all right. Here you be now. Take a good long drink, and then we'll talk.
Yeah, thanks.
Wait a minute now. Just a minute.
What's the matter? Let me have some water.
Just hold on a minute now, son. Yes, sir. You're him, all right. You're that murderer, Chuck Morgan, trying to escape, and I caught you.
Yeah, I'm Morgan. You caught me. But let me have some water,
No,
mister.
sir. No water, no, sirree. You ain't getting any water from me, not a drop. I'm taking you in, see?
Look, there's more than $100 in my pocket. You can have it all for just one swallow of water.
$100? Hey, chicken feed. I'm going to collect $5,000 for catching you.
$5,000? Who offered that much for my capture?
Fellow named Mansfield? Yes, sir, that's his name, Pappy Mansfield.
After that, I didn't care much what happened. I knew vaguely that Ezra Symes had tied the dory to his motorboat and was towing me in. A long time later, after darkness had closed in, the boat gently nudged to dock and the motor was cut off. I saw blurred lights and heard Ezra muttering to himself about the reward. Then I was lifted up and half carried, half dragged to a ramshackle automobile. The motor roared, and we went bumping away toward the city. More time passed. It was like a nightmare with only fragments of events registering in my mind. Now we stopped at last, and I knew we were in front of a building on a city street. Ezra came around to my side of the car, pulled my arm around his shoulder, and dragged me out onto the sidewalk. Then came the climax to this brutal nightmare. The door to the building toward which Ezra was leading me exploded outward. Men poured into the street. There were yells and shots. And a man came running straight at me. I swung wildly and cracked. Then I went down. The bedlam faded into nothingness, and then...
Chuck, it's me, Carol.
He's coming around. Be all right in a minute.
Oh, Chuck, you were wonderful. You licked them both. If it weren't for you, they'd have escaped. What perfect timing.
Yeah. How'd you know enough to come right here to the police station, Chuck?
Water.
What did he say, Pappy?
Sounded like water.
Water? Well, that can't be. Chuck doesn't drink water.
Well, maybe he was thinking of the Marcia Dam. There's water up there.
Oh, sure. Don't worry about the dam, Chuck. They found the dynamite. Everything's all right.
Water. He said it again. I guess we'd better try another approach, Carol. Maybe the guy wants a drink. Let's try him with a slug.
It was daylight when I came to again. I was lying in the hospital bed between snowy white sheets. Carol and Pappy were sitting nearby. But more important, there was a pitcher of ice water and a glass on the bedside table. I didn't bother with the glass. I just grabbed the pitcher and slobbered it all over myself.
Hey, you drink much more of that stuff and you'll become waterlogged. You've had a couple of gallons already.
Yeah. Brother, that's wonderful stuff.
Feeling better, Chucky boy?
Yeah, just peachy. What day is it?
It's Friday.
Friday? Mm-hmm. What happened to the first part of the week?
Well, a good part of it, you were paddling around the Pacific Ocean, enjoying your vacation.
Yeah, vacation. Comfortable quarters, excellent cuisine, interesting companions. Where were you, Glamour Puss?
Where was I when?
When you didn't come back to the hotel after calling Pappy, where were you?
Oh, well, I called Pappy, and Pappy called Washington, and then Washington called Pappy, and then Pappy called me.
Get to the point.
Okay, just be patient. Pappy found out that Loring wasn't Loring, but Rowinski, and that Rowinski had been deported, and when the Russians found Loring's dead body, they decided Rowinski looked enough like Loring to...
skip all that, will you? I guess these things. Why weren't you at the hotel?
I went downtown to the dam project office to get the fingerprints.
Whose fingerprints?
Rowinski's, of course. I figured that everybody working on a government project like the Marcia Dam would be fingerprinted. And how else was Pappy going to prove that Rowinski was Rowinski when he got up here with Loring's fingerprints, which were being flown here from the War Department in Washington?
Well, Glamour Puss, you're wonderful.
Oh, I know it. Well, you want to hear the rest of the story?
There's more?
Naturally. Akins and Laurie had to confess, didn't they?
Did they?
Of course. Akins broke first. He told about the dynamite being built into the dam so it could be exploded when the dam got full of water. So the water would destroy the war plant, which was right below it.
No, I've heard everything, and I wasn't here to supervise the details.
Well, get him. Now, do you want to hear the rest of the story?
There's more?
Well, you used that line a minute ago. Well...
So did you. Go ahead.
Well, the good citizens of Carmichael and the workers at the war plant whose lives you saved, the workers at the dam project, and the United States government have raised a purse to give you as a reward.
No kidding. How much is it?
$5,000.
Holy smoke. I've still got another week's vacation coming to me. Glamour Puss with $5,000.
Just a moment. Just one teeny-weeny moment,
well,
please.
Pappy?
Chuck, did you ever hear of a man named Ezra Symes?
Ezra Symes?
Yeah.
The name sounds vaguely familiar. I can't remember where I met him, though.
Well, I can. He's a fisherman, and he fished you out of the drink and brought you in here and collected $5,000 reward money from me.
Say, that's right. I'd forgotten. Golly, Pappy, that was mighty decent of you to offer $5,000 to have me found.
Well, the way I figure it is this. $5,000 from 5,000 leaves zero. Now, if you take that 5,000 you're going to get and subtract it from the $5,000 I've already paid out.
Oh, no, Pappy. No.
That isn't fair, Pappy.
Well, we'll see.
Stand by for crime.
Hi. Chuck Morgan, KOP newscaster speaking. You know, for the most part, people associate deeds of crime with the male of the species. Unfortunately, that isn't always the case. The story you're about to hear concerns a woman, one of the most ruthless and cunning of any of the hardened gangsters I've ever run afoul of during all my years as a reporter here in L.A. The opening incident of the story took place in a deserted warehouse some weeks ago. A man and a woman were target practicing with a revolver.
Okay, Nick. Wait a minute. We'll take a look at the target.
How am I doing?
You're doing all right, Nicky boy. 8 bullseyes out of 10 shots.
Yeah? Not bad, eh, Trixie?
Not bad at all. I figured you'd get better with a little practice. Guess we can handle that bank job anytime now.
Bank job?
Yeah, First National Trust, remember?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember. Look, Trixie, let's forget the bank job, huh? I got an in on the numbers racket with Bugs Flambeau.
Bugs Flambeau, that small-time punk.
Okay, then we'll get into something else. Banks is out of my line, Trixie, on.
Well, they're gonna be in your line from now on, chum. Get that and get it straight.
Oh, listen, Trixie.
You listen. Trixie Talbot, don't waste your time on nobody and then let them walk out in the sea. Nobody.
Okay, Trixie, okay.
You tied up with me so as I'd get you out of the small time. Okay. So I went to work and began teaching you the angles. All right. So now we're ready to move and you ain't Welshing, see?
You didn't say nothing about a bank job.
Didn't I? Well, I'm saying it now. It's the First National Trust tomorrow at noon. Or do you still want to go back to the numbers racket?
Trixie, you wouldn't...
Wouldn't I, Nicky boy? I guess you don't know Trixie Talbot. See what I mean?
Yeah, I see. 4 of them right in the bullseye. You're good all right, Trixie.
You're darn right I'm good. I got a reputation and I'm keeping it. Nobody ain't gonna say they walked out on Trixie Talbot. She can't afford to have that kind of talk going round.
I get it, Trixie. You got your reputation to think of.
I like you, Nicky boy. I figured you were smart. I figured we could go places together. That's why I let you come in with me.
Sure, Trixie. You give me a chance, all right. I ain't forgetting it.
Come here, Nicky boy.
Yeah, Trixie.
Put your arms around me.
Yeah.
See what I mean, Nicky boy?
Yeah. Yeah. All right, Trixie. I'm crazy about you.
That's better. We'll get along.
Sure, Trixie. We'll get along all right.
Tomorrow at noon, we'll begin moving in on the big time. We start going places. You and me. Tomorrow at noon. This is it, Nicky boy.
Yeah.
All set?
Sure. Sure, I'm all set. Let's get going.
Take it easy. Don't get nervous. Remember what you're supposed to do?
Yeah. We've been through it enough times. What are we waiting for?
All right, Nicky boy. Relax now. Hold the bank book in your left hand like you was going to make a deposit. Keep the other hand on the heater in your pocket.
I know.
Okay, let's go.
Hey, there's a cop.
Shut up. That guy'd fall over in a faint if he thought there was going to be a stick-up. Here we are, dear. Give the man your book.
Yeah. Okay, pal. This is a stick-up. Don't move or you get it.
Yes, sir. What do you want?
What do you think we want, chump? Shove that folding green stuff this way.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now go into the vault and bring out everything you can carry.
Forget that, Trixie. We got all we can take.
Go on, you.
Yes, ma'am.
And don't forget there's a gun pointing at your back.
Trixie, look, that cop.
Forget the cop, I said. He ain't
He's onto us.
All right, you two, drop those guns.
Why, you dumb flatfoot.
Trixie, don't.
Grab that door and let's get out of here. Why, these dumb punks. Let them have it, Nick.
No, we shouldn't.
Give it to him, Nick. Give it to him. We'll show him. Dirty punks.
Lieutenant Bill Meggs of police headquarters dropped into my office to tell me about the robbery and the murders. Now, Carol Curtis, my secretary, and I have known Bill a long time. We both suspected the purpose of his visit was more than to just give me a good news story.
Well, that's the story in the holdup, Chuck. You got any ideas?
Chuck's always got ideas. What we want to know is, what idea have you got up your sleeve?
Never mind, Glamour Puss. What does your file record show, Bill?
I've checked the files and records in every daylight bank robber in the country. This pair didn't follow the customary pattern at all. More than a week, my boys have been bringing in and questioning every known daylight holdup man in the city. So far, they haven't even made first base. Now, the way I see it, they've been looking in the wrong places for the wrong kind of guy.
That makes sense.
Yesterday, a young trooper, Sidney Richards, in an upstate town, he noticed some smoke and some signs of life coming from what he supposed was an abandoned house. Went up to investigate and hasn't been heard from since.
Wait a minute. If he hasn't been heard from since, how do you know he saw signs of life? And how do you know he went up to investigate?
Stands to reason. We found the tire marks of his motorcycle in the lane that leads to the house, but none returning.
So you figure that whoever was living in the house prevented him from returning, huh?
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what we think.
Well, why don't you go up there and find out, for heaven's sake?
Well, if you use your head, GP, you wouldn't ask such a nutty question.
It's like this, Carol. Suppose the people who are occupying the house are our bank robbers, and that they've taken Trooper Richards prisoner and are holding him as hostage.
Well, suppose they are. They can't hold him forever. What are you going to do? Just sit around and wait for...
The life of one state trooper, Carol, is worth the lives of a dozen criminals. Now, we have a plan whereby we can keep young Richards alive.
Here it comes.
Let's have it, Bill.
2 days ago, the San Francisco police captured one of the most ruthless killers this country's ever known.
Yeah?
Now, you've probably heard of him. He's called the Professor.
The Professor?
Yeah. I did a story on him a while ago.
Uh-huh. Well, now, the Professor's being held incommunicado by the San Francisco police. Chuck, we want you to go up there and look him over.
What's the gimmick?
I'll bet you wish you'd never asked.
Well, assuming that the people in the abandoned house are our bank robbers and that they're holding Trooper Richards, there's only one person who could get to him without arousing their suspicions.
I get it. You want me to assume the identity of the Professor and make a call on the fugitives, huh?
No.
That's it, Chuck. You look a little bit like the Professor, and I think you could get away with it.
No, I said.
You stop getting in a sweat, Glamour Puss. There won't be any danger.
No danger? Are you out of your mind? The first thing those two are going to ask is, how did you know they were hiding in the house?
We've taken care of that, Carol. 2 days from now, there'll be a daylight holdup in the neighboring town of Bolton. Crime will be laid to the Professor.
The Professor? But you said...
Crime will only be attributed to the Professor. Newspaper, radio broadcasts will attest to that fact.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I could use the story myself.
Uh-huh.
You see, Glamour Puss, it will be only natural for the Professor to take refuge in the abandoned house.
That's it. Now, these two fugitives did. Why not the Professor?
I still say it's crazy. What if they've met the Professor before? What if
It isn't likely that any small-time operators would know a big shot like the Professor by sight. He'd be careful not to let him.
No, I won't buy that. Chuck can't go.
Listen to her. Now, listen, GP. Don't you realize a man's life's at stake?
Yours will be, too, if you're sucker enough to agree to this plan. Anyway, your birds might have flown by the time you got there.
Not a chance. The house has been watched night and day.
You're outvoted, GP. Suppose you pipe down.
Okay, go ahead. Get yourself murdered. See if I care.
If I don't go, Trooper Richards will be murdered.
Well, then, I'm going too.
Isn't that bright? You sit down at that typewriter and get to work.
Chuck Morgan, don't you manhandle me.
I haven't touched you. Come on, Bill. Let's catch a plane for San Francisco.
Right.
Chuck! No, come back here.
So long, GP. Take it out on the typewriter.
Oh, that dizzy idiot. If he thinks that Well, I'm not, but I won't. And he'll wish he hadn't.
Hi, Nicky boy. Come on in. How's Trooper Richards this morning?
Okay, I guess. Look, Trixie, do we have to keep that guy tied up all the time?
Do we have to keep him tied up? Nicky boy, sometimes I think you got softening of the brain.
Okay, maybe I have. Maybe having to stay here cooped up in this lousy dump's driving me nuts. Maybe...
Shut up.
No, I want to get out of here. I was a sucker to listen to you in the first place.
You got anything else to say, Nicky boy?
Oh, Trixie, put that gun away.
Yeah, I'll put it away. One more crack out of you, chum, and the next time I won't miss.
Okay, Trixie. Okay. You don't need to worry about me.
I better not need to worry about you, you dumb punk. Why, if it wasn't for me, you'd be cooling your heels in a cell right now.
I know it, Trixie. You're right. Forget I said anything, will you? If we could only get out of here.
We'll get out when the heat's off, not until.
But suppose they find us.
Don't be a dope. I've had this hideaway case for weeks. Nobody won't find us here.
The motor cop did.
All right, so the motor cop found us. Why? Because you were dumb enough to light a fire. Why, just for that I ought to shoot your ears off.
Okay. I already admitted it was my fault, didn't I?
That's a big help admitting it. How do I know you won't pull some other dumb trick?
I won't, Trixie, so help me.
You wouldn't want to.
How long do we have to stay here anyway?
Well, maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. Depends on how things look.
2 more days. Look, Trixie, that cop's going to be missed. They'll come looking for him.
Let him. We're in the driver's seat no matter which way you figure it. Anybody comes here looking for that cop, we make a deal with him. His life for ours. Now quit worrying, will you? We're doing okay.
I guess you're right. Besides, if they was looking for the cop, we'd have heard it on the portable radio.
Sure we would. Turn it on. Let's have some music.
Okay, Trixie.
And it has now become definitely established that the lone bandit who shot and killed the paymaster at the Roberts oil fields was the gangster known as the Professor. State police are making an intensive search of the countryside near Bolton.
Well, how do you like that? The Professor's operating again. And in Bolton, too.
The Professor? I thought he was laying low after the Chicago job.
Looks like he got tired of laying low. Huh. Them dumb cops thinking they can catch the Professor. Nicky boy, there's a character I'd like to meet. Him and me could go places together. Yes, sir. There's a guy who's got what it takes.
You ain't never met him, Trixie?
Of course I ain't, and there's few that have. He's a smart operator, that lad. Nicky boy, you ought to study the Professor's technique. Maybe you'd get someplace.
Ah, Trixie, ain't I doing all right?
That Professor. Yes, sir. Him and me could really go places together.
Hey, Trixie, listen.
It's an automobile.
Look, it's coming up the lane. It's the cops. I knew they'd...
Shut up.
They'll get us. We ain't got a chance. I knew they...
Shut up, I said. You dumb cluck. That ain't no cop.
What do you mean? It ain't the cops?
Because there's only one of them. You think a cop would come driving up here in broad daylight like that?
A trooper did.
Nuts. This is some punk who's lost his way or maybe wants a drink of water or something.
What are we going to do? If he sees that trooper...
He won't see no trooper. Go on over and open the door.
What are you going to do? What's the idea of the gun?
Never mind. Go on and do as I say.
Trixie, you ain't going to...
Ain't I? Nicky boy, you got a lot to learn in this business, and you might just as well start now. Open the door.
No, Trixie. Look, I'll talk to him. Maybe I can send him away. Only don't...
You jerk. You do like I say, or I blast you, too.
Okay, Trixie. You're the boss.
Now, the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
Well, with the help of Bill Meggs and the San Francisco police, I'd met the professor and talked to him. He was a tall, soft-spoken man with an excellent command of the English language, which I suppose was responsible for his nickname. The fake bank robbery was pulled, and my broadcast on it recorded. I was then given a black bag full of money, which I was still carrying when I knocked at the door of the deserted house.
Yeah? What do you want?
Oh, for a moment you rather startled me. I thought there was no one at home.
What do you want?
I was wondering if I could use your telephone. You see...
Tell him to come in.
Come on in.
Of course. Thank you. Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't know there was a lady here.
You guessed right, there ain't. Okay, who sent you?
Sent me? I don't believe I understand. You see, I was on my way
Come on, quit stalling. Before I bump you off, I want the answers to a few questions.
Bump me off? Do you mean you intend shooting me?
You catch on fast, copper.
Copper? My dear young lady, are you referring to me as a police officer?
Busty, you sure put on a smooth act. Hey, Nick.
Yeah, Trixie?
See what he's got in that bag.
Okay. Give me the bag, bud.
No, just a moment.
Give him the bag.
But... Very well. Here you are, my man.
Thanks.
What's in it, Nick?
Jeepers!
Well, what is it?
What is it? Take a look.
Well, I'm... Greenbacks, bundles of them.
Oh, come. There isn't so much there. I call that my small change purse.
Small change? Say, who are you, anyway?
Trixie, I know. That radio broadcast. The professor.
Wait a minute. Let me look this lug over.
Did the radio broadcast give a detailed description of the Professor, Trixie?
How do you know my name?
My dear girl, your associate here has called you Trixie at least 3 times since I entered the house.
Oh, he did?
And you referred to him as Nick. Trixie and Nick. Could it be... No. Trixie Talbot would never allow herself to become involved with... Forgive me, I've said too much.
You ain't said nothing. What's the matter with Trixie Talbot?
There's nothing the matter with Trixie Talbot.
Oh, I get it. Hey, Nick.
Yeah, Trixie?
Go on outside and take a look around.
Oh, look, ain't I here?
Go on, quit arguing.
Okay, Trixie. You don't have to get sore.
That's better. Now shall I finish what I was about to say, Trixie?
You don't need to. I know. So you're the professor, huh?
At your service, my dear.
I like that. At your service, he says. Yes, sir. Professor, you're just like they said, a real gentleman.
Thank you, my dear.
Sit down, Professor. Over here.
Thank you.
We got a lot to talk about. Yes, sir. We got to get acquainted.
Can't you drive a little faster, Bill? Chuck may be dead by now.
If he's dead, then there's no need of driving faster.
Very funny. You cops are all alike, cold-blooded.
Take it easy, Carol. Your boyfriend can take care of himself.
I'm worried. One of those hold-up artists was a woman, don't forget.
Ah, so that's what you're worried about.
Well, that and other things.
What other things?
Well, suppose Chuck doesn't get away with his elect. Suppose they know he isn't the professor.
In that case, as you yourself pointed out, he's dead.
Oh, you...
Sorry, but there's no need getting into a sweat until we know there's something to worry about.
Bill Meggs, you're heartless. Either that or you've never been in love.
Well, there it is.
There what is? Oh, the house. You sure?
Sure, I'm sure. I've checked it enough times during the past few days.
What are we stopping for? Aren't we going up there and save Chuck?
Oh, sure. We'll drive right up the lane, blowing the horn so they'll know we're coming.
You don't have to be sarcastic. Oh, Bill, I'm scared.
So am I. Okay, out you get.
What are we going to do?
Don't know yet. Let's take a look around.
Professor, I gotta hand it to you. You done all right for yourself.
You flatter me, Trixie. And now, About the proposition you mentioned a few minutes ago.
Yeah, the proposition. Professor, how much dough is in the small change purse of yours?
Possibly $10,000.
Just like that, huh? 10 G's and you don't bat an eye. Brother, you kill me. Now look, see that bag sticking out from under the couch?
Not unlike my own.
It's just like it. And what's in it is just like what's in yours, too. Only there's more.
More?
Yeah. There's more than 15 grand in that satchel, Professor.
You don't say.
Yeah, I'm saying it. You add that 15 to the 10 you got, and it makes a pretty good steak, doesn't it?
Indeed it does. Yes, a very good steak, Trixie.
You get it, then? We start out with 25 grand, see? You and me together.
But, my dear girl, I have only 10.
Sure, so I chip in 5 more than you. Okay. You got brains. You got fancy talk. You're a smart operator. I need a guy like you. We could go places together. Is it a deal?
It seems fair enough, but there's one tiny item I'm afraid you've forgotten.
Yeah?
Yes. Nick.
Nick? Oh, don't be a dope, Professor. You and me know how to handle guys like Nick. Why, when someone gets in our way, we just...
Trixie, there's a guy in a base sneaking up through the woods.
What?
They're coming here. Cops.
Let me see. Hey, Professor, come here.
You see something, Trixie?
I'll say I do. Look out there.
Out where? Good heavens. It's...
Something wrong, Professor?
Yeah. I mean, put the gun away, Trixie. You can't...
Friends of yours, maybe?
Yeah, they're a couple pals of mine. I mean, they're... What was that? Sounded like it came from the next room.
It did.
It's the state trooper. Maybe he's getting loose. Shall I go look, Trixie?
Young Sidney Richards, eh? So he's still alive.
How'd you know about him?
I read about it in the newspapers, heard it on the radio.
You never. It wasn't in no newspapers, and it wasn't on no radio. Trixie, he's
Shut up, Nick. So, Mr. Professor, you thought you could put one over on Trixie Talbot, huh?
Trixie, my girl, I think the time has come for us to be frank with each other.
Yeah? Nick.
Yeah, Trixie?
Go out the back way and take care of them two outside.
Stay here, Nick. If you do as Trixie says, you'll regret it. I'm telling you.
Pipe down, you. Go on, Nick. Do like I say.
Listen, Trixie.
You gonna obey orders, Nicky boy?
I'm going, Trixie. You don't have to get sore.
Now, Professor, this is going to be a pleasure.
You'll get twice as much pleasure if you let me explain who I am.
For a guy who's going to be rubbed out, you got a nerve, mister. Who are you, anyway?
The name is Morgan. Chuck Morgan, the newscaster.
Chuck Morgan? Well, what do you know? I thought that voice sounded familiar, but it doesn't... Well, that takes care of your friends, Mr. Morgan. You got any prayers you want to say before you join them?
I've got a lot of things up.
That you, Nick? Come on in. I want you to watch this.
Tough, Trixie. That guy behind you isn't Nick.
No? Don't try to kid me, pal. All right, Nick, speak up.
The name isn't Nick, lady. Drop the gun.
Why, you...
Too bad, Trixie. Bill had the situation well in hand. Trixie was considerably messed up in the fracas that followed. Nick was no problem at all. We found Trooper Richards, uncomfortable, but unharmed. Carol and I got back to the office with only an hour to go before my late broadcast. So I started dictating the facts at once.
Wait a minute, Chucky boy.
Well?
You don't expect your listeners to believe that stuff, do you?
What stuff?
That it was a woman who influenced Nick to turn bank robber?
I certainly do. If it hadn't been for Trixie's influence, Nick never would have.
Nuts.
How was that?
I said nuts.
I thought you said.
Women never influence men to do anything. Men are stubborn and self-centered and absolute...
Come over here, Glamour Puss.
Well?
I am about to demonstrate that your theory is cockeyed.
No kidding?
No kidding. Now, I'd planned on going bowling after tonight's broadcast. Why don't you influence me to take you out dancing instead?
Hey, that's a good idea. Pucker up. Influenced?
I'm influenced. We go dancing.
Stand by for crime.
Hi, Chuck Morgan speaking. You know, being a newscaster on a radio station the size of KLP puts me in line to meet a lot of interesting people. Like Joe Stanley, for instance. Joe was a scientist. Had been employed by the government to work on some strictly hush-hush project, the hydrogen bomb, I think. He came out here to the coast once or twice a year to huddle with airplane factory executives, etc., and usually on such occasions he bunked with me. Last week Joe was here for a couple of days. Thursday morning, Carol Curtis, my secretary, and I drove him out to the airport to catch an early plane back to Washington. We said our goodbyes, watched the plane taxi down the runway for its takeoff. Well, Glamour Puss, let's get started back.
No, wait, Chuck. I want to see the plane take off.
Why? It's going to look like every other plane you've ever seen taken off.
Well, I don't care. I want to see it just the same. Besides, Joe wouldn't like it if we left now.
Listen, if I know Joey's sound asleep by this time.
Flight 182 now loading at Gate 3 for Kansas City, Chicago, and New York.
You know, Chuck, there's something sad about saying goodbye.
You like it, though.
Yes, it's a... What do you mean I like it?
Anytime a female can find something sad enough to weep about, she's in her element.
I'm not weeping.
No, but you will before we get away from here.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, that's so. Hey, here comes Joe's plane now.
Oh, there's Joe. Look, Chuck, he's waving.
Huh?
Goodbye, Joe. Wave to him, Chuck.
Nonsense, you didn't see Joe.
I did, too. He was sitting way up front in that little egg-shaped room.
That was the pilot, stupid.
It was not. I guess I can tell a pilot when I see one.
Okay, Glamour Puss, you win. Now, come on, let's get going.
Chuck, wait.
What's the matter now?
Joe's plane. It's coming back.
Oh, no, he's just circling around. He's trying to... Hey.
One of the motors has stopped.
I see it.
Something's wrong.
Well, it's going to go straight to that building. Watch out. This was the biggest news story of the year. The fourth disaster of its type within 6 weeks. 68 people died as a result of that last crash. 50 of them were aboard the plane. 18 of them occupied an apartment house into which the plane had plunged. The co-pilot, a man named Jenkins, lived long enough to be rushed to a hospital. Just before he died, he spoke 2 words. The light. Well, it wasn't much to go on. But my friend Joe Stanley had died in that crash, and I was beginning to get ideas. That's why I took my problem to Pappy Mansfield, owner of Station KOP.
Now, let me get this straight, Chuck. You're basing this cockeyed theory of yours on the fact that the co-pilot said something about a light before he died. Is that right?
Plus the fact that this has been the 4th plane crash of its kind within 2 months, under exactly the same circumstances.
Coincidence.
And the fact that Joe's plane, on Joe's plane, get this, Pappy, 2 motors conked out. Can you call that coincidence? Those motors were checked and tested before the plane left the field.
I don't know, Chuck.
Look, Pappy, for once in your life, why not get with me? I've never let you down.
But this theory of yours that someone is trying to...
Take a look at this map of the city. Now, right here's the airport.
Yeah.
Over here is the apartment house the plane crashed into.
So?
Now, over here is a hill.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's nothing on that hill but an abandoned oil well. Practically every outgoing plane passes over that area.
And you're not going to tell me that someone is up there with a Buck Rogers ray gun.
Stop, Pappy. Now, look. The derrick in that old well has been patched up, and the shack at the bottom has been lived in.
Oh, dozens of abandoned well shacks are occupied by hobos.
Uh-huh. And you think that one of these hobos fixed up that tumble-down derrick just for the exercise, do you?
Well...
All right, Pappy, there's something wrong about the whole thing. Now, look, it'd be a terrific scoop for KOP if we smelled out the rat.
Well, what do you want me to do?
There's an engineer out of the KOP transmitter named Bill Adams. Bill knows more about electronics than Einstein. Let me have him for a few days.
And close down the station? We couldn't operate without Bill.
You won't be operating anyhow if someone scoops me on this story.
Well, okay, boy. We both knew when we began this conversation that you'd get what you wanted. Only get this. Unless you return Bill Adams to the transmitter in good health, well, I'll renovate.
That was Pappy. Always pulling the hard-to-get-along-with act and then giving in. I picked up Carol, and we drove out to where KOP's transmitter is located and had a talk with Bill Adams. Bill wanted to be helpful, but it was obvious he had his doubts about my sanity. Anyway, I gave him my ideas and asked him to check into them. But we came away from there with the feeling that we were wasting the time of Pappy Mansfield's highest-paid senior engineer.
You know something, Chucky boy? I think Bill Adams thought you were nuts.
Well, maybe I am, but they thought the Wright brothers were, too.
But they're older than you, though.
Right remark.
I think so. Well, where do we go from here?
You are going to the city hall and find out who owns that oil well.
And where are you going?
I'm going out to that demolished apartment house and have a look around.
Then that's where I'm going.
Oh, no, you're not.
Oh, yes, I am.
Oh, no, you're not. For the first time that I can remember, I won an argument with Glamour Puss. This was accomplished by driving to City Hall and practically pushing her out of the car. It was late in the afternoon when I reached the apartment house. The workmen were just quitting for the day. I parked the jalopy and walked around back. A man in Levi's, wearing a hearing aid, was putting some carpenter tools back into a box. Hello there. You one of the workmen?
Yes, just quitting for the day.
Place was pretty badly damaged, wasn't it?
About $50,000, they say.
That's quite a hunk of money. You know, there was a friend of mine on that plane.
Oh? A passenger?
Yeah. I don't suppose any of you workmen picked up any of the personal effects of the passengers?
Personal effects? Why, no, not that I know of.
The workman hadn't expected the question. As a matter of fact, I hadn't intended to ask it. It was just something to say. His eyes darted to the toolbox. I took a couple steps forward. There was a briefcase lying on the ground behind it. This yours?
Yes, give it to me.
Wait a minute now. There's some initials here, J.S. What's your name, friend?
Name?
Yeah.
It's John Simpson.
That's quick thinking. Suppose you open up the case and show me what's inside, huh?
Why should I do that?
Because I'm telling you to.
Telling or asking?
Telling.
Well, I'm telling you to mind your own business.
Oh, take it easy, friend.
Let go of my arm.
Sure, I'll let go of your arm, but first let you and me have a little talk, huh?
I cannot open the briefcase. I haven't got the key.
Where is it?
It's home. I forget it.
What's in the briefcase?
Look, friends, I'm a draftsman. Ask the foreman.
Where's he?
He left 10 minutes ago. Let go my arm.
Okay. Sure. There you are. So far, Mr. Simpson, everything you've told me is very convenient. You left the key home, the foreman's gone for the day. And somehow it doesn't figure. That briefcase looks exactly like the one my friend Joe Stanley was carrying when I put him aboard the plane.
All briefcases look alike. Who are you, anyway?
The name's Morgan. Chuck Morgan. I'm a newscaster on station KOP.
I never heard of you.
Fair enough. You know something, Simpson? I think you're a liar.
Why, you...
Don't try that again. This time I might break your arm.
Then give me my briefcase.
Nah. I'm sticking my chin out on this one. I'm taking the briefcase with me.
And I am swearing out a warrant for robbery.
That's your privilege. Here's my card. The address is right there. If you're on the level, you can have me arrested. If you're not, I'll have you arrested. I took the briefcase and drove to KOP. Carol was there, and she had my script ready for the 7 o'clock broadcast.
Here's your script. What in the world is that?
It's a briefcase. I just bought it from a second-hand dealer. He assures me that it contains a small fortune in $100 banknotes.
But, Chuck, it looks
Look,
like...
Never mind what it looks like. Stash it away someplace until I can get hold of a locksmith. What did you find out about the oil well?
The well and the hill are owned by Belfast Oil Corporation. They quit it 8 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, all of their operations are in Texas.
Good. Get hold of Bert Mayfair, police headquarters, and tell him I want him on hand when the locksmith opens that briefcase.
Okay. But, Chuck, where did you really get it?
From an ugly man in blue overalls who is now swearing out a warrant for my arrest. Well, I did my 7 o'clock newscast, and I told the listening public that at the 11 o'clock program, I hoped to have some information that would break the airplane crash story wide open. But I wasn't anywhere near as confident as I sounded. I half expected to see the man in the Levi's and a police officer waiting for me in the corridor outside the studio, but the corridor was empty. So was my office. Not even Carol was around to needle me about the bragging I'd done over the air. So I drove out to my apartment on Wilshire. It was dark by now. I unlocked the door, went in. Before I could snap on the wall switch, somebody beat me to it. I spun around and found the ugly man in the blue overalls standing across the room. This time he had a gun in his hand.
All right, Mr. Morgan. I'll take the briefcase.
Now, the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
Well, the guy wasn't pretending this time. The gun was all he needed to give his face that ratty expression that it came by so naturally. So it's you again, rat face. What's the matter? Are you afraid the cops would put your name on that warrant instead of mine?
My time is short, Mr. Morgan. Hand over the briefcase.
There's a smart remark. How am I going to hand over something I haven't got?
Then you will tell me what you did with it.
Will I?
Or I will take measures to force you to tell.
Such as shooting me, I suppose? Don't be a jerk, Simpson or Sampson or whatever your name is. Shooting me would mean you'd never find the briefcase.
You're quite right. It would be stupid of me to shoot you. But there are other ways.
Oh?
In exactly 1 minute, your telephone will ring. The man at the other end will have some interesting information for you about Miss Carol Curtis.
About Oh, that one won't work either, Buster. I left Carol at the studio 15 minutes ago.
Did you? Think, Mr. Morgan. Was it before or after your broadcast that you last saw Miss Curtis?
That was... Simpson, if you touch that girl, I'll break...
You'll do nothing, Mr. Morgan. Nothing at all. Leave the phone alone. This time, I'm giving the orders. Hello? 3486. Right. Put on the line, please. Very well, Mr. Morgan.
Give me that phone. Hello.
Chuck, is that you?
Carol, where are you?
I can't tell you, Chuck. They'll kill me if I do.
Why, those dirty...
It's no use, Chuck. You can never find me. Please give them the briefcase. Please, Chuck.
Yeah, sure. I'll give it to them. But what about you?
As soon as they have the briefcase, they'll let me go. They promised.
They promised, huh?
Listen, Chuck, it's important that I get away from here so that I can give you that information you asked me to get for you at City Hall this afternoon. You want to know about that, don't you?
I stood there holding the phone, trying to get the numbness out of my brain.
Right. I'll meet you back at the
And gradually it came to me. If Carol was so afraid of being killed,
Please do as I say.
why didn't she tell her captors where the briefcase was? It was she who had stashed it away. And why did she keep reminding me about the information she'd gotten at City Hall? She'd already told me about that. And suddenly I had it, the oil well. That's where she was being held prisoner. She was trying to tell me by referring to the information. Ah, smart girl, that blonde secretary of mine. Yeah, so what? I could still feel Ratface's gun pressed into my back. Then I thought of something. The phone I was holding had an extension cord on it. I'd had it installed when I moved into the place because sometimes I like to walk around while doing my telephoning. I hung up slowly. My fingers curled around the heavy base of the phone.
Well, Mr. Morgan?
Right, Mr. Simpson! Well, Buster, that takes care of you. Buster seemed to be sleeping peacefully and deeply. I got a couple of belts, buckled them around his arms and legs, and filed them away in my bedroom closet for future reference. Then I got into the car and headed for the oil well. It was about 8:15 when I turned into the side road that skirted the base of the hill. I'd parked the jalopy and started up toward the summit when the thought occurred to me that maybe I should have had the police in on this. It looked like it was going to be big stuff. But Carol was up there and in trouble, and I hadn't had time to do much thinking about anything else. As I got up toward the top of the hill, I realized how deserted this spot was. It was a strange feeling. Below, the lights of the great sprawling city spread out endlessly. Ahead, the skeleton-like framework of the well derrick was etched against the sky in ghostly silhouette. Then a figure stepped in my path, and I caught a glint of steel. I lunged forward, wrapped my arms around his legs. He fell over my shoulder, and I had him in a fireman's grip. I spun around and let go. He landed about 10 feet down the slope and cracked his head against a rock. Well, that was number 2. The next one might not be so easy to handle. The well shack was just ahead. Light streamed from beneath its door. I stopped and considered the situation. I'd be crazy to go barging in. Or would I? Wasn't it the last thing anyone would expect? Then the problem was solved for me. The door opened, and Carol Curtis stood framed against the light. Carol!
Hello, Chuck. Is that you? We thought we heard someone.
Carol was looking at me steadily. A look that told me to watch myself.
Come on in. I want you to meet someone.
You all right, Glamorpuss?
Oh, yes, I'm fine. Chuck, I want you to meet Dr. Robert Burton. He's an inventor.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Morgan? How do you do? Miss Curtis has been telling me about you. What an interesting life you have. I've heard your broadcast many, many times. Yes, I have.
Thanks. Look, Glamorpuss.
Dr. Burton was kind enough to untie me after that other man left. But, of course, I had to promise not to run away.
Yeah, sure. But what other man are you talking about?
Well, his name, I think, is Snide or something like that.
Oh, a dreadful person. Really dreadful. Not at all like Ivan.
Who's Ivan?
Ivan? Ivan Stuka. He's the gentleman who pays me to stay here and work on my invention. He pays me well, too.
Does this Ivan happen to be a man with blonde hair who wears a hearing aid?
Yes, indeed. That's exactly who he is. It was Ivan who repaired the derrick. Oh, you know him then?
Yeah, a telephone acquaintance.
Dr. Burton has been telling me about his invention. How about explaining it to Chuck, Dr. Burton?
Well, I don't know. Ivan might object, and after all, it is his money.
But if Ivan doesn't know, it won't make any difference. And Chuck would never tell anyone, would you, Chuck?
Cross my heart and hope to die. What kind of an invention is it, Doctor?
Well, it's an electric current interceptor.
A what?
Here, let me show you. Yeah. Now, this is a small model. It looks like a pistol, doesn't it? Yes. Well, you see, I point it at that electric bulb over there, and puff, the bulb is out.
Well, I'll be...
Quite a gadget, isn't it, Chuck?
Yeah, quite. How do you do it, Doc? With mirrors or something?
Oh, no, not at all. It took me years to perfect this instrument. As a matter of fact, if it hadn't been for Ivan, I might never have succeeded.
How's that?
Well, you see, during the last war, I got the idea, but I had to have financing. And naturally, I went to the government. I thought they might be interested in an invention that could put an airplane out of commission merely by projecting a ray toward one of its motors.
Yeah, I should think they might. What happened?
And Mr. Morgan, believe it or not, no one would listen to me. Oh, I went back time and time again, and finally I became sick.
Dr. Burton spent 3 years in a sanitarium.
I see. And when you were released, you met Ivan.
Yeah, a fine man, Ivan. He felt that if I came up here to live away from everybody, I could work on my invention undisturbed. Ivan arranged for the turning on of the power and the telephone, just everything. I've been quite comfortable.
When did you get this invention of yours working?
Well, about 6 weeks ago. Oh, I tell you, it was exciting. Ivan was most pleased.
I'll bet. How did you test it out?
Why, on a plane coming out of the airport, of course. That's why Ivan wanted me to come up here in the first place. He said we'd have plenty of subjects to work on. Oh, and he was right, too. Oh, I tell you, it was a thrilling moment when I put that first plane out of commission. Oh, it made a tremendous crash.
Yeah, I read about it. Weren't you worried about the passengers?
Worried? The passengers? Well, that's funny. I never thought of that.
I'll bet Ivan did, particularly the planes in which important government officials were riding. By the way, Doctor, I suppose you have the plans of your invention down on paper?
That's a funny thing. Ivan keeps asking me about that. Why should I put them down on paper when they're all right here in my head?
No reason at all, except if you ever wanted to sell the idea.
No, but I don't. No, sirree. I've had my experience of that sort of thing, and no one would listen to me. Just as long as Ivan will pay me, I'm going to stay right here.
And continue to blast planes out of the sky.
Does that seem quite right, Dr. Burden, with all those passengers aboard?
Yes, those passengers. It's funny, I never thought about them before. I must do something about that. I really must.
Yeah. Well, in the meantime, Dr. Burden, suppose you tell me just...
All right, Morgan. Get your hands up. Snipe, close the door.
Well, if it isn't Ratface and the gentleman who rode down the hill.
A more permanent fate is in store for you, my friend. Doctor, what have you told these people?
No, Ivan, no, you mustn't be displeased. I merely told them about my invention.
You fool! Now it will become necessary for me to dispose of both of them.
I'll bet that would break your heart. You're so unused to killing people. After all, only 68 died because of that last crash.
So 2 more won't make any difference, will it, Mr. Morgan?
Except that you still don't know where the briefcase is.
The secret of the ray gun is, I think, far more important than the plans contained in the briefcase.
You see what kind of a rat your friend is, Doctor? He's going to murder Miss Curtis and me and then continue to induce you to blast planes out of the sky, killing innocent people.
Yes, I must do something about those passengers. I simply must. Now, Ivan, you suppose that we could arrange something?
You will continue to experiment with the planes I suggest, or there will no longer be funds to permit you to continue working on your invention.
Well, no.
He's making a murderer out of you, Doctor, without you realizing it. This man is an agent.
Shut up! Snipe, take care of the girl. All right, Morgan. This is it. Stop!
A change had come over Dr. Burton. His voice held a commanding quality of vibrance that made us all turn and stare at him. Ivan's gun was still trained on me, but he turned his face to watch the doctor. Snide had taken 2 steps toward Carol and stopped.
Drop that gun, Stuka. From now on, I'm giving the orders.
Ivan didn't answer. None of us did. We all saw what was happening. Dr. Burden had his ray gun pointed at the electric hearing aid on Ivan's head. I could see the indecision on Ivan's face. He was wondering whether he could swing his gun away from me and get the doctor in time to save himself. I could almost hear the thoughts racing through his mind. He knew that Dr. Burton had suddenly had a change of heart. If he, Ivan, didn't succeed in shooting the gun out of the inventor's hand, it would mean the ruination of all his beautiful plans. It would mean the gas chamber for himself at Snide. There was only one course open for him.
Drop that gun, I said.
I'll drop it.
Right, I'll get you.
Carol and I got back to the studio in time for the 11 o'clock broadcast. It made a good story. Of course, everyone wanted to know about the ray gun. But Ivan's bullet had entered the inventor's heart. At the precise instant, the ray gun had sent Ivan to his ancestors via the hearing aid. So the secret died with Dr. Burden. And all I know is what the doctor had told me and what I saw. Yeah, sure, there were plenty of skeptics. Even in this age of atomic weapons and jet planes and radar, projected electric impulses, a lot of people weren't ready to accept ray guns. However, if no more motors conk out after planes leave the airport, it'll be pretty conclusive proof that Dr. Burden did invent some sort of electric current interceptor. Well, anyway, time will tell that story. There was one question that Carol wanted cleared up, so she caught me about it at lunch the next day.
This chicken salad is delicious.
I personally go for hamburgers.
You can eat chicken salad for once and like it.
Need it, but I won't like it.
Say, Chuck, there must have been some reason why you were convinced that Ivan was a phony.
Well, as a matter of fact, there was. However, I'd rather not mention it.
Rather not mention it, but why?
Just rather not, that's all.
Chuck Morgan, you tell me.
Oh, no, Glamour Puss, you might think me immodest.
Oh, fiddly-dee. Come on, make with the words.
Well, if you insist.
I do.
All right. You remember when I first met Ivan at the apartment house?
Yes.
Well, I explained to him that I was Chuck Morgan, newscaster at KOP.
Well?
Well, he said he'd never heard of me.
Oh, Chuck.
Stand by for crime.
Hi, Chuck Morgan again. You know, being a newscaster on a station like KOP is quite a responsibility. No matter whether you're liked or disliked, whether you're agreed with or disagreed with, you feel a sense of duty, especially when you know your listening audience is extensive. That's why when this tip came in about that accidental death, I thought I couldn't pass it up. It wouldn't be fair to the people who paid me or the people who listened to me. The tip said that the accidental death wasn't accidental at all, but murder. It occurred at a remote section town on the Southern Express Railroad. If I drive up there, I get some interesting copy for my broadcast. Well, it so happened that Carol Curtis, my blonde secretary, and I had nothing better planned for the weekend, so we wound up the old jalopy and headed out into the desert.
You know, darling, I think it's a wonderful idea going to Las Vegas for the weekend.
You do?
Yes. I've a new gown I'll wear at dinner tonight. It's a strapless black taffeta with gold embroidery. Think you like it? Chuck Morgan, you haven't heard a word I've said.
What was that, Glamour Puss?
I said you think... What are we stopping here for?
That signboard over there. Can you read it?
Signboard? Why, yes, it says squalling Indian. For heaven's sakes, what does that mean?
Well, maybe it means there's an Indian over there who keeps squalling. Come on, we better get started.
Wait a minute, Chuck. You're taking the wrong road. Las Vegas is up that way.
Who cares about Las Vegas when there's a squalling Indian over the hill?
Chuck Morgan, you turn this car around right now. You promised me we were going to Las Vegas.
No, I believe my exact words were, and I quote, Glamour Puss, let's drive out into the desert this weekend, up toward Las Vegas, unquote.
Why, you fiend. You tricked me. You know I've always wanted to go to Las Vegas. Stop this car at once and let me out of here. What about my new dress? You don't know what it means to a girl to buy a new dress and then have no place to wear it. You stop this car at once and let me out. Well, what are you doing now?
Stopping the car.
What for? We're 1,000,000 miles out in the desert and it's so hot I can hardly breathe. The least you can do is keep moving.
Glamour Puss, you said you wanted me to stop the car so you could get out.
What? I said that? Don't be silly.
You know something, Glamour Puss?
What?
You're really pretty good looking when you're mad.
Oh, is that so? Well, let me tell you something. There are plenty of men who would... What was that?
Sounded like a shot. Yeah, there's a puff of smoke up there in the hill. Probably a hunter.
Chuck, he's shooting at us.
Yeah, our tires anyway. Glamour Puss, you're really going to get your wish. You ever work a jack handle before?
Of course not.
There's a first for everything. Out you go. I didn't want to alarm Carol, so I acted as though it were regular routine for me to have my tires plugged full of holes by unknown snipers. Carol sat in the shade of the car and made sarcastic remarks about my integrity while I sweated with a tire iron. And finally dislodged the bullet that had deflated the inner tube. It looked to me like a 30-30 special, which proved nothing. Well, I got the spare in place, and we headed down the road toward Squalling Indian. An hour later, we came to our destination. It was the most desolate-looking place I've ever seen. A cluster of yellow painted buildings, partly shaded by 2 cottonwood trees. The double tracks of the Southern Express ran by the front door.
Well, this is just great. This is simply dandy. Shall I change to my new strapless gown with the gold embroidery now, or shall I...
Glamour, will you do me one small favor?
What?
Shut up.
Why, the idea...
Quit
Chuck
it.
Morgan,
I'm here on serious business, and if you... Here comes someone.
Hello there. Looking for anyone special?
We're looking for anyone.
I know how you feel. Pretty desolate-looking place, isn't it?
Yes.
Come on inside. It isn't much hotter, and I can at least offer you a cold drink.
Oh, that sounds good to me. How about you, Carol?
Yes, sure. I can hardly wait.
My name's Jim Ainsley. I'm the signal maintainer. Oh, here we are. Hi, honey. We got visitors.
Oh, how wonderful. wonderful. Visitors are always welcome here.
This is Betty, my wife. Hello, Betty. Nice to know you. This is Carol Curtis, and I'm...
You're Chuck Morgan, the news commentator. I'd know that voice anywhere.
By golly, that's right. You are Chuck Morgan. How about that?
I didn't think my broadcasts were heard this far away.
Oh, we don't get you around here, but I used to live in L.A.
Oh.
Jim and I've only been here 6 months.
Don't you find it terribly lonesome?
Oh, Jim and I are never lonesome if we're together.
It isn't as bad as you think. There's another family living in that house over there. Ted and Jane Maynard. Ted's the boss of the work gang.
Oh.
Hey, but how about that cold drink I promised?
Great. And I think I'd better explain to you why we happened to drop in on you so unexpectedly.
Well, sit down and make yourselves comfortable first.
All right.
Now you're here, we want to encourage you to stay as long as possible.
Very nice of you.
Here's that cold drink.
Ah.
Here you
Carol?
are.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Take this one.
Thank you. By the way, that man that was killed up this way last week.
Oh, that was a real tragedy.
Either of you or the Maynards get to talk to him?
No, none of us even saw the chap till it was over. And then, well, there wasn't much left to identify.
No one ever found out who he was?
No. I understand that an inquiry was conducted, but nothing came of it.
Where did the accident happen?
In the cut, about half-mile up the track.
Apparently, the man had been walking along the tracks, heard the train, and climbed the embankment, then slipped and fell. There's a torn-out place at the top of the embankment that makes that theory almost a fact. What's your interest, Mr. Morgan?
Well, it's remote. I had a friend who looked me up in L.A. 2 days before the accident. He's a geologist. Said he was coming up this way to look at some unusual rock formations he'd heard about.
And you haven't heard from him since?
No. Checked a couple of places without any luck. Oh, I'm probably borrowing trouble. Chances are he'll be calling me at the office tomorrow.
Listen. It sounds like a train.
Now, that just could be, Glamour Puss. There are a couple of tracks outside.
It's the Golden Streak Streamliner from L.A. to Chicago.
Right on the nose, too.
Phew, for a minute I thought it was coming into the room.
She's doing 90 when she passes here.
And the same when it goes through the cut?
Oh, a little better. There's a slight downgrade there.
No wonder there was nothing left of the man who was hit.
How about you two staying overnight with us? There's plenty of room, and when the sun goes down, it really gets cool.
Sure, that's a great idea. We'd sure like your company. I'll help you carry your gear in.
Chuck, you promised.
Sorry, Glamour Puss. Thanks, we'll accept your offer. But there's something I want to say to you first.
Oh, what's that?
I don't think that man being killed was an accident at all. I think he was murdered. Jim and Betty Ainsley weren't as startled by my murder theory as I thought they would be. They seemed more amused than anything. They were willing enough to go along with the gag, however, apparently feeling that to do so would assure them of our company overnight. Jim and I brought in our bags from the car. They gave Carol a room in their own cottage and assigned me another. Beyond me was a cottage occupied by the Ainsleys' neighbors. I took off my hat, coat, tie, splashed some cold water over my face, and then strolled over towards the Maynards. Their cottage looked exactly like the one occupied by the Ainsleys, except that the low, drooping branches of a huge cottonwood shut it off from view of the rest of the buildings. I knocked and waited. Wasn't any response. So after a moment, I tried the latch. It opened. I went in. Anybody home? If anyone was home, they weren't admitting it. Standing in a corner near the bedroom door was a rifle. I crossed the room quickly, picked it up, opened the breech, and sniffed. The gun had been fired recently, and it was a 30-30 special.
Drop that gun.
What? Wait a minute. You must be Ted Maynard.
Never mind who I am. Drop that gun, I said.
Sure, okay. Only don't go getting any ideas with that revolver you're holding until you find out who I am.
Ted, who's this?
I don't know. Some stumblebum thought he could get away with my rifle.
Well, why don't you plug him? If you found him trying to steal something, you've a right to.
Take it easy. I'm Chuck Morgan. My secretary and I are staying with your friends, the Ainsleys.
Who told you they're our friends?
They did. Well, aren't you? Now, how could you possibly live in a remote spot like this and not be friends with the only neighbors you have for miles?
Try it sometime and you'll find out. Especially with two jerks like those Ainsleys. Well, Ted, what are you going to do about it?
I don't know. I'm going to check with Jim and Betty Ainsley to find out if he's telling the truth, that's for sure.
Let's flag down number 9 and turn him over to the conductor for the sheriff at Vegas.
Maybe the heat was giving me hallucinations, but it seemed to me that these two were creating a situation out of thin air for no apparent reason. They were nervous, on edge, desperate. But more important, they were scared and trying to cover it up.
Maybe that's a good idea. Hand me that rope, Jane.
Crazy though it seemed, they were planning to go ahead with their plan. Well, I hadn't driven away up here to be trussed up and dumped aboard a train on some phony charge of robbery.
Oh, all right, Ted. I'll take that. Why, you... Let go of my wrist.
Drop the gun.
Ted! Ted!
All right.
Now then, let's talk this over and see if we can't add up the score.
What are you going to do? Push it up the embankment in front of the streamliner the way you did that poor devil last week?
You won't get away with it this time. You were seen coming up here, you know.
Yes, I know. Seen by someone with a 30-30 special who plugged a hole in one of my tires.
You can't prove that.
Can't prove what?
That it was a 30-30 special.
I can not only prove it, I can identify the gun it came from. I have the bullet in my pocket.
Then if you can do that...
Hey, what's going on here? Thought I heard a commotion.
You did. Your friends here accused me of trying to steal a rifle that belonged to them and threatened to flag down number 9 and turn me over to the conductor.
Oh, forget it, Mr. Morgan. Ted and Jane are just jumpy. Look, come on back to the house. Betty will have dinner ready in a few minutes. We'll have time for a couple of drinks.
Yes, but what about
Give Ted back his cap pistol and forget the whole thing. Later on this evening, he'll be over crying on your shoulder asking about news of the outside. Now, don't worry about it, Mr. Morgan. Everything's going to be all right.
Maybe everything was all right as far as Jim Ainsley was concerned, but it wasn't all right for me. There's something cockeyed about this setup. It involved 4 people and a dead man. A dead man who'd been pushed in front of a train and ground into nothing. Who was he? What had he been doing out here in this remote settlement? And what connection did he have with these 4 people? Questions. Lots of questions. And so far, only one answer. I was sure the man had been murdered. I could prove it. But I couldn't prove who committed the murder and who the murdered man was. Wasn't even a corpse to make things easier. The night fell, and it became cooler. We sat in the Ainsley's kitchen and ate dinner by the light of 2 oil lamps. Then I noticed a picture of Jim Ainsley on the wall, dressed in a naval uniform, and remarked about it. Were you in the Navy, Jim? Noticed your picture up there.
Oh, the one on the bulkhead?
Yeah.
That's my brother, Mike. Most people make the same mistake. We do look a lot alike.
Is he in the service now?
No, he was killed in action off Korea.
Oh, that's tough.
It was tough losing Mike. It was all the family I had. We lived in Chicago. That's where I met Betty. She'd come on from L.A. with some kind of convention.
You were married in Chicago?
That's right. I had this chance to come out here, and Betty liked being near home, so I grabbed it.
On our first weekend off, we're going to go to L.A. Jim's never met my folks. Oh, here's Ted and Jane. Hi, kids. Come on in.
Hi, everyone. Say, Mr. Morgan, Jane and I want to apologize for our actions this afternoon. I guess you must think we're pretty stupid.
Well,
We really wouldn't have put you aboard that train, even though you have submitted.
See, Mr. Morgan, what'd I tell you?
How about a cup of coffee, kids? Oh, by the way, this is Carol Curtis, Mr. Morgan's secretary. I don't believe you've met her.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Now, how about the coffee?
Oh, swell.
I like them. Smells good to me.
Me too.
well, now I had the answers. This crazy pattern was beginning to straighten itself out. I knew who the dead man was, and who had murdered him, and why. All I had to do was prove it. The plan had already begun taking shape in my mind. I had to get back to Los Angeles, and I had to get back there fast. Because it was in Los Angeles that I could start the machine going that would bring one of these 4 people up to the bar of justice, charged with murder.
Now, the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
Carol and I got back to Los Angeles shortly after 10 p.m. I left her at her apartment and drove over to KOP. Pappy Mansfield, owner and manager of the station, was still in his office. I told him where I'd been and what I wanted him to do. He wasn't much impressed.
Oh, you're out of your mind, Chuck. The heat must have soaked through that thick skull of yours and softened up your brain. Now go on home and go to bed.
Okay, Pappy, so you don't believe me. Then you don't mind if I sell the story elsewhere.
Story? What story? You haven't got any story.
I will have before the night's over if you'll give me some cooperation.
But I tell you, Chuck, it's unreasonable. You can't prove there's been a murder without a body.
Yes, I can, if the murderer confesses to his crime. Well, how about it?
No.
Okay. Then I'll peddle my wares somewhere else.
Not while you're on my payroll, you don't.
Then, as of now, I'm off your payroll. I quit.
Hey, Chuck.
Yeah?
Come back here.
I thought you'd see it my way.
Oh, you did? Well, get this, smart boy. I'll make your telephone call for you, but the name of this radio station isn't going to be mentioned unless you come up with a real...
Pappy and I have been through this sort of thing before. It was old routine. I'd threaten to quit, or he'd threaten to fire me, and then we'd agree to go along together. So I knew I could depend upon him, and it was a comforting feeling. I got the information I wanted from the morgue in the KOP newsroom, and then headed back for the desert. It was after 2 o'clock in the morning when I reached Squalling Indian. There was a light in Jim Ainsley's cottage. Otherwise, the place looked deserted.
That's you, Mr. Morgan?
It's me, Jim.
Began to think you weren't coming. Come on inside.
Right.
Oh, where's Miss Curtis?
She had enough, decided to stay in town. Your wife in bed?
Oh, yes.
And the Maynards?
Well, they stayed till about midnight, hoping you'd be back. Ted said if he heard your car, he'd be over. Gosh, Mr. Morgan, what's it all about?
Well, I got the information I wanted, and if things should...
Oh, hello, Ted. Come on in. Mr. Morgan just got back.
Yeah. I heard his car.
So you brought your rifle along, Ted. Expecting trouble?
I intend to be prepared if there is any.
Well, you can put the pea shooter away. You won't have any use for it.
I'm keeping it.
Suit yourself.
Hey, yeah, that's funny. Must be trouble along the road someplace. Hello, Squalling Indian. Yeah, that's right. Who? Morgan? Yeah, he's here. For you, Mr. Morgan.
Oh, thanks. Hello. Oh, hello, Pappy. What? I don't know. I suppose I could go up there and take a few measurements. Sure, glad to. Call you back. Right. Okay, so long. That was Pappy Mansfield, owner and manager of station KOP. He was
wait a minute. How could he be calling on that phone? It isn't even connected with outside lines.
Pappy Mansfield, my friend, can do anything, if he thinks it's important enough.
Well, gosh, Mr. Morgan, what's so important? What's he want you to do?
I'm going up to the cut and take a few measurements. I think the information I'll be able to phone back to Pappy will be all that's needed to sew up this case.
Oh, what case? Oh, look, Mr. Morgan, want me to go with you? I could run you up on my scooter.
No, you two stay here. There might be another phone call. I won't be gone long. So I started out alone, walking up the tracks. There was a crescent moon hanging on the horizon. This and a sky full of stars shed faint light, bringing out in grotesque relief the shape of the giant cactus and the yucca trees. Up ahead, the cut loomed vaguely, a slit on a ridge that gave a backbone to the desert where it slipped down into a salt sink. A cold wind whipped through the cut and penetrated the thinness of my jacket. Once I looked back. I saw that the lights in Jim Ainsley's cottage had been extinguished. Well, this was it. Either I had a crazy theory or I was going to turn up one of the best news stories of the year. I didn't expect the thing to happen when it did. I expected it to come from another direction and in another form. I reached the bottom slope of the embankment that formed the cut and turned off the tracks. When I heard a sound like the clanking of stone against metal, I whirled. There was a quick step behind me. Something swished through the air, and then... all the stars in that beautiful sky crashed around my head, and the crescent moon shot out of its orbit and left the world to darkness and to me. I don't know how long I lay there, but after a while, the moon got back into position, and the stars returned to their velvet canopy one by one. I watched them for a while, thinking how beautiful they were, wishing that Carol Curtis were on hand to enjoy their splendor, too. Then it occurred to me that it was strange I didn't have to turn my head upward to see these stars. The answer was simple. I was already looking up. I was lying on my back. I tried to move and found I couldn't. That answer was just as simple. My hands and feet were tied. Worse than that, they were tied to the railroad track. No, it wasn't a bad movie. It wasn't a corny novel of 50 years ago. It was real. It was happening to me, Chuck Morgan, wise guy news commentator. And now came the payoff, the climax to this lousy drama. The train, the streamliner, rushing across the desert at 90 miles an hour. Its headlights stabbing into the sky. Its impersonal whistle blasting out, shattering the desert stillness into a nightmare of sound. This couldn't be happening. I was watching one of those movies that used to give me goose pimples when I was a kid. In a minute, the audience would see that the train was on another track. I could feel the vibration of the onrushing demon in the rails. I sawed frantically. The raw edge of the rail flange began to rub the rope thin. I worked wildly, jerking my wrist back and forth, forgetting in this concentration for the moment the train. Forgetting it until a beam of light flashed into my face, a red beam. I looked up. The signal tower, 100 yards down the track, had turned red suddenly. The streamliner was slowing down, coming to a stop. Suddenly, the ropes around my wrist parted. I untied my ankles, stood up, chafing my wrists. The streamliner's headlight showed me the man standing at the foot of the embankment. He had a rifle in the crook of his arm.
You're not as lucky as you think, Morgan. They're still going to shovel up what's left of you after the train passes.
Hello, Ainsley. I didn't think you'd come up with anything so corny as tying me to the rails. Why didn't you drill me with the rifle you stole from Ted Maynard and call it a day?
Because I don't like corpses hanging around. They talk too much.
Oh, of course. I should have remembered.
Before I knock you off, suppose you tell me how much you know.
Gladly. Anything to stall for time until the train crew gets up here.
The train crew ain't coming up here. She only stopped because I got the signals crossed. You'll be underway again in a minute. I'm not too good at this sort of thing.
Naturally not. You're better at signaling from the deck of a battleship.
So you do know, huh?
Yes. I've known for quite a while. You're Jim Ainsley's twin brother, Mike. You were married to Betty before you went to Korea. After you were reported missing, Betty married Jim. You came back, found your wife married to your brother, and killed him. It was Jim who was hit by the streamliner last week. Hello, Pappy. Oh, no trip, Ainsley, but it always works out. Take my gun. Give me a gun.
John Morgan!
Over here, Pappy.
Chuck, are you all right?
Glamour, Puss. Take a look at those stars. Aren't they beautiful? Probably guessed it was Pappy Mansfield who was responsible for the streamliner stopping at Squalling Indian, not the fact that Ainsley loused up the signals. Pappy never did trust me when he thought I was getting myself into a jam. Carol and I left Squalling Indian in the cold light of an early dawn, heading for the main highway. Naturally, Carol was full of questions, but this time I had all the answers.
Let's begin at the beginning, Chucky boy. What made you suspicious in the first place?
Why, the fact that Jim, or rather Mike Ainsley, said he recognized my voice.
Didn't he?
No, how could he? He lived in Chicago all his life. My voice couldn't reach that far. Betty had heard me in L.A., but her husband picked her up too quickly on it.
Oh, but how did you know that Jim was Mike?
Well, Jim, or Mike, offered to help us bring in our gear from the car. The word gear in place of luggage is strictly a Navy term.
And then there was the picture of the sailor boy on the wall.
That's right, which Mike called a bulkhead, Navy again.
Well. Now, who shot the hole in our tire?
Ted Maynard. You see, Ted and Jane knew, or at least suspected, that Jim was a murderer. They were scared stiff. They knew if the Ainsleys realized their suspicions, the same thing would happen to them that happened to Jim.
Well, how about Betty?
Betty had to go along with the gag, too. Although, I think she did it by choice.
She really loved her first husband, huh?
That's right.
So when Ted saw us heading this way, he shot a hole in our tire, hoping we'd find out he did it and have him arrested and taken away from there.
Glamour, Puss. You have an astute mind. Oops. Here we are, back on the main highway.
But, Chuck, why are you turning right? L.A.'s back that way.
Glamourpuss, Las Vegas is this way. You're still going to have a chance to wear that black strapless taffeta with the gold embroidery.
Oh, Chuck.
What's wrong? What's the matter?
I left it in L.A.
Stand by for crime.
Hi, Chuck Morgan, KOP newscaster speaking. You know, there are a few of us who realize the tragedy of the displaced person. To appreciate just how tough it really is. Imagine yourself having to leave the place of your birth, severing connections with all relatives and friends, and being set down in a new and strange land where no one even speaks your language. It's not pleasant to think about, is it? Well, here in Los Angeles, we have our quota of DPs. It just happens that my blonde secretary, Carol Curtis, goes on frequent welfare kicks, which is why when I arrived at my office last Wednesday morning, I was given some first-hand information about our local DPs.
You're like 90% of the people in this town, Chuck Morgan. You just haven't a sense of responsibility.
I haven't? Oh, by the way, that typewriter guy fixed my machine?
Chuck, you aren't listening.
Oh, sure I am, Glamourpuss. Go ahead and talk. Yeah, seems to be running all right.
I see. A year ago, you made a hero out of yourself, raving about how we should bring the DPs over here and give them a new start in life. And now that we've got them here, you don't care that they're being blackmailed.
You know, Glamourpuss, sometimes... What do you mean, blackmailed?
Just what I said. It's the most disgraceful thing that was ever done in the name of American democracy. There are 5 families of displaced persons living in a tenement house on Bulletin Street, and every one of them is paying so-called protection money to a gangster named Igor Petrov.
Are you kidding? What's he protecting them against?
Against harm being done to their relatives who are still behind the Iron Curtain.
No.
Well, it's terrible. Those poor people don't understand. They think that Petrov actually has a pipeline to Joe Starlene. Not one of them makes more than a bare living wage, and to have to turn half of it over to a dirty...
Half of it?
Yes, half of it. And what's being done to stop such an outrage? Nothing. Because people like you...
All right, wait a minute, Glamourpuss. Let's take it easy. If such conditions exist, someone would have heard about it before now. Why haven't they gone to the police?
The police? Oh, Chuck, don't you know what the word police means to those people?
What does it mean?
It means beatings and being thrown into a concentration camp and being tortured. It means everything but what it should mean. Justice.
So this small-time gangster has got them coming and going, huh? He knows they won't go to the police, and he's got them scared into paying off to him or else. That's about the lousiest racket in the book. Hello, Pappy. Come in.
Hello, Chuck. Morning, Carol.
Hi, Pappy.
Say, Chuck, you got anything hot for your first broadcast tonight? Because if you haven't, I have.
Yeah, what's that?
A murder, you see?
Another routine murder. Pappy, look, Carol's come up with something that's really
There's
burning...
nothing routine about this murder. The victim's name is Jan Darvis. He is, or was, a displaced person, living down on Bulletin Street. It seems he went to the police to complain about some kind of a holdup being pulled on him, and he was liquidated.
Pappy Mansfield is owner of KOP. Usually he lets me alone regarding the nature of the stuff I use on my broadcast. But occasionally he gets into a sweat about a particular story and demands that I give it the full treatment. Only got into a sweat about this one, which accounts for the fact that 5 minutes after he'd announced the murder of Jan Darvis, Carol and I were on our way to Bulletin Street. We found Bill Meggs of police headquarters and a couple of uniformed cops at the scene of the murder, which was an alley behind a pool hall. Hello, Bill.
Oh, hi, Chuck. Hello, Carol.
Hello, Bill.
I wondered when you two would be along. Pappy tell you I called?
Yeah, he told us. This is where they found the body, eh?
Yes, only it wasn't a body when they found it. Darvis was still alive. He didn't die till they got him to the hospital.
Did he say anything before he died?
Well, he told us he'd gone to a policeman about the protection money he'd been forced to pay, and that's why he was beaten up.
Did he tell you the policeman's name?
Nope, but we'll find out.
Bill, you don't think this policeman had...
Sure I do. And don't give me that shocked look. We cops aren't all lily-white any more than everybody in every other business is. So far, we've a pretty clean record. It's going to be cleaner when I get my hands on this particular cop.
Any clues, Bill?
Well, yes. A set of brass knuckles, for one.
Yeah. Blood on them, too, huh?
Oh, what horrible-looking things.
Not pleasant, that's for sure.
You got any theories worked out, Bill?
Yeah, I have. From the looks of Darvis's body, I figure that whoever beat him up didn't intend to kill him. We're just going to use him as an example for the rest of the DPs.
Yeah.
That's why whoever called emergency hospital and reported the thing wasn't interfered with.
I get it. They wanted someone to call the hospital.
That's right. This Petrov character is too small time to risk getting mixed up with murder.
Have you had Petrov picked up?
Not yet. Most we could do is hold him for 24 hours for questioning.
Yeah. I don't suppose any of the other DPs will talk.
No, it's the same old story. They're scared stiff. They don't want the same thing to happen to them or their families.
A rotten mess.
Bill, what are you going to do about it?
Well, just what you and every other representative American would expect me to do, Carol. I'm going to find the murderer of Jan Darvis and send him to the gas chamber.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough job, Bill. Anything we can do to help.
I know something we can do to help right now.
Yeah? What's that?
Have you talked to Anna Darvis yet? She's Jan's mother.
No. That's where I plan to go from here.
Well, don't. Let Chuck and me see her first. She's frightened of the police. She has another child, a 12-year-old girl, and she's terrified of what might happen to her.
But look, if she won't talk to me...
I know her, Bill. I've been calling on her once a month for almost a year. She trusts me. Maybe I can persuade her that the police in America are different, that they actually want to help her.
That sounds like a good deal, Bill. At least you can't lose anything, man.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Okay, you two go up and have a talk with the lady and report your findings to me at headquarters.
Bulletin Street is one of those crummy districts that few of our respected citizens are aware exist. As Carol and I walked along the dirty, noisy pavement, I marveled at the fact that she'd been making trips down here all by herself once a month just to check on our DPs and other unfortunate families. We came to a 2-story adobe tenement house that was sandwiched in between 2 larger but equally disreputable-looking frame buildings. We went inside. We walked up a flight of dusty stairs, down a short hall, and stopped in front of a door that was hanging on one hinge with the latch sprung. What happened here? Looks as though someone broke the door down.
Wasn't like this when I was here yesterday. Listen.
Yeah.
It's Anna, poor thing. Let's go in.
We pushed open what remained of the door and entered the tiniest living room I've ever been in. A single window opened onto an air shaft. The room itself was spotless. The furniture, though old, was neat and in good taste. Snowy white curtains were at the window. To the right, a door led to the kitchen. What we could see of it was as meticulously clean as the living room. It was in this room that we heard the sobbing. It had stopped now. There was an ominous silence. We crossed to the kitchen and entered. A woman, perhaps 50 years old, was seated at the table. Her face was bruised and bloody. One eye was blackened. The look she gave us was wild and terrified.
Oh, Anna, what happened? Oh, you poor thing.
Go away, please. Do not stay here.
But we want to help you. That's why we came.
No. Everyone is evil in this wicked America.
Do you think that I am evil, Anna? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to...
I cannot say anything.
What happened to your face, Anna?
Nothing. It is nothing.
Oh, Anna, this is Chuck Morgan. He's a radio newscaster. He wants to help you, and so do the police.
The police?
Now, we understand why you feel the way you do, Anna, but if we're going to help you, you must tell us what happened.
No. Telling would not bring back my Jan. My Jan is dead. Now I have only little Maria. Poor little Maria. She's so frightened. It is like in the concentration camps. But then we always had the dream of coming to America. It was a beautiful dream, America. If it were not for that dream, most of us would have died. And now...
Please, Anna. Please.
Where is Maria now, Anna?
No, I will not tell. The evil men will not have my little Maria. They can kill me and I will not tell.
Anna, perhaps if you
wait
knew
a minute, Chuck. Anna, you trust me, don't you?
You have been kind, Miss Curtis. Of all the people, You have been kind.
And if I were to make you a promise, you know I'd keep it.
I will not tell. I will not.
Anna, the only way we can help you as we want to do is to have your cooperation. We understand how you feel, how much afraid you are. We don't want anything to happen to Maria either. That's why I suggest that you let us take you away from here. You and Maria both.
Take us away? Away from them?
Yes, away from them. I have an apartment up on Wilshire Boulevard. You can stay there. Miss Curtis will stay with you. We'll have a half a dozen policemen guarding the place until this rotten mess is cleaned up.
Then I'll not have to stay here alone.
It's a promise, Anna. You have my word for it.
But first, you must tell us what happened.
Yes. Then I will tell you. It was last night, about 9 o'clock, I think. I was alone here in our home. Someone knocked on the door. Yes? Who is it, please?
Never mind who it is. Open up this door before I break it down.
No, this is my home. You cannot come in.
No, I can't, eh? Don't tell me what I can't do, old lady. In this district, Igor Petrov goes where he pleases and no one stops him, see?
Then you are Igor Petrov?
You heard me. Where's that yellow-livered kid of yours?
If you mean Jan, he is not here. Now you must go.
I'll go when I get ready.
Oh, no, please. You must not break our furniture. We have so little.
Yeah? Well, you're going to have a lot less when I get through. Where's the kid?
I do not know. Oh!
Where is he?
No, please. My boy is not here.
He's hiding. Where?
I will not tell you. I will not.
Listen, you old buzzard. I ain't got much time. That red-faced brat of yours went to the cops. He squealed. Now, don't tell me you didn't know about that.
Yes. My boy did go to the police. I am proud of him for doing that. He is brave, my Jan. He wants what is right, and no more. He does not think that here in America it is right for evil men to take any part of money that is hard earned by honest people. This America is to us a wonderful land, and we believe the police will protect us if we tell them the truth.
Yeah? Well, let me tell you something, old lady. The cop your kid squealed to is on my payroll. Get that? He does what Igor Petrov says. And so does everybody else in this district. I'm boss here. Nobody crosses me. Nobody. And that goes for that punk kid of yours. Now, where is he?
I will never tell. Never.
No? When I get through with you, you'll tell, or you'll think that concentration camp you were in was a bed of roses. Where is he?
No.
Oh. Where is he? Where?
No.
Where? Where?
It was horrible. Yes, it was horrible. Worse, I think, than the camps.
Did you tell him where your son was, Anna?
No. Jan came home while Petrov was still here. He is a little man, my Jan. He was no match for the man who was beating me.
How awful. Did Petrov take Jan away?
Yes, he took Jan away. And now my Jan is dead.
Anna, no one can blame you for your present opinions of Americans. Except for Caro, our people haven't been very well represented among those you've met. That's going to change, beginning right now. Caro, I want you to pick up Maria, wherever she is, and take both her and Anna out to my apartment. I'll phone Bill Meggs, tell him the story, and ask him to send some cops out.
All right. But, Chuck...
Yeah?
What are you going to do?
I'm going to make a call. Yeah, that's it. I'm going to make a call. I want to demonstrate to a certain district gang boss that here in America we don't tolerate gutter rats.
Now, the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
News people learn to get hard-boiled about human suffering and human weaknesses. They have to. If they didn't, it wouldn't last long. But every once in a while, you run across something that hits you personally. Then it's different. Then you cease to be a newsman for a little while and become yourself. That's what happened to me after listening to Anna Darvis's story. It affected me personally because I was an American. And Igor Petrov was representing himself as an American. And when I thought of it, I felt unclean. There was a fighting desire inside of me to correct the situation, so I wouldn't be ashamed of being a citizen of these United States. All right, maybe I wasn't using my head, but that's all right, too. I was boiling mad when I opened the door of the joint that Igor Petrov called his headquarters. The place seemed deserted. Then a human rat came shuffling out of the gloom and leered up at me.
Hello, Morgan. You looking for somebody?
Well, if it isn't little Benny Capek, San Quentin's latest contribution to the scum of society.
Lay off, Morgan. You can't talk to me like that. I ain't the easy pushover I was 2 years ago.
Oh, you ain't you? For my money, Capek, you always be a cross between a weasel and a wharf rat. What have you done, tied in with Petrov?
Yeah, I've tied in with Petrov. Which means that neither you nor the cops can touch me.
No? Wouldn't you be surprised if you found you bought yourself another ticket to San Quentin? Where is that tin-horn boss of yours? I want to see him.
What did I tell him you want to see him about?
I want to remind him how to act when he talks to a lady. Out of my way, Steinface, before I start in on you.
Come back here. You can't go in there.
Capek, this is all I needed for an excuse. Hello, Petrov.
Morgan, who let you in here?
I invited myself. Rat, come from behind that desk, brother. This is something I'm going to enjoy.
What you? Take back, Spider!
That's right. Call your rats, but first I want to give you a little lesson in good manners. Am I getting my point across, Petrov?
Boys, help! Get back!
Calling yourself an American. Why, you aren't fit to lick the boots of those people.
Help! Boys! Okay, boss. Coming. Come on, boys. Get him. Get him.
Me if you can.
But, Bill, Chuck's been gone almost 3 hours. That means he's either in trouble or dead. How can you and Pappy calmly sit here smoking cigarettes and not even worry about him?
I am worried about him. When he called me on the phone, he asked me if I'd give him until 6 o'clock before I picked up Petrov. Said he had a plan.
Chuck's plans usually pay off, Carol.
Oh, not always. Why, I've seen him so beaten up he looked as though he had been run through a meat grinder.
I didn't say he didn't get himself worked over occasionally. He's a glutton for it. But he usually gets what he goes after.
Oh, you men. We have Mrs. Darvis's story. Isn't that enough to arrest Petrov on, for heaven's sake? She was an eyewitness.
Not to Jan Darvis's murder. That's why Chuck wanted some time. He thinks he can get the information that'll pin the murder rap on Petrov. My guess is he'll do it, too.
Mine too.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Carol, why don't you quit saying for heaven's sakes and just sit down and relax?
Relax? How would you feel if your boyfriend were in danger of being murdered?
I haven't got a boyfriend.
That's not very funny, Pappy.
Sorry.
Oh, forget it.
I tell you what I'll do, Carol. If we don't hear from Chuck within the next 15 minutes, all three of us will take a run down to Bulletin Street and have a look around. Okay?
Do I have a choice of answers?
15 minutes isn't long to wait. The chances are, right now, Chuck is on his way back here with Petrov as his prisoner and a full confession in his pocket.
Oh, my head.
Take it easy, Morgan. You'll live.
Capek.
Yeah, Capek. Only now the situation's a little different. Ain't it, Morgan?
You dirty rat, untie my hands.
Yeah, I'm apt to untie your hands.
Oh.
Having fun, Capek?
Yeah, I'm having me a dandy time, boss.
Petrov, if you had a brain in your head, you'd know you couldn't get away with this.
I've got a brain in my head, and I am getting away with this. You ready to talk, Morgan?
About what?
You know about what. You hit the old lady and the kid.
I've already told you. They're in my apartment on Wilshire. There are 7 cops guarding the place.
And I say there ain't no one in your apartment on Wilshire.
And I say there is.
And why don't they answer the phone?
Maybe they don't want to. If they're not in my apartment, they're at police headquarters. Why don't you call the chief?
Okay, Morgan, suit yourself. You ready to play some more, Capek?
Boss, ain't nothing I'd rather do.
All right, you got 15 minutes. Make him talk in that time, or you and me is going to have an understanding.
Oh, I'll make him talk. Just leave me alone with him. I got my own particular methods.
So Petrov went out of there, and Capek began having his fun. Only this time I wasn't as cooperative as before. I passed out almost at once, or pretended to. This made Capek mad. There wasn't any fun beating an unconscious man. But it also gave me time to think. I told Bill Meggs I had a plan. That was partly to keep Bill away from Bulletin Street until I had had a go at this deal myself. And partly because there had been an idea in the back of my head. But what was it? At the time, I'd been too mad to analyze its worth. Then I remembered the brass knuckles that Bill had found. But what about them? There'd been dried blood in those knuckles. Sure, that was it, dried blood. Well, it wasn't much of a plan, but in my present situation, who was I to be choosy? I cautiously opened one eye and saw Capek sitting 2 feet away, watching me.
Okay, Morgan. You ready for some more?
Hold it, Capek. I've got something to say.
A bit ahead. Go on, talk.
What about the brass knuckles?
Huh? What about the brass knuckles?
They're going to prove that you murdered Jan Darvis. They're going to send you back to San Quentin, this time with a reserved seat in the gas chamber.
They ain't going to prove nothing. Now, cut out.
Wait a minute. There was blood on those knuckles, Capek, your blood.
So how's anybody going to prove that?
Easy. The cops will take a sample of your blood, compare it with the blood on the brass knuckles, and you'll be charged with murder.
Hey, you're crazy. Anyway, they want my knuckles. I didn't have nothing to do with...
With what, Capek?
None of your business. Now, you going to see...
So far, you've been nothing but a small-time operator, Capek. Murder's out of your line. The only way you can save yourself from the gas chamber is to tell me who owns those brass knuckles. Turn me loose.
Shut up. I won't do it.
I can save you from the gas chamber, Capek. I'm the only one who can. Petrov would double-cross you in a minute. The cops are on their way here right now. You haven't got much time.
You kidding me, Morgan?
I'm giving it to you straight. Mrs. Darvis has already told her story to the police. The only reason you and Petrov haven't been picked up yet is because they didn't have proof of the murder. Now they've got it with the blood on those brass knuckles.
You'll see that I don't get no murder rap?
Yes.
I don't want to take no rap for nothing I didn't do.
Then you won't. It's a promise.
Okay, Morgan. I'll take a chance. But if you pull a cross on me...
I never pulled a cross on anybody in my life. Now hurry up. We haven't got much time. I held my breath while Capek worked on the ropes for fear he'd change his mind. One hand came free. The little weasel was working on the last knot of the second hand when the door opened.
Capek! What the devil...
Take it easy, Petrov. Capek and I have made a deal. He's going to turn state's evidence on you, and I'm going to see that he doesn't take a rap for a murder you committed.
Why?
Come on, Capek, let's get him. You're a lousy shot. Too bad, because you won't get a chance for another. Well, Pappy, Bill Meggs, Glamourpuss. Fancy meeting you here. Well, Anna Darvis and her daughter Maria are back in their tiny apartment on Bulletin Street. They like it there. To them, it's heaven compared to what they've been used to. They like America, too. The American way of life. Their dream has really come true. They'll make good citizens. Petrov is awaiting trial for murder. There's no longer any district gang boss on Bulletin Street. There never will be again if Bill Meggs has anything to do with it. And Bill has a lot to do with such things. Speaking of Bill, after my 7 o'clock broadcast that night, he and Carol, Pappy and I went over to Mike Lyman's for dinner.
Say, Chuck, before we leave here, I've got just one question I'd like to ask you.
Yeah, and after you answer that one, I've got a question, too.
And at the risk of sounding parrot-like, I have a question also.
Shoot, Pappy.
About this dried blood gimmick, comparing it with a sample of blood taken from a person. Who told you that a comparison would establish identity?
Nobody.
Then how'd you know?
I didn't. Does it? You see, you don't know either. So how could Capek be expected to know?
You mean you just made that one up out of thin air because it sounded like a good idea?
Why, sure. Now, what's your question, Bill?
How about that deal you made with Capek? What right had you to promise him he wouldn't have to take a murder rap if he turned state's evidence?
Because I have a friend on the police force who was a very nice guy and who I knew would stand behind me. His name is Bill Meggs.
Oh.
You see, you can't win with this man. He talks his way out of everything.
And now, at last but not least, we come to your question, Glamourpuss. What is it?
Oh, never mind. I just answered it myself.
Oh?
When I said you can't win with this man, or can I?
Glamourpuss, as far as I'm concerned, you won 3 years ago. The day I hired you, remember?
Oh, Chucky, boy, you say the nicest things to me.
Stand by for crime.
Hi. My name is Chuck Morgan, and my job is doing newscasts on radio station KOP here in Los Angeles. You know, without realizing it, newscasters become pretty hard-boiled about the frailties of human beings. It's because writing about them becomes part of the day's work. Crime is your stock and trade. You come to accept it as such without letting it touch you personally. Until one day it does strike you personally. Then you realize you're not as hard-boiled as you thought you were. You're just as susceptible to emotional upsets as the next man. Which is what happened to me last Wednesday. My blonde secretary, Carol Curtis, was on the phone when I came into the office.
Oh, here he is now, Fred. Just a second.
Hi, Glamorous. Who is it?
It's Fred Michaels, and he seems pretty upset.
Oh?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Fred. What's up? What? Now? But look, I've got... Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, Fred. Okay, I'll be right over. That's funny.
Well, what's the matter? Did he say?
No. He just said he was in bad trouble, wanted to see me. He said he couldn't talk over the phone. He wouldn't take no for an answer.
Well, that doesn't sound like Fred.
Yeah.
Are you going over?
Well, sure. Get your purse. Let's go.
All right.
Fred Michaels was an old friend of mine, a fishing companion with whom I'd spent a lot of pleasant weekends. He owned a jewelry store over in the Miracle Mile, was doing all right for himself. Ordinarily, Fred was a jolly-faced, likable sort of guy with a good sense of humor. But when we walked into his store that Wednesday afternoon, he was anything else but that. His face was a pasty gray, and there was a terrified look in his eyes. Guy's sake, Fred, what is it? What happened?
It's Ricky, Chuck. He's been kidnapped.
What?
Oh, no, Fred.
Yes, you've got to help me, Chuck. If anything happens, that boy will kill Elsie. He's all we have. Chuck, I don't know what...
All right, cut it, Fred, cut it. Get hold of yourself. Of course we'll help you. We'll do everything we can, but you've got to pull yourself together. Do you hear me?
Yeah. Okay. I'm all right now.
Good. Have you notified the police or the FBI?
No. The man who called me told me if I did, they'd...
Yeah, sure. That's the usual procedure. The police have to be notified, you know.
Not until I get my boy back. They meant it when they said what they do.
Tell me exactly what happened, Fred.
Will you promise you won't call in the police?
But look...
No. No, I can't do it, Chuck. I can't.
Okay, I promise. What happened?
Well, about a half hour ago, the telephone rang. A strange, muffled voice told me Ricky had been kidnapped. A taxi had picked him up at his school. They said I was to get together $50,000 in cash and jewels. If I notified the police, something would happen to Ricky. I was to call the school and check their story so I'd know they weren't kidding. The voice said he'd call me back in 20 minutes and tell me what to do.
Did you call the school?
Yes, they said they'd been called by someone who said he was me and told that a taxi would pick Ricky up at 3 o'clock to take him to the hospital to see his mother.
Is Elsie sick?
Yes, she underwent an emergency operation for appendicitis this morning.
No.
If Ricky had only thought, he would have realized he couldn't see her so soon.
Well, a 12-year-old kid can't be blamed for that. You called the hospital, of course.
Oh, yes. They knew nothing about it.
But the abductors knew a lot about you and your family, Fred. You haven't received your second call yet.
No, they said they'd call in That must be they now.
All right, I answer, Fred. Keep your voice as steady as you can.
All right. Hello? Yes, I did. Yes, I have the money. I'm listening, but... All right.
Did they tell you what to do?
Yes. Yes, they told me, only I'm to have someone else take the ransom to the place they designated.
Did they name anyone in particular?
Yeah. They said my pal, Chuck Morgan.
These kidnappers really had things worked out. Actually, it wasn't surprising they should designate me as the one to deliver the ransom. Because in the first place, they probably reasoned that in his frantic condition, Fred would arouse suspicion in a crowd. And secondly, they must know who I was, as they called me Fred's pal, which meant I was a familiar figure to them. Lastly, they must have reasoned that I could obey their orders in a level-headed manner. Fred had every word of their instructions clearly imprinted on his mind.
You're to take the ransom to the American Bus Line station at 629 South Main Street.
Have you got it ready, Fred?
Yes, it's here in this box.
Good.
There's only $1,000 in cash. I had that much in the store. The rest is in diamonds and other gems.
Okay. And what am I to do when I reach the bus line station?
Well, there are 2 telephone booths at the left-hand side of the waiting room.
Yeah.
You're to stand near the first one and wait there until the phone rings.
Then I'll be told what to do next, huh?
Yes. They've got it timed to the second. You're to leave here in a cab at exactly 4:15.
Brother, this is really a cooked-up deal.
Chuck, you'll be careful, won't you?
Don't worry about me, Glamorous. Look, I'll tell you what to do. The minute I leave here, call Bill Meggs and tell him to stand by. Tell him I've got something hot and I want
Chuck, you promised.
Listen, I'll keep the promise, Fred. The minute Ricky is turned over to me, I'm going to call Bill. Carol can fill me in on the details, and we'll go to work and get your money back.
Okay. Just wait until you have Ricky.
Don't worry. I will. Well, it's 4:15. I'd better be going.
Please be careful, Chuck.
Coincidentally, there was a cab standing in front of Fred's store. I didn't ask him how he happened to be there. I just got in, told him to take me to the American bus line station, and gave him the address. We pulled up in front of the station at 4 One with a big red and white luxury coach bound for New York was just pulling away from the loading ramp. I paid off the cabbie and went inside. Halfway down the long waiting room were the 2 telephones. Beyond these were parcel lockers. I walked over to the first phone booth, leaned against it, the ransom package conspicuously displayed under my arm. Perfect timing again. I hadn't been there 2 minutes before the phone rang. Hello.
Morgan, listen closely and do exactly as I tell you.
Okay, go ahead.
Go over to the candy counter and buy yourself some gum.
Some what?
Some gum.
Oh, okay, got it.
Start chewing a stick while you walk back to the parcel lockers.
Yeah.
Put the package in number 3 locker. Take the key and walk back to the telephone booth where you are now. Use your gum and stick the key underneath the counter beneath the coin box. Got it?
Yeah, I got it. What then?
Then walk down to the far end of the waiting room. There's a utility room there. It says on the door, private, keep out, for employees only. Got that?
Yeah, okay.
Go inside and wait there for further instructions.
Yeah, sure, but what about the boy?
There's a phone in the utility room. You'll be called there and told where to pick up the kid.
Okay.
And remember, Morgan, you're being watched every minute. Don't be fool enough to try anything.
Don't worry, I won't. I hung up and walked over to the candy counter. Give me some gum. Any kind will do. Thanks. I opened up the pack and began chewing while walking back to the lockers. I opened number 3, put the ransom package inside, took the key, and walked back to the phone booth. There was an old lady inside of number 1. She looked as though she were going to spend the afternoon there. I hesitated, glancing around. I saw 2 men standing near the entrance of the loading ramp watching me. They turned away when our eyes met, but I had a good look at them. The old lady was still talking. So after a minute, I stepped into the second booth and surreptitiously glued the locker key beneath the counter under the coin box. If I were being watched, I felt it didn't make any difference which phone booth I used, and I wanted to get this business over with. So then, I walked down to the end of the long, narrow room, found the door marked private, keep out, for employees only. Well, this was almost the end of the drama. In 10 minutes or so, I'd have Ricky safely in my custody. Or so I thought. I opened the utility room door and stepped inside. Then it happened. I glimpsed a profile in a pulled-down hat, and then something hit me. I went to my knees and found myself staring through a curtain of fog at a pair of black and white sports shoes with long pointed toes. Then it came again. And the old familiar curtain of darkness descended and cloaked me in its complete obscurity. How long I lay there, I don't know. But after a while, I was swimming up through a pit of blackness, clutching and reclutching at consciousness. Finally, I got a grip and held on. Awareness came slowly. I stumbled to my feet, leaned against the wall. There was a laundry tub across the room and a couple of faucets. Somehow I made it and turned on the water. That did it. Full consciousness was back again. I got out of the utility room fast. I didn't have to get to the phone booth to discover that the key had been removed. The key covered with gum was in number 3 locker door. The door was open and the ransom package gone. But Ricky, where was Ricky? I ran to the phone booth, dropped a dime into the slot. Get me police headquarters quick. It's an emergency.
Police headquarters.
This is Chuck Morgan. Tell Bill Meggs to get hold of Carol Curtis, my secretary. You got that?
Now, wait a minute. What
Just
am
do as I say. Bill will understand. Hurry it up.
Okay, Chuck, will do.
Thanks. I ran out into the street and got into a cab. Take me out to Miracle Mile, fast. I'll show you where to stop. The cabbie took me at my word. We reached Fred's store in 15 minutes flat. There was another cab parked in front. The driver was just coming out of the store. He was the same man who had driven me to the bus station. Hey, cabbie.
Yeah? Hey, want a cab, mister?
Maybe. What are you doing here?
Well, if it's any of your business, I came to collect the fare.
What fare?
Look, mister, what's going on around here anyway? First, I'm told to pick up a kid at school and take him to the hospital. All right, I do that. The kid tells me his old man will pay. Then I'm told to pick you up at the store, which I do. Then I'm supposed to go back to the hospital and get the kid and bring him here, which I do. Then
Wait a minute. You picked up the kid and brought him back here?
Sure, he's inside now. His old man just paid me off. What's all the excitement about anyway?
At the moment, I don't know whether the excitement's over or just beginning. Is an officer named Bill Meggs inside the store?
Yeah, he's in there. Asked me a lot of questions. Took down my name and address.
Well, there's only one question I want to ask. Do you know who it was who called and gave you all those orders?
Well, sure I know. It's the home office. They call me on the two-way radio. That's where I get all my orders.
Oh, yeah. I should have remembered that.
Now, do you want a cab or don't you? I got a living to make.
Right now, the only thing I want is about 5 minutes to think and try to determine whether someone's making a sucker out of me. After that, I think I'll be needing a cab to take me to the residence of a certain gentleman I know who has a fondness for black and white sports shoes with long, pointed toes. Well, this was one for the book. Of all the crimes that I or Bill Meggs or anyone else had ever run afoul of, this was the cleverest. It was perfectly timed. When Fred had called the hospital, the cab bearing his son was within 10 minutes of arriving. In every case, they'd estimated distances and the time it would take those distances to be covered in an automobile under normal driving conditions. The cabbie and the cab company were totally unaware of what was going on. At no time was Ricky in the hands of the abductors. So was it an abduction? Or wasn't it? Was it just a plain case of extortion? Well, whatever it was, I had a bump in my head the size of an egg. I had been the dupe of the little game, and I intended doing something about it. Carol, Bill Meggs, Pappy Mansfield, owner of KOP, Fred, and I kicked the thing around for a while. Then Carol, Pappy, and I drove back to KOP. I was still mad when we reached the office.
I don't blame you for being mad, Chuck. But from now on, it's a job for the police. Just sit back and let them do the work.
There's not a chance of me doing that, Pappy. You see that lump? I've got a personal grudge to settle. And $50,000 of Fred Michael's money and jewels that I gave away to collect.
Well, for heaven's sake, Chuck. Fred doesn't blame you for that. Besides, he's happy enough to have Ricky back.
I don't care whether Fred blames me or not. I was a sucker in this business. I'm going to get the dough back.
How stubborn can you be?
And this crazy idea of yours about black and white sports shoes. Hundreds of people wear them.
That's where you're wrong, Pappy. Hundreds of people don't. Not with long pointed toes. You haven't seen a pair for months. Neither have I. Except on one man.
So you think you're going down to Skid Row, find a man wearing black and white sports shoes, and he's going to confess to the kidnapping.
Sounds simple enough.
Don't be sarcastic, Glamour Puss. I might surprise you both. Anyway, that's where I'm going. I'm going alone, and nobody's going to stop me. Well, I didn't have much to go on. A pair of black and white sports shoes. If the guy who had slugged me suspected for a minute that I'd noticed his shoes, he certainly wouldn't be wearing them now. On the other hand, a man who had a penchant for black and white shoes wouldn't think of himself as dressed any more conspicuously than anyone else. That's a heck of a theory to hang my suspicions on. Anyway, I went down to the row, parked my jalopy in front of Ace Murdoch's pool hall. Ace had run afoul of the police a good many times, but they'd never been able to make the charge stick. He was too clever. I got out, crossed the pavement, and entered the building. The air in the place was thick with layers of tobacco smoke. At least a dozen pool tables were ranked the length of the long room. Every one of them was in play. Other men lounged around the walls or sat in chairs. Ace Murdoch himself was playing a game of 8-ball with a thin-nosed man at the table nearest the door. Involuntarily, my eyes went down to Ace's feet. He was wearing black and white sports shoes. I looked further and saw that his partner was also wearing black and white sports shoes. And then I discovered that every man in the room, and there must have been 25 or 30, was wearing black and white sports shoes. I walked over to Ace's table.
3-ball in his side pocket. Well, hello, Morgan.
Hi.
Been expecting you.
Buy a new pair of shoes for the occasion, Ace?
Yeah, good looking, ain't they? 6-ball in the corner.
What was there, a sale at some wholesale house on out-of-style models?
Nope. I decided to start the fashion again, and the boys thought they'd go along with the gag. 8-ball in the corner. Well, that does it, Fatso. Pay me later.
Quite a gag, Ace.
Kind of cute, I thought.
Trouble is, right now a pair of black and white sports shoes has become an identification tag for a bunch of kidnappers.
Kidnappers?
Yeah.
Oh, don't you read the papers, Morgan? According to what I seen, there wasn't no kidnapping. A kid took a ride in a cab. When he got through, his old man paid off the driver, no harm done.
I got news for you, Murdoch. A smart prosecutor isn't going to have any trouble convincing an honest jury that it all adds up to kidnapping.
Yeah? Well, I got news for you, Morgan. There ain't going to be no prosecutor nor no jury because there ain't going to be no one to prosecute.
Then we could start in on the boys wearing the black and white shoes and ask questions.
Oh, now, mister, if the city wants to give free room and board, all the gents you're going to find wearing black and white sports shoes, it's okay with me. You're going to find 400 of them.
Getting to be a pretty big man, aren't you, Ace?
Bigger than you think, Newshound. In a year's time, I'll be running this town.
It was then that I noticed a circle of faces had closed in around us. There were men behind me. I knew what that meant. Well, I'd taken one beating from this gang of hoodlums today. I wasn't going to take another. Ace had carelessly laid his cue on the table. The thick butt was within a half an inch of my hand. I grabbed it, reversed the handle, and clouted the nearest head. The guy went down like a dropped anchor. I began swinging the cup wildly, backing towards the door. Well, I partly repaid the score for that egg-sized lump on my head. But what else had I gained? At first, it seemed like nothing. But the more I thought, the more it occurred to me I was closer to this thing than I realized. Well, like always, I decided to talk things over with Carol. When I really wanted to think, Carol has a knack of feeding me straight lines that often gives birth to a train of thought that pays off. So I went back to KOP, made my 7 o'clock newscast, and took Carol over to Hatton's for a beer.
But, Chuck, Murdoch's right. Bill Meigs would never stand still for having 400 men picked up simply because they were wearing black and white sports shoes.
I realize that. Then why did Murdoch dream up this gag? Just to be funny? I don't think so. He's too smart for that.
Well, maybe he did it to protect the man who slugged you.
Could be. Murdoch has a reputation for protecting his boys. That's why he's become so big. But I think there's more to it.
Well, perhaps he figured that the man who slugged you might not have sense enough to throw his sports shoes away.
That could be, too. Maybe he figured the guy would one day take a chance and wear them, and... let's lay off that angle. There's something else that's bothering me, something I saw in the pool room that didn't fit.
Something you saw? Well, what was it?
I wish I knew. Somehow I associated it with being slugged in the utility room at the bus station.
But you already said it was the shoes.
No, it was something else. Something I can't put my finger on. I'll tell you what, Glamourpuss. Let's go down to the American bus lines again, and I'll reenact my experience of this afternoon.
Hey, that's a good idea. We did it once before, and it paid off.
Right, come on, let's go.
Okay.
On the way down to Main Street, I got to thinking about another angle of this screwy deal. The ransom money. Those jewels would be as hot as a pistol for weeks. And for all the kidnappers knew, Fred Michaels had taken down the serial numbers on the bills he'd included. So, what would a smart man, a man smart enough to figure out this abduction gimmick, do with the loot? Where would he hide it? Where no snoopy detectives would think of looking, even though they had a suspect. The answer came slowly. But it came, and I was reasonably confident that I was right. It was around 9 o'clock when we reached the bus terminal. The place was almost deserted.
Where's this utility room you were talking about?
I'll show you in a minute. Here's the phone booth. It was right here. I left the key. Don't look now. There's a guy standing over near the entrance of the loading ramp watching us. I think he was one of the men who was here this afternoon.
But what would he be doing here now?
Unless I'm away off the beam, I think he's guarding the ransom money.
Guarding the ransom money? Are you serious?
I'll explain later. Come on. We walked down the long room, stopping at the candy counter to buy some gum. The guy near the ramp entrance kept watching us. We came to the utility room. I turned the knob of the door, pushed it, and stepped back. The door swung inward and to the left, but nobody appeared with a pair of brass knuckles this time. I took a look inside, then came back and closed the door.
You didn't really expect anyone to be in there, did you?
No, but I found what I was looking for.
You did? What is it?
No. No time to explain. Now listen carefully. I want you to get out of here as fast as you can. Find a phone. Call Bill Meigs and tell him to get down here with a couple of cops quicker than he ever did anything in his life.
But why don't I use one of those telephones over there?
Because if you do, that guy on the ramp will get suspicious. He won't dare follow you as long as I'm here.
But I don't see...
Never mind. Do as I say. And stay away from here until Bill arrives.
All right.
Carol started for the main exit. At the same time, the man near the ramp left his post and headed diagonally across the room as though to intercept her. I took a couple of steps forward, then stopped. The two of them passed within 2 feet of each other. Carol, smart girl, had acted as though she hadn't seen the man at all. She disappeared through the main exit, and the guy went into one of the phone booths. Well, this one wasn't hard to figure. He was calling Murdoch. It just remained now to see whether Murdoch and his gang, or Bill Meigs and his cops, would get here first. I went over to the parcel lockers, leaned up against one, and lit a cigarette. The guy came out of the phone booth, gave a quick look around the room, located me, came over, put his shoulder against another locker. He also lit a cigarette. A pretty ridiculous situation. Neither of us spoke. We both knew what the other was waiting for. 15 minutes passed. And then 4 men came storming through the door of the station. One of them was Ace Murdoch. The man near the lockers reached into his pocket, and I jumped on him. Give me that gun!
Get out of the way, Spider.
Spider can't get out of the way, Ace. If he does, I'll break his arm. Drop that gun and put your hands up.
Yeah, I'm apt to. Too bad, Spider.
Ace shot Spider through the heart with no more regard for human life than a hen has for a worm. I held Spider's sagging body for a minute, shielding myself against Ace's second shot. That minute wasn't too much. Bill Meigs, 2 cops, Pappy Mansfield, and Carroll came through the door and were almost up to Murdoch and his men before they realized it.
All right, Murdoch. Get him, boy.
We got back to the studio just in time for me to go on the air for my 11 o'clock broadcast. There wasn't any time for anyone to write a script, so I made a few notes while Carol drove the jalopy, which meant I wasn't able to satisfy her curiosity about a lot of things that were unexplained in her mind, and the minds of Pappy and Bill Meigs, for that matter. Carol, Pappy, and Bill stood in the control booth and watched while I had led my way through 15 minutes of news concerning the kidnappers. I could tell by the expression on their faces I wasn't going to have any peace till I gave them the answers. But this time I fooled them. I gave the answers to the listening public first. And through some intelligent thinking on the part of the police, it was reasoned that a man with the twisted mind of Ace Murdoch would hide the ransom money in the last place anyone would expect to look. One of the lockers near where I had been ordered to place it earlier in the afternoon. Well, later, this was proven to be correct. As for my own experience, I'd noticed that the man playing pool with Ace Murdoch this afternoon was left-handed. Now, this meant nothing until I revisited the waiting room of the American bus line station. I opened the door of the utility room where I'd been slugged. It swung inward and to the left. This afternoon, I glimpsed only the profile of a man who had slugged me. This meant that he, too, must have been left-handed. Well, that about winds it up, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for listening. This is Chuck Morgan inviting you to be with us at my next newscast and to stand by for crime.
Stand Stand by for crime.
Hi. Chuck Morgan talking. You know, speaking of unusual stories, they never happen as frequently as most people think. Especially when you're a newscaster like me with 2 broadcasts a day over KOP here in Los Angeles. I made the mistake a couple of times of coming up with some off-trail material that really made good copy. Now my listeners expect me to do it every time. It isn't easy. But occasionally I do get a break. Like last week. Things have been pretty dull, and I was beginning to think my reputation might be at stake unless I pulled off some kind of scoop within the next few days. And, well, on Friday, I got back to my apartment just before midnight, looking forward to a nightcap and bed. What? How did you get in here?
Crawled in through the woodwork with the help of a skeleton key. Say, you're even better looking than they said.
Who said?
Friend of mine. How about a drink, dearie?
How can I refuse so subtle an approach? There's a bottle of
I'm way ahead of you, dearie. Setups are all ready. Say when.
That'll do it. I don't want to seem rude, but I've always more or less thought of this apartment as my private domicile.
No. How can a man who's as much in the public eye as you ever think any part of his life is private?
I assume by that you know who I am.
That's why I'm here.
Oh?
I have a favor to ask for a friend.
Why doesn't the friend speak for himself, or doesn't he own a skeleton key?
You're cute. By the way, where were you a week ago last night?
I haven't the faintest idea.
I got news for you, dearie. You were with me.
Is that a fact? And what were we doing?
We were at the Sun Beach nightclub dancing between the hours of 9 and 12 in the evening.
Sounds like fun.
Afterward, you took me home and arrived at your own apartment at 12:30 a.m.
What? You mean you didn't ask me in for a nightcap?
The name and address are written right here, in case you're ever asked.
I see. Queenie O'Rourke, 999 South Belfast Drive. All right, Queenie, suppose we stop fooling around and get down to cases.
We're down to cases, dearie. Except for this.
What's in the envelope? My instructions for further exploits?
Open it after I'm gone, dearie. And, dearie?
Yeah?
Don't be sucker enough to get any ideas.
Now, wait a minute.
So long, dearie. Here's hoping you enjoy good health for a long time.
I didn't like that last crack. As a matter of fact, I didn't like any part of this. I felt like a dope for letting Queenie get out of there. Well, it was done now. I walked over to the table, picked up the letter, and studied it for a minute. It was a plain brown manila envelope, rather bulky. Well, I'd never know what was inside unless I looked. If the Japanese peace treaty had fallen out of that envelope, I wouldn't have been more surprised. I stared down at the pile of banknotes lying on the table. Stared down at $10,000 and $100 bills. It's amazing how a man can forget where he was or what he was doing on a certain date when asked point blank. March 28. Only 8 days ago. But as far as my memory served, it was like every other routine day. Something must have happened, though. Some tiny incident that was worth $10,000 to a gal named Queenie. Maybe to a lot of other people. Then I had an inspiration. I paid a blonde secretary named Carol Curtis to keep track of details like that. Maybe she might have some ideas on the matter.
Hello?
Hello, Glamourpuss.
Chuck, what's the matter? I thought you were going to bed early. It's after midnight.
Glamourpuss, I have an important question to ask you. Ready?
Why, yes, I guess so.
Where were we on March 28th?
Oh, Chuck, you remembered. And I was so afraid you wouldn't.
Remembered what?
That was the night you proposed to me.
But, holy smoke again.
What did you say?
Nothing, Glamourpuss, nothing. I was just thinking of something.
You do remember, don't you?
Sure, of course. Well, don't be silly. How could I forget? Look, Glamourpuss, I've got a wonderful idea. Tomorrow's Saturday. No broadcast, nothing to do all day long.
But, Chuck, I thought you said
I've got a better idea. Let's start out tomorrow and relive every moment of March 28th.
You mean do exactly the things we did on March 28th?
Even to the smallest incident.
Just so you can propose to me again?
Just so I can propose to you again.
Oh, Chuck, I think that's the most wonderful idea ever. It'll be sort of like an anniversary.
Yeah, like an anniversary. All right, honey, I'll pick you up at 11 in the morning. I picked up Carol at 11 straight up the next morning. I was tempted to tell her about Queenie and the $10,000, but she was so excited about the anniversary gag, I didn't have the heart to spoil her fun. We drove down to Santa Monica, headed north along the Coast Highway.
You know, Chucky, I just can't believe it.
Believe what?
Oh, that you could be so romantic as to think of an idea like this.
My Glamabus. I come from a long line of romanticists. As a matter of fact, my great-uncle, Charlie Morgan, had 5 wives.
I've got news for you, Chucky boy. You're only going to have one.
On the other hand, my great-uncle Phineas Snodgrass, on my mother's side, supported the school of thought that one wife was too many. He lived to be 97. Did you bring along the lunch?
Of course I brought the lunch. And your Uncle Phineas Snodgrass, on your mother's side, can go jump in the lake.
Okay, Glamourpuss, I was just kidding you. Now, the idea of today's adventure is to do exactly what we did last week. As I recall, we drove directly to Santa Barbara without a stop, right?
That's right. We had lunch on the beach, and then we went swimming, and then...
Once you start reliving a day like that, going over the same ground, doing the same things, the details come back with surprising accuracy. We ate our lunch in exactly the same spot on the beach where we'd sat on our previous visit. Later, we had our swim. Then sat on a rock and watched the sun go down. Still later, we drove to the beach club and ate dinner on a terrace overlooking the ocean. And then danced to the strains of soft music. I guess it was then, with Carol's blonde head on my shoulder and the moonlight dancing across the bay, that I got carried away with myself. At least Carol said it was, and fed me a straight line for a cue when it came time to pop the question. I popped it, but apparently the pop wasn't loud enough, a fact that Carol made no bones about reminding me of the minute we got started along the road home. Well, what, Glamourpuss?
You were a washout.
Who was? When?
You were. When we came to the big moment that was the reason for this entire day, you sounded as though you were asking some male friend to meet you for lunch and talk about horse racing.
Oh, that.
Yes, that. Well, what are you looking for?
I was there it is. That filling station. We stopped here for gas last week, remember?
Oh, why bother? My whole day was spoiled back there at the beach club when you didn't...
Here we are. Now, let's see. 10:15, right on the nose.
Oh, who cares what time it is?
Glamourpuss, it was exactly 10:15 when we stopped here last week. Besides, this is the time... Here comes our same attendant. Hello there.
Good evening, folks. How many? Well, but this is the nice young couple who stopped here last week.
Chuck, he remembers us.
Remember you? My dear, how could I forget such happy faces, such romantic looks? Why, it was almost as if, you'd just become engaged.
Why, you little rascal, you. Did we really show it that much?
Ah, my dear, you're looking at Roscoe Buttle, a man who in his youth was known throughout the length and breadth of the land as Casanova Buttle.
Chuck, did you hear? Oh, he's wonderful.
Yes, I heard him. Look, Glamourpuss, it was about at this point that you went in to powder your nose while I... Jiminy crickets. It wasn't much, but it was the first thing that happened during that entire day that might give me a clue as to what was behind Queenie's $10,000. You see, the week before, Carol had gone in to powder her nose, and I'd sat there waiting. I'd been reaching for a cigarette when a black sedan drove up to the pumps. The timing was perfect, because I found myself out of matches and I wanted to smoke badly. I'd gotten out of my car and walked over to the black sedan. Hi there. You got a match?
Sure. Hi. Ain't you Chuck Morgan?
Joe Delaney. When did you get out, Joe?
Don't be funny, Morgan. I ain't been in and you know it.
You haven't been in for 6 months, you mean? You still beating up respectable citizens in dark alleys for a living, Joe?
Why, you all...
Lay off, Joe.
Okay. Your friend is giving you good advice, chum. The last time you made a pass at me, you came out with a broken wrist, remember?
Sometime I'll get you, you two-bit punk. Don't forget that. Sometime I'll get you.
Shut up, I said.
You see, Joe, even your pals know what a rat you are. And any time you want to even that score, just let me know. By the way, thanks for the match. Remembering this incident didn't prove anything. But Joe Delaney was a small-time operator whom I'd helped send up to San Quentin by exposing his rotten racket. Naturally, he hated my insides, and I had no love for him. Well, Carol came back this time from powdering her nose, and Roscoe finished dusting off the windshield and came up for his money.
That'll be $2.20, sir.
Okay, Roscoe. Here you are. Oh, by the way, do you recall the black sedan that was here at the same time we were last week?
Black sedan?
Yeah.
Oh, now that's asking quite a lot of little old Roscoe Casanova Buttle. I have many black sedans driving here every day.
It's only the ones that contain romantic couples like us that little old Roscoe remembers.
That's right, miss. Little old Roscoe Casanova Buttle. That's what they call it.
Yes, you mentioned that before. Okay, little old Roscoe Casanova Buttle, we will see you later. So we scored a blank for the entire day. Worse, Carol was mad because I hadn't put that certain oomph into popping the question. And I was mad because my bright idea hadn't paid off. So I left Carol at her apartment, stubbornly refusing to come in for a nightcap, and drove home. My phone was ringing when I unlocked the door. All right. Don't tear your shirt. Hello.
That you, Chuck?
Oh, hello, Pappy.
Where you been, for gosh sakes?
I've been out proposing marriage to Carol Curtis. It's my day off, remember? What have you been doing?
Well, we've been trying to run down this Benny Benet story, among other things.
Hmm?
Look, Chuck, get down here, will you? Benet escaped from Alcatraz 8 days ago, and he's supposed to be in L.A. I've got every man on the staff phoning in copy. I've got to have you here for station break bulletins. This is the biggest story that's opened up around here in months.
No, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Benet escaped 8 days ago, and the story only just now is breaking?
Well, the police have kept it under cover, hoping to pick him up before releasing the news. Some hot tips have come in. He's right here in L.A., and they expect an arrest any time.
I see. Okay, Pappy, I'll be there in 10 minutes.
You won't be anywhere in 10 minutes, dearie. Just sit down and relax.
Well, now I had all the answers to the puzzle. 6 months ago, Benny Benet, Gangdom's #1 racketeer in L.A., had been convicted on an income tax evasion charge and sentenced to from 5 to 10 on the rock. He'd promised to escape, and now he'd apparently succeeded. The police had kept it quiet, hoping to pick him up before the press found out and lost up any plans they might have by snooping around. The escape occurred 8 days ago. 8 days ago, I had stood 5 feet from Benet when I was talking to Joe Delaney. I've always thought that a girl with a gun presented a rather ridiculous spectacle. Queenie was no exception. I figured I could talk her into listening to reason easy. That hope was short-lived. Well, if it isn't Queenie O'Rourke, you must be getting to feel at home around here.
More so than you think. Stay right where you are, dearie.
You handle that gun like an expert.
And shoot it like an expert.
Huh?
Keep away from me. Hey, you guys!
All right, Morgan, quit making like a hero.
Well. Benny Benet, the big shot himself. And Joe the Rat, too.
I told you I'd get you two-bit punk, and now my time's here.
Hey up, Joe. Morgan, get on that phone, call your radio station. Tell them you got a lead down in the southwest section, you're following it up.
And then what?
Then we'll all just sit down and relax and enjoy ourselves till the heat's off.
Don't be a fool, Benet. If I don't show up at the station in 10 minutes, half the staff will be here looking for me.
No, they won't, Morgan, because you're going to do like I said. Call old man Mansfield and tell him you got a lead. And you're going to keep on calling him on and off all night, making him think you're hot on the trail of Benny Benet.
And if I refuse to make those calls?
You won't, friend. You got feelings just like everybody else. You ready, Joe?
You're darn right I am. Got your gun on him?
Makes one move and I'll blast him wide open.
Then let's go. This is what I waited a long time
time for it. Punk! So you...
Can't you stop that pacing, Carol? You're making me nervous.
Oh, sorry, Pappy. Oh, Pappy, you do think there's something wrong with him, don't you? You're scared just like I am.
I don't know.
In the first place, Chuck wouldn't have disobeyed your orders. And where could he possibly get a tip at that time of night? And why didn't he tell you about it? And why...
Oh, quit it. You're getting hysterical.
Maybe I am. But you can't convince me that Chuck isn't being forced to make those calls. And people don't force Chuck to do anything. So what does it mean? It means he wants us to know he's being forced for a reason.
What reason?
He's being held prisoner somewhere.
Where? Carol, are you sure Chuck didn't talk to anyone while you were celebrating your anniversary yesterday?
I've already told you 100 times. No one but that character at the filling station.
And just what was the nature of that dialogue?
Chit-chat. He said he remembered us, and we said we remembered him. And he said he was a romantic creature at heart, and then just before we left... Oh, say, wait a minute.
Well?
Just before we left, Chuck asked him if he recalled that a black sedan had been at the filling station while we were there 8 days before.
Well, did he?
No, but I do. It contained 2 men. Chuck borrowed a match from one of them.
Sounds normal. What happened to make you remember it so clearly?
Because Chuck recognized the man. He said his name was Joe something, and Chuck was responsible for sending him to San Quentin.
That must have been Joe Delaney. Chuck really laid that guy out.
That was it. Joe Delaney. Could it mean anything, Pappy?
Well, Joe was a bodyguard for Benny Benet.
That's it, Pappy. The other man in the car was Benny Benet, and they thought Chuck recognized him.
No, if they thought Chuck recognized Benet, they wouldn't have waited this long.
Oh, yes, they would. They knew the story wouldn't break for a week, so they took their time, knowing that when the story did break, Chuck would remember Joe Delaney.
Oh, you're grabbing at straws, Carol.
Oh, no, I'm not. Listen, they were waiting for Chuck when he got home last night. They let him answer your call, and then they grabbed him.
And did what with him?
Kept him right there. That's where he is now, and so is Benny Benet. Oh, don't you see it, Pappy? It's the perfect hideout for Benet.
Well, it's just a wild enough theory to have some merit. Still,
It's the only answer. Chuck's taking a beating from them to make it look authentic when he makes his phone calls. He knows if he can keep them there long enough, we'll figure out what he's doing. Oh, Pappy, I know I'm right.
Well, but first we've got to find out if he is there.
And I know just how we can do it. Listen, Pappy, if you'll just lend me your ear a couple of minutes.
Queenie. Hey, Queenie.
Yeah, Benny.
That coffee ready?
Yeah, I'll be ready in a minute.
Okay, hurry it up, huh? Joe. Hey, Joe.
Huh? Oh, no, hello, boss. What time is it?
It's 8 o'clock. Wake Morgan up.
It'll be a pleasure. Come on, jerk, wake up.
Oh, why?
Wake up, I said.
Listen.
Don't give me none of your lip.
Okay. So I'm awake.
Are you now? Well.
That's enough, Joe.
Oh, boss.
That's enough, I said.
Okay.
Here's the coffee.
Okay, set it down there. Now listen, everybody. Who would that be, Morgan?
I don't know. The paper boy, I guess.
Let him go away. We don't want no one to know Morgan's here.
Now, wait a minute. I got a better idea. Answer the door, Morgan. Tell the kid you just got in, but you got another hot tip on Benet and you're leaving for Long Beach in 5 minutes. The kid will be sure to tell someone. His phone calls are beginning to sound like a setup.
That's smart figuring, Benet.
Sure it is. All right, Morgan, get going. And remember, this heater of mine will be aimed right at the back of your head every minute.
Okay. Hello, son.
Hi, Mr. Moore. Gosh, what happened to you?
Well, I got banged up a bit last night chasing Benny Benet around town. Just got in a couple minutes ago.
Gosh, you sure did. Do you think the police will catch him, Mr. Morgan? Do you?
Well, they might, if I don't catch him first. I'm leaving for Long Beach in about 5 minutes.
Do you think he's down there?
I think so. You got my paper there?
Yeah, here it is.
Thanks. So long.
Hey, wait a minute. I guess you forgot to pay me.
Pay? Oh, yeah, sure. I'm sorry. Here's a buck. Keep the change.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Morgan.
Sure.
Nice going, Morgan. You're learning fast.
Yeah, too nice going. Morgan, you ever seen that kid before?
What's the matter, Benet? Getting the jitters?
I asked you a question.
Sure, I've seen him before. I see him every morning. Didn't you hear him call me by name?
Sure, boss. This punk is so slap-happy, he ain't got sense enough to try pulling a fast one.
I still ain't so sure. You give him anything besides that $1?
Sure. I handed him a large manila envelope containing a full story of your escape. I composed it while I was sitting here with my hands tied.
Funny man, eh?
Boss, you want me to work this joker over again?
Now, wait a minute. Let me think. I got a hunch. My hunches ain't never wrong. We gotta get out of here.
You're a dope, Benet. Where are you going? Every spot in town is covered by now.
Yeah, he's right, boss. We leave this place, we ain't got a chance.
Sure, and we stay here, we ain't got a chance either. Mr. Morgan wants us to stay. Why, Mr. Morgan?
I just can't stand being left alone.
I see. I was right. Okay, Joe. Tie him up. We'll make him talk.
And that's all he said, Jimmy, that he was going to Long Beach?
Yeah, that's all, Miss Curtis. Gee, was his face a mess.
Oh, poor Joe.
And when you asked him for your money, he gave you $1 and told you to keep the change?
That's right, Mr. Mansfield.
Well, that proves Chuck knew it was a gag.
Well, how does that prove it?
Well, never mind now, son. Carol, you're sure you want to go through with the plan?
Oh, yes, Pappy. Let's hurry.
Okay. I'll check with Bill Meggs. You get started when you see my signal.
All right, Pappy. Be careful now.
Hold it, Joe. He's had enough.
That guy can sure take a lot.
Hey, he's out cold.
Get some water, Queenie.
Okay.
Hold it.
Chuck!
Who's that?
I don't know, but I don't like it.
Chuck, let me in. It's Carol.
That's Carol Curtis, Morgan's blonde secretary.
Yeah, quite a dish, too.
Never mind that, Joe. You and Queenie get over there behind the door.
What you gonna do, boss?
Gonna let her in. She knows Morgan's here. She wouldn't keep pounding on that door. We gotta talk to that babe. Now, get going, you two.
Chuck, please let me in. Pappy wants to see you. Chuck, who are you?
Come on in, sister. I want to talk.
Hey, boss, the window! All right, Benny. The cops!
Well, most of the credit for Benny Benet's capture goes to Carol, bless her. It was she who remembered the fire escape and offered to attract attention to the door while Pappy, Bill Meggs, and a half a dozen cops got set outside the back window. Carol stayed after the others had gone to nurse my wounds. Take it easy, Glamour Puss.
Oh, don't be such a baby. Here, let me put this salve on that cut over your eye.
That Joe Delaney packs a mean wallop.
I just wish they'd let you have 5 minutes alone with Joe Delaney before they sent him back to San Quentin.
Why? What would I do?
You'd knock the spots off him.
Glamour Puss, you're wonderful. Come to think of it, I mean it.
Mean what?
You are wonderful.
Oh, Chucky boy, you're just saying that because you think I'm wonderful.
You know, it really was smart of you to figure out about that newsboy.
Wasn't it, though? I knew that Benet wouldn't remember that you worked late, so you slept late.
So you got a new boy to deliver my paper instead of the regular one?
Sure. The regular one, knowing you slept late, left your paper outside the door and went away.
So you reasoned that when I saw a new boy who knocked on the door until I opened it, I'd figure you knew I was being held prisoner and would hold out a bit longer.
But what cinched it was when the boy asked you to pay him. That really must have convinced you.
Well, as I mentioned before, Glamour Puss, you're wonderful. The next time I get to pop that question again, it's going to have oomph. However, you know, there's one thing that you and Pappy forgot.
What's that?
Today is Sunday. And on Sunday, I always get up early to pay the paper boy. Stand by for crime. Hi, Chuck Morgan again. Did you ever participate in a full-scale revolution? Well, I had that dubious pleasure less than a month ago. And when I say pleasure, I use the word loosely. Anyway, it made a good story, and I'd like to tell you about it. You see, Pappy Mansfield owner of radio station KOP here in L.A., where High Workers newscaster is a showman of the first water. When he heard rumors that the Ramon Escobar faction in the tiny South American Republic of Parana was going to attempt to overthrow the Leopoldo de los Rios regime, he contacted the powerful 250,000-watt station in Paolo, Parana's capital city. He set up a short-wave deal whereby I could broadcast the show back to the United States. Then he bought tickets for Carol Curtis, my blonde secretary, and me on the Braniff Airlines. We left International Airport on a Sunday evening, and 2 days later, we're nearing our destination. Only a short while longer, Glamourpuss, and we'll set down at the Francisco Airport in Paola, and I'll bet you'll be glad to get there.
Oh, I don't do it. It kind of scares me. I don't know a thing about South America.
You don't? Why, Glamourpuss. South America extends from about 12 degrees north of the equator to about 56 degrees south of the equator.
Yes.
It covers an area of 7,200,000 square miles and has a population of 100,195,000.
Oh, get in.
Ta-ta.
Now I suppose you're going to tell me you also speak Peranian or whatever that is.
Fiddle-dee-dee, naturally.
Well, speak some at me.
Te amo mucho.
Well, I'll be... Oh, what does that mean, Chuck?
Oh, come on now, don't be stupid. Everyone knows what te amo mucho means.
Well, I don't. And I don't believe you do either.
Huh?
Oh, I think you're making it up.
Fasten your safety belts, please.
Uh-oh.
Fasten your safety belts, please.
Well, Glamourpuss, this looks like the end of the journey.
Yeah, they must go to bed early around here. I can't see a thing below.
That's because you're looking out of the wrong window, bird brain. Look over here.
Oh, Chuck, it's like a fairyland.
Isn't it?
Oh, there must be millions of lights. I had no idea Paola would be so big.
Well, what'd you expect, a backcountry settlement?
Oh?
Paola, my sweet, is one of the most modern cities in the world. As are most South Americans. Oh, there's the airfield. See it?
Yes.
You all set?
Oh, I'm as set as I ever will be. But I'm still scared.
Senor Chuck Morgan.
Yes, that's right. You must be Pedro Falcon.
I am sorry, senor. I am not Pedro Falcon. I am a member of the great and glorious forces of Ramon Escobar.
Ramon Escobar? But I thought that we were going to...
You North Americans think too slowly, Senor Morgan. The revolt led by General Escobar was successfully accomplished yesterday.
Oh, no.
General Escobar now sits in the seat of power formerly occupied by that scoundrel Leopoldo de los Rios. And you, Senor Morgan, are his prisoner.
The trouble with most Americans who travel abroad is that unthinkingly they're too sure of themselves. And unconsciously, Carol Curtis and I followed the pattern. We protested violently at being treated like criminals. We offered to show our credentials, and we didn't get the chance. In less time than it took us to realize exactly what was happening, we were detoured around customs and forced into a curtained automobile, persuaded by a couple of blunt-nosed pistols pressed into our backs. Our captor, Senor Pancho Ortega, he said his name was polite but adamant.
You will refrain from attempting to look from the automobile or in any way to attract attention. To do so would be most disastrous for both of you.
I'm going to be pretty disastrous with you, my friend. Just wait until the United States Consulate finds out about this.
The United States Consulate, I can assure you, is not going to find out.
No? Well, don't be too sure. Everyone in Parana knows we're here tonight. We've had more publicity than your whole two-bit revolution.
Precisely, Senor Morgan. That is why you are our prisoner.
I don't get it.
You will get it, as you say, in due time, senor.
We rode for about an hour, making a lot of turns and keeping at a moderate pace. Twice in the distance, we heard sounds of gunfire, which indicated that Ramon Escobar's coup wasn't so completely successful as our friend Pancho had wanted us to believe. After a while, the automobile made a final turn and slowed down. We bounced along a cobbled street for a short distance and then stopped.
You will get out, please.
Now, look here, friend. You've gone far enough. If you don't...
Please, no talking.
But if we can't talk, how are we going
The
to...
same goes for you, senorita.
Oh, all right.
Pancho led the way through an unlighted doorway. We followed. His two henchmen were directly behind us. One of them produced a flashlight which revealed a flight of rickety stairs. We all went up. At the top was a small landing and a door. Pancho opened the door. We followed him inside. Someone snapped a light switch. It was a bare room consisting of a table, 2 chairs, and a couch. A naked electric light bulb hanging from the ceiling gave the place a dismal, unlived-in look. There was one window.
Very well, senora and senorita. You will wait here.
What for? How long? Listen, you don't seem to realize how you're sticking your chin out on this deal. If you don't let me talk to the United States
Please,
consulate, I'm
senor.
going to...
May I suggest that you make yourself comfortable until I return? Rafael, Carlos, come.
Well, Senor Morgan, we're in a fine mess.
Oh, shut up. Relax, Glamourpuss. Locked. That doesn't surprise me.
Chuck, this window's got bars on the outside.
Yeah, well, that isn't surprising either. We wouldn't have been left alone if there was a chance of getting out of here.
Chuck, why were we taken prisoners? And why don't they let us see the American consulate? And what are we going to do?
You asked those questions as though you expected me to come up with the answers.
Well, you usually do have the answers. This is a heck of a time to conk out on me.
Come on, hang on to that sense of humor, Glamourpuss. You may need it.
If that's a sense of humor showing through, then I'm going to be grinning at my own funeral. Oh, say something nice to me, Chuck. I think I'm going to cry.
Now, look, Glamourpuss, get this. We're in a spot, and you start making matters worse by boiling up. Uh-oh.
Well,
back so soon, senor?
I promise you only a short wait, remember? You will step this way, please.
The room we followed Pancho into was a duplicate of the one we'd left. Only this one had more lights, more furniture, and more people. The first person that caught my eye was a lovely raven-haired girl. She was sitting at a table directly beneath the electric light bulb. Beside her was a man. I looked at the man and felt goose pimples breaking out all over.
Chuck.
Yes, I see.
Oh, he looks exactly like you.
There is a slight resemblance.
Slight resemblance? Why, he's a dead ringer.
Buenas noches, señorita. Señor. So you notice it too, eh? It is most uncanny, no?
Yes. I mean, Chuck, say something.
I think our host wants to talk a while, Glamourpuss.
You are quite right, Senor Morgan. First, let me introduce myself. I am Leopoldo de los Rios, President of the Republic of Parana.
De los Rios? But I thought...
You thought that my loyal follower Pancho was a member of the Ramon Escobar forces. Quite. Only by posing as such was he able to enter the airfield and drive you away as his guest.
Guest? Yeah, that's a hot one. All right, Rios, what's the rest of the story?
As you pointed out to my loyal supporter Pancho, your arrival here received more publicity than our, what was your expression, two-bit revolution.
Corny should have been the word.
That's the trouble with you North Americans. You treat the revolution outside your own country so lightly.
Nuts.
You're amused. Hundreds of people were killed, and you are amused.
Oh, no, Mr. Rios. We didn't think it was funny at all, did we, Chuck?
Keep quiet, Glamourpuss. All right, senor. You read about me coming down here in the paper, so what?
And saw your pictures.
All right, okay, so there were pictures.
Please, Senor Morgan, this belligerent attitude will get you nowhere. Put yourself in my position, in the position of any Paranian. There is talk of a revolution. You plan to broadcast it over your radio as though it were some sort of cheap spectacle. Thousands of people have been killed, and you make sport of it.
All right. You said hundreds before, but never mind. You've got a point. I admit it. I apologize. Now, where do we go from here?
For the moment, senor, you will go nowhere. It is I who am going.
Well, that's okay with us. You go your way, we'll go ours.
Unfortunately, it will not be simple for you to go your way. You see, Senor Morgan, your thirst for publicity brought you much of it. Your picture was published and republished. And even I, Senor Morgan, could not fail to note the strong resemblance between us.
All right, okay, so we're twins. Now what?
Now, Senor Morgan, I will take your papers, all of your credentials, and escape from Parana.
What?
Yes, Senor Morgan. It is an excellent plan I have, well thought out, and it shall be well executed.
You're out of your mind.
No, far from it. At the moment, I am the deposed leader of my country. The police and the military are systematically searching the city. The time is short. It is inevitable that they will find my hideout here.
And when they do?
Ramon Escobar, Senor Morgan, has issued a decree. I am to be shot on sight.
Chuck, do you realize what that means? If he takes your papers
You
and...
keep quiet, Glamourpuss. Go ahead, Rios.
I think you understand the situation, senor. Since you North Americans make so light of our small revolution, since you think it is so amusing to come down here and make a spectacle of what to us is a most serious affair, you shall have your chance to be what is it you say, a sport about the whole thing?
I think I get what you're driving at, senor. You're going to take my credentials, and posing at me, you're going to take the first plane out of here for safety.
Precisely.
You're going to leave me here, and when Escobar's gang catches up with me, I'm going to be executed in your stead.
Oh, not necessarily. You are, I think, a clever man, Senor Morgan.
Gracias.
Perhaps you can avoid capture until I return from Cuba.
Cuba?
Yes, I shall leave the plane in Cuba. There I have many influential friends. There I shall reorganize my armies and one day return to Parana to liberate my people from the tyrant Ramon Escobar.
One day return. And when will that one day be, senor?
Who knows? A month, 6 months, a year?
And during that time, I'm supposed to hang around here, ducking the cops and the army who will stop at nothing to get a rope around my neck.
If you're still alive when I return, senor, you will be sent back to your country a free man.
Well, that's mighty white of you, chum. But I have other ideas.
So?
Yeah, so. Your flunkies have failed to frisk either one of us when they picked us up at the airport. All right. Did you ever see one of these before?
Yes, many times. That is a Colt 45 automatic, a very effective weapon. Do you intend to shoot us all with it, senor?
Only if you're stupid enough to try to stop us from getting out of here. Carol.
Yes, Chuck?
Go over and see where that door leads to.
No one in this room will attempt to spoil your fun, senor. It is outside the room you will be stopped.
I'll take that chance.
It's open, Chuck. And there's a hole outside and the stairs we came up.
Good. Now stay where you are, all of you. One false move and you get it. Get out in the hall, Glamour Puss. As soon as I close the door, lock it.
All right.
I stepped quickly through the door, banged it shut. Carol turned the key. We spun toward the stairs, but we stopped. 5 men were gathered at the head of the stairwell.
Drop your guns, AR.
We had our choice of shooting it out or being shot ourselves, so I decided to shoot it out. At the moment, I couldn't think of any alternative. Drop to the floor, Glamour! Attempt to escape had failed completely. The last thing I remember was dropping to the floor beside Carol, thinking what a crummy way this was to die. 6,000 miles from home in a country about the size of Rhode Island, and no forest lawn where a guy could get a decent funeral. Then something hit me on the side of my head, and it was curtains. I woke up on the couch in the room where Carol and I had spent the first 5 minutes of our imprisonment. But despite that throbbing ache in my head, I thought I must surely be in heaven. For standing over me was an angel. I shut my eyes and opened them again. She was still there. She had raven black hair and eyes the color of midnight, and the skin that would shame the petals of a rose.
The senor feels better?
Oh, yeah, like $1 million.
Drink these, please.
What is it?
It will stop the ache.
I took the stuff and drank it. What did I have to lose? It tasted like the devil. But the ache had stopped in my head. Then I discovered 2 things. There was a bandage tied neatly around my head. And the angel with the rose petal skin was a girl who had been sitting at the table beside De Los Rios. Ah, so it's you.
You feel better, see?
Yeah. Thanks. Where's Glamourpuss?
Glamourpuss?
Carol Curtis, the girl who was with me.
Oh, she's quite safe. I will take you to her in a moment.
Why not now?
First, I have to make what in the United States I believe you call the proposition.
Uh-oh. I hope you didn't mention to Glamourpuss that you were going to say that to me.
Let me explain, please.
Huh?
I am Conchita Cortez, the sister-in-law of Leopoldo de los Rios.
Well, baby, I wouldn't brag about it.
You must realize what a serious position you are in, Senor Morgan. Unless you permit me to help you escape, you will surely be captured and executed.
Now, wait a minute. Let's take this once over lightly, chicken. Did you say that you would help us to escape?
I did.
What's the catch?
The catch, as you call it, senor, is that you take me with you.
What?
I want to go to the United States. I must go to the United States.
Oh, I see. And you figure this is your chance of getting out of the country, eh?
It is more than that, senor. In North America is my fiancé. He waits for me there. A whole year he waits. We wish to get married.
Well, that figures. Now, about this plan of escape.
I know the city well. I have many friends and much jewelry to be used as gifts.
Well, I'm still in the position of having nothing to lose, so okay, Conchita. It's a deal. This was beginning to seem like a bad nightmare, the awakening from which was becoming increasingly uncertain. Conchita snapped off the light and took hold of my hand.
You do not mind?
No, to the contrary.
Follow closely, please. And do not make any sound.
We went through a door and into another darkened room. Stopped a moment to listen. Far off, the machine gun began its angry chattering. It was a dull explosion, sounding like a grenade. Then silence. We moved across the floor, and Conchita opened a second door. Sudden light exploded out at us. I heard the sound of quick footsteps. And then Carol had her arms around my neck.
Chuck! Oh, Chuck!
Take it easy, Glamour Puss. Everything's going to be all right.
Oh, Chuck, I was afraid. Who's this?
This, sweetheart, is Conchita Cortez. Quite a kid.
Yes. Yes, I see she is. You can drop the little boy's hand now, darling. He's not afraid anymore.
I am so sorry. I did not intend. I was not thinking.
Lots of girls stop thinking when Chucky Boy turns on.
And then lay off, Glamour Puss, will you? Conchita's going to get us out of this mess. She's also going back to the States with us.
Oh, she is?
I do not want to appear rude, but there's so little time. That machine gun fire I do not like. It means there is still resistance.
All right, we're ready. It's any time you are, little one. Let's go. We stepped out into a cobbled alley, turned right, and headed for the lighted street. Near the mouth of the alley, we stopped. A man had suddenly appeared around the corner. He was in uniform and carried a rifle. He stood peering into the alley's gloom. He started towards us, and Conchita said,
"Wait! Do not move."
Her heels clicked away on the cobblestone. The soldier brought the gun down. But Conchita spoke to him softly, and he allowed her to approach. They stood a minute talking. Then we saw Conchita reach into her handbag.
Chuck.
Yeah?
You called her little one.
What?
You called her little one back there in the room.
Called her... At a time like this, you bring up a stupid... Listen, I called her little one because that's her name. Conchita means little one in Peranian.
Oh, Chuck, I'm sorry.
Well, you better be. Conchita returned, and she led us back to the street. The soldier had disappeared. As a matter of fact, there wasn't a soul in evidence anywhere. We crossed 2 intersections, then made a right turn, and the business district of Paola was before us, looking as much like 6th and Olive in L.A. as 6th and Olive looks like 6th and Olive. Only there weren't any people or traffic. I could feel Carol's hand begin trembling in mine. She was getting that same sense of eeriness. Suddenly, Conchita stopped, holding up her hand.
Listen. It is a patrol. They're coming this way. Quick! Beyond that building is an alley. In the alley is an automobile. We must hurry.
We didn't have a chance. The patrol came around the corner and saw us. There was a shout of command. The soldiers broke ranks and ran towards us. Quick, into this building! Hard! Inside, both of you. Let me bolt the door. We were on the ground floor of an office building. There was a large plaque on the wall. I glanced at it, and then I did a take. Look! This is station PAR, the radio station from which I was going to do that broadcast.
Chuck, if Pedro Falcon is here, he'll help us.
Yeah.
Pedro Falcon was taken prisoner yesterday. This station is now in the
You'll raise your hands, please, all of you. Senor Leopoldo de los Rios, you are the prisoner of Ramon Escobar, President of the Republic of Parana.
You've heard the old American expression, out of the frying pan into the fire? Well, that was us. The man with the gun ordered us into a waiting room that had been converted into temporary headquarters for Ramon Escobar. The general himself, a short, swarthy man with a waxed mustache, sat behind a table that was big enough for a director's meeting at the AT&T. At sight of me, he leaped to his feet.
Rios,
So, you were unable to escape as you boasted, eh?
Now, take it easy, General. I'm not Rios. My name is Morgan. I'm an American.
Oh, you are not Leopoldo de los Rios, eh? Oh, come, Leopoldo. Do you take me for a fool?
He is telling the truth, General Escobar. This is not Leopoldo de los Rios.
Oh, and I suppose you are not Conchita Cortez, Leopoldo's sister-in-law.
Yes, that is true. I am Conchita Cortez. But you must believe me. This man is Senor Morgan, a citizen of the United States.
I see. And who is the lovely creature standing beside him?
I'm Carol Curtis, and you can tell his monkey face to let go my arm.
Well, such a fiery spirit. Corporal.
It was obvious we weren't getting anywhere with the General. Whether or not he believed I was Leopoldo de los Rios, he didn't seem to bother much. He had himself a couple of fine prisoners, and he was delighted. I was beginning to weigh my chances of getting hold of the corporal's rifle when something happened.
Hi, Chuck. Hello, Carol.
Pappy!
Now I've seen everything. How did you get here?
Oh, Pappy, I was never more glad to see anyone in my life.
Senor Mansfield, you know this Leopoldo de los Rios?
Leopoldo, my foot, that's Chuck Morgan. He works for me. The blonde girl is Carol Curtis, his secretary.
Ah, this is de los Rios. His face is very familiar to
Chuck's
me.
face is familiar to me. Listen, General, does your friend de los Rios have a Yankee accent, or hadn't you noticed it?
This is something I had not thought of.
Well, you better think of it beginning now. Come on, you two. We're getting out of here.
Okay, Pappy.
Wait. The girl stays.
Which girl?
Conchita Cortez. She stays. She will remain as hostage. De los Rios will not attempt to leave Parana so long as he thinks she is in danger.
Now, just a minute, General. You're wrong again. Conchita goes with us.
Oh? And why is it you say this?
Because I made a deal with her. She agreed to help us escape if I promised to take her back to the United States with us.
Escape? But she did not succeed in helping you escape,
That's
senor.
not the point. We made a deal. She tried to keep her part of it. I'm going to keep mine.
And if I do not permit?
You'll permit, General. First, because it was Conchita who contacted the American consulate, which in turn contacted me. And second, because if I'm not back at the consulate in 15 minutes, that broadcast I was telling you about is going on the air. There were short waves set up over there, and the American people are just waiting to hear the details of this revolution of yours.
I see.
And a lot is going to depend upon the nature of those details. Your credit rating with the United States government, for one thing.
I see. Perhaps this would be important to the future of Parana, eh?
Well, it seems likely. You might as well count on Uncle Sam to get your country back onto its feet. Everyone else does.
Yes. This is most important. Most important indeed. Very well, it is a bargain. You will make the broadcast and explain to the people of the United States that the government of Parana is now...
Good old Pappy. And what a liar he was. There wasn't any short wave set up at the American consulate, but General Escobar didn't know that. However, I did make a brief talk from station PAR, stating the facts of the revolution and refraining from any personal comment. Then the four of us were given safe escort to the airfield. That big four-motored Braniff airliner took off 5 minutes after we reached the field. Pappy squeezed himself into a seat beside the beautiful Conchita.
Pappy's sure having himself a time, isn't he?
Look at that old boy. He's getting a boot out of being so close to South American beauty. What does that mean?
So were you.
So was that what?
Getting a boot out of being so close to South American beauty.
Oh, now, glamour puss.
Well, I found out something.
What?
Conchita doesn't mean little one.
Oh?
You just made that up.
Now, look, glamour puss, under the circumstances...
And I found out something else, too.
What?
I found out what Teo Mucho means.
You found out what Teo Mucho... What does it mean?
Well?
Well?
Say it in English.
Okay, glamour puss. I love you very much.
Oh, Chuck.
Stand by for crime. Hi. I'm Chuck Morgan, newscaster on radio station KOP here in Los Angeles. You know, being a newscaster with 2 shows daily, you sometimes have to scratch around to dig up a yarn that's different from the run-of-the-mill stuff. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you care to look at it, I came up with a couple of jackpot stories a while ago, and now my listeners expect me to do it at least once a week. That's why when one day last month I had nothing very exciting on the fire, I was beginning to feel a bit desperate. That's why also when the phone rang and a mysterious voice said that if I'd come to a certain address, he'd give me a story that would jack up my Hooper rating at least 5 points, I decided to go, even though the address was 35 miles away in the Elizabeth Lake region. So, Carol Curtis, my blonde secretary, and I climbed into the old jalopy and headed north along Highway 99. Well, Glamourpuss, how do you like this country?
I like it. Gee, I had no idea there was such lushness so close to L.A.
Yeah, well, there's a lot more now that you're here.
Oh, you're just saying that because you...
I know, just because I meant it.
Oh, you're a cute, Chucky boy. Oh, gosh, look down there in that canyon.
What?
There's a creek with real honest-to-goodness water in it.
Sure, that's Elizabeth Lake Canyon Creek. Runs the year round, which is unusual for Southern California.
Oh, how do you know it runs the year round?
Oh, I've been up here before.
Doing what?
Just riding around.
Oh, I see. Who was with you?
Who was with... Glamourpuss, you're jealous.
I am not. Who was with you?
Nobody. I came up to get some material on that Elizabeth Lake monster story.
Oh, sure, I remember. It was that yarn about the monster that used to rise up out of the lake and frighten the Indians in the old days.
Mm-hmm.
Is that where we're going now?
Yeah, we're almost at where we're going now, if the directions Amos Bugsby gave me are correct.
Just who is this Amos Bugsby, anyhow?
That's what we're up here to find out.
Well, don't you know anything about him?
Mm-mm.
What he does, or what he looks like, or why he phoned instead of coming in, or anything?
Yeah. All I know is he said he had a hot story, and if I wanted it, come on up and give it to me.
Oh, he sounds like one of those crackpots to me.
Let's hope so. Makes the trip more interesting. Well, there's the cliff.
What cliff?
That cliff with the niche in it. Bugsby said the road at his place turned off to the left just before we got to it. Yeah, there it is.
Good gosh, it doesn't look as though a car had been here for years.
I hoped we'd find something like this.
Why?
More chance of a good story. There's the cabin.
Oh, it's just a shack hidden away in the bushes.
Looks deserted, too. Well, let's get out.
Wait a minute, Chuck.
What's the matter?
It isn't deserted. There's a rifle barrel sticking out of that window.
Yeah, and a man behind it. Duck, Glamourpuss, he's going to shoot. That rifle bullet came too close for comfort. I began to think that this Bugsby was not only a crackpot, but one of those crackpots about whom I'd broadcast something at one time. And now he'd baited me into a trap to get his revenge. Anyway, we were ducks in a barrel sitting out in the open with no chance of a getaway. I was estimating the chances of reaching the comparative safety of the heavy undergrowth when the door of the house opened. And a man carrying a rifle stepped out. He was the ugliest man I'd ever seen. Besides normally twisted features, he had a ragged scar running from the corner of his mouth to his right ear.
Don't move. Either one of you. I got you covered.
We're not arguing that, my friend. What's the idea of using us for target practice?
Are you Chuck Morgan?
That's right.
Let's see your driver's license.
I showed him my driver's license. His whole attitude changed at once. He apologized for shooting over our heads and explained that his own life was in danger and he couldn't take any chances with strangers. Well, we got out of the car and followed him to his shack.
Sit over there, Miss Curtis. I think you'll find it comfortable.
Thank you.
Look, this is all very fine.
Oh, yes, I know, Mr. Morgan. I don't blame you for being annoyed, but every minute of every day, my life is in danger. Well, I haven't slept for more than 2 hours at a time for weeks. I don't dare step outside this cabin in the daylight.
Well, what's it all about, Mr. Bugsby?
Yeah, you said you had a story for me. What is it?
I have, Mr. Morgan. And when I've finished, I think you'll agree that your trip up here was worthwhile.
Shoot.
So I better begin at the beginning. As you can see, I'm a very ugly man. And that means I'm a lonely man. Loneliness is just about the hardest burden a man could have to bear. And that's why I answered the ad in the newspapers.
Now, don't tell me you joined one of those Lonely Hearts clubs.
Oh, I understand your contempt, Mr. Morgan. And I hope when I've told you the rest of my story, you'll change your attitude. I did more than join a Lonely Hearts club. I replied to an ad which stated that a young widow desired correspondence with a middle-aged gentleman who lived in the country. My home was in Lancaster. I have a wheat ranch there. Well, we corresponded, and eventually Helen
Helen Cutler, her name is, asked me to visit her at her home in Santa Monica. I accepted, but with a certain amount of misgiving.
Yes?
Are you Mrs. Cutler?
Yes, I am.
I'm Amos Bugsby.
Amos Bugsby, after all these weeks. Oh, this is exciting. Please, come in.
Then you're not disappointed?
Disappointed? Why, what a strange thing to say. Why should I be?
Well, that is my looks.
Nonsense. I'd be a fine one if I were just interested in a man because of his looks, now wouldn't I? You just sit down here and make yourself comfortable. We've a great deal to talk about.
Well, yes, we have, Helen. You know, I was really worried about letting you see me. It was foolish of me, wasn't it?
It certainly was. Now, come in, Bob. I want you to meet Amos Bugsby. Amos, this is my brother, Bob.
Oh, well, how do you do, Bob? How do you do?
What'd you say the name was?
Bugsby. Amos Bugsby.
Bugsby, eh? Helen, is this the man you've been telling me about?
Yes. I've been urging him to come and see me for weeks, but up to now he's been afraid I wouldn't like his looks.
Well, now, his looks are unimportant. But there are other things that are. Remember that, Helen.
But, Bob...
See you later.
Oh, dear.
Well, what's wrong? Did I do something to offend your brother? What'd I do?
Oh, it isn't that, and Bob didn't intend to be rude. It's just that... Well, since my late husband died, Bob has been taking care of me. We aren't very well off, and he's so afraid I'll marry some man who hasn't the means to...
Oh, well, he needn't worry about that as far as I'm concerned. Oh, my, no.
Really, Amos?
Yes, indeed. I have a wheat ranch, you know. It's a big one, too, and I've saved my money. I'm a rich man. I guess I'm worth nearly $500,000.
Oh, Amos, that's wonderful.
I can well afford to support a wife. Yes, I can.
You're embarrassing me, Amos.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't intend to appear forward. You're not angry?
Of course not.
And you will let me call again?
Well, of course. I want you to call just as often as you can. Can't be too often to suit me.
Well, that's the way it started, Mr. Morgan. Exactly as I have told you.
But didn't you become suspicious? It seems to me that both those people were pretty obvious about their intentions.
Suspicious? Yes, I suppose I was. In fact, I'm sure of it.
Well, then why in the world didn't you do
Miss Curtis, do you know what it really means to be lonesome?
Why, yes, I suppose I do. There have been times...
You know what it means to wake up every morning of your life and know that you have to face each day completely alone? That among all the people you'll meet, there's not a single soul who cares. And there's no one to do little things for you, or for whom you can do little things. That when night comes, you'll go to bed in an empty house and you'll lie awake there, longing for the sound of a friendly voice or the touch of a loving hand. Well, that's the way it's been all my life, Miss Curtis. I've never been without an ache in my heart and a longing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. That's all right. I just want you to know why I closed my eyes to those suspicions. And why I only saw and heard the things I wanted to see and hear. Oh, yes, I knew. But the happiness I experienced during the 2 weeks before Helen and I were married was worth every moment of the misery and the fear that followed.
Then you were married?
Oh, yes. We were married. Yes, indeed. We were married by a justice of the peace. And after the ceremony, we stopped by Helen's home so she could pick up some things before starting on our honeymoon. Well, here we are, my dear. You run in and get your suitcase, and then we'll drive directly to the airport. I got the plane tickets right here in my pocket.
Come on in with me.
Oh, yes, of course. Of course. Oh, Helen.
Yeah?
How about a little kiss?
Nuts. Come on inside.
Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. Oh, well, there's time enough for that later, eh?
Yeah, time enough for that later.
Well, here we are. Now, you hurry along. Don't be too long. I'm an impatient husband, you know.
Oh, you are, huh? Bob! Hey, Bob!
Well, the newlywed, huh? So you got him, eh, Helen?
Yeah, I got him. Everything ready?
Everything just dandy. Okay, stupid, get in here.
What's that? You talking to me? Well, what do you mean in here?
Look, monkey face, don't ask questions. Just do like you're told.
Well, Helen, what's the meaning of this?
Just do like my brother says, darling, and you'll find out.
Yeah, but I don't understand. Why are you pointing that gun at me, Bob?
So you'll know I mean business. Are you going to do like I say, or do you want it right here?
Well, doesn't he understand that I'm your husband? That you're in love with me?
In love with you? Are you kidding? Who could fall in love with a mug like that?
But, darling...
Don't darling me. Look, knothead. Let's face it. You fell for a sucker game, and now you're going to pay off.
Sucker game? Do you mean that you don't love me? That you think I'm ugly?
Ugly? Why, you don't even look like a human being. You think I'd fall in love with a clumsy oaf like yourself? You're crazy.
Yeah, but you did fall in love with me. You married me. You're my wife.
I won't be for long.
What do you mean by that?
Just what you're thinking, old man. Right now, I'm your wife. 10 minutes from now, I'll be your widow and heiress to $500,000.
Oh, no, Helen, you can't mean that. Well, you wouldn't...
All right, lover boy, cut out the sob stuff and get in here.
No, you can't. Why, not in cold blood. Well, give me a chance. I'll pay you. If that's what you want, I'll...
Hey, who's that?
How should I know?
We can't ignore it. His car's out front.
Take care of him. I'll answer it.
Okay, lover boy. This will fix you.
What happened after that?
I woke up on the floor of an adjoining room. I heard voices in the next room. There was some talk of overdue rent, and I didn't wait to hear any more. I got out of there as fast as I could.
And then what did you do?
Well, I didn't dare go home. I knew they'd be after me. I was so confused and disillusioned. I spent the night alone in the motel.
Why did you go to the police?
I thought of that the next morning, and then I read in the papers that Helen beat me to it.
Beat you to it?
Oh, yes, Helen was very clever. She told the police that I had married her and then deserted her. So now the police are looking for me, too.
Helen and her alleged brother are clever, all right. Even if you did go to the police, what kind of a case did you have? The records show you were married. You have no proof other than your own word that she and her brother had threatened to murder you. On the other hand, you'd run away.
That's it, Mr. Morgan. That's it exactly. But until I'm dead, Helen cannot inherit my estate. And that's why I'm hiding out here. That's why every minute of every day I live in fear for my life.
Yeah, vicious circle. On the other hand, Helen and her brother won't leave town until they do locate you. And in order to exist, they've got to continue with their lousy business.
What do you mean by that, Chuck?
I mean, I know something about this racket. Helen and her brother move from city to city, working on people like Amos. This is probably the most important job they've ever run afoul of. So they'll stay here until they find Amos, working the same gag, only under different names.
And what are you going to do about it?
I'm going to watch for the next newspaper ad to appear. Then I'm going to answer it. And marry Helen myself. There are more than 300 marriage bureaus and lonely hearts clubs that dot this broad land of ours. Some are on the level and some aren't. Of those that aren't, the vast majority stop at merely fleecing the poor, unsuspecting victims of their life savings. And then there are those, like the one that sold Amos Bugsby down the river, that go in for cold-blooded murder. Well, Carol and I left Amos in his mountain hideout and drove back to town. I'd made him a promise and intended keeping it, but it was going to take a lot of doing. I had a talk with Pappy Mansfield, owner of KLP. And 2 days later, an ad appeared in the papers that could have been inserted by the same gal who trapped Bugsby. This time, her name was Mary Hayden. She was living in Pasadena. She was still a young widow who wanted to enter into correspondence with someone living in the country. I answered the ad, got a fast reply. And for 2 weeks, we kept up the hottest correspondence you ever read. Then came the inevitable invitation to visit her. So on a Thursday morning, I drove out to the address she'd given me in Pasadena. It was a small frame house set in among some pepper trees. The girl who answered my ring fitted the description of the woman Bugsby had married perfectly. Are you Mrs. Hayden?
Yes, I am.
Well, I'm Jim Sawyer.
Jim Sawyer? Well, this is a surprise. A pleasant surprise. Won't you come in?
Well, thank you. It's a pleasant surprise for me, too, Mary. You don't mind my calling you Mary?
Oh, not at all, Jim. Why is it a pleasant surprise for you?
Well, I hardly expected to find so attractive of a girl being lonely.
Well, it's because of my brother Ray. Since my late husband died, he's been taking care of me. We haven't much money, and Ray is very particular with whom I associate, especially men.
I see.
But tell me about yourself, Jim. You hardly look to me like a fit character for a lonely existence.
Well, as I told you in my letters, I work for an oil company and spend most of my time in the field. Never any women around, and when you're boss of a crew, you don't get to know your men very well.
I understand perfectly. Oh, here's Ray. Ray, this is Jim Sawyer. Jim, this is my brother Ray.
Hello, Ray.
What did you say the name was?
Sawyer, Jim Sawyer.
Sawyer, Ray. Mary, is this the man you've been telling me about?
Yes. Isn't he attractive? I knew he would be. He wrote such nice letters.
His looks are unimportant. But there are other things that are. Remember that, Mary.
But Ray...
See you later.
Oh, dear.
What's the matter with him? Did I say something wrong?
Oh, it isn't that. Ray didn't intend to be rude. It's just that... Well, he's so afraid I'll marry some man who hasn't the means.
Oh, well, he needn't worry about that as far as I'm concerned.
Really?
When I said I was in oil, I meant I had shares in several wells. My income runs around $50,000 a year. You think that'd satisfy your brother?
Oh, Jim, that's wonderful. I didn't mean to be prying.
I didn't mean to be proposing marriage at this early stage. You will let me call again, won't you?
Well, I shall be disappointed if you don't.
Thank you.
Come as often as you like. You'll always be welcome.
Well, the whole thing was following the Amos Bugsby pattern perfectly. That pair read their lines without a fluff. Ray had entered on cue. The entire act was running as smoothly as the oil in my alleged wells. During the next 10 days, I saw a lot of Mary. We did the town. And in spite of myself, I had a pretty good time. Especially since every tab I picked up was on Pappy Mansfield. I was glad that Carol Curtis wasn't around to witness some of our cozy rendezvous. She'd have blown her top. As a matter of fact, she came pretty close to doing just that when I told her the date was set for Mary's and my wedding.
From where I sit, Mr. Morgan, marrying this female is entirely unnecessary to the success of your nutty idea.
And from where I sit, Miss Curtis, marrying this female is entirely necessary to the success of my plan.
Why?
Because she's already married to Amos Bugsby, remember? If we can't get her on anything else, we can charge her with being a bigamist.
Well, I still don't see why...
Then stop trying to see. I'm going through with it. I've worked for a month on this story, and I'm not going to junk it just because some dumb blonde... I'm sorry, Glamour Puss.
Oh, Chuck, please don't do it. I'm worried.
About what?
Well, what if they decide not to murder you until after the honeymoon?
Decide not to murder... Oh, Glamour Puss. You're wonderful. Well, I went through with it, all right. Only it didn't turn out as I'd planned. Something happened I hadn't counted on. Something that very nearly threw me for a loss. The Amos Bugsby pattern held through the ceremony, which was performed by a justice of the peace. But when we started back to Mary's place to pick up her things, it changed. Mary didn't say 2 words until we stopped in front of the house. And she just sat there. Well, what's the matter, sweetheart? You don't look very happy.
I'm not.
You get over it. Lots of brides are unhappy the first couple of hours. Come on now. Get your things and we'll get...
No, Tim, no. I don't want you to go in there.
Well, why not? I want to say goodbye to Ray.
Ray isn't home. He had to leave town this morning on business.
Well, look, I'm not going to let you carry those heavy suitcases.
They aren't heavy. I can manage them all right. You stay here and wait for me. I'll be right back.
I sat there a minute or two trying to figure this one out. Then I saw a car pull up to the opposite curb. Bill Meigs and Pappy Mansfield were inside. They sat there watching me. Well, this was it. I signaled them to go around back of the house, got out of the car, and started up the walk.
You two-timing little chisel, you think that's going to make any difference? I mean, you're...
No, Jim, you can't. I won't let you.
What's going on here?
Well, if it ain't the brand new groom, all in a sweat to get started on his honeymoon. Stand over there, jerk.
Put down that gun, Ray. It might go off and hurt someone.
Well, now, that's just what it's going to do, and you're going to be on the receiving end, punk. And my name ain't Ray, it's Bob. Before that was Joe, before that was Charlie.
Stop it, Ray, stop it. Oh, wow.
Shut up, you little tramp. I don't care whether you fall in love with a square or not. To me, he's just another sucker walked into our little trap. I'm going to knock him off. And you're going to inherit his dough and split it with me just like we always done.
Please, Ray, please. He's my husband. I'm in love with him. I didn't think it would ever happen to me, but it has. It's the first decent feeling I've ever had. I don't want him to die. I want him to live.
Why, you dope.
Just
Listen,
a minute,
if you...
Ray. Mary, in a way, I'm glad this happened. Now you know how the others felt. They had good, clean, decent feelings, too. Men like Amos Bugsby.
Amos Bug? Who the devil are you?
Not the man you think, Ray. I'm Chuck Morgan, newscaster on radio station KLP.
Newscaster? Mary, did you hear that?
I don't care who he is. He's my husband, and I'm in love with him.
I'm sorry, Mary. I'm not your husband. Not while Amos Bugsby and a few others are alive.
And you don't love me?
I despise you, Mary, for a cheat and a murderess.
Oh, no, you can't mean that. You do love me. All those things you said.
None of them were anywhere near as bad as the things you said or did to men like Bugsby. You're no good, Mary. Instead of winding up on a honeymoon, you're going to wind up in a gas chamber.
Well, listen to that, will you? Wind up in a gas chamber. And just how do you think you're going to pull that one out of the hat? You know, if you got an idea you're going to walk out of here without a hole in your head, you're nuts.
I'm not altogether a fool, Bob. Listen. You hear that? That's the police coming in the rear door. The minute I give the signal, they'll be coming in the front door, too.
Why, you... not before I take care of you, they won't. Mary, stand back. Get out of the way.
No, you're not going to shoot him. I don't care what happens to me. I love him.
Get out of the way, I said.
No, I don't care what happens to me. You're not going to shoot him.
Mary.
You little fool.
Let him have it, Bill. Well, Pappy and Bill Meggs didn't arrive any too soon. As far as Mary, or Helen, or whatever her name was, is concerned, they arrived too late. Bob's bullet caught her squarely between the eyes, killing her instantly. It's probably just as well. Her fate would have been the gas chamber, as it will be the fate of Bob, her alleged brother. Bill Meggs was on Bob like a leech the second after he pulled the trigger. It was an easy matter to subdue him. Well, that's the way things go. People who think they can get away with any kind of racket usually wind up behind the 8-ball. As for Amos Bugsby, he's back on his wheat ranch, a wiser and happier man. He's no longer interested in romance. Which is a decision I almost reached myself when I asked Carol Curtis and Pappy to have dinner with me that evening.
Nope. I never go out with married men. It's against my principles.
Listen to her, against her principles. Listen, bird brain, I'm not a married man. My wife died this afternoon. She was shot to death.
Oh, that's so, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I don't go out with widowers either. That's against my principles, too.
How do you like that? Pappy, what would you do with a babe who had so many principles?
I'm not a babe.
Well, I'll tell you what I'd do, Chuck. You remember that red-headed niece of mine I told you was coming down from San Francisco for a visit?
What red-headed niece?
She's 22 years old and a real knockout.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I was thinking, Chuck, if I bought the tickets, you could...
No.
What? Oh, but Carol, if you no longer want to...
Pappy Mansfield, you deserted me. Oh, I hate you. I didn't know you had a red-headed niece who was good-looking. And if you think for 1 minute that...
Stand by for crime. Hi, Chuck Morgan speaking. You know, being a newscaster on a station the size of Los Angeles KLP, you're bound sooner or later to step on somebody's toes. Well, reactions are varied. The one I want to tell you about came from a man named John Hendricks, a gold mining speculator. He bought an abandoned mine up near Las Vegas on the California side of the Nevada boundary. And besides diamond drilling for a cross vein, was working some of the old drifts. This type of work has plenty of hazards. But it didn't seem to me it was hazardous enough to have 3 men meet their deaths on the job in as many months. especially when I learned that each of the trio had been insured for a sizable amount, with Mr. Hendricks himself named as beneficiary. Well, I made a vague reference to this in one of my broadcasts. The next day I received a phone call from Mr. Hendricks. He insisted I visit him at the mine and then decide for myself whether my remarks were justified. Well, the next day was Saturday. So I told my blonde secretary, Carol Curtis, to pack a toothbrush, and we'd spend a couple of days in the country. We started in the cool of the early morning.
You know, Chuck, it was only about 3 months ago that we were driving along this very road.
Glamourpuss, unless I'm wrong, which I seldom am, you're right.
And unless I'm wrong, which I never am, you promised me we were going to Las Vegas on that trip, and we never got there.
You're right again.
Well?
Well, what?
Did I bring my strapless evening gown for nothing this time?
That depends upon what we find at the Straight Banana.
I beg your pardon.
Okay, Glamourpuss, I should have mentioned it before. Straight Banana is the name of a mine that John Hendricks bought. There's a range of hills nearby that looks like a banana that someone straightened out.
Oh, I see. Like that range over there?
Like that range? Oh, well, I'm glad you noticed that. I'd have driven right by. What sharp eyes you have, Grandma.
There are a lot of things about me that are sharp that you never
now,
noticed.
Look, don't start bragging. There's a road that turns off to the mine.
I'm not bragging, but a girl likes to be complimented once in a while, and you never... What was that?
Sounded like a shot.
And history is repeating itself. The last time we were up here, someone took a pot shot at us.
Only it's different this time. We aren't the ones being shot at. Look.
What's a man running as though he were being shot at?
He is being shot at. As a matter of fact, he's being hit. Glamourpuss, we've stepped into another one. Let's go. The man Carol and I had seen running for his life was wearing Levi's, a blue cotton shirt, and a dirty white cowboy hat. We didn't get a look at his face. As a matter of fact, we didn't get another look at him at all. By the time we'd parked the car, scrambled up the steep embankment, the area behind the boulder where he'd fallen was deserted. Well, we walked over the ridge where the ambusher had been hiding and found the same thing there. Nothing. It was uncanny. Well, Glamourpuss, what do you make of it?
I'm beginning to think the whole thing was a trick of our imaginations. Say, what did they call it out here in the desert? Mirage or something?
Mirages don't consist of people and gunshots.
Oh.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Okay.
We went back to the car and drove on to the Straight Banana. The mine buildings, four in all, were stacked up against the side of a cliff. We stopped in front of what was obviously the owner's living quarters. And as we did so, the door to the building opened and a tall, gray-haired, distinguished-looking man came out.
Hello there. I'm John Hendricks. I imagine you're Chuck Morgan.
Yeah, that's right. This is my secretary, Carol Curtis.
Hello.
Mr. Curtis, it's a pleasure. I suppose you get out and come inside. It isn't much cooler, but it's better than being in this blasted sun. Have a nice trip?
Yes, we had a fine trip. I'm afraid you misinterpreted the mention I made over the air about your mine, Mr. Hendricks. I certainly didn't intend to accuse you of being a murderer.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. On the other hand, I'm not sure that I could blame you if you did. 3 accidental deaths in as many months looks bad.
Just how do you account for them, Mr. Hendricks?
I don't. Now, this mine, as you may know, has been inactive since 1925. I spent several months studying the history of the place, maps, charts, graphs, all sorts of reports, and I'm convinced that the 2 veins the former owners were working meet. If I can locate the spot where they meet, I'll find a rich deposit.
Yeah, so you're diamond drilling, huh?
Yes. That's not only an expensive proposition, but it requires skilled labor.
Where have the accidental killings been taking place?
2 in the drifts, 1 among the drilling crew. You see, all of the drifts and superstructures have partially decayed. I'm having them replaced as rapidly as possible.
Is it the custom of mine owners to insure their men?
Well, I don't know about the ideas of other mine owners, but I take out 2 policies on all of my men. One for $5,000, naming the mine as beneficiary, and one for $10,000, naming the insured's family as beneficiary.
Well, that seems more than fair to me. You didn't know about the policies for the insured's families, did you, Chuck?
No. As a matter of fact, I didn't. However, I'd like to ask you, Mr. Hendricks, how the insurance company feels about all this.
The company carrying my policies canceled them after the 3rd accidental death. After a considerable amount of effort and wire pulling, I finally succeeded in getting the Intermountain Insurance Corporation to write up the business.
I see.
However, now I'm having trouble hiring labor. Trouble is, I have to have a good many technical men, and the best I can do at the moment is to hire bindle stiffs at an exorbitant wage.
Bindle stiffs? What are bindle stiffs?
Bindle stiffs are peculiar to the West, Glamourpuss. Back east, they're called hobos.
Oh, where I come from, they call them bums.
Well, you're not in Brooklyn now, so let's stick to bindle stiffs, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not at all, my dear. Come in. Miss Curtis, Mr. Morgan, this is my daughter, Laura.
Hello.
Well, now, my dear, was there something in particular that you wanted to see me about?
Yes, Dad. There's a man waiting in the office. He wants to see you about a job. He says he's a mining engineer.
Well, this is good news. Does he know about
Yes, I asked him. He says he doesn't care. He still wants a job. He's English, I think.
I'll go talk to him at once. You two will excuse me?
Certainly.
Of course.
Oh, thank you. Laura, why don't you make the folks a cool drink?
Of course, Dad.
John Hendricks went into another room and left the door ajar. His daughter disappeared into the kitchen. Glamourpuss and I could plainly overhear the conversation that Hendricks had with the man who was applying for the job.
Well, sir, my daughter tells me you're looking for work.
That's right, Governor. I'm a mining engineer. I got references from mine. I worked in South Africa and Alaska, too.
Well, that's fine. You understand the risks you'll be taking if you come to work here?
Why, sure, sir. That's why I came out. Think you'd be paying a real decent wage scale.
Well, that's rather sharp reasoning. I doubt that we'll have any trouble over wages if your references prove you're as good a man as you'd like me to believe.
Read them, sir. See for yourself.
Well, let me see here. Yes, indeed. I couldn't ask for anything better than this.
Oh, I'm a good man, sir. I know all about gold mining. You needn't worry about that.
You know all about it, huh? Well, that's fine. Now, I tell you what you do. See that small building over there?
Righto.
That's the foreman's office. His name is Hal Browning. Tell him I've signed you on. And then come back here. I want you to talk to my insurance company this afternoon.
I happened to be sitting near a window that looked out on the side of the house. The man Hendricks had been talking to came into my line of vision. He was wearing Levi's, a blue cotton shirt, and a dirty white cowboy hat. As I watched, he turned and called a reply to Hendricks' last remark.
Righto, Governor. And thanks very much.
This time I had a full view of his face. He wore drooping mustaches and seemed about 50 years old. I was positive he was the man Carol and I had seen shot an hour before.
I'm sorry I was so long, but I'm sure you'll find these were worth waiting for.
Well, they certainly look good.
There you are, Miss Curtis. Mr. Morgan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is Dad still talking to that engineer?
No, I saw the engineer leave for the foreman's office a couple of minutes ago.
Oh, excuse me. I'll go in and see what's keeping him.
All right.
Oh, Dad, there you are.
Confound it, Laura. Where did I put the telephone number of that insurance company?
If it were any closer to you, it would bite you. There it is, right on the spindle.
Oh, yes. Well, I'll have to call him. Tell our guests I'll be a minute longer, will you, my dear?
Of course. I'm sorry. Dad's calling the insurance company. He'll only be a minute longer.
Oh, that's all right.
How many men do you have working here at the mine, Miss Hendricks?
About 25 right now.
And none of them wanted to quit after the accident?
Yes, 3 or 4 did quit.
Oh.
But Dad's paying such high wages that the rest decide to stay.
I see.
Well, I'm in luck. Just hired a man who seems to know his business. His name's Paul Anderson. Laura, I've made arrangements with Cranston of Intermountain Insurance Corporation to see him this afternoon and arrange for the man's physical examination. Can you drive him into Vegas?
Of course, Dad.
Oh, we could save you the trip if you want. We're going into Vegas.
Oh, no, thank you. I wouldn't miss a chance to drive into Vegas.
I see what you mean. I was thinking the same thing.
Don't worry, Glamourpuss. You'll get your trip to Vegas. But first, I'd like to look around here a bit, if you don't mind, Mr. Hendricks.
Oh, no, not at all. Was there anything in particular that you wanted to look for?
Yes, as a matter of fact, there is.
Oh, what's that?
A dead body. Well, I had a purpose in making that crack about looking for a dead body. I wanted to see Hendricks' reaction. What did I get? Nothing. He made a joke of it, kidded me about thinking of him as a mass murderer. Glamourpuss and I spent an hour looking the mine over. We took an elevator to the top of the cliff and watched the diamond drill crew at work. While we were up there, we saw Laura drive out with the new employee. And I couldn't help wondering if the poor devil was going to be victim number 4 in the accidental death routine. Well, we looked around for about 15 minutes more, went back down in the elevator, thanked John Hendricks for his hospitality, and headed for Las Vegas.
Oh, I just can't believe it.
I can't either, Glamourpuss.
You can't? You can't believe what?
That those deaths are accidental.
Oh, fiddly-dee, of course they were. John Hendricks and his daughter were the nicest people ever. Besides, that wasn't what I meant when I said I couldn't believe it. Well, don't you want to know what I can't believe?
No.
I can't believe we're actually on our way to Las Vegas, Turkey Boy. Boy, are we going to have fun.
Well, anyway, I'm glad I didn't mention to Hendricks about the shooting we witnessed.
Hey, how about that? What were you being so coy about?
2 reasons. If Hendricks is playing games, I didn't want to warn him. Secondly, was anybody actually shooting at the man in the white hat?
Of course someone was. We saw it happen.
No, we didn't. We heard a shot, saw a man running.
We saw him being hit and falling.
We saw him stumble, perhaps. We didn't find his body, and I saw the guy when we were at the mine. He wasn't dead.
You saw him? When? Was it the same man?
He was the engineer who applied for work. I'm sure no 2 men in these parts would be wearing Levi's, blue cotton shirts, and dirty white hats. Oh, well, maybe we'll find out something from the insurance agent. Hold onto your bonnet, Glamourpuss. I'm going to step the old crate up to 30 miles an hour. We reached Las Vegas around 4 o'clock, and I turned Carol loose at the Desert Inn Casino with a word of caution that if she lost her shirt, she'd have to walk home. Then I got Pappy Mansfield, owner of KLP, on long distance. Told him if he was so inclined, he could hop a plane and come up here just to keep his eyes on the star newscaster. Well, Pappy didn't ask any questions, which was like him. Just said he'd see us around midnight. So then I found the address of the Intermountain Insurance Corporation. The office was a dinky little room over a drugstore. And Sidney Cranston, the local agent, was a dinky little man with gimlet-like eyes. Hello? You Sidney Cranston?
That's right. Want to buy some insurance?
No, thanks.
You selling anything?
No, I'm not.
Then what do you want?
If you stop butting in, I'll tell you.
Don't get fresh, young man. I'll throw you out in your ear.
You'll throw me... All right, Cranston. I'm Chuck Morgan, newscaster in KLP in Los Angeles. I'm up here to make inquiries about those accidental deaths at the Straight Banana Mine.
Oh, them. What about them?
Well, since you're carrying the insurance, I wondered if you thought they were accidental.
If I didn't, I wouldn't be carrying the insurance.
But 3 deaths in 3 months.
You're reaching, son. I went over that mine with a fine-tooth comb. The shoring and the drifts and the drill derrick are as solid as a rock.
Well, it implied to me that there shouldn't have been any accidents.
You're reaching again.
So?
Those 3 deaths were coincidence. The law of averages says there won't be a 4th.
And the law of the state says somebody better try to prevent a 4th. Oh, by the way, what did you think of Anderson?
Anderson?
Yeah, the new engineer that Hendricks hired.
Oh, him. He hasn't gotten here yet.
Hasn't got here? They left a half hour before we did.
No, I can't help that. I've been right here all afternoon waiting for them. And I say they haven't been here.
Huh. Well, there's something...
Sorry we're late, Mr. Cranston. Oh, hello, Mr. Morgan.
Well, Miss Hendricks. And this must be Anderson, the new engineer.
That's right, Governor. Paul Anderson, just down from Alaska.
I'm surprised that you didn't get here ahead of Miss Curtis and me, Miss Hendricks. We left the mine a half hour later than you.
Oh, we did get here ahead of you, or I suppose we did.
Oh?
We've been in town a half hour or more. Mr. Anderson wanted to buy a few things, and so did I.
You might have come up to my office first, young lady. Been waiting here since your dad phoned. I don't like working Saturday afternoons.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Mr. Cranston.
Well, never mind. Let's get to work. You through asking dumb questions, Morgan?
Yes, I'm through. Only just for the record, those questions were a whole lot less dumb than you seem to think. Well, so far, I'd succeeded only in increasing my own suspicions. There were a lot of questions I wanted answers to. But right at the moment, the possibility of getting answers to any question seemed remote. I walked over to the casino where I left Carol and found her shooting craps. She had a stack of chips in front of her that reached almost up to her chin.
Come on, little Joe. Be good to Mama. Yippee, there he is. Bring him over here, Charlie. No, I'll let the bundle ride. Give me the dice, Charlie.
Having fun, Glamourpuss?
Oh, hello, Chucky boy. Hey, look what I've been doing.
Yeah, I see. You know, the smart gambler quits when he's ahead. Come on, let's go.
Oh, just once more, Chuck.
Okay, search yourself, roll them, and see what happens.
Okay, here we go. Come on, 7. What do those two aces mean, Chucky boy?
They mean snake eyes, Glamour Puss. You lose. Let's go.
Oh, gee whiz. Chuck Morgan, you did that on purpose. It's all your fault. You brought me bad luck.
At 3 o'clock in the morning, Las Vegas is as brightly lighted as Broadway and 42nd Street is at 8 p.m. The casinos operate 24 hours a day, as do most of the restaurants and stores. You take one look at those bright lights and wish you owned some stock in the power company that provided them. Well, at midnight, Carol and I drove out to the airport, picked up Pappy, and the three of us stopped at Sal Saggy's for a cup of coffee.
Well, Chuck, I'm not going to tell you you've got a crazy idea, because ever since I first heard you talking about those accidental deaths, I was inclined to go along with your theory. But what can you do about it? You haven't got a shred of evidence.
I don't know, Pappy. I don't know.
Seems to me it's a matter for the police.
But we haven't got time for that, Glamour Puss. We're in Nevada. That means we've got to get back across the line, scare up a California deputy sheriff, sell him on the idea we aren't nuts. It might take days. And unless I miss my guess, Paul Anderson isn't long for this world. I met him at the insurance office this afternoon, and he's as ignorant as what's in store for him as I am of the fourth dimension.
Well, that's pretty ignorant.
Thanks.
So what do you propose to do?
Pappy, I guess the three of us will have to handle this one alone.
The three of us? Against those 25 cutthroats of the straight banana?
Oh, they aren't all cutthroats, Glamour Puss. Now look, here's a plan that might work. In about 3 hours, it'll be getting light. Streaks of light were showing along the eastern horizon when I turned the old jalopy off the main highway and headed up toward the straight banana. About a mile this side of the mine, I parked and set out on foot. I kept well away from the darkened buildings of the mine, climbing to the ridge in the south where the ambusher had crouched. Here I found a secluded spot and waited, smoking endless cigarettes, until the sun tipped the eastern horizon and dawn crept across the desert like a benediction. Then I began my search, inching over the ground, covering every likely spot where I might find the thing for which I searched. I found it. A freshly dug hole in the ground. Beside it were 3 not too old mounds of earth. 3 graves and a new one ready for its occupant. So far, so good. But my good luck ended right here.
Well, Mr. Morgan, I thought newscasters slept until noon.
Oh. Hello, Miss Hendricks. Out for some early morning rabbit shooting?
Yes, and I hope you'll be smart enough not to make like a rabbit. This rifle shoots true.
These 3 graves testify to that fact.
The occupants of the graves weren't shot, Mr. Morgan.
Of course. Bullet holes would be telltale evidence. Well, you're in command. What shall I do? Dig another grave for myself?
We have more capable hands for that chore. In the meantime, let's go down and have a talk with Dad.
The muzzle of Laura's rifle was an uncomfortable pressure in the small of my back as we walked down to the mine. We went directly to the owner's residence and stepped inside. Hendricks was there, and another man, Anderson. He was lying on the floor, bound and gagged, wearing only his underclothes. The Levi's, cotton shirt, and dirty white hat were piled beside him. It was sight of these that gave me the answer to the big mystery with a jolt that rocked me back on my heels.
Greetings, Morgan. Glad to see you gave Laura no trouble. Shooting you would have been messy.
Now, don't tell me it would have bothered your conscience, Hendricks. Or do you prefer to be called Anderson?
I see you've guessed the answer to our little game.
Sure. At one time, you must have been an actor of sorts.
An actor, dear fellow, of excellent reputation. Specializing in dialects, I might add.
Particularly Cockney English, huh?
That was only one in which I was proficient.
Okay, Dad. Let's forget that and get this over with.
In a moment, my dear. First, I must know what aroused Mr. Morgan's suspicions.
That's the ham in him, Laura. Well, I'll be glad to satisfy your curiosity. The police aren't due for 5 minutes.
How corny can you get? The police aren't due at all, and you know it. Very well, you are going to explain.
To begin with, we never saw you and Anderson together at the same time. While you were hiring Anderson in the next room yesterday, you were changing into the clothes you'd taken from the poor devil an hour before. Then you passed in front of the window where I was sitting, so I'd be sure and see what you looked like.
Excellent. I congratulate you, Mr. Morgan.
Later, we saw Laura drive you away from the mine. But by the time we got down from the cliff, you had time to return and appear once again as Hendricks. That's why we were able to get to Las Vegas a half hour ahead of you. But you didn't expect to find me in the insurance office, did you? It was almost your undoing.
A pity such brilliance can't be put to more profitable work than newscasting.
Well, I prefer to live, Hendricks, as I imagine those Bindle Stiffs would have liked to live.
So you figured out about them, too.
Bindle Stiffs usually have obscure backgrounds, don't they? No one would be likely to know if one died or had been murdered. That's why you always selected one of approximately your own size, dressed yourself in his clothes, and played the role of Cockney, French-Canadian, or any other character of which you were proficient. Then you merely redressed the Bindle Stiff in his own clothes and let the accident occur.
Which is exactly what I'm going to do now. Laura, keep him covered.
Don't worry. Hurry it up.
I waited until Hendricks had his prisoner almost completely untied, then walked deliberately over to the window and waved.
Keep away from that window.
Don't forget that bullets leave telltale holes, Laura.
He gave some sort of signal.
Someone's up on the ridge.
Give me that rifle.
All right, Anderson, let's get him. Come on, man. Paul Anderson had presence enough of mind to give me the help I hoped would be forthcoming. It was Carol who'd fired the shot. Pappy was waiting outside, and he was in on the fight like a Marine. We found a sheriff after considerable search, turned our prisoners over, told him our story, and then Carol and I persuaded Pappy to ride back to L.A. with us in the jalopy.
But how about the man we saw being shot at, Chuck? Was that Anderson?
It was Anderson. The ambusher was on the ridge. He couldn't see our car, but he could see Anderson. He shot over Anderson's head. Anderson took cover, and behind the boulder, there was a second man waiting for him.
That was so there'd be no bullet holes when the dead bodies were examined, eh?
Right.
Now, about the second insurance policy, the one made out to the deceased family.
You know, I have a hunch, Pappy, that Hendricks' organization was pretty far-reaching. The families were probably plants who took the money and split it with the Hendricks.
Well, that makes sense. Say, Chuck.
Yeah?
How long have you owned this car?
Oh, Pappy, I'm glad you asked that question. It's so old that the record of its birth was lost before the war.
I thought so. Pappy, getting you to ride back with us was a trick. He thinks you'll take pity on him and buy him a new car. As a matter of fact... Oh! It might not be a bad idea.
Oh, hold it. My, were those bumps or did a wheel fall off?
You see, Pappy, I knew if you were made aware of the crate your star newscaster was forced to ride around in, you'd want to buy me a new one.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make you a deal.
Good. What's that?
If you let me off at the next town so I can catch a train for the rest of this trip, I'll buy you one.
Stand by for crime.
Hi. You know, being a newscaster in a station like KOP here in Los Angeles, you're bound to run afoul of a good many motion picture celebrities. They're always good copy, even though the stories you sometimes have to write about them wouldn't be important at all if they happened to ordinary people. Well, my blonde secretary, Carol Curtis, had been away for a few days. She got back on her Tuesday night and was waiting for me at the office when I got in Wednesday morning. Pappy Mansfield, owner of KOP, was also there. Well, hello, Glamourpuss. Glad to see you back. Have a good time?
Oh, all right.
Morning, Chuck.
Hello, Pappy. Well, you two are a couple of cheerful-looking customers. What's this all about?
Where have you been for the past 4 days?
And what are you going to use for a feature in your first newscast tonight?
I see. Pappy, I'll answer you first. I've been right here in town, and I've made 2 broadcasts a day over this station as per our contract.
Well, you might just as well have stayed in bed. Do you know how many phone calls we received complaining about the lack of anything worth listening to in those broadcasts? Well, I'll tell you.
I don't care how many phone calls you received. Now, Carol, I'll answer your question. Tonight, my feature story is going to be on Roger Van Ryn.
Van Ryn?
Well, he's the biggest movie producer in Hollywood.
What's he done?
Last night, he was arrested for arson.
Arson?
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding. I've got the most unusual story that ever came out of Hollywood. Do you want to hear it? Or do you want to continue riding me because a couple of dull broadcasts I made while digging it up?
Much as I enjoyed continuing, my curiosity would never stand the strain. Come on, let's hear the gory details.
I'll buy that. What did Van Ryn burn down? That $1 million mansion he has out in Beverly?
No, something much more spectacular than that, Pappy. I'll give you the facts just as Van gave them to me. It seems he got to his office at Constitution Studios yesterday morning around 11 o'clock. He went in through his private entrance and found a visitor waiting for him.
Hello, Van.
Kim, what are you doing here?
Aren't you glad to see me, Van?
No. Now, look here, Kim, this has got to stop. I told you weren't to come here again.
Is that why you gave me a key to your private entrance, darling?
That was months ago. Things have changed. I'm having the lock switched on that door tomorrow.
Things might have changed for you, Van. They haven't for me. I'm still in love with you.
Oh, nonsense. That'll pass. Now, will you please run along? I've got some important appointments.
The most important appointment you'll ever have in your whole life is right now.
Oh?
You're not going to cast me off like an old shoe, Van. We've been too important to each other. You've made too many promises. You've taken too much out of my life, things I can never replace.
I'm sorry about that. I apologize, but things change, Kim. We made a mistake. Our romance was fun and stimulating, but now it's over. And we've hurt no one. So why don't you go back to that nice husband of yours and forget...
Oh, you fool. Do you think it's as easy as that? Do you think that falling completely and madly in love with you was some kind of a lark with me? It wasn't. I couldn't stop loving you if I wanted to. And I'm not going through the rest of my life being miserable and tortured, living out every day just in the hopes that you'll
Stop
call
it, Kim. Stop it. You're becoming hysterical.
I don't care if I am. I'm in love with you, and I'm going to have you. I'm going to
Stop it, I say. Stop it.
All right.
Now get hold of yourself. I tell you again that I'm sorry. The situation isn't pleasant for me either. I feel like a heel. The fact remains I've stopped loving you. I'm not going to see you anymore. There's nothing you can do about it. Nothing.
Yes, there is, Ben.
So?
I have the letters.
Letters?
The ones you wrote me. The ones in which you told me that you were madly, passionately in love with me, that you couldn't live without me, that you wanted to divorce your wife and leave your family and be with me always.
I see. Then it's blackmail.
If you choose to call it that.
How much?
I don't want money, Van. I want you.
I've already told you
Unless you're willing to continue with our romance. Unless you allow me to come here whenever I want, I'm going to turn those letters over to Chuck Morgan.
You've really sunk pretty low, haven't you, Kim?
Yes.
And you'd be willing to have me like that?
It would be better than not having you at all.
I suppose you know what it'll mean if Chuck uses those letters.
Oh, yes, I know very well. It will mean that the heretofore impeccable character of the great Roger Van Ryn will be dragged through the mud. It will mean that your films will suffer. You'll probably be fired.
It'll mean much more than that, Kim. It'll mean that my wife and 2 children will be hurt. That's the important thing. And they don't deserve it. They're good and fine and entirely innocent of all this. If you destroy the illusions that they have about me, you'll be destroying one of the finest things in the world.
And I'll also be striking at you where it hurts most, won't I, Van?
Yes, you will. You will indeed.
So what's your answer?
My answer, dear Kim, is this. If you turn those letters over to Chuck Morgan, or to anyone else who might make them public property, I'll kill you.
Well, so far, you've got me all in a sweat, Chucky boy. Now, where does the arson gimmick come in?
Don't tell us that Van Ryn found the letters and burned them.
Could a man be arrested on a charge of arson for burning a few private letters?
All right. Let's hear the rest of the story.
Did Kim turn the letters over to you?
No, as a matter of fact, she didn't. It wasn't her fault.
What do you mean it wasn't her fault? Did she try to?
I don't know. Van Ryn called me the next morning and asked me to drop by at his office at Constitution. He told me enough to make the trip sound interesting, so we set up a meeting for 10:30. I was there on the dot. And I was told that Van Ryn would be 10 minutes late. Van Ryn's private office was one of those luxury deals you're always reading about in the fan mags. Besides being about 3 times as big as the living room in my own apartment, it had a bar and a private bath. The walls were hung with photographs of Hollywood's great and near great, all affectionately autographed. I was examining these, especially those involving a bit of cheesecake, when I heard a key in the door of the private entrance.
So, you're the great Roger Van Ryn.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not Van Ryn.
Sure. Of course you're not. You just happened to be waiting at Van Ryn's office while he went out for a cup of coffee.
Now, look, I'm telling you...
Don't be scared, Van Ryn. I'm not going to shoot you with this gun. I just brought it along in case you got any ideas.
I see. And who are you, anyway?
Who am I? How many people have keys to your private entrance, Van Ryn?
You're not...
Yeah, that's right. I'm Steve Dancer, Kim Dancer's husband.
So, what am I supposed to do?
You're a cool one, Van Ryn. I found the letters you wrote, Kim. Also the key you gave her to this office.
Uh-huh.
I came here to tell you what I'm going to do about it.
And what's that?
First, let me explain something to you. This thing came to me as quite a shock. I had no idea that Kim was two-timing. You see, I love Kim very much, Van Ryn. She's my whole life. That's why I'm going to kill her.
That's crazy talk. What are you trying to prove?
You wouldn't understand. So I won't try to explain. I want you to know one thing. I don't blame you for what happened.
Uh-huh. And whom do you blame?
Myself. If Kim's and my marriage failed, it was my fault. I guess I was wrong in restricting her, but I can't let her live for someone else. That's why I'm going to kill her and myself.
Then you assume that I'm still in love with Kim.
Forget that approach, Van Ryn. Letters are all the evidence I need to know how you feel. That's why I'm going to let you live. Shooting you would be letting you off easy. You're going to live and suffer.
I don't get it.
You're a pretty big man around Hollywood, Van Ryn. You've a wife and a couple of kids. You value your reputation. If I killed you, no one would suffer but your family. If your romance with my wife is as much of a shock to them as it was to me, it's not fair to let them suffer alone.
So you're going to mail those letters you have to my family, and then you're going to shoot your wife and yourself, eh?
If you love Kim as much as you say you do in those letters, you're going to be a miserable man the rest of your life. Also, you're going to be a ruined man.
Dancer, you let this thing upset your mental balance. You're not rational. Now, if I were you...
Keep away or I'll...
Give me that gun. All right. Now, let's see if we can't talk about this thing sensibly. Sit down there in that chair.
No. Kill me if you want to. Turn me over to the police. But it isn't going to make any difference. I can't let Kim go on living knowing she loves someone else.
All right, take it easy, boy. You're going to work yourself right into a sanitarium. Now, go on over. Sit down in that chair like I said.
No! Give me back my gun or I'll...
I'm sorry, old man, but you asked for it.
Sorry I kept you waiting, Chuck. Who's this?
Someone I think you ought to know, Van. His name's Dancer, Steve Dancer.
Uh-huh.
He found the letters you wrote his wife, also the key.
Has he got the letters with him?
Keep away from him, Van.
What do you mean, keep away from him?
The guy's had enough. Besides, he wouldn't be fool enough to carry the letters with him.
Yeah. I'm sorry, the poor devil. Well, now you know practically the whole story. If he sends the letters to you, are you going to use them?
I'd be a heel if I did.
Good. I thought you'd feel that way about it. See, now look, Chuck. Tell him you will use them. Get them into your hands, I'll pay you anything. Any price you want to name if you'll sell them to me.
Sorry, Van. I'm in a different line of business and selling love letters that don't belong to me.
Look here.
Besides that, my sympathies are with the man on the floor, not you.
Well, I don't suppose I can blame you for that. It wasn't because I hoped you'd feel sorry for me that I asked you to come here. Think of my wife and kids, Chuck.
Yeah.
Why should 3 people suffer for something they're entirely innocent of?
You should have thought of that a year ago, Van Ryn. You didn't care then how much they suffered. You said so in the letters you wrote to my wife.
Sorry I had to hit you, Dancer, but you were going off the deep end.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry I mistook you for this rat, Van Ryn.
All right.
I've been lying there listening to your conversation. So, It'll really hurt you to have your wife and kids see those letters, will it, Van Ryn? Well, that I was glad to hear. Because they're going to know how you've been two-timing them during the past year. They're going to read it in black and white. And the mess it will make of your life will be a pleasure I'll enjoy the rest of my days.
Now, you're talking crazy again, Dancer. Don't be...
Wait a minute, Chuck. This isn't your fight. Dancer, I have a couple of things that I want to say to you. First, I can't blame you for your attitude. I'm sorry for what's happened. I wish it could be undone, but it can't. But however, it's over. I don't love your wife. I know now that I never really did. It was just one of those things.
Yeah. One of those things. Now that you're tired of her, you're willing to hand her back to me with regrets.
Why, you did hold the Dancer. Take it easy. Okay, Dancer. I won't say any more. I can see that the more I talk, the less you'll think of me. But this much I'm going to tell you. My wife and kids aren't going to pay for my mistake. You'll never send them those letters. That I promise you. You'll never send them those letters.
So far, Chuck, you've told us a real juicy story, but I hope you're not going to use it on your broadcast tonight. You know, it's against the policy of KOP
Yeah, I know. I've already told you the only part of the story I'm going to use is that Roger Van Ryn had been arrested for arson. He's now sweating it out in a pokey downtown.
Well, for golly sakes, when are you going to get to this arson part? What did he do, burn down Dancer's house in hopes that the letter would be hidden there?
No, he didn't burn down Dancer's house. If you had a lick of sense, you'd realize that if Dancer's house had been burned down, you'd have heard about it long before now.
We might as well humor the boy, Carol. He isn't going to tell us the payoff until he builds it up to a point where we're ready to choke him.
Yes, all right.
So let's let him have his fun.
Well, if he calls this having fun, then his sense of humor is warped.
If you don't care to hear the rest of the story, Miss Curtis, you may be excused.
Oh, if I don't care to hear the... Okay, Romeo. Go ahead and enjoy yourself. I'm listening.
Thank you, Miss Curtis.
Thank you, Miss Curtis.
We've now reached the evening of Tuesday, the 6th, in our narrative.
And so far, nobody's committed arson.
That's right. So far, no one has committed arson. And if you two don't stop interrupting, you'll have to wait until my 7 o'clock broadcast to find out who did and why and when and where.
You sound serious, Pappy.
My humblest apologies, old great one. Pray continue.
That's better. Well, when Steve Dancer left Van Ryn's office, he spent the afternoon batting around town. When he told me about it later, he wasn't quite sure of where he'd been and what he'd been doing. He visited a couple of bars and spent some time in a movie house. The poor guy was beside himself. He felt that the world, the only world he cared about, had collapsed about his head. There wasn't anything left in life worth having as far as he was concerned. He fully intended shooting his wife and himself. But there was one urge that was even stronger than that. Revenge. Before he died, he was going to wreck the life of the man who had wrecked his, Roger Van Ryn. He was going to send Roger Van Ryn's wife those letters. He had no thought for innocent parties being hurt. All he knew was that by hurting someone else, he was going to hurt the man who had made him miserable. Well, about 5 in the afternoon, Dancer went home. His wife wasn't there. He stayed in the house about 15 minutes and then went out again. It was 7:15 when he returned for the second time. Kim was waiting for him in the living room.
Oh, Steve, I've been waiting for you. There's something I want to talk to you about.
Oh?
I don't know how to begin or how to put it into words, but whatever your reaction is, will you let me say all I want to say?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Steve, I've been unfaithful to you.
Unfaithful?
I'm sorry, Steve. I have no excuses or apologies to make. I won't blame you for anything you want to do. I just want you to know that now I realize what a silly fool I've been and that I love you very much.
So, you found out about it?
Oh, no, Steve, let me finish. It happened today, my awakening. The realization that I couldn't leave you. That nothing in the world would be worth having without you.
And just why did this great awakening come about today?
Because yesterday I saw the other man. He told me he no longer loved me. He was through with me. After I left him, I walked around for hours. I tried to picture how life would be without you, Steve, and the picture was bleak and empty.
I bet.
It was then that I knew that I'd been a foolish girl for the past months, that the only feeling I'd had toward the other man were childish.
So, where do we go from here?
It's your decision, Steve. I'm completely at your mercy.
I see. If it were merely a matter of forgiving you and taking you back, the decision would be easy. I can't change the feelings I have for you, Kim. I love you and always shall.
Oh, Steve.
No, wait. I happen to know you're telling me this for another reason entirely. That I can't tolerate. Even loving you as I do, I'd be better off alone.
What do you mean I'm telling you this for some other reason? What are you talking about? Do you mean that you don't believe what I've told you?
Not a word of it.
But, Steve, it's the truth. I have some letters that will prove it.
Letters? Do you mean that you didn't know that I...
He wrote them to me. I foolishly kept them all. I had intended destroying them tonight. I kept them hidden behind this volume of encyclopedias. That's odd. One of the volumes is... Steve.
I found them, Kim, this morning.
Oh, Steve, no. You thought I knew you'd found them, and I was telling you so you'd give the letters back. Oh, Steve,
I've been out of my mind ever since finding those letters, Kim. I haven't had a rational moment. I'm afraid I did something pretty terrible.
Oh, it can't be as terrible as what I've done, no matter what it is. And now you do believe me, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I believe you.
Oh, darling, thank you. Now everything will be all right. We'll destroy the letters and things will be as...
We can't destroy the letters, Kim.
Can't? But why not?
Well, I was obsessed with the idea of making Van Rin's wife suffer as I'd been suffering. I mailed the letters to her an hour ago.
Dancer must have been out of his mind to pull a scurvy trick like that.
Poor Mrs. Van Ryn. What a horrible shock it must have been to her when she opened the letters and read them. How did she take it, Chuck? Do you know?
She didn't have to take it. She never got the letters.
Lost in the mail, huh? Well, there's still a chance that they'll turn up.
No, they'll never turn up, Pappy. That I can assure you.
Say, wait a minute. Didn't Van Ryn say that he'd never let Dancer mail the letters? And how did he plan to stop him?
Glamour Puss, that's what bothered me at first. I figured that Van Ryn intended visiting the Dancer home and demanding the letters at gunpoint, or worse. I'd reached this point in my thinking when my telephone rang. Hello.
Hello. Chuck Morgan?
Yeah, this is Morgan.
This is Steve Dancer, Mr. Morgan. I called you because, well, my wife and I have become reconciled.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear it. Now, the smart thing for you to do is destroy all...
Wait a minute. I know you're going to tell me the smart thing to do is to destroy the letters. But the fact is, I can't.
Why can't you?
I mailed them to Mrs. Van Ryn tonight.
You dope.
Yes, I don't blame you. But if you knew the state of mind I was in, you might understand. I stood in front of the mailbox on the corner of our street for a half hour before I could get up the courage to drop it into the slot. I was half crazy, I tell you.
Well, what do you expect me to do about it?
Well, you're a pretty influential man, Mr. Morgan. And I thought if you called the post office...
Not a chance. Even if they felt sorry for you, they couldn't do anything. Once a letter is dropped into a mailbox, it becomes a property of Uncle Sam until it's delivered to the proper address.
Then there's nothing that can be done?
I'll tell you one thing you better do. Take your wife and get out of town for a couple of days. Van Ryn intends to prevent you from mailing those letters, and I don't think he'll stop at anything to do it. Well, I hung up and then tried to get Roger Van Ryn on the phone. I was now positively convinced that Van intended taking those letters by force. So with a growing sense that haste was the essence, I drove out to Beverly Hills and parked near the Dancer place. The house was dark. 2 doors away was an intersection, and on the corner was a mailbox. I made a quick survey. Found no other mailboxes within a block, so decided this must be the one. The next pickup was at 9:15. It was now 9 straight up. I was vaguely thinking of a way of bribing the pickup driver when I saw a man approaching. Hello, Van.
Chuck, what are you doing here?
Several things. Waiting for you, for one.
Waiting for me?
You're too late, Van. The Dancers have become reconciled and have left town.
Who told you that?
Dancer did.
Letters. What's he going to do about the letters?
He's already done it, my friend. They're right here, in this mailbox. Presently, the property of Uncle Sam.
He couldn't have mailed them. He didn't have the guts. Why was I fool enough to wait this long? Tear this thing apart.
You fool. You want to get thrown into the pokey for tampering with government property?
It'll be better than what I'll have to go through with if those letters reach my wife.
Listen to me, you idiot. You couldn't get those letters out of there even if you got the box loose, which you can't. Now, if you meant what you just said, I've got an out for you.
But What?
Here, have a cigarette.
Never mind the cigarette. What's the...
Take the cigarette and light it.
Okay.
There you are. Get it going good. Right. In about 5 minutes, a pickup truck is due to arrive. You got anything to mail, Van? Van stood there a full minute, just staring at me with his forehead wrinkled. Then suddenly he had a brilliant idea. He reached up, pulled open the letter slot, and dropped his lighted cigarette inside. It worked fine. Save for one thing, a police car happened along just as Van mailed the cigarette. It swung him to the curb, but the damage was done. There wasn't any way they could extinguish the blaze inside the mailbox without calling the fire department, which they did. Then they arrested Roger Van Ryn and booked him on an arson charge.
So, that's how Roger Van Ryn got arrested on an arson charge.
That's it, Pappy.
But won't he be charged with tampering with the United States mail also?
Well, that depends on whether the local police can make the arson charge stick.
Now, before we go into that, there's one or two things I'd like to get cleared up.
Sure.
You said that the pickup truck was due in 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Did it get there before the fire department?
It did. The driver opened the box and stamped out the smoldering letters.
Was there anything left of them?
Dancer had placed the half-dozen letters Van Ryn had written to his wife in one large envelope and addressed it to Mrs. Van Ryn. All but the Ryn in Mrs. Van Ryn's name had been burned. Parts of the love letters had also been burned. Now, all a Van has to do is prove his own identity, and what's left of the letters will be given to him.
When he gets out of jail.
If he goes to jail.
Isn't he going to jail?
In court tomorrow morning, Van is going to plead that it was an accident. You know, lots of people hold cigarettes in their hands when mailing letters.
But you were a witness to the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
You'll be asked to testify. Are you going to commit perjury? And what are you going to say?
No, I'm not going to commit perjury, Glamour Puss. And I'm going to tell them exactly what happened. I'm going to tell them I was looking in another direction when I heard the mailbox open and close, which is true.
Stand by for crime.
Hi, Chuck Morgan speaking. I'm a newscaster on radio station KOP here in Los Angeles. Like most newsmen the world over, I found it smart to have contacts in as many government agencies and among as many stratas of society as possible. You get tips on stories that way that might otherwise be on the wires a day before you become aware that it happened. Well, my contact with the local police is Lieutenant Bill Meggs. Bill is more than a contact. He's a personal friend, which is an added help. He's never given me a bum stare. So when I reached my office a couple days ago, my blonde secretary, Carol Curtis, told me Bill had called and wanted me to meet him at a certain address in Sereno, a small town north of Los Angeles. I smelled a good yarn. What's it about, Glamour Puss? Did Bill say?
No. He just said if we came out, it would be worth our while.
Did he say we?
No, but I did. Bill expects me.
Oh. And what makes you think that?
Well, because he always expects me to be along when you go after a story.
I see. What's at this street address where he wants me to meet him in Sereno?
I don't know.
Has there been a murder?
I don't know.
How long will Bill be there?
I don't know.
Are you a parrot?
I don't... Oh, funny man. Well, how can you expect me to answer your questions if I don't know the answers?
I don't know. Now you've got me saying it. Get on your hat and shoes and we'll go see if Bill knows the answers. Sereno is a small town about 20 miles north of Los Angeles. It's a residential community for workers in L.A. industries. There are a few large estates, but mostly the town is inhabited by small homeowners who take pride in their lawns and gardens and tree-shaded streets. It was in one of those quiet streets that we found Bill Meggs. He was parked beneath a huge pepper tree, slouched down behind the wheel smoking a cigarette. We swung in behind him and walked up to the open window of his car. Hello, Bill. How's things?
Oh, hello, Chuck. Hi, Carol. Suppose you two get in back. Let's have a little talk.
Okay, sure.
This sounds like something important.
Okay, Bill, let's have it.
Well, last night a man named Gladstone Smith was murdered. Took us quite a while to identify the body. His face was badly smashed. Either of you ever hear of Mr. Smith?
I haven't.
Someone important, Bill?
Nope. Works in the city hall here in Sereno. He's an auditor in the tax department.
Wait a minute. If he lives in Sereno and works in Sereno, what are you doing on the case? You're in the L.A. force.
The murder was committed in L.A.
Oh.
However, that's one of the reasons I asked you to come here.
Yeah? How's that?
Well, you can do a lot of things I can't do because you're not restricted. Now, take a look around you and tell me what you see.
Nothing very exciting. Pleasant street, small, neat homes, trees, lawns, shrubs. Nothing unusual.
Well, there's a filling station on the corner.
That's unusual?
Well, Bill asked you.
You both missed it. You know what I see when I look around?
What's that?
Well, I see security. I see comfort and relaxation after a hard day's work. I see pride in the things that a man lives for. I see freedom from fear and want. I see a piece of America that everyone should look at and be glad exists.
Well.
Is this our Bill Meggs talking?
Sure, it's corny. Go ahead and laugh. I'm supposed to be a hard-boiled cop. I wouldn't say this to anyone but you two. Because I thought up to now you might have enough imagination to go along with the gag.
Ouch. Well, that's putting it on the line. Okay, Bill, what else do you see?
Well, I see the confidence and trust that the people who live in these houses put in cops like me.
Yeah?
I see a community where people should be able to walk along a dark street at night without fear of violence.
I'm beginning to get it, Bill. Don't stop now.
No, for heaven's sakes. I'm beginning to see things myself.
Good. All right, here's the deal. A resident of one of these small homes is murdered. His face is smashed beyond recognition. Just an ordinary guy. Nothing to set him apart from his neighbors. He's been an accountant for 25 years, has a family, owns an automobile, pays his bills, belongs to a lodge, attends PTA, and goes to church. So, last night he becomes a corpse. Why? Well, there's an answer, and it's got to be a good one.
Now, wait a minute. You're talking like a cop again. Let's get back to the sentiment. You want to do more than find this murderer. You want me to play it up big, make a terrific story out of it, so that the other people in this community and all other communities where decent, law-abiding people live could be reassured.
That's about it. Chuck, you've always fancied yourself as a half-baked detective. Why don't you snoop around the neighborhood and see what you can pick up?
Listen, I resent that crack about me being a half-baked detective. Because I am. All right, I'll go along with you on it, Bill. But it seems to me there's one thing you've overlooked.
Yeah? What's that?
Suppose I snoop around and find that Mr. Gladstone Smith has been having a romance with his neighbor's wife, or he's been stealing funds from the city, or something worse. Then where will your great big sentimental theory be?
I've already told you that this murder was committed in my district, Los Angeles. Would it help matters any if I told you that I know who murdered Mr. Smith?
Well, when Bill Meggs announced that he knew who murdered Gladstone Smith, I didn't know whether he was throwing us a curve or not. It wasn't like him. But one thing I was sure of. There was a whole lot more behind this murder caper than he was admitting. He had a long-range plan that somehow involved me and the publicity I could give the results. Well, that was okay. But before committing myself, I wanted the answer to a few questions.
Oh, wait a minute, Chuck. Before you say anything, I have a question I want to ask.
Okay, Glamourpuss, go ahead.
Bill, if you know who murdered Gladstone Smith, why haven't you arrested him?
That's a good question.
Because the man who murdered Gladstone Smith is a sneaking little cur named Spider Morelli.
Well, that's a good answer to a good question.
Why? What difference does it make what his name is? If he murdered Gladstone Smith...
Glamourpuss, Spider isn't the man that Bill wants. Spider's a paid murderer. He kills for money, not motive. Bill wants the man with the motive, the man who hired Spider.
That's it.
And he thinks that I, under the guise of a newsman looking for a story, can find that man.
That's it.
So we'll just drift around the neighborhood, talk to Gladstone Smith's friends, and see what we can pick up.
That's it.
Bill, do me a favor, will you?
Sure, Carol.
Stop saying that's it. And there's one other thing. If the man who hired the sneaking little cur to murder Gladstone Smith gets suspicious of what Chuck is up to, which he probably will, then he's going to hire the sneaking little cur to murder Chuck. Did you think of that?
Sure I did.
Well?
Well, what?
Well, what if Chuck is murdered?